Thud. In the classroom, a male student jolted awake. Because his movement was too abrupt the next second, he cried out in shock and toppled straight to the floor. Laughter erupted all around. The boy quickly stood up, then looked warily and bewilderedly in every direction. A bright classroom rows of classmates who were both unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar, and a teacher who merely glanced at him once before continuing the lecture. This is a university classroom. What is going on? I didn't die. Su Xiao's mind sank into a brief daze. He sat down silently, unlocked his phone, and stared at the date displayed on the screen, August 6, 2022. Wasn't this 2 days before the outbreak of the apocalypse? After a moment, clarity slowly returned. He had been reborn. The scene before him was exactly that university classroom from 2 years ago. Su Xiao, known in the post-apocalyptic world as the Blood Emperor, had once been a superlative powerhouse whose name alone shook an entire region. After the apocalypse erupted, he, like countless other refugees, fled from pursuing zombies and struggled to survive. 2 months later, he awakened his ability and became the infamous Blood Fiend, eventually rising to become one of humanity's 4 emperors, the Blood Emperor. His ability was to control blood. He could absorb fresh blood to replenish his strength and energy, and at his peak, he could nurture blood seeds that used other bodies as vessels to reconstruct his own flesh. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been an ordinary sophomore student in Yunhai City. The relationships between university classmates were rather cold and distant. No one was particularly familiar with anyone else. After glancing at Su Xiao, they simply returned to their idle slacking. Once Su Xiao accepted the fact of his rebirth, a surge of exhilaration flooded his mind. He felt this was a chance granted by the heavens, an opportunity to change humanity's doomed fate. In his previous life, the chief reason humanity perished after the apocalypse was that countless ambitious people fought separately, each building their own faction. Not to lead humanity against the zombies, but merely to secure a more comfortable life for themselves in the ruins. They cared nothing for the preciousness of resources, nothing for the survival of their own species, nothing for the zombies' rapid evolution, and never reached out a hand to those compatriots struggling in despair. They lived only for greed and pleasure, even reducing ordinary people to slave livestock, disposable cannon fodder to be sent first into the zombie tides. Of the 20% of humanity that survived the initial catastrophe, more than half later died because of these bastards. Thus, the final chance for humanity to resist that terrifying apocalypse was completely destroyed. Compared to zombies, they were the true man-eating demons, a pack of beasts who deserved to be sliced to pieces 1,000 times over. A cold, resentful gleam flickered in Su Xiao's eyes. Forcing down his emotions, he briefly pondered what he should do before the apocalypse began. Once he had settled on a direction for his preparations, he waited until class ended and then swiftly left the room. His first task was to find a certain person, the only woman who had ever left a radiant mark upon his life. Without her, he would never have endured until the final moments of the apocalypse. He took a taxi to the front of Yunhai College, located dozens of kilometers from his own Tianjin University. Getting out of the car, he narrowed his eyes, looking around at the streams of Yunhai College students with a blend of nostalgia and curiosity. It was his first time here, yet this was where she attended school. Since it was around dismissal time, and she was currently renting an apartment, Su Xiao chose to wait quietly. 10 minutes later, a girl with a white shirt paired with jeans and a backpack walked out. She was strikingly beautiful, high-nose bridge phoenix eyes, her long hair tied into a high ponytail. Her looks were at the level of a top beauty. Even without makeup and dressed simply and plainly, her radiance could not be concealed. At 1.76 m, she stood out among the girls. Her gaze and bearing carried a distinct chill like a thorned rose. Wherever she walked, many boys could not help but turn their heads again and again. She's so gorgeous. Her figure and looks are unreal. I think that's Tang Ying from the School of Engineering, the dream goddess of all engineering guys, the forum queen of Yunhai College. Honestly, of the 5 campus belles they voted for, only Tang Ying truly deserves the title. She's this beautiful, even barefaced. Several luxury cars parked nearby had people leaning out of their windows to hit on her as she passed, but Tang Ying ignored them completely and walked straight ahead. Su Xiao's eyes shimmered as he stared, slightly dazed at that still somewhat youthful face. Memories surged up within him. Su Xiao, I can't go with you. There are too many people behind me. Su Xiao, you're right, but I have no choice. After I die, you must live well. You are my best friend. She was a stubborn woman, a magnificent empress. Her beauty was perhaps the most inconspicuous of her strengths. In the apocalypse, she once led 300,000 people to stand firm in their own territory. Yet within 48 hours of her parting from Su Xiao, the base she commanded was swallowed by an endless frenzied zombie tide triggered by the 3rd evolutionary wave. Tang Ying, your old friend has come. Su Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the girl, his thoughts churning. He silently moved against the flow of people to follow her. Soon Tang Ying arrived at a rental apartment building. After putting down her backpack inside, she came back out, mounted a bicycle, and rode off into the distance. Su Xiao knew exactly where she was headed. He hailed a taxi and said calmly, "First People's Hospital." When Tang Ying was very young, her parents divorced, and her mother had raised her alone. Now her mother was suffering from severe pulmonary emphysema, struggling to breathe, and gravely anemic, confined to a hospital bed. In his previous life, Tang Ying had borrowed money frantically to treat her mother. Sadly, when the apocalypse came, money became useless. She was trapped in the hospital, forced to watch as after the power failed and the oxygen supply stopped, her mother took her last breath right before her eyes. That became the lifelong wound in Tang Ying's heart. If Su Xiao wanted to win her over in advance, he would have to start with her mother. On the way, Su Xiao kept tapping busily on his phone. He was applying for high-interest online loans, those that paid out quickly. The private lending platform's approval was extremely fast. In less than 20 minutes, his phone balance had increased by 300,000 yuan. Before the apocalypse, taking on that much high-interest debt would have been a death sentence. But once the world ended, what use would money have? Put another way, who would still be around to collect the debt? He would be a fool not to fleece this wool. Soon Su Xiao arrived outside the hospital. He did not rush in. Only after Tang Ying entered did he follow her at a leisurely pace to the door of a ward. Mom, hold on a little longer. I've already borrowed the money. We can do the surgery soon. Tang Ying clasped her mother's hand. Her mother, wearing a breathing mask, was pale and frail. I can't go on. Don't waste that money on me, you silly girl. Live your own life well. Your mom won't be able to stay with. Tang Ying's mother knew her illness was difficult to cure. Even with surgery, it would only add a few more days to her life, with little hope in sight. Gritting her teeth, Tang Ying said through choked sobs, Mom, stop it. The surgery has to be done. I won't let you die. Only after a long time did Tang Ying leave the ward and start making phone calls. Auntie, it's Ying. My mom's sick. Could you lend me some money? Oh, I understand. Thank you anyway. Uncle, it's Ying. The line cut off with beeping. She made call after call, but most of those distant relatives were unwilling to lend anything. The few who were willing offered at most 20,000 yuan. After all these years, no one really cared about Tang Ying's mother, the woman who had long been treated like spilled water. Feeling helpless, Tang Ying set her phone down and sat quietly on the hospital chair, her expression desolate. Reclining on a lounge chair nearby, Su Xiao had just finished a match of King of Glory. He casually closed the game, turned his head to look at her, and said with a faint smile, that surgery will cost at least several 100,000. Your relatives really are cold. You're not going to raise the money anytime soon. Tang Ying snapped to attention and stared at Su Xiao warily. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? His meddling words turned her already turbulent heart toward panic and even disgust. I'll lend you 300,000. That should be enough for this surgery. Consider it my way of making a friend. Su Xiao opened his WeChat balance to show her, speaking with a gentle smile. 300,000 might not be enough to cure her mother completely, but it was more than enough to win someone's heart. You? Why are you helping me? Tang Ying stared blankly at this lazy-looking boy who seemed about her age. If it makes you uneasy, just treat it as a transaction. Maybe someday I'll have reason to ask for your help. Su Xiao's eyes crinkled as he smiled, leaving Tang Ying completely puzzled by his words. Yet compared to selling herself, she would far rather owe him a favor. Biting her lip, Tang Ying said gratefully, Thank you. I will definitely repay you. My name is Tang Ying. I'm Su Xiao. No rush. Take care of your mother first. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. After transferring the money to her, Su Xiao turned and walked away with effortless ease. Tang Ying was someone who repaid kindness. Now that she had accepted his money, the bond between them was firmly forged. Empress, in this life you're going to walk the path beside me. Besides Tang Ying, that future pillar of support, there were several other candidates who could assist Su Xiao after the apocalypse. It was just that some of them were not suitable to approach, yet he would have to wait until the end times descended before making contact. Before that, Su Xiao needed to begin stockpiling supplies. Once the world ended, acquiring food and resources would no longer be so easy. Yet all the money he had borrowed online had already been given to Tang Ying, so now he needed to refill his wallet. Su Xiao was in no panic. After thinking for a moment, he opened the map app, located a place, and took a taxi there once more, the underground parking lot of the Guimao building. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, dignified and leisurely, walked with his hands clasped behind his back toward a silver Bentley Mulsanne. Just then, from the other side of the car, a teasing voice suddenly rang out, Boss Su, in such fine spirits, I see you've been making quite a bit of money lately. Hearing this, Su Guofeng's eyes immediately widened as he stared at the silhouette leaning against the other side of the car. He barked, Who are you? Why are you leaning on my car? Su Xiao smiled. Just a nobody, not worth Boss Su's concern. I simply want to do a bit of business with you. I won't ask for much, just half of the money that belonged to your two deceased partners. At those words, Su Guofeng's pupils abruptly contracted. He stared fixedly at Su Xiao, then snarled, Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll call the police right now. Go ahead and call if you dare. 2 human lives. Once this comes out, not only will everything you have now turned to dust, you'll also get to taste a very special bullet, Su Xiao said, with a loud mocking laugh. This man was named Su Guofeng, a big-time boss. In his previous life, he had once offended Su Xiao and had been savagely taught a lesson for it, which was how Su Xiao had learned so much about this man's sordid past. After the apocalypse, such matters would naturally become irrelevant, at most something to laugh about. But right now, before the end of the world, killing was still a crime that demanded one's life in return. In the post-apocalyptic world, Su Xiao had come to possess far too many people's secrets. The only reason he had chosen this man today was simply because Su Guofeng happened to be the closest target. With such a handle on him, Su Xiao naturally would not let it go. It was the perfect opportunity to squeeze some money out of him. As for retaliation, he sneered inwardly. After the world ended and he endured long enough to awaken his supernatural abilities, he, the blood ghost Su Xiao, would hardly fear a treacherous rat like this. At his words, Su Guofeng's face suddenly went deathly pale. Back then he had had two partners in a certain business deal more than 10 years ago. Because the profits far exceeded expectations, the three had fallen into conflict. Greediest of them all, and with some connections to street hitmen who would take a life for 10,000 yuan and leave no trail, Su Guofeng had made his choice. He acted decisively. Both partners were murdered and their bodies dumped in the wilderness. Later, even if a few minor troubles arose, he smoothed them over with the power of money. How had this punk found out? Su Guofeng's face hardened as he cursed coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my way. Su Xiao said calmly back. Then there was a witness you were afraid might be silenced later, so you sent him overseas and even paid him a hefty sum. But uneasy as you were, you still went and buried those two men. Their graves are at. Before he finished, Su Guofeng could no longer hold it in. Gritting his teeth, he growled in a low voice, what do you want? Su Xiao's lips curved into a smile. Smart man. I only want 10 million. For you, that's hardly more than loose change. And give me a replica gun as well. I know you have some. If you can get these modest requests taken care of by tomorrow, we can pretend we never met. How about it? Staring at Su Xiao in shock, Su Guofeng felt a chill crawl up his spine. This guy knew his background far too well. He even knew about the few guns Su Guofeng had secretly commissioned. In that instant, a savage glint flashed in his eyes. He very much wanted to get rid of this man. But he also feared that Su Xiao might not be acting alone. If he killed him, the secret might leak immediately. He could only glare coldly at Su Xiao for a long moment. Seeing that Su Xiao remained unmoved, he finally said, no problem. But if you ever dare to use this to threaten me again, I'll make you regret it. Deal. Su Xiao gave him a mock salute, left a slip of paper behind, and sauntered away. Returning to Donghai University, Su Xiao went to the School of Humanities and Arts. After casually asking around about a name he recalled, he confirmed the information he wanted and then left silently. That program had a pair of sisters who would become extremely renowned after the apocalypse. The elder sister wielded a dark element ability while the younger possessed a light element ability, both rare and powerful attributes among superpowers. The elder sister's power was a summoning ability that combined offense and defense. She could call forth creatures of darkness to fight. The younger's ability focused on healing, and later she would even gain a skill famed throughout the apocalypse. Light baptism. It could heal injuries over a wide area, while granting additional buffs, earning her the title of one of the finest support ability users of the end times. The sisters ultimately reached king-level strength, and once fought their way out unscathed from a siege by 5 king-level opponents, earning the shared title of Queens of Light and Darkness. Even so, they still died later on, but they died together. Since they were so close by, Su Xiao certainly could not pass up talents like them. In the early stages, the two girls might not be strong enough, but later they would become an immense source of support for him. It was still too early to approach them. First, he did not personally know the sisters. Second, the timing was wrong. In their previous life, they had been trapped in a zombie-infested school and endured untold suffering, eventually losing their trust in others. What Su Xiao needed to do was to appear at the right moment and win their hearts. Unwittingly, time slipped to 5 in the afternoon. With the few hundred yuan left on him, Su Xiao bought a pile of food and returned to his rented room. He did not live on campus, but alone in a small apartment. It was fortunate in hindsight. In his previous life, after the apocalypse, the school had been no different from a slum. Nearly half the people had turned into zombies. Those who hadn't were either found and torn apart in that sealed environment or trapped inside and starved to death. Fewer than 1% managed to escape. At this time, the bank loan also arrived, an unsecured loan of 200,000 yuan. Su Xiao had no parents and no assets, working his way through university, so this was the maximum he could borrow. One gun would definitely not be enough. He needed a good number of weapons to ensure he could get through the early stage safe. So after carefully browsing online, Su Xiao bought a finely crafted Longquan Tang knife for 22,000 yuan. Its spine was thick and its edge narrow, razor sharp and extremely sturdy, more durable than a katana. When it came to hacking zombies, sharpness alone was not enough. A blade that lacked hardness would chip easily. This one swung with force could split bone in a single stroke. Next, Su Xiao spent over 2,000 more on 2 sets of multifunctional anti-riot gear, including tactical vests, chest guards, elbow and leg protectors, tactical gloves, and helmets. They could withstand stabs from sharp weapons and absorb impacts of up to about 300 G, enough to ward off ordinary zombies. In addition, he bought basic equipment, such as a compound crossbow, multifunctional military cases, and binoculars. In no time, he had spent over 100,000 yuan, all to be shipped via express delivery. With that, Xiao ceased his busyness. The rest of the money had not yet arrived, and what needed to be prepared could no longer be prepared. He could only wait for the next day. The following morning arrived. Xiao could no longer be bothered to attend class. He simply turned on his phone and sure enough saw a text message. 10 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Though such illicit funds might draw scrutiny from the authorities, he did not care in the slightest, because very soon no one would care about such things at all. He headed to Nanshan Park near his residence. As if expecting it, Xiao reached under a bench and sure enough tore off a package taped to its underside. A playful smile touched his lips. Su Guofeng was rather trustworthy, it seemed. For the wealthy, anything that could be solved with money was hardly a problem at all. After taking the goods, he unhurriedly returned to his rented room. He opened the package to reveal a silver engraved replica pistol, exquisitely crafted, even inlaid with gilded patterns. Su Guofeng truly lived up to his status as a big boss. If in the previous life he had awakened an ability before being arrested, those several hundred men under him would indeed have been difficult to deal with. Now that he had money, Xiao finally began hoarding supplies in earnest. He found the phone numbers of several food factories and called them one by one, plunging into another day of intense activity. In the apocalypse, resources would be everything. Whoever controlled resources would have countless people willing to risk their lives for them, like landlords and tenant farmers in the old days. Before he had the strength to plunder others, Xiao had to arrange his own resources in advance, so that after the end came he could attract more and more experts to join his banner. On the outskirts of the city, Xiao rented a grain and oil warehouse for a hefty price. The owner, struggling to keep his business afloat, sold the remaining 5 tons of flour along with the warehouse to Xiao, spending 3 million in one go. However, Xiao felt no regret. His rental apartment could not store much food, so he sought another place to serve as a backup resource depot in the post-apocalyptic world. The grain and oil would suffice for now, and Xiao spent almost all of his remaining 7 million on purchasing non-perishable food items. 1 ton of various canned foods and 3 tons of purified water, all in large barrels. 2 tons of meat and fresh produce filled the only small cold storage here to the brim. Xiao's funds diminished by another 4 million. To prevent the cold storage from losing power, he even prepared 3 engines and a large amount of gasoline and diesel. Various daily necessities were quickly acquired. Due to the time constraints, Xiao didn't bother to pick and choose, but directly contacted 2 small supermarkets to clear their inventory. He worked tirelessly until dusk. Trucks continued to arrive at the warehouse, and by the time everything was done, it was already 7 in the evening. Time passed so swiftly. Xiao surveyed the warehouse, now mostly filled, his heart fluttering with joy. With these resources, he could ensure that he wouldn't have to worry about food for quite some time. Locking the sturdy metal door and taking the key, Xiao finally returned to his rental apartment in exhaustion. By now he had just over 1 million left. Yet Xiao was still contemplating possible oversights. Survival is guaranteed, but for communication. Before the emergence of sensory-type ability users, I must have radio equipment. Moreover, for entertainment, merely ensuring survival is insufficient to attract people to the base. Once idle, people tend to become chaotic. There needs to be some form of entertainment. Luckily, I have a generator. I should prepare some electronic devices. Lastly, transportation tools. Ordinary vehicles are not reliable or sturdy enough. In his contemplations, Xiao placed another order for 100 wireless communicators, 5 radios, a communication station, and 10 drones, along with 20 computers, 10 mobile phones, and the final 400,000 went towards purchasing a Wrangler off-road vehicle. This would ensure he had a reliable mode of transportation when disaster struck. At this point, Xiao felt somewhat relieved. All necessary preparations had been made. If nothing unexpected happened, the apocalypse would begin tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. He still had 1 morning left for the final arrangements. It was also time to establish a presence before those major powers. After all, to truly develop, relying solely on ability users is insufficient. Ability users would only be completely unafraid of firearms when they reached around the 3rd tier, which would take at least over 6 months. Sufficient firearms were what Xiao desired the most, but even the local police station did not possess such items. He could only acquire them from the military. Currently, he could not obtain them, but there was an opportunity to fulfill this wish in the future. Xiao pondered, stroking his chin, revealing a shrewd gleam in his eyes. At 7 o'clock in the morning on August 8, 2022, there were 8 hours left until the apocalypse. Xiao walked to the balcony and glanced at the sky outside. The golden dawn blossomed with the beauty and vitality of a new day, and the slight chill in the air made his mind feel refreshingly clear. What a beautiful day it is. Unfortunately, it is the last of its kind. Su Xiaohua took a deep breath, his gaze cold and calm. He first went downstairs to the street for breakfast, having 2 steamer baskets of meat buns, 2 pieces of fried dough sticks, and a cup of spicy soup, filling his body with energy, before heading directly to the 4S dealership to pick up his car. He purchased a second-hand car since it could be driven away immediately without needing to register or anything. Driving the car, the first thing he did was contact the seller to have the items he purchased last night delivered here. The delivery was quite fast, arriving in less than an hour, and all the radio equipment was piled up in an empty room by Su Xiaohua. By the time he finished all this, it was already past 9. Su Xiaohua locked the door and drove off again. He needed to go to the mall to find someone. This was a crucial arrangement that would determine whether Su Xiaohua could rise quickly after the apocalypse. Soon he arrived at the Qiandao Mall in Yunhai City. Today happened to be the weekend, and it was bustling with people. Su Xiaohua merely observed silently, unsure if the person he was looking for was even here, as he was simply Although he was familiar with many strong individuals and stories that emerged in this land after the apocalypse, he could not confirm their authenticity. However, when something could greatly benefit you, it is worth a try, even if there is only a 1 in 10 chance. Su Xiaohua leaned against a pillar on the south side of the mall, like a human calculator, quietly scanning each passerby, with his gaze occasionally checking the time. If he did not encounter the person he wanted to meet before noon, he would decisively leave, allowing himself 2 hours to return. In fact, 1 hour would be sufficient to return to his rental apartment. The reason for reserving an extra hour was his risk buffer time. One cannot be too precise. After all, he could not foresee unexpected events such as encountering traffic jams or other situations. An hour was enough for him to abandon the car and walk back. After patiently waiting for over an hour, the time reached 11 o'clock and 8 minutes. 2 figures finally appeared in Su Xiaohua's line of sight. He fixated on the pair of beautiful girls, specifically on one stylish woman dressed in a light blue patchwork long dress, carrying a designer bag. Her name was Zhou Yue, and her true identity was the daughter of Zhou Sun, the commander of the garrison in Yunhai City. In his past life, Su Xiaohua had seen her photo when he was invited to join the Yunhai military region due to his strength after the apocalypse, and he had learned about her background. After the apocalypse, the military strength was undoubtedly the most powerful. Moreover, as cities fell, various military regions were isolated, almost forming local warlords in the apocalypse. Although they still followed the dispatch of the supreme command in the divine capital, their freedom was greatly enhanced. After the apocalypse broke out, in his past life, troops were sent to search for Zhou Yue, indicating Zhou Sun's deep affection for his daughter. Unfortunately, by the time she was discovered, she had already been violated and died here. Many hostages rescued from the mall, including those who had had contact with Zhou Yue, were secretly executed. What Su Xiaohua valued was her identity. As long as he could keep Zhou Yue under his control after the apocalypse, he would have the opportunity to acquire the weapons and equipment he needed from the Yunhai garrison. Upon confirming that this woman was indeed here and appeared to be laughing and chatting with another girl, as if going for lunch, Su Xiaohua did not linger. He still couldn't approach Zhou Yue now. How could he provide help without experiencing the storms of hardship first? Watching her disappearing figure, Su Xiaohua turned and left. Around noon, Su Xiaohua returned to his rental apartment, ordered an exceptionally sumptuous takeout lunch, and then messaged Tang Ying to inquire about her situation. He learned that her mother had undergone surgery the night before, and she was currently at the hospital accompanying her. Su Xiaohua thought for a moment and advised her to go out and buy more food and nutritional supplements for her mother. Tang Ying found this very reasonable and thanked Su Xiaohua. Unbeknownst to her, Su Xiaohua was merely worried that she would starve to death after the apocalypse before he could find her. After all, the coming apocalypse would lead to a 3-day period of destruction, which would not be easy to endure. However, Su Xiaohua would never reveal even a hint of his knowledge about the impending apocalypse, not even to Tang Ying. After all, the two were not even ordinary friends at this point, and she was quite shrewd. Finally, the time on his phone jumped to 3 o'clock. Su Xiaohua's heart raced, but it seemed nothing had changed. Su Xiaohua approached the anti-theft window he had locked and looked outside through the glass. No, it has already begun. Outside, the sky had gradually turned a dark red. Thick clouds resembling bloodstains covered the sky, casting a layer of blood light over the entire world. Seconds later, the sound of dripping began outside the window, which transformed into torrential rain, within half a minute drowning out all worldly noise, accompanied by deep rumblings of thunder. Su Xiaohua saw red droplets sliding down the window, staining the leaves outside with the eerie beauty. The blood-red torrential rain obscured everything in this world, as if the Milky Way had reversed its flow to drown the entire realm. From the window, the buildings across could barely be seen. At the same time, the lights in the room suddenly went out, as if the power had been abruptly cut. A faint ripple stirred in Su Xiao's heart. Everything was just as it had been in his previous life. In this heavy rain, those who were tainted all inevitably turned into zombies. He silently activated the generator he had prepared, pouring in diesel. A few minutes later, power was restored to his room, and Su Xiao did not do anything else. He merely sat quietly, like an old monk staring blankly at the curtain of rain. That night Xiao heard chaotic noises coming from outside resembling the howls of wild beasts mixed with the cries of humans, but these sounds were muddled by the incessant rain. In the middle of the night, horrifying screams and women's shrieks echoed in the corridor. Xiao paid no heed, quietly sitting on his bed, slowly closing his eyes. He was not yet capable of meddling in others' affairs. When one lacks strength, it is best to remain silent. The next day there was a violent knocking at Xiao's door. Peering through the peephole, his pupils shrank. A man completely rotting stood at the door, his milky eyes staring blankly ahead, while his shriveled blackened hands continued to pound on the door. Xiao's expression was cold and indifferent, without a trace of emotion. A familiar feeling washed over him. This was the sensation of the apocalypse. Yet the rain did not stop, and he still did not open the door. After a few minutes of banging, there was no more sound. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed, and the rain finally ceased. Xiao looked at the sky outside as it began to clear, glancing at the large tree. The tree remained lush and green, but blood-like droplets stained the leaves, appearing particularly eerie. Xiao knew it was time for him to take action. He donned the prepared bomb-proof suit, tactical arm guards, and a large backpack filled with various food and water. A sharp triangular dagger was tucked into his waist along with an axe, while in his right hand, he held the exquisitely sharp Longquan sword. Finally, he put on a helmet. After a glance through the peephole at the quiet corridor outside, he unhesitatingly opened the door that had been sealed for 3 days. First came a noxious stench wafting into his nostrils. It was an overwhelmingly strong odor of rotting flesh, so intense that an ordinary person would likely gag and vomit instantly. However, Xiao merely frowned before regaining his composure. He had long since grown accustomed to this smell, though his bodhi senses were still somewhat unaccustomed. He glanced at the other directions in the building. One door across was already open, while the other remained tightly shut. The stairwell was stained with blood and littered with debris. Xiao sighed, knowing that the people in this building were likely in grave danger. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were not numerous. Staying indoors posed no danger. However, it was clear that some families did not have enough supplies and had ventured out, encountering those who had been rained upon and turned into zombies. He carefully descended the stairs, and just as he reached the second-floor landing, he saw a woman, her body in tatters, standing there rotting all over. Xiao recognized her as a woman living on the floor above him. The woman suddenly turned her head, revealing a decayed face, blood-filled pustules covering her visage. The flesh on her left cheek was missing, exposing dark red rotten flesh, terrifying beyond measure. Her milky eyes seemed to sense Xiao, letting out an eerie howl as she staggered toward him. Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He even actively charged at her, swinging the long knife with force against her head. Whoosh! The Longquan sword met only a momentary resistance before a head flew off and smashed against the corner of the corridor 2 meters away, rolling down the hallway with a thud. The woman's dark, withered claws weakly reached out a couple of times before she collapsed to the ground. Having killed an ordinary zombie, Xiao felt no disturbance. This had long been anticipated. Zombies in the first week of the apocalypse were undoubtedly the easiest to kill. Their bodies rotted under the rain's corrosive effects, merely remaining as living dead with lingering functions. Their strength and speed were far inferior to that of normal humans. As long as one was careful not to get hurt by them, they were quite easy to deal with. Xiao did not see any living people dealing with zombies. They were likely too terrified to step outside. Today's urban dwellers, though seemingly strong, had mostly lost their courage. Unless faced with certain death, they preferred to hide their heads like mice in their holes. He was not in a hurry to find Tang Ying. She was trapped in the hospital, and as long as she was clever, she would not die quickly. His current goal was to seize the opportunity to grow stronger. With his frail body, it was impossible to cross the zombies outside to reach the hospital. Even if he found the candidates he had targeted, how could he recruit others? Only by awakening his own special abilities first. After the apocalypse, a mysterious virus would turn humans into zombies, but within the zombies a form of energy crystal would also be generated. Survivors in his past life referred to it collectively as evolution crystals. The evolution crystals posed no harm to humans. Instead, they improved cellular functions and adjusted genetic sequences, leading to incredible changes in the human body. The most direct change was special abilities. After large amounts of these crystals were consumed, humans would develop bizarre abilities, with some gaining tremendous strength, transforming from ordinary people into strongmen or Batman. Others might acquire the power to summon fire and lightning out of thin air, becoming superhumans. However, this all required a lengthy process, and the prerequisite was to survive. Next was the sufficient absorption of these crystals. As for the quantity required, it varied from person to person. Xiao vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he had awakened after absorbing 8 crystals, and it should be the same this time. He quickly descended the stairs, casually splitting the head of the fallen zombie with his sword, poking at the pool of brain matter that continued to flow out. No crystal. Su Xiao continued downstairs, and upon reaching the second floor a more intense stench assaulted his nostrils, once again accompanied by low rasping breaths. It sounded like a patient struggling to breathe with phlegm stuck in their throat, or like the sound of an old bellows drum. For zombies were wandering near several doors on the second floor, their feet, surrounded by 3 skeletons still smeared with bits of flesh. The floor was stained red with blood, with crimson streaks flowing down the stairs, turning dark and dry. For zombies, this is a bit troublesome. Su Xiao furrowed his brows tightly. Although early-stage zombies moved slowly like old men, a brave man could not withstand a pack of wolves. If all 4 zombies charged together, given his current small stature, he might not be able to guarantee he wouldn't be accidentally injured. And once scratched by a zombie, there was only one outcome: to become one of them. However, Su Xiao merely hesitated for a moment before coldly staring at them. As the esteemed Blood Emperor fully armed, if he could be hindered by these lowly zombies, he might as well forget about his future plans. He deliberately stomped his foot. In an instant, those sluggish zombies were attracted and rushed towards Su Xiao upstairs, flailing their limbs. Su Xiao held his knife with both hands, his body and mind instantly freezing like a statue, akin to a hawk poised to capture its prey. When the leading zombie was 3 meters away from him, he suddenly swung his knife, aiming at its outstretched arms. A dull thud resounded, and the arms fell to the ground. The armless zombie was then kicked by Su Xiao, causing all 3 zombies behind it to tumble and crash against the wall of the corridor. Afterwards, Su Xiao leaped down the stairs in a few bounds, his knife precisely targeting the necks and heads of the remaining zombies, as he swiftly struck 3 times. Blood splattered, but Su Xiao had anticipated this and stepped back just in time, leaving only a few blood droplets on his leg. Su Xiao looked regretfully at the bloodstain on his pants. His awareness was quick, but his body could not keep up. It seemed he needed to train more. He pried open the heads of several zombies, finally extracting a gem-sized crystal that resembled a blood diamond from one of the heads. Su Xiao's face lit up with joy. Finally got a crystal. This blood-colored gem was the crystal generated within the zombies. They signified that these zombies were also growing stronger. Right now it was just the beginning, and only a few zombies could produce such crystals, but as time went on, more and more zombies would possess them. However, time waits for no one. Su Xiao had no idea how many had turned into zombies, but he knew the city was undoubtedly paralyzed. Because transforming into a zombie was not an instantaneous process, those infected with the virus could return to the crowd as if nothing had happened, and then, after turning, greedily pounce on others gathered in the same space. Su Xiao wiped the crystal clean with a rag on the ground and proceeded downstairs. On the first floor there were 3 zombies, which Su Xiao managed to kill with labored breaths. However, when he looked up and saw a dozen zombies quickly running toward the community, he immediately returned to his home and locked the door. The pounding on the door was incessant. After killing a few zombies, Su Xiao, feeling somewhat fatigued, calmly sat on the sofa, staring at the crystal in his hand. The size of this crystal core left Su Xiao speechless. In his past life, the first crystal core he dug out was as large as a thumb. That was a complete evolution of a first-tier zombie, but this one, although it had a crystal core, looked like it was malnourished. Forget it, the most important thing is to awaken my abilities. Without hesitation, Su Xiao rinsed it with clean water and swallowed it directly with the mineral water. After consumption, within 2 minutes, he felt his whole body begin to heat up. A surge of scorching energy spread from his abdomen throughout his body, causing his entire being to feel hot, making Su Xiao quite uncomfortable. He immediately poured 2 large buckets of stored bottled water into the bathtub and lay down in it. The burning sensation within made Su Xiao's face turn as red as a lobster. Sweat poured from his body. He knew this was a normal reaction of the crystal core's energy cleansing his body, and he simply closed his eyes and quietly endured it. After 2 solid hours with his consciousness almost blurred by the scorching heat, Su Xiao finally opened his eyes. He did not sense any abilities yet, but he felt more energetic, as if he had just woken up after a solid 3-day sleep. Looking down at himself, there were no changes in his body. He lifted the knife and made a slashing motion, feeling it more stable and swift. The knife in his hand seemed to feel lighter as well. It's working. My physical quality has improved, but it's still not enough. I can't awaken my abilities. Without that I won't have the confidence to venture far. This community is 1 kilometer from the academy and 20 kilometers from the hospital. I must endure until I possess the hematopoiesis ability. Su Xiao's blood control ability was not very strong in the early stages. Its strength lay in the life-saving capabilities it offered to its possessor. With the hematopoiesis ability, Su Xiao would no longer fear injury and his endurance would be greatly enhanced. The human bonus activity depends on the circulatory ability of blood. After awakening the blood control ability, Su Xiao's stamina would be about 3 times that of an average person. At that time, he would be a long-distance running champion. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could certainly outrun them. Thus, after adapting to his enhanced strength, Su Xiao ate some stored canned food to replenish his energy and prepared to clean up the zombies again. Because of his actions a few hours ago, 11 zombies had gathered in the corridor of his floor. Who knows how so many could be packed into one building? After observing for a moment, Xiao still put the gun back in his belt. Gunfire would attract more zombies. He could only use cold weapons to deal with these zombies. Xiao thought for a moment and found 6 steel ropes in the room, which were prepared for the crossbow to hang a hook for climbing tall buildings. With rich experience in the apocalypse, Xiao naturally thought of preparations for various situations. He wrapped the steel ropes around a large iron nail and hammered it into the walls on either side of the door after entering the room, forming a 4-rope interception net to ensure that zombies could be blocked and were less likely to squeeze through the gaps. This is enough. He was not afraid of zombies getting in. He was afraid that they would rush in all at once and not give him time to react. Feeling completely safe, Xiao extended his arm to open the door half a meter away. In an instant, a claw reached in. Soon a zombie, like a demon sniffing out a delicious smell, pounced in. However, it was stopped by the steel rope net clawing at the ropes while extending its arm towards Xiao and groaning. 4 or 5 more zombies rushed in behind, collectively clawing at the ropes, but unable to break through. Xiao then raised his knife, and with a few swift motions mercilessly decapitated them all. The round heads rolled to Xiao's feet and were casually kicked aside. At this moment, he no longer cared about the cleanliness of the room. After all, he wouldn't be staying for long. After several zombies fell, the subsequent ones rushed in, as they had been blocked by the previous zombies. But soon their fate was the same as the first few zombies, as Xiao, the head-chopping maniac, removed their heads one by one. Quickly, more than a dozen zombies piled at the door were all killed by Xiao. Looking at the bloodstains and heads scattered on the ground, and smelling the unbearable stench of decay, Xiao frowned as he split open each head in search of the crystal cores. This time luck was on his side. He found 2 crystal cores in the heads of 13 zombies. Xiao did not rush to consume the crystal cores, but instead removed the steel ropes and walked out of his house to search for other zombies. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he found 2 zombies which he casually killed, but upon searching he found no crystal. Seeing a slightly ajar door, Xiao cautiously pushed it open and stepped inside. This was his first time searching someone else's home. In the dim light, he saw a scene of utter chaos. The refrigerator was overturned and various shredded clothes and furniture were scattered on the floor. He knew that this family was in grave danger. A low hissing sound came from the bedroom as a zombie rushed out. It was a female zombie wearing nursing clothes with a blackened flesh lump hanging down, hunched over, as it reached for Xiao. Xiao dodged the claw just in time and quickly kicked her down onto the sofa, then thrust his sword into her abdomen and yanked it out violently. Instantly, various internal organs spilled out, exuding a rotting odor. She was not dead, yet groaning at Xiao and struggling to get up. Xiao kicked her head sideways, causing her to collapse on the ground, twitching and motionless. Xiao also broke into a cold sweat. He had been somewhat careless. At this moment, his senses were weak, and he had let his guard down, almost falling prey with his back turned to the side bedroom. Xiao silently engraved this mistake into his mind, then strode into the bedroom and stopped at the doorway. This was a standard warm bedroom of a newlywed couple, featuring a large bed with a happy wedding photo of a man and woman hanging above it. To the left was a wardrobe and a lamp table, while the right side of the floor was covered in a soft carpet with an adorable baby hammock placed on it. However, the ground was covered in bloodstains and several torn pieces of small clothing. A tiny skeleton's foot was hooked on the edge of the hammock, hanging upside down with not a trace of flesh remaining. Its hollow eye sockets gazed at Xiao's feet, as if silently weeping for the heartbreaking scene that had unfolded here. A mother had turned into a zombie and eaten her own small child. Xiao's cold heart trembled. Even though he had seen such scenes countless times in his past life, he was still a human. He closed the door quietly and left this household. In the apocalypse, countless such scenes have happened, and once they turn into zombies, they are no longer human. They are just a group of evil spirits that know only to devour all living beings. Xiao's gaze regained its determination. In this life, his goal is to end this apocalypse or be consumed by it once more. Another 2 days have passed. This is the 3rd day since the rain stopped. In front of Xiao lay 9 cleaned crystal cores, the fruits of his efforts over the past 2 days. He had not only cleared this building, but also the one next to it, killing over 90 zombies to gather these 8. Xiao felt that it should be enough for him to awaken. He swallowed a crystal core and then laid back in the bathtub filled with water. This residence was merely a place for him to endure the 3 days of blood rain. The stored food and water were not much, but it was sufficient for him alone for several months. The water after the apocalypse had been contaminated, as Xiao could only survive on purified water. In the apocalypse, he worried not about food, but about the scarcity of water. As a blood controller, once he awakened his abilities, he could extract water from blood. The heat surged once again as Xiao closed his eyes to accept the changes in his body. This is a strange world, a hell for humanity, yet also a paradise. It is hell because humanity will suffer immensely during the apocalypse. It is paradise because those who survive the harsh winter, like pine trees growing on cliffs, are all new humans. The scorching energy continuously strengthened every part of his body. At first Xiao felt faint from the heat, but as he absorbed crystal after crystal, he gradually adapted to the peculiar energy molding his body. Finally, upon absorbing the seventh crystal, Xiao no longer felt any burning sensation, and a strange feeling spread throughout his mind. It was as if he suddenly lost perception of the outside world, yet he could hear the roaring sound akin to a river. That was the blood flowing within his body. He could even sense the blood cells swirling within, and with a single thought he could control the flow of his blood, making it faster or slower. Though externally he appeared unchanged, his strength had increased significantly, nearly doubling what it was before absorbing the crystals. However, he knew that his blood control ability had finally awakened. Xiao carefully sensed the blood flowing inside him, looking down at his arm. He noticed the veins protruding prominently, looking exceedingly grotesque, as if boiling water flowed within. Xiao picked up a small knife from the side and gently made a cut on his arm. Blood immediately flowed out. Xiao's expression remained calm as he quietly observed his arm, and in the next moment something unbelievable happened. To his astonishment, the blood seemed to possess a life of its own, flowing back into the small cut, while the wound began to darken and scab over at a visible speed. Once Xiao removed the scab, the wound had already reduced to a faint red mark, and after 5 minutes it completely vanished, as if it had never existed. Xiao finally displayed a satisfied expression. This was one of the basic abilities of his blood control power, which he referred to as rapid healing. By controlling his blood, he prevented it from flowing out, and rapidly divided platelets to repair his injuries. Now he had only just awakened this ability, and its effects were still weak. Healing such a small wound took 5 to 6 minutes, but it was already many times faster than the self-healing speed of an ordinary person. This ability did not appear to provide Xiao with significant strength, nor could it enable him to possess the formidable power of those who controlled natural elements. However, this ability was extremely practical for an ordinary person's survival. At the very least, Xiao no longer feared injury, and his physical prowess was already several times that of an average person. As for the other abilities, Xiao had long comprehended them. He only lacked strength. Only when his level rose to that of a second or third tier ability user could he gradually utilize those powers. It's time to set out. Xiao hesitated not at all. Now he had a greater chance of survival than an ordinary person, and with the equipment he need not fear dealing with ordinary zombies. After checking his equipment once more, Xiao left his home without hesitation. This was the 6th day since the apocalypse began. Xiao opened the door to find the hallway outside eerily quiet with no zombies in sight. Gripping a longquan knife in his right hand and holding a riot shield in his left, he cautiously made his way to the first floor. 2 zombies stood dazedly by the door, and upon smelling him, they rushed over frantically. Xiao kicked one several meters away and swiftly decapitated the other. Xiao realized that his strength, speed, and reflexes were remarkably enhanced, akin to a special forces soldier who had been in the field for many years. Upon leaving the apartment building, Xiao saw the scene in the community. In his view, over a dozen zombies were scattered across the flower beds, roads, and bushes, making it seem quite difficult to bypass them. Xiao swiftly unlatched his composite steel crossbow from his back. The zombies were currently dazed and severely rotting, retaining only their keen sense of smell. As long as he avoided their scent range, they would not attack proactively. Using silent melee weapons was the best method. Xiao loaded a bolt and aimed at one zombie's head, releasing the bolt with a whoosh. With a thud, the bolt pierced through the zombie's head, causing it to convulse and fall to the ground. The other zombies merely glanced around unconsciously, without significant reaction. Xiao repeated the process, and soon the sound of whoosh whoosh echoed as one zombie after another fell. After awakening his abilities, not only was Xiao's physical strength enhanced, but his vision and senses had improved significantly, allowing him to accurately headshot zombies from 50 meters away. Soon, all the zombies visible outside were killed by him. Xiao immediately bypassed the pool of brain matter on the ground and headed towards the parking lot. He needed to drive to the city. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground parking lot, a strong, nauseating stench of blood and decay hit him, reminiscent of the foul smell of dead dogs and cats discarded in a summer gutter. Xiao cautiously entered and immediately saw the scene inside the parking lot. Cars were haphazardly parked everywhere, and numerous bones lay scattered on the ground. There were at least 30 zombies wandering throughout this parking area. Xiao quickly pieced together the events in his mind. After the zombie outbreak, the community was thrown into chaos as many people attempted to escape in their cars, realizing that these zombies were violently attacking people. Due to the crowd fleeing towards the parking lot, a large number of zombies were attracted. Some people managed to escape, while others were bitten to death before they could even get into their vehicles. Xiao felt a heavy weight in his heart. Facing over 30 zombies in an open parking lot with no cover, he had no way to deal with them. Just as he was about to leave quietly, he suddenly heard a scream. "Big brother, don't go, help me." A piercing female voice rang out behind him. Xiao turned his head and noticed a car surrounded by numerous others. A young woman was peering out of the window looking at him with pleading eyes. The woman's commotion immediately stirred a hornet's nest. Dozens of wandering zombies rushed towards her, emitting low growls. The woman hurriedly rolled up the car window in a panic. The zombies surrounding the outermost cars continued to scratch at them with their claws, creating a series of piercing sounds. Why is there still a person here? Xiao originally intended to ignore her and leave, as he was never one to meddle in others' affairs. However, recalling the feeling of gazing at prosperous cities alone in his past life, he turned his gaze back to the woman. She was huddled in the back seat screaming, while the closest zombie stood at the only unblocked rear trunk, relentlessly pounding on the car window. Sigh. Xiao unloaded the steel crossbow on his back and shouted to the woman from a distance, "They'll draw them away. You drive my car to the community entrance and wait for me." His voice echoed throughout the empty underground parking lot. Xiao forcefully threw the car keys, hitting the woman's car window. The numerous zombies were immediately attracted to Xiao, rushing towards him with outstretched claws. Xiao paid no attention to whether the woman heard him and turned to leave. More than 30 zombies followed closely behind, charging out of the underground parking lot. Xiao looked for cover and spotted a 2-meter-high rock formation in the distance, sprinting towards it and scaling it in a few moments. A large group of zombies quickly surrounded the rock formation, their rotting eyes fixed on Xiao as their claws frantically clawed at the rocks, drawing their own blood. "Dead men should not howl, it's time to rest," Xiao murmured as he raised the crossbow and began shooting one by one, exploding their heads. At that moment, a jeep burst from the underground parking lot with a roaring engine. The woman glanced at Xiao through the window and then dashed towards the community entrance, without hesitation disappearing from his sight. Xiao's expression turned cold as he looked down at a zombie that had thrown its head back, howling while spewing yellow fluid. A bolt shot through its forehead, exploding its skull. Military boots trampled on a ground soaked with blood and rotting flesh, yet Xiao felt a flicker. He somewhat regretted giving the car keys to that woman. She could have easily escaped. Although it wouldn't have a significant impact on Xiao, he could simply find another vehicle. The feeling of being deceived was unpleasant, especially for someone known for their shrewdness like the Blood Emperor. As Xiao hesitated, he suddenly saw the woman appear at the entrance, waving and shouting, "Over here." The heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. Xiao rushed to her side and whispered urgently, "Keep your voice down. We'll attract the zombies." The woman hurriedly closed her mouth, looking at Xiao with an innocent expression. "Let's go, we can talk in the car." As they passed by the security booth, a thudding sound echoed. Inside, 2 security guards turned into zombies, viciously attacked Xiao and the woman through the glass, but unfortunately, it was useless. Xiao ignored them and glanced at the situation outside, his expression becoming complex. On the road outside the community, many vehicles were stuck in the middle with countless overturned cars. The ground was littered with the bones of people who had been devoured, but at least the area was relatively clear. Xiao could see a few zombies wandering in the distance, and the sidewalk was not blocked, allowing for passage. After the two got into the car, Xiao finally had the chance to scrutinize the woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a sexy long dress with a good figure, and looks leaning towards the cute type, though her face had a bit of baby fat. However, her hair was a mess, and there was a strong odor of feces and urine about her, which made it hard for Xiao to appreciate her beauty. He had no idea how long she had been in the car. "What's your name?" Xiao asked coldly. "My name is Xiao, big brother. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how much longer I could have held on." "Woo." Xiao looked at Xiao with gratitude. Perhaps the suppressed emotions had finally been released, and she burst into tears. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how much longer I could hold on." Xiao couldn't stand it when he saw the girl crying, and said coldly, "Stop crying. What good does crying do?" Xiao said, "While I saved you, I have my own destination to reach. Think about where you want to go, and we'll part ways at that point." Xiao had no intention of carrying a burden. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Xiao looked at Xiao's cold face with some trepidation, feeling lost. "I don't know. I came back very late that day. As soon as I parked my car in the community, I heard chaos outside and many people rushed into the underground parking lot. I didn't dare to go out and stayed in the car, and I saw some horrifying people grabbing and biting others. They were all eaten." Woo. Xiao recalled the scene from that night, her eyes wide open, her face filled with fear as she shrank into the passenger seat. Xiao, 24, was an employee at a marketing company. Her family was well off, and they bought her a car for commuting after she graduated. She returned around 11 that night during the rain of blood, only to encounter such a situation. She wanted to escape, but was blocked by other cars trying to flee and couldn't move. Surrounded by zombies, she had been trapped in the car for nearly 5 days. She survived mainly due to her habit of keeping snacks in the car, but she didn't dare to get out. She had to handle eating and relieving herself in a suitcase in the car's trunk, which was why she now smelled awful. Xiao remained silent and started the car driving forward. Xiao grabbed Xiao's arm, pleading, "Please don't leave me behind. Wherever you go, I'll go with you." I'll do anything, you just don't leave me. I don't want to be eaten by those disgusting things. Xiao frowned. He hated carrying a burden, but having saved her, he couldn't bear to leave her behind. After thinking for a moment, he said, you can follow me, but you must abide by these 3 rules. Otherwise you can get out of the car. Xiao said in a cold tone. Jiao hesitated, wondering if Xiao would force her to do those things. Rule 1, do whatever I say without throwing a tantrum. Rule 2, do not leave my side without my permission, otherwise don't expect me to save you a second time. Rule 3, I haven't thought of it yet. Jiao hesitated, and said, you won't force me to do those things, right? Xiao glanced at her, and smiled faintly. Then you better take care of yourself. Jiao pouted, and said, I agree. Then she asked Xiao for his name. He just said his surname was Su, and ignored her. Oh. A group of zombies suddenly emerged from nowhere, rapidly chasing after Xiao's vehicle. There were at least 20 of them. Ahead, several zombies with torn clothes and decaying bodies rushed towards Xiao. Moreover, a few small cars blocked the road, leaving them besieged. Big brother, there are zombies. Run. Jiao panicked again. After being trapped for several days, she had developed a profound fear of zombies, even dreaming of the screams of those ghastly creatures. Xiao, however, smiled wickedly. He slammed the accelerator of the Mustang to the floor, and with a deafening roar the entire vehicle surged forward, crashing straight into the zombies in front. Bang! A few zombies were sent flying like kites with severed strings after being hit by Xiao, leaving a splatter of blood on the windshield, which made Jiao scream in shock. What astonished Jiao even more was what happened next. The car showed no signs of slowing down, instead it sped up. As they approached the vehicles ahead, the entire car jolted, and Jiao was thrown hard against the driver's seat. Through the front view, she could see the whole car lifting its front wheels and driving over the tops of the vehicles ahead. After a few seconds of violent bumps, the car landed back on the road and continued driving. Jiao stared at the smooth road again, completely dumbfounded. What kind of driving skill was that? Jumping the car over hills. Did driving schools teach this? Xiao felt elated. Driving in the apocalypse was exhilarating. He could drive however he wanted. In his past life, he had driven extensively to evade zombies, and over time his driving skills had reached a remarkably proficient level. This maneuver was nothing but child's play. However, after just 6 kilometers they could no longer proceed. Xiao looked at the large truck blocking the sidewalk ahead, and sighed, opening the car door. Get out, we'll walk. Jiao obediently followed Xiao out of the car. She only carried a small shoulder bag and nothing else, while Xiao, fully armed, looked even stranger with a large backpack bulging and various odd weapons sticking out from everywhere. Xiao secured his backpack and casually surveyed the surroundings with his long quan knife. Not spotting any signs of zombies, he strode forward. He had traversed the route through Yunhai City countless times in his past life, already familiar with it, especially since the First People's Hospital was such a prominent landmark. Jiao followed behind Xiao like a little shadow, nervously watching the surroundings. Walking was far different from being in a car. Xiao had to be prepared for battle at any moment. With a floating population of 1.7 million in Yunhai City during the Blood Rain, at least 1/10 had transformed into zombies. It was the same in his past life. The hospital was in the city center, the most zombie-congested area. Xiao knew very well that the journey ahead would not be easy. Even though he had awakened his abilities, it only provided him with a slightly better chance of survival than ordinary people. Every action still required utmost caution. Soon wandering zombies appeared ahead. Xiao did not rush forward, but instead loaded his blood-stained crossbow and aimed from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With several sharp sounds cutting through the air, 4 zombies were hit in the head by Xiao and fell to the ground convulsing. Jiao beside him was filled with wonder. So amazing. Are you a special forces soldier? You look so professional with all that gear. Listening to the woman's chatter beside him, Xiao felt somewhat annoyed and coldly said, no, your task now is to shut up and follow me. Jiao let out a somewhat dejected, oh, and dared not speak again. After Xiao dealt with the remaining zombies, he walked over, casually tore a piece of rag from a corpse, wiped the crossbow bolt he had retrieved, and placed it back into the quiver at his waist. Jiao, collect the other crossbow bolts for me. Xiao said as he wiped the bolt in his hand, glancing at the pale-faced woman beside him who was looking at the rotting corpse. Huh. Jiao shivered. She felt so nauseous she was about to vomit. As a girl born in the peaceful era, she had never witnessed such a bloody and terrifying scene. The only reason she was able to hold back her nausea was that during those torturous days in the car, she had developed a slight psychological immunity to these zombies. However, seeing them eat humans was one thing, asking her to touch them and pull the crossbow bolts out of their rotting skulls was another. She stood there trembling in fear. Xiao sneered. With such little courage, do you still think you can survive? Do you know that the entire city is filled with zombies? Who knows, one day you and I may be eaten by them. If you can't keep up, just leave on your own. My team doesn't need. The coldness and strong aura Xiao displayed at this moment revealed his true nature. In the apocalypse, weakness is a sin and death is not worth lamenting. Xiao was already making an effort to care for ordinary people's emotions in this life. He knew they were fragile after experiencing the beginning of the apocalypse. However, knowing one is weak and not seeking to change, wanting to rely on Xiao, while refusing to face the reality that this world has turned into hell, might as well be better off dead to avoid enduring the even more brutal and prolonged suffering of the increasing number of zombies and the complete collapse of the world. It seemed that Xiao's coldness frightened Xiao, and she finally understood her predicament. When disaster strikes, no one will talk to her about feelings or morals. If she cannot do anything for Xiao on the upcoming journey, this man will surely abandon her. Leaving Xiao, her fate goes without saying. Driven by the desire to survive despite tears welling in her eyes, Xiao silently squatted down, enduring the stench as she reached into the disgusting head of the zombie, grasping the exposed segment of the crossbow bolt, and slowly pulled it out. Her hands were covered in black, foul-smelling blood, making her feel like she was about to faint, but her inherent stubbornness kept her going. Finally, she pulled out a crossbow bolt, sitting on the ground, exhausted, gasping for breath, and pretending to vomit onto the ground. Unfortunately, her stomach was empty, as she had finished all the food the night before and had not eaten anything for a day. At this moment, she was only bringing up some bile. Xiao stood there quietly observing everything from above. Once Xiao collected all the crossbow bolts, he handed her 2 bottles of water. Xiao immediately showed a grateful expression, hurriedly washing her hands with 1 bottle of water before drinking the remaining one. In that moment, she was clearly more appreciative of Xiao than before. Xiao said nothing further and continued onward. As they walked, Xiao's stomach made loud growling noises. She looked at Xiao somewhat embarrassed. "Take this." Xiao casually pulled out 2 bags of bread and handed her a chicken leg. "Thank you." Xiao began devouring it as she walked. Bread was something she usually did not eat. Moreover, Xiao had bought coarse grain bread that was meant to stave off hunger, tasting more like a sweet cake, which was far inferior to ordinary bread. However, Xiao enjoyed it immensely, as if she had never tasted anything so delicious. Looking at the surrounding corpses again, although she was still uncomfortable, she could manage to keep something down now. 2 hours later, Xiao finally saw the high-rise buildings in the distance. The number of zombies here was evidently much greater. Occasionally, they could see groups of zombies wandering in the distance. Xiao had no choice but to take her on a detour. Passing by a high-end residential area, someone suddenly shouted at them, "Hey, don't go, help me." A young man stood on the balcony calling out to Xiao. His shout seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and immediately dozens of wandering zombies rushed toward the residential building from the noise. The frightened residents quickly shrank back into their homes. Only the young man continued to look at Xiao, waiting for his response. Xiao, however, looked at him from a distance and said coldly, "I have no obligation to help you. As a man, you should come out on your own." After saying that, Xiao swiftly swung his dragon spring knife, decapitating a rushing zombie and kicking it aside. He then quickly passed through the entrance of the residential area, leaving the man standing by the window in a daze. Though he had already gotten used to this man's violent methods over the past 2 hours, seeing him expressionlessly decapitate 4 zombies, one of which fell at his feet, still shocked Xiao. This Sudagu was simply not a normal person, especially with that mindset, calm and indifferent, as if he were a robot. Those zombies had once been humans, yet Xiao killed them without a flicker of his brow, and his killing technique was swift and efficient without the slightest hesitation. It felt less like he was dealing with zombies, and more like he was squashing bugs. Xiao did not know what Xiao was thinking, as she simply followed closely behind him, occasionally helping to pick up crossbow bolts, which had already become second nature to her. The two finally caught sight of the hospital sign in the distance, but it was still 2 kilometers away. Upon seeing the most bustling commercial streets in the city center in the distance, the sight of the densely packed rotting zombies swaying on the street made both of them shudder just from a glance. 500, 800, or 1,000. With Xiao's current strength, going there would be like delivering food. Xiao was even more terrified, her face ashen, and her whole body shook like chaff. "Don't dawdle, let's go around." Commercial streets were always crowded, so it was no surprise to see so many zombies. Xiao chose to take a detour of an extra kilometer. Although the number of zombies still far exceeded the situation when they arrived, at least they were no longer clustered in the hundreds or thousands. Xiao and the others were cautious. Encountering a few zombies, Xiao could easily deal with them barehanded, and they managed to navigate through most of the route without incident. Just as they were passing a pet store, Xiao suddenly trembled. He looked sharply into the pet store. His ability was blood control, and after awakening, he naturally became extremely sensitive to living beings with blood with a range of about 10 meters. He suddenly sensed over 20 sources of blood energy coming from the pet store. At the moment he felt the blood energy, he also sensed that the energy was rapidly intensifying, seemingly approaching them at high speed. "Run!" Without hesitation, Xiao's heart raced, grabbing Xiao and starting to run wildly. Boom! 3 or 4 large black dogs suddenly slammed into the glass, barking at Xiao from behind the glass. Their fur came in various colors, golden retrievers, Labradors. But each one was quite large, banging against the security glass with a loud noise, their paws particularly big with a few eyes shining with eerie red light. Xiao immediately thought of 3 words: mutated beasts. These were creatures that had not been infected by the virus and had instead evolved, equivalent to supernatural beings among humans. And Xiao could sense their blood energy, which indicated they had not been infected by the zombie virus. Instead, they were more likely to have become mutated beasts. Xiao felt a surge of excitement. In his past life, mutated beasts were his favorite food. Their blood contained powerful energy that could help Xiao evolve quickly, and their meat was also delicious, enhancing the physique of ordinary people and increasing the likelihood of adapting to the zombie virus, leading to quicker awakening of supernatural abilities. Xiao secretly noted down the location, planning to return when he had the chance. In the distance, the entrance of the hospital came into view, but Xiao stopped in his tracks because the hospital's door was tightly shut, and outside more than 200 zombies were gathered. How do we get in? Xiao was in a dilemma. Xiao, trembling with fear, said, "Brother Su, do we really have to go in now? With so many zombies?" She was wearing a thin black dress drenched in sweat, and her expression, while speaking to Xiao, appeared pitiful. Having walked 4 kilometers to the city center, she had to evade zombies while closely following Xiao, terrified of being caught. She was already exhausted, but dared not mention it in front of him. "We definitely have to go in. Stick close to me." Xiao showed no pity, especially in such an unsafe environment outside. After observing for a while, he decided to climb over the wall. Zombies couldn't scale walls, but he could. As long as he didn't foolishly walk through the front door, there was no place he couldn't go. Xiao moved along the hospital wall. There were far fewer zombies here. He walked along a 3-meter-high iron fence with Xiao trailing behind him, her eyes darting around. Suddenly, a zombie stretched out its arm from a nearby ornamental tree, waving at Xiao as she off. Xiao screamed, startled, and hurriedly stepping back. Xiao's eyes changed, and with a swift stroke, he dealt with that zombie. It was just a middle-aged zombie, seemingly missing its legs, crawling along the flower bed. However, because of Xiao's scream, Xiao immediately spotted through the gap in the fence that a small group of zombies was separating from the pile blocking the door and was heading towards them. Damn it! Looking at Xiao, who had the sense to keep quiet, Xiao leaped up, gripping the railing effortlessly, swinging one leg over, then reaching out to Xiao, saying, "Move quickly." Xiao hurriedly grasped Xiao's hand, using her legs to push against the wall to climb up. Roar! 3 zombies, catching the scent of humans, quickly approached at a fast run. Xiao, filled with fear, wanted to scream, but saw Xiao's darkened face and instantly choked her voice in her throat. With a strong pull, Xiao nearly lifted her into his arms. One of her pale legs was still dangling over the railing, and the 2 approaching zombies excitedly reached up with their claws, coming within 20 centimeters of her toes. Xiao quickly retracted her leg. Xiao jumped down the wall first and caught her as she descended. Remember, zombies are very sensitive to sound. They are like dogs. In the future, no matter what danger you encounter, keeping quiet is your first priority. Xiao calmly advised her, without angrily scolding her for disrupting his rhythm. "I won't do it again next time." Xiao nodded repeatedly like a child who had done something wrong, her face looking pitiful. Xiao began to assess the situation inside the hospital. There were zombies inside the hospital as well, but not as many as at the entrance, only about 40 or so, and many of them were dressed in white coats, some as nurses and doctors, and others appeared to be cleaners. "Brother Su, it seems the main entrance of the hospital is sealed." Xiao scanned around and suddenly pointed at the tightly shut hospital door in the distance. Xiao's eyes flickered as he said, "That means there are still many people alive inside the hospital. However, if we can't deal with those zombies, we won't be able to get in." After thinking for a moment, Xiao still felt it would be easier to enter the hospital after handling these zombies. "You find a place to hide." Xiao obediently nodded, but couldn't help but express her concern. "Then, brother, be careful." Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. He was only 21, actually younger than Xiao. Xiao's gaze shifted as he searched for a high point. He didn't dare to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. If he got scratched, it would be disastrous. Although he was wearing a bulletproof suit with metal plates inside, what if he got overwhelmed by a group? Xiao was not willing to take that risk. He carried 6 weapons: a long quan knife, 2 trident daggers, a small fire axe, a composite crossbow. Xiao's tactic was simple: find a narrow space and eliminate multiple targets. After observing for a while, he chose an ambulance parked to the side. Suddenly, Xiao accelerated towards it. In an instant, the wandering zombies were attracted to him and began to surge forward. In the distance, Xiao watched nervously. Hiss! One by one, the zombies rushed towards Xiao, but his strength and speed had improved significantly. This was his first time running at full speed. Like the wind, in less than 5 seconds, Xiao reached the ambulance 20 meters away, leaping onto the hood and then climbing onto the roof. At this moment, dozens of zombies had just gathered under the vehicle, starting to pound on the ambulance. Without hesitation, Xiao raised the crossbow and began shooting. At such a close distance, one by one the zombies' heads were pierced, and they fell down. Soon Xiao had killed over 20 zombies. But just then, unexpectedly, a small-sized zombie with all fours on the ground suddenly leaped onto the vehicle and swiftly crawled towards the roof like a human lizard. Xiao exclaimed, "Speed-type zombie." The evolution of zombies has ultimately led them to evolve in various directions, just like humans. They may not possess as many peculiar abilities as human superpowers, but they have differentiated into several special types. The speed-type zombie is one of them. Their speed is 2 to 3 times that of regular zombies, and at this initial stage of evolution, they match the running speed of normal people. But their weaknesses were also apparent. Xiao relied on his powerful reflexes to quickly turn around and kick the zombie that lunged at him, sending it tumbling back. This zombie was quite fragile. With just one kick, it rolled a few times on the ground, and one of its legs was clearly broken. Clinging to the car door, it could no longer climb up, and was taken out by Xiao with a crossbow. However, Xiao felt a heavy weight in his heart. Had the speed-type zombies already appeared? How far behind could other types of zombies be? 2 minutes later, all the zombies that had rushed over were killed by Xiao. He jumped off the vehicle, began to retrieve the crossbow bolts, while also checking if they had any crystals in their heads. These were crucial resources for his continued strength. After collecting 4 more crystals, Xiao waved at Xiao, who was huddled in the corner. Only then did they head towards the hospital entrance. Xiao looked at the tightly shut door and knocked hard, shouting, "Is anyone inside? Open the door." Meanwhile, on the second floor of the hospital, a middle-aged man with pockmarked skin holding a metal basin and gnawing on a piece of meat suddenly raised his head. He frowned at the 2 subordinates struggling with the patients on the bed and lowly shouted, "Did you hear any noise?" The 2 smooth-skinned subordinates immediately stopped their movements, puzzled, and asked, "What noise?" Bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking on the door came again. The man with the pockmarked face immediately stood up, frowning, and said, "Let's go check it out. Right now." The 2 subordinates scrambled to their feet, revealing a figure on the bed that seemed to be a woman, also naked, with her hands and feet tied, her face buried in the blankets, motionless. Xiao had been waiting for a long time without seeing anyone. Just as he was about to use his tools to enter the building, footsteps echoed from the hospital lobby. A crowd of people suddenly appeared in the lobby. They exchanged glances and hurried to the entrance. Xiao observed that there were at least 14 men, seemingly divided into 2 groups. 6 of them had dark skin and wore various outfits. Some were in work clothes typical of construction sites, while others donned suits and ties. On the other side, the 8 men appeared more like ordinary people, with only one wearing an expensive suit, accompanied by 2 bodyguard-like figures who stood out even more. These are 2 factions. Xiao realized immediately. With the hospital being trapped, many people must be stuck inside, and it seemed that these trapped individuals had formed 2 distinct groups. However, he astutely noticed a detail. None of these individuals resembled medical staff. "Boss, it seems there are no zombies outside," someone whispered to the man with a pockmarked face. The pockmarked man exchanged glances with the suit-wearing man, who remained expressionless as he approached with his subordinates. "Who are you? Are you part of the rescue team?" The pockmarked man looked at Xiao, who was dressed in professional combat gear, and asked with uncertainty through the glass. "No, I'm just a survivor looking for someone. I have a friend here," Xiao replied. "Did you deal with the zombies outside?" The pockmarked man seemed skeptical. "Really?" Xiao confidently admitted, and those inside exchanged looks, all showing a hint of shock. "How is that possible? There were dozens of zombies outside. The more than 10 people who ran out a couple of days ago were all eaten by zombies. How could he have killed so many alone?" Several of them clearly found it hard to believe. Yet the zombies in the courtyard had indeed been eliminated, proving that this young man was not to be trifled with. The pockmarked man immediately exclaimed, "Open the door quickly. With someone so powerful here, we need not fear zombies anymore." 2 of his subordinates hurried to open the main door. "Hello, young brother, my name is Wang Chong." The pockmarked man smiled. The suit-wearing man looked at Xiao with bright eyes and said, "Friend, with such skills, are you a special forces soldier from the National Army?" "No, I'm just an ordinary person." Xiao asked, "Why have you all been staying here without making a move?" The suit-wearing man awkwardly smiled. "It's embarrassing to say, but there are too many zombies outside. A few of us tried a few times and lost some people, so no one dared to act recklessly anymore. We're just waiting for the army's rescue." Xiao was astonished. "Did you receive news from the army?" "Yes, the hospital has radio communication. The troops in Yunhai City are trying to find a way to rescue us. The entire nation and even the world is paralyzed. I don't know how many people have turned into living dead. Who knows when they will arrive?" Xiao nodded, indicating his understanding. "The army encounters resistance far greater than ordinary people. They gather together and must consider all survivors along the way, inevitably battling hordes of zombies numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, which slows them down considerably. Just as he prepared to enter, the pockmarked man suddenly said, "Hey, young brother, we have a rule here, no weapons allowed in the hospital to prevent accidental harm. I see you have a lot of bags, why not leave them with me for now?" Xiao stared in surprise at the pockmarked man, whose face was extremely serious, as if he were considering the safety of all survivors. Xiao smiled and said, "But from what I can see, it seems like you all are carrying weapons." After speaking, he swiftly kicked a man beside him, knocking a long fruit knife that had been hidden in the man's sleeve to the ground. The man gasped, and the atmosphere immediately froze. The three other men immediately revealed fierce expressions, ready to act, but the pockmarked man shouted, "Calm down." His facial muscles twitched as he looked at Xiao and said, "This territory belongs to both our factions. If you want to enter, I have no objections, but let's keep our distance. You look for your people, and once you find them, leave immediately. How does that sound?" The two factions quickly transformed from friendly acquaintances to cold wolves, and even the suit-wearing man stared intently at Xiao, clearly unsettled by this unstable factor. Xiao also put away his smile, his expression turning cold as he said, "I don't have the energy to deal with your issues, I just want to find someone and leave." After saying that, he strode directly into the hospital. Xiao, trembling with fear, hurriedly followed Xiao through the encirclement of the two factions, leaving the pockmarked man glaring angrily at his back. "What do you think? Should we keep this kid?" The pockmarked man asked the suit-wearing man, seeking an answer. He clearly felt displeased with Xiao's dismissive gaze. However, considering that the zombies in the courtyard might have been killed by him, and fearing that he might be quite powerful, he was inclined to team up with the suit-wearing man. Unexpectedly, the suit-wearing man disdainfully and even disgustedly replied, "If you're not happy, just go kill him yourself. I'm leaving." The suit-wearing man quickly left with several men. "Damn it, a bunch of cowards." The pockmarked man cursed, his face dark as he departed. "Sugu, those old men just now were so sinister and terrifying." Xiao exclaimed, following Xiao's pace, a bit frightened. Xiao merely smiled contemptuously, saying, "Just a bunch of pitiful and sad frogs at the bottom of a well." Xiao looked at Xiao's still cold demeanor with deep admiration. A sense of awe surged in her heart. This man remained calm like a rock, no matter the situation. The hospital corridor was filled with the scent of death, with blood stains and scattered medicines everywhere, but Xiao did not see any zombie corpses, suggesting they had been cleared by that group. Yet the foul smell lingered inexplicably. Soon as Xiao walked, he felt a gaze periodically landing on the door of a patient room. Most of these rooms had their doors tightly shut, as if someone were inside. Xiao briefly ignored everything else and finally found the familiar patient room after a few minutes. He felt a bit anxious about how Tang Ying was doing. The door to the patient room was shut from the inside. Xiao knocked and called out, "Is anyone there?" After a few seconds, a cold female voice replied, "There's no food left. If you force your way in, I'll trade my..." Xiao was stunned upon hearing Tang Ying's familiar, yet resentful voice. He knew that during the time Tang Ying and her mother were trapped in the hospital in his previous life, she had lived in great oppression and fear, but he never expected such a drastic change. He could feel her cold and ruthless demeanor through her voice. If he were to break in, she would truly resort to extreme measures. It seemed that the hospital was far from peaceful. Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "Tang Ying, it's Xiao. Do you remember me?" Silence fell inside. "How did you end up here?" she asked in surprise, her voice now very close to Xiao, making him feel as if she was right next to the doorknob. "If I said I happened to pass by and came to rescue you, would you believe me?" Another silence followed. The door slowly opened a crack, revealing half of her face. Xiao was taken aback. Tang Ying was such a beautiful girl, who just a few days ago, she had been so spirited. Now, however, she looked disheveled, her complexion pale, and her eyes filled with the wariness and coldness of a frightened beast. Upon seeing Xiao, Tang Ying's dull eyes flickered with a hint of light. "It's you?" Xiao asked. "Do you know everything happening outside?" Tang Ying shook her head, saying, "Not very clearly. The outside is already overrun with zombies. We can't stay here for long. Are you willing to come with me?" Tang Ying's gaze flickered, yet she shook her head, saying, "No need, I won't go." Xiao immediately realized something, staring intently in the direction behind her, his voice solemn. "How is your mother?" As soon as Xiao finished speaking, Tang Ying fixed her gaze on him, and her eyes grew red. "Let me go in and take a look," Xiao hurriedly replied. His original plan was to leave with Tang Ying and her mother. Although it would be somewhat troublesome, bringing her mother along was the best choice to ensure Tang Ying's complete trust in him. Tang Ying slowly opened the door, not knowing why she trusted Xiao so much, perhaps because he was the one who had offered her help when her mother was in the greatest danger. Xiao strode into the room. The room remained clean and tidy, but Tang Ying's mother lay slumped on one side of the bed, her eyes tightly closed. Xiao's heart trembled as he approached to check her breath, only to find it barely there. Tang Ying suddenly grasped Xiao's hand, tightly looking at him with pleading eyes. "Can you save her? I beg you." Xiao understood that Tang Ying was desperate. Losing her mother might mean she would lose the will to live. Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Are there no doctors left in the hospital? There are, but they have all been locked up. I don't know. Tang Ying seemed to suddenly have hope, staring intently at Su Xiao and saying, "It seems they have all been taken away." Taken away, eh? Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Given the current situation, he could only find a doctor to check on Tang Ying's mother. He didn't understand medicine. "Wait here for me. I will go take a look." Su Xiao pretended to head out. "I will go with you." At this moment Tang Ying gradually regained some rationality and said firmly. Su Xiao remained noncommittal. After Tang Ying closed the ward door, she noticed Yu Jiao behind Su Xiao. The two women exchanged glances, but said nothing. Su Xiao began searching room by room, knowing that if there were any survivors they might be hiding in various corners of a. Seeing someone inside close the door, he kicked it open. Off. Two nurses huddled in the corner trembling in fear shouted, "Don't kill us." Su Xiao's eyes lit up. "Do you know medicine?" One nurse quietly replied. "No, we only know how to bandage simple wounds. We usually assist doctors in clinical work." Su Xiao felt somewhat disappointed, but still said, "That's fine, you don't need to be afraid, I won't harm you. I just need you to assist in treating a patient. Wait for me outside room XX. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he turned to leave, noticing the two nurses' pale faces. After considering it, he took out several large sausages and 2 bottles of water from his backpack and tossed them over. Seeing the food, Tang Ying's eyes brightened slightly, and she instinctively swallowed. Su Xiao then handed her 2 large drumsticks, gently saying, "Eat something first." He suddenly remembered that Tang Ying must have been hungry for a long time, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tang Ying said nothing, took the food, and began to eat silently. Su Xiao led them to search other wards room by room. But the only ones they found were refugees hiding in the wards, and not a single doctor. As Su Xiao wondered where all the doctors had gone, a refugee cautiously said, "All the doctors were taken away by the workers." "Workers?" Su Xiao stared at him. "What kind of workers?" 3 or 4 people, one of them has a face full of pockmarks. Su Xiao immediately thought of the group that had greeted him earlier, his expression darkening. "What are they taking the doctors for?" "I don't know. All the doctors in our emergency room were taken away by them. Some turned into monsters, and were—" Su Xiao, upon hearing this, no longer lingered, grabbing the timid middle-aged woman and saying, "Lead the way." Soon Su Xiao arrived at the place where the pockmarked face and his group were staying, the principal's office. 2 men stood at the doorboard smoking. Upon seeing Su Xiao, they immediately became alert. "What do you want? Where is the pockmarked face?" Su Xiao spoke with an unfriendly tone. The pockmarked man walked out from inside, looking at Su Xiao with an unpleasant expression, but slowly breaking into a simple smile. "Little brother, is there something I can help you with?" Su Xiao asked. "Where have all the doctors gone?" The pockmarked man shook his head and said, "Sai, they are all dead. They turned into zombies, and we had to kill them." His words were filled with regret and melancholy. At that moment the woman exclaimed, "He's lying. He took our attending physician away. I even saw him cut off his arm with a knife. This bastard isn't human, he even eats human flesh." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's expression changed dramatically. The pockmarked man's face turned fierce, cursing, "Damn it, you're looking for death." He lunged toward the woman, but Su Xiao stood in front of her holding a longquan knife in his right hand, coldly stating, "What? You want to kill someone?" The pockmarked man no longer pretended. He shouted loudly, "Kill this pretentious brat." The 2 men beside him immediately grabbed a fire axe leaning against the door and swung it at Su Xiao. Be careful." Yu Jiao and Tang Ying both exclaimed. Su Xiao, however, charged forward, delivering a swift kick to the pockmarked man, sending him flying. He then blocked the fire axe with his long knife, slicing off the left arm of the little brother. Off. The man let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, falling to the ground in retreat. The remaining little brother was so frightened that he could barely hold the fire axe. Su Xiao kicked him in the head, causing him to collapse in agony, the axe falling on himself. Everyone was shocked. In less than 5 seconds, all 3 of them were lying down. "Boss, who's here?" At this moment a man hurriedly emerged from the principal's office, still adjusting his belt, and he looked dumbfounded at the fallen pockmarked man and the others. Seeing Su Xiao looking coldly at him holding a sharp long knife, he was instantly scared to the ground, covering his head and saying nothing. The 3 women trembled at this bloody scene. Yu Jiao was better, having become accustomed to Su Xiao's style along the way, while Tang Ying and the older woman were somewhat shocked. Su Xiao's performance was simply too ruthless. Su Xiao walked past the man with the severed arm and approached the pockmarked man. The pockmarked man trembled, no longer exuding the earlier fierceness, and with a cold sweat he forced a smile, while getting up. "What do you want me to do? Just say it. Don't kill me." Su Xiao said flatly. "Are there any doctors still alive?" "Yes. I'll take you there right now." The pockmarked man became obedient and hurriedly led the way. Su Xiao entered the principal's office, seeing the tragic scene. Inside, a naked woman was tied to the bed, her expression blank. Yu Jiao and the other women exclaimed, rushing forward to untie her. Su Xiao merely glanced at her and lowered his gaze. As he entered the inner room, he saw 3 doctors bound like rice dumplings huddled in the corner, covered in blood. Su Xiao glared at the pockmarked man and shouted, "What's going on?" The pockmarked man dared not speak, remaining silent. Xiao stepped forward to untie the three doctors. Thank you. The three doctors included two male doctors and one elderly, unattractive female doctor. But their gazes toward the pockmarked man were filled with hatred. You monster! The two male doctors teamed up to tackle the pockmarked man to the ground, furiously pulling his hair and kicking him. Xiao was initially surprised, then turned to the female doctor beside him and asked, "What's going on?" The female doctor, unable to contain her anger, replied, "This bastard, he eats people." Xiao was utterly shocked. If cannibalism were to occur months after the apocalypse began, he wouldn't feel much about it. However, this was the very onset of the apocalypse. Resources were still relatively plentiful. As long as one wasn't at their last gasp, there shouldn't be any need for cannibalism. Seeing the two doctors' fierce demeanor as they seemed ready to beat the scruffy-faced man to death, he spoke up. "Could you two tell me what's going on with the cannibalism?" The two doctors, seemingly exhausted from their struggle, spat angrily at the bloodied face of the scruffy man. He tortured Dr. Li to death, and Dr. Wong had his thigh cut off and eaten by him. As they spoke, both men began to cry bitterly. It turned out that the scruffy man and his group were workers from a construction site near the hospital. His wife had cancer, and when they lacked money for treatment, the hospital refused to help. The scruffy man pleaded with Dr. Wong, but the doctor also expressed helplessness, stating it was the hospital's policy. Without money, free treatment was impossible. As a result, his wife was sent home and died within 2 months. The scruffy man harbored deep resentment. When the bloodshed erupted, he had just injured himself on the construction site, and 3 co-workers were with him to bandage his wound. They witnessed numerous doctors and patients turn into heartless zombies, which terrified them, causing them to hide. However, 3 days passed without rescue, and with no food supplies, they turned desperate and began to threaten other survivors for their food. When he saw Dr. Wong, his rage exploded. Joining forces with a few others, they tied up Dr. Wong using knives to vent their frustrations. After the doctor died, they gruesomely cut off his thigh and ate it raw. This act instantly terrified all the survivors. He fully unleashed the demon within, feeling that rescue would not come. He wanted to be the boss here. He began to beat the survivors to establish dominance, robbing them of their food supplies, and even dragging a female doctor away to vent his frustrations. There were more than 20 survivors, and although some doctors tried to resist, they were no match for a few burly men accustomed to construction work and armed with weapons. 3 who were beaten had their limbs broken and were tossed out to feed the zombies. 2 doctors were tied up and thrown aside as they thought it prudent to keep them alive in case someone fell ill, not knowing how long they would have to stay there. The 2 doctors pitifully endured, having listened to the scruffy man's gang repeatedly humiliate the beautiful married female doctor over the past few days, feeling a mix of anger and despair. Xiao's face remained calm, but inside, he was filled with rage. The apocalypse was indeed chaotic. It was only natural for survivors to do whatever it took to stay alive. However, Xiao loathed those who, without any survival concerns, vented their anger on their fellow humans. Without uttering a word, he drew his knife and struck down at the bloodied scruffy man. Up! After a scream, the scruffy man's head slumped to the side, blood pooling everywhere. Yet no one present felt sympathy. Instead, they were filled with a sense of satisfaction. Even Tang Ying felt this way, as she had been threatened by the scruffy man to hand over her food. Had it not been for the fruit knife in her room, he would have broken in by now. Because she had surrendered a large amount of food, she had been starving. Otherwise, Xiao had instructed her to buy food supplies for her mother that would have lasted a long time. Xiao then looked at the 3 doctors and said, "You all, there's a patient in critical condition over there who needs your attention, which is why I came to find you." The 3 doctors readily agreed. After all, Xiao was their savior. Upon returning to the ward, the 3 doctors immediately began their urgent work. After a brief examination, they said, "It's a respiratory infection." Tang Ying immediately panicked and said, "What should we do? Please, you must save my mother." "Don't worry, it was due to a lack of timely disinfection." After the apocalypse, the entire hospital was in disarray, and naturally no one was there to care for Tang's mother, leading to the bacterial invasion worsening. Xiao frowned, asking, "Can you handle it?" The 2 nurses he had saved earlier immediately replied, "We'll go prepare everything." Xiao nodded, noticing the doctors staring blankly at the food packaging on the ground. He quickly pulled out some bread, marinated meat, and water from his backpack, smiling. "Here, have some food to tide you over." "You, thank you." The 3 doctors had been hungry for a long time. After thanking him, they began to drink water. The scruffy man had not given them any food, and after being captured on the 4th day of chaos, they had not had a drop to drink for 2 days. Xiao suddenly walked out of the ward, his gaze fixed on the other end of the corridor. A dull thumping sound came from the end of the corridor. Xiao also emerged, nervously asking, "What is that sound?" Xiao replied, "I'll go take a look. You all get ready for surgery." Tang Ying also came out, looking at Xiao with teary eyes and saying, "Thank you, Xiao." Xiao looked at Tang Ying kindly and said, "Once your mother is safe, come with me. You cannot survive on your own in this city now." Tang Ying nodded without hesitation. Su Xiao strode towards that direction. At the end of the corridor, Su Xiao saw that the entrance was piled high with sofas, tables, and other debris likely done by the survivors. A foul smell wafted from the other side. Just as Su Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly heard an even duller, deeper roar. Simultaneously, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor, as if a giant was slowly climbing the stairs. Su Xiao unloaded his crossbow, gazing coldly. Claws of zombies began to emerge through the gaps. They were just ordinary zombies, but Su Xiao felt uneasy. He sensed a threat. Roar. A deafening roar reverberated down the corridor. Then Su Xiao saw the entire pile of debris in the corridor shake violently. Boom. Another dull crashing sound echoed. The chair at the top suddenly fell down. A strength type. Su Xiao's expression grew serious. At this stage, the only zombies that could possess such power were the first-tier strength-type zombies. Their strength was several times that of ordinary zombies. An ordinary person encountering them would be completely crushed. A single punch could break bones and shatter. Perhaps because the commotion was too great, a group of people surged over from the distance. It was the group of suited men he had seen at the beginning. Su Xiao's eyes lit up as he saw them, saying, "You're just in time. The zombies here are about to become uncontrollable." A man frowned and said, "You an outsider, what right do you have to command us?" Su Xiao's gaze sharpened. Before he could speak, the suited man slapped him across the face, shouting, "Shut up." The man who was slapped wanted to retaliate, but upon seeing the unkind expressions of the two bodyguards beside him, he sullenly lowered his head. The suited man stepped forward, apologizing to Su Xiao. "My friend, I apologize." "No problem. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare to fight." And without further ado, the man in the suit issued the command. Instantly, every man tightened his grip on steel pipes, axes, or wooden clubs, eyes locked warily on the blocked hallway. Su Xiao calmly loaded the steel crossbow. The sight of it sent a ripple of unease through the group. And the man in the suit's eyes flickered with amusement as he smiled. "You came prepared, friend. No wonder you dared storm the hospital alone. I've always had a habit of stockpiling weapons. And look, it's paying off right now." And Su Xiao replied with a faint, unruffled smile. "And haha, I'm Li Yilong. And you, brother, what's your name?" "Su Xiao." And he extended his hand and gave Li Yilong's a light, measured shake. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the man, sharp with quiet astonishment. That name rang a bell, and yes. In the early days of the apocalypse, Li Yilong had been a legendary figure, originally the owner of a construction materials company and several bars, renowned for his shrewdness and social acumen. After the collapse, he'd forged a stronghold in Yunhai City, amassing hundreds under his banner, a true warlord of the wasteland. Yet later he vanished without a trace. Who would have thought he'd be trapped inside a hospital now? And, Brother Su, was it you who dealt with that pockmarked gang? Yes. Excellent work. Those men were monsters, not human at all. They even demanded to split the hospital's resources with me. I merely held back to avoid unnecessary losses. Otherwise, they'd have been dead long ago for their atrocities. At the same time, he grew more wary of Su Xiao. Seeing the corpses, he'd assumed a group effort. But spotting the steel crossbow, he realized this man was no ordinary survivor. Suddenly, with a deep, muffled thud, two stacked sofas collapsed, revealing a seething horde of over 70 zombies behind them. They packed the hallway wall towel. But what chilled the group to the bone was one zombie among them. Unlike the others, emaciated and hollow, this one towered massive and unnervingly intact. Nearly 2 meters tall, its flesh was jet black, not decayed but gleaming like polished metal. Thick, corded muscles bulged across its frame like those of a titan. Only its desiccated skull and milky sunken eye sockets betrayed its inhuman nature. With a guttural roar, it ignited the frenzy. Instantly, the entire horde surged forward, tearing wildly at the last remaining barricades. 2 gaunt zombies wriggled through narrow gaps and lunged, claws bared straight towards Su Xiao and the others. Boom! And the front line roared as a man swung his axe down, crushing one zombie to the ground before hacking savagely. Another zombie was kicked down by one of the man's bodyguards, then bludgeoned to death by several others wielding crude weapons. And watch out! Now! And Su Xiao barked sharply, just as the towering zombie slammed its foot into the final barrier. In an instant, the entire defense shattered. Zombies poured through like floodwater. Before anyone could react, the 2 men at the front were overwhelmed, dragged down and torn apart by 5 ravenous jaws. "Ah, save me!" And the man in the suit and his group recoiled in panic. "And fall back. And we must split them up and kill them separately." And he turned and bolted without another word. He still retained enough clarity to know against dozens of zombies surging en masse, their small band stood no chance. Only certain death awaited them if they stayed. After cleaving a zombie in 2, Su Xiao pivoted and sprinted after the retreating group, shouting, "Is there any nearby structure we can use for cover?" "Follow me," and the man in the suit shouted back. In disarray, they scrambled into a hospital room and slammed the door shut the moment Su Xiao slipped inside. The door was only half height, just 1.4 meters tall. In zombies piled up at the threshold, their upper bodies thrusting through arms flailing wildly. Die. In wielding a massive fire axe, the man in the suit swung once, smashing 2 zombie heads simultaneously against the doorframe. It's hopeless, boss. The zombies are too many. Once the door gives way, we're finished, Nun Man wailed, face ashen with despair. Li Yilong's expression tightened with urgency. He too drew a blank. And then, a sharp shhhhshhhhh. 5 bolts tore through the air. 5 zombies dropped, skulls obliterated. All eyes snapped to him. Xiao spoke firmly. That giant is formidable. Trapped in here, we'll be slaughtered faster. If you're willing to fight to the death, stay and hold the door. You can hold them off. I'll draw the brute away. You're serious? Li Yilong stared stunned. He'd just witnessed the beast punch a heavy sofa clean across the hallway, its raw power staggering. Xiao sighed dryly. Or you may wait here to die. Li Yilong immediately declared, let's break the line. Clear the door for Brother Su. Without hesitation, he and his 2 bodyguards hacked down 3 zombies crowding the doorway, then yanked it open. Xiao burst out and charged straight toward the hulking monstrosity. Every zombie that rushed to intercept him fell beneath his long blade, 7 in 5 seconds, before he closed in on the behemoth. Incredible and unbelievable. Li Yilong's men gaped awestruck. Even Li Yilong himself watched Xiao's back intently, then turned roaring at the tide of zombies surging toward them. Fall back. Take turns striking, cut them down, and finish them fast. We go save Brother Su. The giant, seeing Xiao charge against the horde, swiveled its head, black eyes locking onto him. A low rumbling growl rose in its throat. Then it cocked its arm and hurled a devastating punch. Xiao twisted aside, darting behind it, then brought his Longquan's sword down in a vicious arc, cleaving straight toward its skull. A deafening crack, but the blade bit only shallowly as though striking seasoned timber. It sliced the scalp, then jammed hard against dense bone. His strength far surpassed any normal human's, and the Longquan was razor-sharp. Yet it barely breached. Struck, the brute roared, not mindlessly but with unmistakable human-like fury twisting its features, then whirled and lunged jaws wide. Xiao evaded, then sprinted away, already drawing his compound steel crossbow. And inside he cursed himself. Foolish, I forgot. A level 1 strength-type zombie's head is its hardest point. Like speed-types, strength types evolved along the axis of physical fortification, immense power, increasingly impenetrable flesh, eventually becoming walking tanks. Fortunately, its speed lagged far behind. Though it pursued, Xiao easily pulled ahead, leaving 15 meters between them, then spun and loosed a bolt into its left leg. A shriek tore from its throat, its balance shattered, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Xiao didn't hesitate. Another bolt flew, straight for its skull. A crossbow bolt delivered explosive force no blade could match. Even if its cranium rivaled steel, the arrowhead would pierce halfway through. The bolt punched clean through its skull, the brute's agonized howl cut short. Dead. Xiao retrieved its crystal. Unlike the transparent shards of common zombies, this one glowed crimson. Only then did he glance back. Li Yilong's group fought with ferocious resolve. Dozens of zombies lay motionless, skulls pulped like watermelons. A dozen more still hammered futilely at the door. Xiao did not step forward to help, waiting until they had killed all the zombies before slowly approaching. Li Yilong, covered in blood, still had a pair of eyes radiating with murderous intent. Only when they saw that there were no more zombies outside did they let out a heavy breath, regaining their calm expressions. However, they had not emerged unscathed. Xiao walked over, and before speaking saw that a few of Li Yilong's men had forcefully pushed 2 people to the ground in front of them. The 2 men trembled with fear, tears streaming down their faces as they turned and pleaded, "Don't kill us, boss. We will be obedient, we beg you." Li Yilong sighed and said, "You've been caught. There's no saving you now. It's better to rest in peace early than to endanger our other brothers." With that, he lunged forward and struck one man's head with an axe. Brain matter splattered. The other man was so scared that his voice turned into a scream, but he could not escape Li Yilong's axe either, and was similarly killed. The 7 men behind Li Yilong wore indifferent expressions. Some felt pity, yet none dared to speak up, clearly having reached a consensus on this outcome. Xiao's eyes sparkled. Li Yilong was decisive in killing, articulate and ruthless. Truly a person of some renown, even in his past life. Then Li Yilong smiled gratefully at Xiao and said, "Brother Xiao, thank you. Your skills are truly impressive. Without you we would have been in danger. Now that the outside is so dangerous, would you be interested in joining us?" Li Yilong's eyes sparkled, clearly someone who cherishes talent, seeing the power of Xiao and wanting to recruit him. Xiao, however, shook his head and refused, saying, "Sorry, Brother Li, I don't intend to linger. Once my friend's mother is stable, we will leave immediately." Li Yilong's expression dimmed as he sighed. "All right then. I wish you brothers a good survival. Thank you for your—" Xiao nodded at him and turned back to the medical room. Waiting anxiously at the door was Xiao, who was looking around. They had all heard the terrifying shouts and cries from afar, but dared not go over. "All right. With the words of the female doctor in the room, Tang Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had performed a simple disinfection surgery on Tang Ying's mother which took only about 10 minutes. The female doctor smiled at Tang Ying and said, "Your mother is fine, just too weak. If she can rest for half a month in a nutrient-rich environment, she will be okay." However, after saying this, the female doctor suddenly frowned, her smile turning into a frown. Yes, saying that she needs to rest for half a month in a nutrient-rich environment at this time seemed incredibly difficult. Not to mention that there was hardly any food stock in the hospital. Even if she could rest with so many zombies outside, how could anyone find peace to recover? Tang Ying looked at her still unconscious mother and repeatedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." She understood that without Su Xiao her mother would not have been saved. Su Xiao was now the most important person in her heart aside from her mother. Thus she became even more resolute in her mind. No matter where Su Xiao went, she would follow him. This stranger whom she had no prior acquaintance with had saved her twice in just a week. With her mother safe, her suicidal thoughts naturally dissipated. With someone to care about and a reason and hope to live, who would want to die? At that moment, Su Xiao appeared at the door. The anxious Yu Jiao immediately greeted him, concerned. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There was a group of zombies over there, and we cleared them out with the people in the hospital." Su Xiao then walked into the room. The female doctor said, "She is fine now. Oh, all she needs is to rest." Su Xiao said seriously, "Thank you, doctors." He then left some food as a token of appreciation, but did not mention taking them with him. Although Su Xiao later wanted to develop his team, he had not yet managed to build a basic team. Moreover, with Tang's mother along, he no longer had the energy to take care of others. Furthermore, Li Yilong probably would not let him take all the survivors here easily. "Let me do it." Su Xiao watched as Tang Ying struggled to carry her mother and stepped forward to carry Tang's mother on his back. With his current strength, carrying one person was not difficult, but it did reduce his combat effectiveness. "Thank you," Tang Ying said gratefully as she looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Let's talk about safety first." Upon reaching the entrance, Li Yilong and his group were already there, seemingly aware that he was about to leave. He said, "With so many zombies piled up at the entrance, it might not be easy for you to go out right." Su Xiao looked at him and said, "It seems you won't be able to go out easily either. How about we clear them out together?" Li Yilong agreed. Su Xiao, holding a crossbow, began to shoot at the zombies outside. Meanwhile, Li Yilong and the others poured the medical alcohol they found in the hospital directly onto the zombies outside. Then they threw in a lighter. Thud! Instantly, a raging fire erupted at the entrance. The gathered horde of zombies was immediately ignited by the flames. They crowded together, one igniting another. Soon the entrance was engulfed in flames. After more than 10 minutes, a large portion of the hundreds of zombies at the entrance collapsed. More zombies instinctively avoided the smoke, unable to bear it. At this moment, Li Yilong's men opened the door. Su Xiao immediately rushed out with his blade in hand. These ordinary zombies posed little threat to Su Xiao. He moved freely among the horde, and with flashes of his blade, one zombie after another fell. Though the zombie's claws did manage to scratch him, leaving his clothes tattered, thankfully Su Xiao was wearing a bomb-proof suit, so the zombies did not injure him. With everyone rushing in, soon all the zombies were wiped out. Su Xiao alone had killed more than half. Once the entrance was completely cleared, Su Xiao bid farewell to Li Yilong, saying, "Until we meet again." "Until we meet again, brother Su." Li Yilong could see that Su Xiao was an ambitious person, and he was no different. So both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the idea of recruiting each other. Su Xiao drove an ambulance carrying Tang Ying, Yu Jiao, and Tang's mother as they rushed out of the hospital. "Su Xiao, where are we going?" Tang Ying asked Su Xiao. "To the outskirts of the West District. However, I still have some things to handle and can't go there for now. I need to find a safe place to settle you before I can leave with peace of mind," Su Xiao said while contemplating. Tang Ying bit her lip, but did not speak. She wanted to say she wanted to go with Su Xiao, but she also thought that following Su Xiao would be a burden. Yu Jiao had a similar expression. She was even more reluctant to leave Su Xiao, but knew she was just a stranger to him, and did not even know where she wanted to go. Seemingly noticing the two girls' dilemma, Su Xiao spread his hands, revealing two translucent crystals in his palms, one for each of you. The two girls received them in confusion and asked, "What is this?" "It's the crystals from the zombies' heads." Upon hearing this, both girls trembled, nearly dropping the crystals in their hands. Things taken from zombies' heads. They felt nauseated just thinking about it. Su Xiao, however, smiled and said, "Do you know why I am so powerful? Because I am an evolved one. Consuming the crystals produced by zombies can change one's physique, offering a chance to become an ability user with various incredible powers, just like the superhumans in movies and dramas. Are you sure you don't want it?" The two girls were shocked upon hearing this. A few seconds later, without a word, Tang Ying directly swallowed the crystal. "Ah, you actually swallowed it," Yu Jiao exclaimed, looking at Tang Ying anxiously. Tang Ying calmly replied, "If I remain an ordinary person, I would be too ashamed to follow Su Xiao." Su Xiao turned to look at Tang Ying upon hearing this. She also gazed back at him, revealing a gentle smile. It was beautiful, yet filled with ambition to grow stronger. Su Xiao laughed heartily. This was Tang Ying, the woman with a beautiful exterior and a strong heart surpassing countless men to become one of the rulers of the apocalypse. Seeing that Tang Ying had swallowed it, Yu Zhao hesitated for a moment, and with a scrunched up little nose swallowed the crystal core, like taking medicine. Yu Zhao coughed a couple of times, feeling a bit nauseous. Although the crystal core had been rinsed by Su Xiao, it still carried a faint foul odor, making her want to cry without tears. After watching both girls consume the crystal cores, Su Xiao finally spoke up the process of the crystal core, changing you won't be very comfortable, just rest well from now on. At the same time, Su Xiao accelerated the vehicle. Although there was still traffic on the road, he skillfully navigated and drove to the small neighborhood they had passed earlier. Su Xiao then stopped the car directly. At that moment, Tang Ying's face was as red as an apple, her whole body burning with heat. She looked at Su Xiao wanting to say something, but she didn't even have the strength to speak. Yu Zhao was the same, her cheeks flushed like an apple collapsing against the car seat. Su Xiao was a bit dumbfounded. I was too hasty. I should have waited until they were settled before giving them the crystal cores. Now I have to take care of 3 people by myself. Su Xiao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Meanwhile, due to the noise from the car, many survivors in the neighborhood began to open their windows and peek out. Look, it's that person again. He's not afraid of zombies. Let him come to save us. Many people began shouting at Su Xiao, hey, over here. Can you come help us clear the zombies on our floor? We want, handsome guy, please save me. I've been trapped in my house for a week. I can't take it anymore. Young man, could you give this ant some food? There's no food left at home. Many people were calling out for Su Xiao's help. One old man was even more outrageous, shouting to be taken to the city to retrieve hundreds of thousands of dollars from the bank to go abroad. Su Xiao turned a deaf ear to this. These people still didn't understand the situation, shouting for help, while being perfectly capable of facing the zombies, yet refusing to do so. Let them stay there. Zombies began to run towards them. Hiss hiss. The zombies howled with excitement, as if they had seen a feast. Su Xiao immediately grabbed the Longquan knife and got out of the car. Retrieving crossbow bolts was too troublesome. Now he aimed to use the knife for a clean and swift kill. As soon as he got out, 3 zombies quickly charged at him. The sounds of onlookers abruptly ceased, replaced by a couple of screams, likely from the zombies hearing the commotion and smashing their way into their respective homes. Are you in such a hurry to die? Su Xiao stared coldly at the ordinary zombies before him, swinging his knife and charging forward. The blade shimmered with a cold light as it effortlessly cleaved through the zombies' heads. 3 zombies fell to the ground. Su Xiao then actively engaged with a dozen more zombies ahead. This time he only used the knife, relying on his skills to fight. His enhanced body moved like the wind. Su Xiao plunged into the horde of zombies, the blade flashing, as each zombie met its end either by decapitation or being bisected. Though the customized Longquan knife had sustained some damage after these past few days of killing zombies, it remained sharp. In no time, Su Xiao single-handedly slaughtered all the dozen zombies. However, Su Xiao was not without issues. He was already feeling the fatigue from the immense physical exertion, leaning on his knife to catch his breath. Seeing no zombies approaching for the moment, he directly drove the ambulance into the neighborhood. This was akin to poking a hornet's nest. Su Xiao suddenly saw hundreds of zombies pouring out from various residential buildings, making his scalp tingle. If he were to get trapped, it would definitely be a grisly end. I can't worry about so much now. Su Xiao randomly picked a residential building and drove straight toward it. Then, with a sharp drift and brake, he came to a crashing halt at the entrance of the building. He shouted at the 2 girls, "We need to hurry inside." Tang Ying and Yu Zhao were a bit dazed, but upon seeing Su Xiao's cold face, they gritted their teeth and forced their weak bodies to stand up, staggering out of the car. Su Xiao carried Tang's mother, holding the knife in his right hand, his expression anxious. "Stay close to me. Wait for me." Yu Zhao staggered behind Su Xiao, dragging her heavy body along. 3 zombies appeared in the hallway, clawing and lunging at them. After Su Xiao kicked one aside, he swiftly dispatched another with his knife. But just then a massive claw came into view. Carrying Tang's mother made it difficult for him to maneuver. In a moment of panic, Su Xiao felt his blood boiling, and his speed suddenly doubled as he ducked beneath the zombie. With a kick, he sent the zombie's head askew. The last zombie was brutally sliced in half with a single swoop. Green rotten juices splattered everywhere, drenching Su Xiao. Even Tang's mother, who was weak, was no exception. Su Xiao had no time to worry about that. He barked, "Hurry up and follow me." A large group of zombies had already reached the entrance, starting to climb upstairs. Su Xiao noticed an open room on the 2nd floor, but when he pushed it was locked from inside. "Is anyone there? Open the door." Su Xiao was in a state of urgency. Carrying Tang's mother, he was only able to exert 60% of his strength. However, there was complete silence on the other side of the door. Perhaps there were people inside, but they clearly didn't want to draw the zombies' attention, fearing that Su Xiao would lead them in. Su Xiao's face suddenly darkened. Without saying more, he rushed into the hallway, and fortunately he immediately spotted an open door and dashed inside like the wind. Inside was silent, There was no one and no zombies in sight. Just as Su Xiao was about to find a bed to set Tang's mother down on the sofa, he heard Yu Jiaojiao's scream from outside. He quickly placed Tang's mother on the ground. Turning around, he rushed out. He saw that Yu Jiaojiao and Tang Ying were just struggling to make their way up the stairs. Yu Jiaojiao's collar was grabbed by a zombie desperately, pulling her backward, while 4 other zombies swiftly followed their dry claws reaching for Yu Jiaojiao's head. Seeing Su Xiao, Yu Jiaojiao burst into tears, terrified. "Brother Su, save me." But at that moment, Su Xiao didn't even have time to rescue her. Though Su Xiao was still running towards her, the anxious look in his eyes suddenly turned cold. Unexpectedly, Tang Ying's eyes hardened, and she turned around, delivering a fierce kick at the horde of zombies. Bang! The zombie that had grabbed Yu Jiaojiao's collar toppled backward, taking several others down with it in it. Su Xiao's heart, which had been tightly wounded, suddenly relaxed. He rushed over, his arms around both girls, and with their surprised cries, he sprinted back into the residential building, slamming the security door shut. Su Xiao placed the 2 down, letting out a long breath, feeling regret for his carelessness. If he hadn't given Tang Ying and the others the crystal cores in the car, they could have easily avoided the zombies and entered the residential building without such a perilous situation. The sound of banging on the door was incessant, accompanied by the roars of zombies. Tang Ying and Yu Jiaojiao collapsed on the floor, their bodies feeling as hot as cooked shrimp. Su Xiao still overestimated their ability to handle the crystal cores. The previously fierce Tang Ying now murmured in a daze, "Hot. I'm so hot, Su Xiao." Hearing her soft voice like that of a little kitten made Su Xiao's heart tremble. He looked at the alluring girl before him, feeling a mix of emotions, as it was the first time he saw Tang Ying in such a state. Undeniably tempting. Meanwhile, Yu Jiaojiao was nearly out of her mind, staring blankly at the ceiling. Su Xiao hurriedly searched around for bottled water or something similar. Unfortunately, this household had no spare water source. The water in the sink was absolutely unusable. Su Xiao looked at Yu Jiaojiao, who was on the verge of tearing her clothes off, hesitated for a moment, but still approached and extended his hand. Crack! With a dull sound, Yu Jiaojiao closed her eyes and fell silent, knocked unconscious by Su Xiao. It was better to sleep well than to suffer through consciousness. After all, this feeling of body heat was merely a normal detoxification phenomenon of enhanced physique. Tang Ying, still somewhat aware, suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Su Xiao with a hint of reluctant sorrow. "Why are you staring at me? You need to sleep too." Su Xiao smiled at her, and without hesitation knocked her out. Now he had brought 3 people out, and all 3 were unconscious. Su Xiao stood alone by the window, listening to the thunderous knocking at the door as he fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. The curling white smoke rose, bringing a sense of calm back to Su Xiao's heart. Now that the goal of rescuing Tang Ying had been achieved, the next step was to see if she could successfully awaken her abilities and become his ally. This way he wouldn't have to work so hard. From Tang Ying's demeanor, it was clear she had already pledged her loyalty to Su Xiao, which reassured him greatly. His next target was the woman in the shopping mall. In his past life, the military only arrived in the urban area of Yunhai City about 8 days after the zombie outbreak. Today was the 6th day, which meant Su Xiao had less than 2 days left. Thus, he couldn't afford to stay here waiting too long. He needed to set out today to see if that woman was still alive. Before he could leave, he was still concerned about Tang Ying and the others, so he decided to wait until they woke up. Su Xiao took out a handful of gleaming crystal cores from his pocket. These were collected during his journey of killing zombies. Among them were 2 special crystals, a red crystal from a first-tier strength-type zombie, and a blue crystal from a first-tier speed-type zombie. Despite the speed-type zombies appearing weak, Su Xiao had easily dispatched one, but at this moment, a first-tier speed-type zombie was undoubtedly a nightmare for ordinary people. They were fast and aggressive, capable of killing humans with ease. Moreover, they excelled at assassination and ambush tactics. When Su Xiao openly confronted them unknown from above, the result was naturally a dead end for the zombies. Su Xiao began to absorb the crystal cores. He needed to ensure his strength remained dominant. Although he knew that Tang Ying would likely not betray him even if she awakened her abilities, it was always wise to be cautious. Su Xiao was already a first-tier evolver, so he no longer needed a long time for his body to adapt to the absorption of the crystals. After swallowing an ordinary crystal, he felt a slight warmth in his body. The fatigue vanished, and his muscles felt a bit stronger, though that sensation faded in less than 10 minutes. After consuming the crystal core from the strength-type zombie, he once again felt that intense warmth coursing through his body, reminiscent of his initial awakening of abilities. He sat heavily, exhaling hot air, embracing the continuous enhancement of his body. Half an hour later, the effects of the first-tier crystal core wore off. Su Xiao assessed his body and felt that both his strength and speed had increased by about 10%. It seemed he would need around 10 more first-tier crystal cores to elevate himself to the level of a second-tier evolver. He did not pause. As soon as the effects ended, he absorbed another crystal core. Although ordinary cores could only enhance his strength by about 1%, any increase was beneficial. Thus 4 hours passed. During these 4 hours, Su Xiao's body had rapidly strengthened. His strength and speed had increased by approximately 40%, bringing him very close to the peak of first-tier strength. Meanwhile, relying on his insights from his past life, he finally grasped the two fundamental abilities of his blood manipulation: power blood conversion and blood absorption. These were the two most crucial abilities of blood manipulation for Su Xiao in the early stages. Blood conversion allowed him to separate substances from the blood such as water. After all, 80% of the human body is composed of water. In his past life, when water was contaminated, and Su Xiao found himself in dire straits without any to drink, it was this ability that allowed him to extract moisture from the corpses to survive. He could even wring out 2 tails of water from a zombie. Without this ability, Su Xiao would have perished long ago. The other ability, blood absorption, was a means for Su Xiao to quickly become stronger. By absorbing blood, he could enhance himself rapidly. Although its effectiveness could not compare to high-level crystal cores from zombies, it provided him with additional resources. Imagine this: killing 10 first-tier zombies would yield only 10 crystal cores for others, while Su Xiao, after killing them, could also extract the energy from the blood within those evolved zombie bodies. Zombies have blood. The higher the tier of the zombie, the more it evolved into a new type of organism, gradually acquiring various powerful organs, making their blood energy abundant. Su Xiao relied on this ability to ultimately gain the upper hand and become a formidable emperor-level power. Su Xiao was exhilarated as he thought of the mutated beasts in the pet store. They were also evolved species akin to humans who had evolved. Their blood would be a tremendous boon for him. Had he awakened this ability at that time, Su Xiao would never have let them go. The sky gradually darkened. Tang Ying finally stirred awake. "How are you feeling?" Su Xiao appeared beside her, asking with concern. Tang Ying moved her body and, slightly puzzled, replied, "I feel so good. Ooh, I feel so light." "That's right, that means the crystal core is working for you. Get up and eat something, continue absorbing, and strive to awaken your powers by tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Su Xiao." Tang Ying looked at Su Xiao with warmth in her eyes. Tang's mother had finally woken up as well. She was already weak, and following the surgery her body had become even more fatigued. "Mom." Tang Ying joyfully walked over to converse with her mother. Su Xiao merely gazed outside at the darkening sky, took out a powerful flashlight from his backpack, turned it on, and hung it from the ceiling, restoring light to the room. Yu Jiajiao quickly woke up too. Su Xiao had initially thought she would feel dizzy and uncomfortable, since ordinary people couldn't withstand the energy of the crystal and would experience such symptoms if they failed to awaken their abilities. However, she appeared completely unbothered, shaking her head before walking over to Su Xiao and saying, "Su Gu, I'm so hungry, can you give me something to eat?" "Wait a moment." Su Xiao took out 4 cans and 4 bottles of water from his backpack. Seeing Tang Ying coming over as well, he said, "I don't have much food. Oh, let's make do with what we have tonight." Tang Ying nodded, saying, "They'll look for some flour later. I saw there was a gas canister in the kitchen, so we should be able to start a fire." After saying this, she added seriously, "Su Xiao, my mother says thank you. If it weren't for you, we definitely wouldn't have survived." "Your mother woke up?" "Yeah." Su Xiao nodded, saying, "Auntie hasn't recovered yet. She needs proper nutrition. I have some other food here, so make sure she eats a bit more." Su Xiao took out a pile of food. His big backpack was somewhat deflated. Tang Ying hesitated, not daring to take it, saying, "This is all your food. What will you do if we eat it?" Su Xiao looked at her conflicted expression and suddenly asked, "Do you want to follow me, Tang Ying? Take your mother along." Tang Ying immediately replied firmly, "I do. Su Xiao, my life is yours, no matter what you want me to do." She paused for a moment before looking directly at Su Xiao and saying, "I'm willing." Su Xiao smiled, saying, "Then we are family now. You don't have to worry about food, I will take care of that. Ying, just focus on absorbing these crystal cores tonight. One thing I need to clarify is that I won't support anyone who doesn't contribute. Except for Auntie, you both must go kill zombies. That's a necessary path for you." Su Xiao looked at the 2 women with a deeper gaze at Yu Jiajiao and said solemnly. Tang Ying felt no problem with this. With so many zombies around, her dignity wouldn't allow her to be a mere decoration protected by Su Xiao, as she wanted to become a powerful evolver like him. Yu Jiajiao felt a bit scared but still responded, "I have no problem either. As long as Su Gu, you don't leave me behind, I'll do my best. I won't be a freeloading burden." Su Xiao couldn't help but laugh at her mix of fear and forced bravery, waving his hand. "Let's eat." After the meal, Su Xiao checked on Tang's mother. Tang Ying had told her everything. She was a very intelligent middle-aged woman and expressed her gratitude to Su Xiao, stating that she was a capable housewife and once she recovered wouldn't be a burden. Su Xiao just assured her that he needed Tang Ying as a partner and wouldn't abandon them. At that moment, he couldn't make too many promises. The next day, Su Xiao was startled awake by a loud noise. Instinctively, he sprang up from the sofa, grasped the dragon's spring knife beside him, and rushed into the room. "What's going on?" Su Xiao burst straight into the bedroom, Tang Ying's bedroom. This apartment had only 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, which was why Su Xiao had slept on the sofa the previous night. Tang Ying stood at the doorway wearing a thin shirt and slippers, dazed and bewildered. Her mother, too, wore the same stunned expression. Seeing Su Xiao, she flushed with embarrassment. I just tested my strength, and didn't expect it to turn out like this. Su Xiao stared in delight at the wooden door shattered into jagged fragments. You've awakened an ability. Seems so. I feel brimming with energy, I don't know where to channel. Did I become a female superhero? Tang Ying herself stood awestruck before her own feat. At first glance she appeared to be a strength-based awakened. One whose raw destructive power, even a professional boxer exerting 300 gene of force would struggle to match. Yet Su Xiao remembered clearly Tang Ying's ability was gravity. Uniquely rare, hers belonged to the transcendent category, the most extraordinary of the 4 major classifications of awakened humans. In his past life, humanity's myriad awakened abilities had blossomed like wildflowers, systematically grouped into 4 archetypes. Mind-refined awakened, whose powers stemmed from psychic evolution. Physique-enhanced awakened, whose bodies underwent radical organic transformation. Elemental awakened, who commanded natural forces such as wind, fire, and lightning. And transcendent awakened, whose abilities defied earthly logic, spatial manipulation, gravitational control, invisibility, telepathic projection, and more. Phenomena once confined solely to human imagination. In her past life, Tang Ying bore the revered epithet, Goddess of Gravity. At Emperor tier cultivation, she could lift an entire military base into the sky, transforming it into a floating island suspended by sheer gravitational mastery. Try sensing if anything else has changed. For instance, do you feel any urge to manipulate things? I can't tell you outright what your ability is, so I'll hint gently. Some awakened wield command over elements beyond brute force. You don't strike me as purely strength-based. Let me try. Tang Ying scratched her head, then fell silent, her gaze suddenly locking onto a teacup across the room. Seconds later the teacup began trembling violently in place, then rose slowly, lifting 20 centimeters above the tabletop, hovering eerily in midair. Su Xiao exhaled in quiet relief. Of course, Tang Ying's ability hadn't diverged from its past life. Beside them, Tang Ying's mother stared blankly at her daughter's divine power, murmuring, "How strange this world has become." The teacup continued ascending, until it hung motionless 1 meter above the floor, whereupon Tang Ying broke into a sweat, her breath ragged, the cup beginning to shudder uncontrollably. Then with a sudden crash it plummeted, shattering into shards across the floor. Tang Ying took a deep, steadying breath, her eyes alight. I think I can control its weight. I willed it lighter, and it truly became lighter. Gravitational ability. Su Xiao declared, definitive and precise. He spoke gravely to Tang Ying, study how to apply this power to yourself. Imagine lightening your own body. Wouldn't that make you swifter? Or intensify the weight behind your fist. Wouldn't that amplify your striking force? Or impose it upon objects. Say you increase this teacup's mass before hurling it. Wouldn't its impact become devastatingly greater? As Su Xiao guided her patiently, Tang Ying's eyes sparkled like constellations. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Su Xiao, you're a genius. She beamed with childlike wonder and dashed instantly to the table, already immersed in experimentation. Su Xiao rubbed his nose. This wasn't brilliance on his part. In his past life, he'd witnessed exactly how Tang Ying had unlocked this variability. He was merely returning knowledge from memory, helping her avoid detours on the path to mastering her own. After Tang Ying acclimated for a while, she indeed learned to direct her gravitational influence inward. After hours of joint experimentation, Su Xiao and Tang Ying confirmed her current limit: threefold gravitational amplification, either tripling or reducing an object's weight by a factor of 3. Yet this control bore strict constraints. The maximum mass she could affect remained under 200 gene. Beyond that threshold, her influence diminished, only doubling weight up to 500 gene, having it beyond 700 gene, and becoming negligible thereafter. Even so, both were deeply satisfied with tripled gravity. Tang Ying's physical power now rivaled Su Xiao's. With proper defense, she could confidently confront ordinary zombies. Su Xiao said, "Wake Yu Jiao, we're heading outside to practice zombie combat." "Yes." Soon Yu Jiao emerged bleary-eyed, but having absorbed a crystal overnight. Su Xiao asked eagerly what ability she'd awakened, only to receive a shake of her head. "I don't know." Still, her strength had increased, by slightly more than double, confirming she too was an awakened, albeit unaware of her specific power. Su Xiao, maintaining his stern composure, ordered her to join them regardless. Zombie slaying was not mere physical training. It forged courage of the spirit. Without confronting fear, heat, even immense power would prove useless. Terror would paralyze, instinct would flee. Su Xiao opened the door to find 3 zombies wandering the hallway. Others, perhaps starved through the night, had drifted elsewhere, their whereabouts unknown. The number was perfect. Su Xiao stepped out weaponless, not even carrying a blade, while Tang Ying gripped his Longquan sword and Yu Jiao held his steel crossbow. The moment the trio appeared, the 3 zombies surged forward, feral frenzy drawn like cats to blood. One zombie's face writhed with maggots as it ran. Viscous green ichor dripped steadily to the floor, flecked with pale wriggling larvae, revolting enough to turn the strongest stomach. Xiao nodded toward Tang Ying. Ying, you're up first. He hadn't even realized he'd slipped into her path. Tang Ying blinked, startled by the unexpected intimacy, then blushed faintly, yet stepped forward. With no concept of martial tactics, she simply stood rooted, gripping her sword tightly, eyes wide with tension as the zombies closed in. Xiao's voice cut low and steady. For novices like you, untested in lethal combat, begin by sinking into a half-crouch. This stabilizes your center, readying you to evade strikes. Or coil your arms for explosive power. Steady waist, steady legs, steady force. Many died not from weakness, but from panic amid aimed/insufficient force, giving zombies the opening to seize, bite, or claw. After that, survival was impossible. Awakened individuals no longer feared ordinary zombies. Bites wouldn't inevitably transform them. Timely expulsion of necrotic toxins rendered infection harmless. Only if the zombie matched or surpassed their own tier would viral transmission prove fatal. Still, Xiao insisted Tang Ying exercise utmost caution. A single bite, though survivable, would leave her gravely weakened for days. Jiao flinched backward, trembling. Then, the zombie's putrid maw loomed inches away, claws slashing viciously toward Tang Ying's skull. Tang Ying activated her ability instantly and swung her blade with full force. Boom! The strike veered wide, slanting across the zombie's chest, but the sheer kinetic power sent it reeling backward, tumbling head over heels across the floor. Tang Ying's forehead was beaded with sweat. Xiao shouted, "This is not a game. The enemy is down. Quickly take the chance to kill it." Tang Ying stepped forward again, striking her knife down upon the zombie's head that was struggling to rise. The knife missed again, intended for the neck, but instead struck the chin. The zombie immediately began thrashing. Tang Ying pulled the knife from its bones and swung down again. This time she was much more precise, directly hitting its neck. With a crack of bone, its head tilted, and it convulsed before falling still. Just as Tang Ying let out a sigh of relief and felt a bit pleased, Xiao's icy voice rang out again. "The claws of 2 zombies are about to land on your forehead." Tang Ying suddenly looked up, panic-stricken, as she saw 2 other zombies less than 2 meters away from her. One of them let out a roar and lunged directly at Tang Ying. At that moment, Xiao delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending that zombie flying and crashing into its companion, both rolling 3 meters away. Then he turned to Tang Ying seriously and said, "Next time, remember, during battle, as long as there are enemies, you must never let your guard down. You cannot focus solely on one opponent. Keep an eye on the movements of others." Tang Ying wiped her sweat and replied earnestly, "Got it." Xiao then turned and shot a sideways glance at Jiao, saying, "Hey, it's your turn." Oh, perhaps due to Tang Ying's demonstration, Jiao felt a bit better. She took a couple of steps forward, raised her crossbow, and aimed at a zombie from afar, then closed her eyes and shot. Then she heard Xiao's mocking voice. "Are you aiming with ferocity? With your eyes closed, how can you hit the target? And you're puffing your chest out so high. Miss Jiao, are you trying to feed them milk?" Uffed. Tang Ying, who had been serious, could no longer hold back her laughter upon hearing Xiao's sarcasm, her face turning red. She looked at Xiao in disbelief. What kind of vulgar metaphor was that? When Jiao opened her eyes, she saw her bolt had actually landed in the wall askew, and who knows how far off. The 2 zombies were still rapidly charging towards her. At this point, she couldn't care about being embarrassed by Xiao's words, and feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, she reloaded her crossbow and shouted at the 2 zombies, "Get away." However, to Xiao and Tang Ying's astonishment, the 2 zombies suddenly stopped, and then actually turned around. "What's going on? They're leaving." Tang Ying was dumbfounded. Xiao was also stunned. Jiao was even more bewildered. They were so obedient. She hesitated, holding her crossbow, unsure if she should shoot. Xiao said, "Wait." So the 3 of them watched as the 2 zombies walked farther away. However, after walking about 5 or 6 meters, the 2 zombies immediately turned back, clawing and lunging towards Jiao. Xiao quickly shouted, "Jiao, make them go away." "Oh, you guys go away," Jiao said again. But this time the 2 zombies showed no reaction and were already within 2 meters. Xiao's expression darkened as he realized something, saying, "I meant for you to use your psychic ability to make them go away. How did you influence them just now?" Jiao, seeing their claws getting closer in fear, yelled, "Get away from me." The 2 sharp claws suddenly stopped, and the 2 zombies silently turned and walked away. Xiao's eyes lit up as he stared at Jiao and said, "You're a psychic ability user." "Huh, I'm a psychic ability user." Jiao gradually began to comprehend. You should be able to influence others' consciousness and similar abilities. You need to feel and practice more. Xiao's mood lifted further. Psychic ability users were also quite rare. This ability to control others without physical contact could be quite useful at times. Unexpectedly rescuing Jiao brought him such a surprise. But Xiao didn't forget his purpose for coming out. Raise your crossbow and shoot them. You are not allowed to use your abilities. Xiao raised her crossbow, perhaps realizing how amazing her psychic ability was. Even surprising Xiao made her feel she was not useless, boosting her confidence. This time her eyes widened. Whoosh! A bolt was fired, and this time it was good, hitting one zombie in the chest, causing it to fall back and crash to the ground. Nice. Aim for their heads. Hitting other places won't be fatal in one shot. You still have to finish them off. Xiao shot another arrow. Although it didn't hit the head again, it struck the zombie's neck, breaking its spine and causing it to collapse. Huff! Killing 2 zombies made Xiao wipe her sweat, and a warm flush of excitement appeared on her pale face. Xiao, you're amazing. Tang praised her. As a fellow girl, she understood how brave Xiao was to achieve this. Xiao also rarely complimented her, saying, that was pretty good. But your accuracy is terrible, relying entirely on luck. And at such close range, less than 5 meters, you still couldn't aim properly. Later you and Tang both need to practice. Xiao was still the same. Xiao, his cold, stern face, always looked like someone owed him 500,000. Xiao grumbled inwardly, but still felt delighted. Xiao certainly didn't have time to let them practice endlessly, he said. You all wear my bomb-proof suits and search for zombies in this building. Practice killing zombies. You are all ability users, and ordinary zombies pose little threat to you. As long as you maintain your distance, it will be fine. Okay, I will practice hard. Are you going there now? Tang looked at Xiao with burning eyes. Yes, I need to go out for a bit. You all stay here and don't run around. I will definitely be back before dark, so take care of your... Xiao said seriously to the 2 girls. Then he didn't take the Longquan knife, but grabbed a fire axe, emptied his backpack of food and other items, and set off lightly with an empty bag. Xiao made his way downstairs, casually dispatching a few zombies he encountered along the way. The ambulance was still there. As long as there were no people inside, zombies naturally wouldn't be interested in this metal box. Xiao ignited the engine and quickly drove out of the community, crashing and smashing his way towards Qingda Plaza, less than 3 kilometers away in a straight line. The girl named Zhou Yu was Xiao's target. However, he felt an unsettling sense of unease. The area where Qingda Plaza was located was the true city center of Yunhai City, and the virus outbreak occurred on a Saturday, with a crowd of people everywhere. Xiao couldn't be sure how many zombies were there, or how many mutated zombies would be present. Was his current strength really enough to deal with them? After thinking for a moment, Xiao suddenly changed his route, turning onto another street. Since he had awakened his blood-devouring ability, it should not go to waste. He needed to check on that pet shop first. Those mutated beasts should all be first-level mutated beasts, which were far more appealing to Xiao than these decayed zombies that had been dead for days and drained of blood. He didn't even bother to absorb the meager blood energy from these ordinary zombies. He would rather chew on crystal cores. But those mutated beasts were different. Before yesterday, they were enemies that Xiao feared, but now they were the best supplements for him to grow stronger. The pet store is located in a less bustling area, so there are relatively fewer zombies. However, along the way, over 100 zombies are crazily chasing after Xiao's vehicle. But with their speed, they can only follow behind Xiao, inhaling his exhaust fumes. With a sharp turn and a rooftop walk, Xiao managed to shake off the horde of corpses. Who has ever seen an ambulance driving over a pile of cars? For Xiao, this is merely a small feat. In his past life, he had survived the apocalypse for over 3 years, constantly escaping and searching for food. Without these skills, he would have long been finished. Soon Xiao spotted the familiar pet store. He got out of the car expressionless as he swiftly dispatched the 8 zombies rushing at him with a single swing of his axe, then stood at the store's entrance. However, he did not see the big dogs at the entrance. This door is made of tempered glass. Even without a weapon, it wouldn't be easy to break through. These mutated beasts can't be that fierce, can they? Xiao furrowed his brows. His greatest concern was that these mutated beasts had escaped, which would mean his nutritional supplies would be gone. Activating his blood ability, an invisible perception radiated from Xiao, allowing him to sense blood fluctuations within a 20-meter radius. But to Xiao's relief, he sensed several powerful blood fluctuations. It was indeed those big dogs. Second floor. Xiao looked up. The windows and doors on the second floor of the pet store were also locked. Perhaps this was why those big dogs hadn't come out. Confident in dealing with these big dogs, Xiao stepped forward and swung his axe at the tempered door. With a loud crash. Despite his enhanced strength combined with the axe, he surprisingly couldn't break through with a single blow. Only one of the tempered doors shattered and deformed inward, but it remained intact. Xiao swung the axe again. Boom. This time he managed to split half of the door open. Just then an ominous feeling suddenly enveloped him. For big dogs suddenly lunged out from the darkness, with the foremost being a massive golden retriever. After mutation, this golden retriever looked nothing like a dog, resembling a lion instead. Standing about 1 meter tall, its muscular limbs and a head 2 or 3 times larger than a human's were covered in reddish-brown fur. Yet the expression in the dog's eyes was not fierce at all. Oh, instead it was panting and barking, its paws scratching at the opening with whimpers, as if urging Su Xiao to help open the door. Su Xiao's originally cold expression was instantly filled with astonishment. These dogs seemed so intelligent. Do you want me to help you open the door? Su Xiao tentatively asked. To his surprise, the golden retriever nodded vigorously, panting and sticking out its tongue. Ignoring its massive-sized sharp claws and those red eyes, it truly seemed like a well-behaved dog. Su Xiao hesitated while looking at the four big dogs. If these dogs were so human-like, having them on his side would be equivalent to having four more abilities. In his past life, he had heard of many ability users who raised powerful mutated beasts, especially dogs, pigs, and monkeys, which are all highly intelligent mutated beasts. Once tamed, they would never betray their owner and are even more reliable than human teammates. However, if he let them go, Su Xiao would miss a quick opportunity to advance to the second tier. He still raised his axe and swiftly struck, soon breaking open a door. The four big dogs jumped out in succession, each one large in size. But the most imposing one was still the leading golden retriever. Su Xiao could sense that its strength was no longer at the initial tier, it was nearly on par with him. The big dogs did not attack Su Xiao, instead the leading golden retriever excitedly circled around him. Su Xiao paused for a moment before asking, "Are you willing to follow me?" He looked at the big golden retriever. It seemed to have a high intelligence level, able to understand human language. The golden retriever glanced back at the pet store, a hint of sadness crossing its face, then began to circle Su Xiao before suddenly leaping. Su Xiao thought it was going to attack, but was surprised when it merely placed its paws on his shoulders and gave his face a big lick with its tongue. While that saved him a face wash, Su Xiao felt his right cheek was damp and carried a slight odor. However, he didn't mind at all, and instead smiled. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the four big dogs. Besides the golden retriever, there was a Labrador and two huskies. The Labrador was also quite large. Seeing the golden retriever clinging to Su Xiao, it circled around him, trying to find a place to cuddle, but ended up just gnawing on Su Xiao's pants. With a rip, a tear appeared on Su Xiao's pants. Su Xiao's expression darkened. The Labrador even pulled it down and began chewing on it, seemingly finding it too unappetizing, spitting it out and wagging its tail at Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked at the golden retriever and smiled. "Can you command them?" The golden retriever could understand him, lowering its paws from Su Xiao's shoulders, then barked at the other dogs. Instantly, the other three dogs became obedient, circling around it, with the Labrador even licking its fur. Su Xiao's eyes lit up as he said, "My name is Su Xiao, and you'll follow me from now on." Woof woof. The golden retriever seemed to agree, sitting on the ground and wagging its tail at Su Xiao, clearly showing exceptional intelligence. Su Xiao was also very pleased. Although he couldn't advance to the second tier, that quickly having four mutated beast pets was far more valuable than breaking through to the second tier. "Your owner must have already died, so I will give you new names." Su Xiao pointed at the golden retriever, saying, "You are De Mao, this one is Air Mao, and they are San Mao and Sea Mao." The golden retriever had no objections, but Su Xiao confirmed several times, understanding that it comprehended him. Pets with such intelligence are indeed rare. "You wait for me here, I will come back for you, okay?" It wasn't convenient for Su Xiao to take them along, so he asked them to wait near the pet store. De Mao was clever too. It glanced back at Su Xiao and led the three little brothers off to find something to eat. Probably Su Xiao did not linger any longer and continued on his way to Qingda Square. 20 minutes later, he approached Qingda Square, but there were far too many cars here, stretching endlessly, all stuck on the road and roadside. Even if Su Xiao had exceptional driving skills, he couldn't get through, so he had to park and proceed on foot. Along the way, he encountered only a few zombies, dispatching them easily, while he avoided dozens clustered together. After some effort, he finally arrived at the main entrance of Qingda Commercial Street. However, upon seeing the dark swarm of zombies drifting in clusters from afar, a chill shot up Su Xiao's spine. What made Su Xiao feel such fear was the dense mass of zombies surrounding Qingda Square. A rough glance revealed there were over 500 of them, and this was just at the front entrance. Su Xiao couldn't help but feel sorrow for the people here. Qingda Square, being the most bustling area of Yunhai City, would see foot traffic reaching over 100,000 during holidays. However, when disaster struck, this place became hell. The hundreds of roaming zombies were enough to prove how chaotic it was that night. Hundreds of zombies. And in such an open area, let alone being just a first-tier ability user, even if I broke through to the second tier, it would still be difficult to handle. So I should first find a way to go around and assess the situation. Su Xiao certainly wouldn't joke with his life. He quietly began to observe the surroundings of Wanda Square. Besides the main entrance, there were quite a few zombies in other directions as well, but significantly fewer than at the main entrance. After circling for over 400 meters, he finally found a corner with the fewest zombies, with only about 70 wandering aimlessly. Compared to the other directions where there were often 100 or 200, this truly was quite rare. However, after this round, the total number of zombies Su Xiao had seen had already exceeded 1,000. Su Xiao estimated that in his past life, if it weren't for the military's firepower before the appearance of third-tier ability users, any survivor who entered here would meet their demise. Su Xiao was staring at the distance of the building. Above him on the second floor, a tempered glass window was open. The only way for him to enter was through this window. Su Xiao took out a small crossbow from his backpack, equipped with a finely crafted steel claw. The length of the claw is 8 meters. I need to get closer to the building to clear it, but before that these zombies Su Xiao felt a headache coming on. Dozens of zombies were not easy to handle. The only ranged weapon, the crossbow, was left for Xiao, so the only weapon left on him aside from the claw was the steel axe in his hand. Without hesitation, Su Xiao charged into the horde of zombies. The zombies, sensing the presence of a living human, rushed towards him frantically. Su Xiao's gaze was fierce as he swung the steel axe down heavily towards their heads. One zombie was killed instantly, but immediately after several claws reached Su Xiao's clothes, tearing and pulling at him. Su Xiao dodged swiftly, and with a quick swing, he severed the necks of 3 zombies. The terrifying force sent 3 heads flying, rolling heavily onto the ground. And then another dozen zombies. Su Xiao felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly retreated, starting to circle around the horde of dozens of zombies. He targeted whoever got closest to him first. Soon over 20 zombies lay on the ground. At that moment, Su Xiao, with keen eyes, suddenly noticed 2 zombies wobbling around the corner, seemingly attracted by the noise. Anxiety surged within him. If he couldn't quickly eliminate these zombies and prevent more from gathering, he would never get in today. Su Xiao's eyes glimmered with red light, and the nearby zombies within a 5-meter radius suddenly began to convulse violently. Blood extraction. Clouds of blood mist quickly separated from the bodies of these zombies, and their bodies visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Their speed and mobility were severely compromised. Without the nourishment of blood, their joints became stiff, and what had once been a jog was now a slow shuffle towards Su Xiao. Countless blood mists gathered in Su Xiao's palm, forming a blood ball the size of a pigeon egg, which he absorbed in an instant. The fatigue within his body vanished. However, Su Xiao's energy was greatly diminished. Using supernatural abilities consumed the original energy he had accumulated in his body, and once depleted, it would take time to recover. The reason Su Xiao was reluctant to use this ability to affect the zombies in bulk was due to the severe energy cost. Aside from physical abilities, using supernatural powers in the spiritual, elemental, and psychic realms all consumed the original energy drawn from nature, aligning with the principle of energy conservation. This time, Su Xiao's supernatural energy was reduced by 1/3. Although he absorbed that blood, it only enhanced his strength by about 10%, with no effect on restoring his original energy. Otherwise, if supernatural abilities could be used indefinitely, humanity would have no fear of zombies. With powers of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning combined, they could wipe out any horde within days. The slow pace of these zombies posed negligible threat to Su Xiao. He slaughtered them as if chopping vegetables, and within just over a minute this small pile of zombies was violently cleared away. Afterward, without even glancing at the approaching zombies around the corner, Su Xiao's sharp gaze locked onto the window, and he suddenly shot the claw out. With a crack, the claw landed behind the window, and its 4 sharp claws instantly retracted, gripping tightly at the window. Su Xiao pulled it once it was steady, and he quickly began to climb up. The zombie below stretched its claws to grab Su Xiao's boot, but he kicked it away. Below, the horde gathered, and over 100 zombies surged forward, clawing at his feet. But they were helpless against Su Xiao. He grabbed the windowsill, cautiously looked around, and found no zombies before leaping inside. The entire second floor was eerily quiet. Su Xiao strode forward, surprised to find that there were no zombies on the entire second floor. Moreover, along the way, the shops in the mall had been ransacked, indicating that the zombies on the second floor had been cleared away. Su Xiao reached the entrance on the first floor, and indeed saw that the large door was locked tight. At that moment, a man's shout suddenly rang out, "Hey, what do you want?" Su Xiao turned to see a burly man glaring at him with a stun baton in hand, approaching him menacingly. Su Xiao, instead of being startled, felt joy as he said, "I'm a survivor. What's the situation here?" The man frowned, staring at Su Xiao. "Survivor? I don't care who you are. This is Brother Huss territory now. Go back upstairs and behave." Su Xiao's brow furrowed. It seemed violence was unavoidable. In an instant, he sprang out, moving at an incredible speed. The man exclaimed, raising his crackling stun baton and swinging it fiercely towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao deftly dodged the stun baton, then like lightning grabbed the man's right hand, exerting a gentle pressure. The terrifying grip made the man drop the baton instantly, and Su Xiao threw him over his shoulder onto the ground. "Ouch!" The man cried out in pain. "I said you answer me, do you understand?" Su Xiao said coldly. Seeing the axe in Su Xiao's hand smeared with rotten flesh, the man immediately became obedient. "What's the situation here? How many people are in the mall?" The man quickly replied, "Over 700 people. 1/3 are mall employees, while the others were trapped here, while shopping at the outside is crawling with zombies, and no one dares to go out." With the man's account, Su Xiao learned about the situation here. The apocalypse broke out in the afternoon and many tourists were still stranded in the mall. Many had gotten caught in the rain oblivious to their surroundings as they admired the unprecedented spectacle of blood-colored rain. But within less than half an hour some had turned into zombies beginning to bite those around them. The crowd erupted in chaos with many fleeing to other parts of the mall, but those bitten soon turned into zombies themselves. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, the original security captain of the mall, Lee, who quickly sealed the doors and led a group to clear out the zombies. Those infected were forcibly driven to the first floor, sealing the entrance there as well, with everyone retreating to the second floor and above. Although everyone was fearful, at least there was food and water in the mall, and they patiently waited for rescue. However, 1 day passed. 3 days passed, and rescue had yet to arrive, while they watched the city's transformation from above. Countless people turned into zombies, crazily biting others in the streets. They were terrified, and many even rushed into shops to loot with no one able to stop them. By the 5th day, even Lee, who knew that rescue was unlikely to come, and thus different thoughts began to brew. Many men started to take advantage of the beautiful female tourists nearby, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Lee, who killed all those men, throwing them out to feed the zombies, declaring himself the master of these people. Some resisted, but they were no match for Lee, who and his security team armed with electric batons and other weapons. Another dozen rebels were killed and tossed out. Now the crowd quieted down. Lee, who drove them to different areas, assigning guards to prevent them from uniting to resist. As for himself, he enjoyed himself. Over these 2 days, no less than 13 beautiful women had been captured for his amusement. The remaining people were also threatened with starvation or being thrown out to feed the zombies. Lee, who felt that the supplies here were ample, and if no one came to rescue them, he could become the local emperor. After Xiao finished listening, he did not react like an ordinary person filled with anger or emotional turmoil. Instead, he laughed. This situation was optimal. The apocalypse had come, and order had long been lost. People like Lee who could survive longer, while those who were displeased or enraged by such matters would end up dying the fastest. However, Lee, who still had some principles, he did not indiscriminately massacre ordinary people, which greatly increased the chances of Zhou Yu surviving. Xiao only wanted Zhou Yuan alive. As for Li Hu's complaints about fate, he had little interest. At most, he would just crush him when they met. With a single slap, Xiao knocked the man unconscious and walked up to the 3rd floor along the now powerhouse. Just as he entered the 3rd floor, 2 fully armed men approached wearing bulletproof vests, one of whom was even dressed in an expensive Armani suit. The 2 men stared at Xiao for a moment before shouting, "You! Come here. When did you sneak down? Get back to your designated area. Otherwise they'll smash your bones right now." The 2 men menacingly approached with electric batons. Xiao did not waste a word. He instantly lunged forward and kicked one man flying 7 or 8 meters away. The other man was grasped by Xiao, his head pressed down and his neck pinned to the ground. Ugh! The man struggled, his eyes bulging with fear as he stared at Xiao. Hearing the commotion, 3 more men rushed over from a distance. Seeing this scene, they cursed, "Damn. Have you been sucking too much from the tit every day? You can't even beat him with weapons." Although they were cursing, the 3 security guards charged towards Xiao in unison. "You damn thing, dare to hit our people. Kill him." 3 seconds later, Xiao walked past the men on the ground and headed straight inside. In a luxurious office, 5 girls stood trembling before a bald man in his 40s. The man was adorned in various designer outfits, leering at the several voluptuous and beautiful women before him, his face displaying a hint of excitement. With a stern expression, he barked, "What are you all standing there for? Come here and kneel before me." None of the women. His eyes flared with ferocity as he stood up, grabbing one woman's hair and slapping her across the face. The other women shrank back in fear. Lee, who revealed a sinister smile, saying, "A bunch of bitches still not understanding the reality, huh? Don't listen." He grabbed the woman's neck and pinned her against the wall. "Cough, cough, cough. Let me go, you disgusting bat." The woman was choking, her eyes rolling back in fear. Li Hu's expression was fervent, "Cursing me." He immediately tore the woman's shirt, exposing her fair skin. He first caressed it lovingly, then took a knife with his right hand and struck down fiercely. The beautiful girl let out a heart-wrenching scream. A bloody piece of flesh fell to the ground, causing the other girls to crouch in terror, puddles of liquid dripping from their legs, a faint foul smell wafting. One girl huddled in a corner, but instead of being scared to the point of wetting herself, she stared intently at the man, her eyes filled with fury and resentment. Seeing that he had effectively set an example, Lee, who kicked the bloodied, unconscious woman aside. His sinister gaze lingered among the women, then he casually pointed to 2 of them, saying, "You 2 come serve me." He reclined comfortably on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the 2 women with malice. The 2 girls, terrified to death, could only tremble as they stood up and walked toward him in despair. "Is someone coming to rescue us? The security guards are all down. Are they our rescuers? Or are they special forces?" Many people saw Xiao striding over and excitedly pressed against the glass door, frantically banging on the glass. All 6 shops here had been emptied. 6 commercial units now resembled prison cells, each holding dozens. They had been locked up for 8 rooms. They were trapped in the glass room like commodities, excitedly banging on the doors. Xiao was somewhat shocked. This Li, who was ruthless. Everyone was imprisoned separately, as if in cells. No wonder their few security guards could maintain control. 14 people managing over 500. Xiao approached one of the glass rooms, scanning around, but did not see any familiar figures. Instead, the deafening sounds of people urging him to open the door filled his ears. Quiet! Xiao shouted loudly. Suddenly, all voices ceased. They looked at Xiao with uncertainty. After these few days they had learned to be obedient. Xiao meticulously searched each room, yet found no sign of Xiao. He felt a sense of foreboding. With one axe he smashed open a door, and everyone rushed out. Xiao ignored them, and turned to the pale-faced women in front of him, asking, "Where is Li Hu?" "He is in the—" "Yes, that bastard Li Hu, we want to kill him." His words immediately resonated with everyone. The men's eyes lit up with fervor, but they had barely taken 2 steps before staggering, their weak bodies devoid of strength. They had gone hungry for 3 whole days. Xiao grabbed a man and growled, "Take me to find Li Hu." In less than 2 minutes, Xiao kicked open the door of the monitoring room. What lay before him was Li Hu frenziedly whipping a girl with a belt. A knife was stuck in his shoulder. He was madly gripping the girl's neck, his eyes crazily cursing, "Crazy dog woman, I'll kill you." Just as he raised his fist, his head suddenly received a heavy blow, crashing to the side. Xiao looked at the girl who had collapsed to the side, coughing and shedding tears. His heart raced. "I made it just in time." This girl was Xiao, Xiao's target for this trip. He did not rush to speak with Xiao, but stepped forward and grabbed Li Hu by the collar. Li Hu was dazed, instinctively raising his fist to strike back as Xiao held him. However, in the next second, Xiao slapped him so hard that all his teeth flew out, and he fell to the ground moaning and bleeding profusely. Seeing Xiao's shoes right before him, this demon finally knew fear. He trembled on his knees, bowing his head before Xiao, pleading, "Don't kill me. From now on you take the lead, just spare my life." "Spare you? What value do you have that deserves to be spared? Or will you stab me in the back?" Xiao expressionlessly stepped on his left hand. Oh, the dagger hidden in his palm was embedded into his own hand by Xiao. This guy was quite clever. Taking advantage of his fall, he painfully pulled the knife out of his shoulder, trying to play tough. "He'll send you to the west." Xiao slammed his head down hard against the ground. With a muffled thud, a pool of blood flowed out. The people who followed and saw this scene, and not only felt fear, but instead erupted in cheers. Xiao had underestimated the psychological pressure on these people, as well as their deep-seated hatred for Li Hu. Even after Xiao killed Li Hu, many rushed forward and hacked his corpse into minced meat. Among them were 2 frenzied women. Their children were thrown out by Li Hu, who despised their cries for fear of attracting zombies. Their husbands were also electrocuted to death while resisting Li Hu. Xiao could only sigh inwardly at this. In the future, people like Li Hu would only become more numerous. Xiao considered himself not a virtuous person, yet he had his own bottom line. He would not easily target ordinary people, nor would he take lives recklessly. For every human being represented a glimmer of hope to him. Once everyone calmed down, Xiao spoke loudly. "All right, everyone, listen to me." Several hundred people stared at Xiao as he continued with a calm expression. "I know you have suffered greatly during these days of confinement, but I must inform you of an even worse piece of news. The world has been engulfed by the virus. Not to mention, in Yunhai City alone there are at least over 170,000 zombies. 170,000. The crowd was stunned by this number. "Impossible. The army will save us, we just need to hold on a little longer." There were still some naive people in the crowd, shouting confidently. Xiao sneered and said, "Oh really?" Then, the person was immediately rendered speechless. Xiao scanned the bewildered faces around him, and said, "The army may come, or it may not. But even if they do, they will have to face the endless sea of corpses outside. Whether you choose to sit and wait for death, or venture out to seek a path to survival, depends on yourselves." Xiao then strode over to Xiao. The girl was weak and was being supported by another girl leaning against the wall. She only lifted her head when she saw Xiao approaching, revealing a beautiful, yet deeply bruised face marred by Li Hu's slap. However, her gaze was fixed on Xiao, revealing a hint of gratitude. Without Xiao, she would have died moment. "I came for you." Xiao squatted down in front of her, looking at her with a smile. "For me?" Xiao was taken aback. She couldn't understand why Xiao, whom she didn't even know, would come for her. "I will tell you. Now I want you to come with me. Will you?" Xiao said. Xiao frowned, lost in thought. She couldn't comprehend why Xiao wanted to take her away. "If I go with you, will I still be free?" Xiao asked cautiously. She was grateful for Xiao's rescue, but was equally afraid of stepping from one hell into another. "Of course." Xiao's gaze was earnest. "If you feel I cannot protect you, you can leave at any time." Xiao looked at Xiao's sincere expression. Although she didn't understand what Xiao wanted from her, she truly did not want to wait here any longer. "All right, I'll go with you. But can you take my best friend with us?" Zhou Yu looked at Su Xiao with a pleading gaze while the girl beside her wearing glasses kept her head down. No problem. You all take a break, and we'll set off. Su Xiao readily agreed. Gaining Zhou Yu's trust was paramount. Once she followed him, she would soon understand why Su Xiao brought her along. However, Su Xiao believed that even if she did it wouldn't matter. He had saved her, which was a fact, and he only sought a favor from her people. As for whether that favor could be repaid, it would depend on whether Zhou Yu could survive to see her family. As Su Xiao turned to wait, more than 20 men suddenly emerged from the restless crowd. The leader was a young man in his 20s, strong in build with bright eyes fixed on Su Xiao. What should I call you? My name is Su Xiao. Brother Su, with so many zombies outside, how did you get in? Upon hearing this question, everyone looked over with curiosity. Even the dozen security guards were too afraid to go out. How did Su Xiao manage to enter alone? The surroundings were swarming with zombies. Su Xiao raised the axe in his hand. This. And this. He pointed to his own head. Then he scanned the crowd without saying anything. The young man understood his meaning. He was not only saying that he had killed his way in alone, but he was also subtly implying the cowardice of the crowd. In front of hundreds of zombies, a few hundred people had managed to get trapped here. Many began to develop a sense of awe for Su Xiao. If one person could make it through so many zombies, how formidable must he be? The young man looked at Su Xiao with fervent eyes. Brother Su, we don't want to wait here any longer. We want to follow you. What do you think? More than 20 men looked at Su Xiao with hopeful eyes. Su Xiao subtly tugged at the corner of his mouth, but coldly replied, that's not a wise idea. You must understand, outside are zombies. I am not your nanny and won't care about your lives. If you don't have the guts to kill zombies and you die, I won't be responsible. Moreover, there are over 1,000 zombies outside. Su Xiao's words caused many of the more than 20 men to change their expressions, their faces fluctuating between fear and uncertainty. Many of them had come with the idea of clinging to Su Xiao's leg, believing that since he had saved them, he wouldn't abandon. Unexpectedly, this guy was truly so cold-hearted. Hearing the number of zombies outside, they silently turned back to the larger group. Su Xiao remained silent, merely watching with a smile. Yet the young man firmly stated, I'm not afraid. Brother Su, as long as you can teach us how to kill zombies, that's enough. You are my benefactor. Whatever you say, I will do. I really can't stand staying here any longer. Su Xiao gazed at him, impressed by his courage. Among the hundreds of people, this young man was the only one with guts and bravery, understanding the stakes. I want to go too. I also want to follow you. Take me with you. Damn it, I won't be a coward either. 14 more people shouted one after another. Su Xiao felt gratified. In this apocalypse, it's not that you lack ability, but that you lack guts. If a person faces danger and doesn't even dare to resist or fight back, their ultimate fate will surely be to become a pile of rotten mud inside a zombie's belly. What's your name? Su Xiao looked at the young man with appreciation. Brother Su, my name is Li Tianxi. Seeing Su Xiao's gaze, the young man immediately straightened his chest and said, Good Li Tianxi, you won't regret your decision today. Su Xiao looked at them seriously. Since you have decided to follow me, you all must be prepared to face death. Get ready and bring any food you can carry. We will leave in half an hour. All right. Several hundred people watched those 10-odd individuals filled with enthusiasm to follow Su Xiao. Some showed a glimmer of yearning, but just a glimmer. Without the threat of Li Hu and with sufficient food, they preferred to hold on and wait for the army to arrive. Others showed a hint of schadenfreude, convinced that those people would likely go and not return. No matter what they thought, Su Xiao was indifferent. He looked at the piles of various food, electronics, clothes, and grocery stores in Wanda Plaza, feeling a sense of regret. If only he had a stable foundation, he would have taken all these things away. And these 10-odd people were just the beginning. Half an hour later, Su Xiao and a dozen others stood by the window on the second floor. Each of the 14 individuals carried a backpack donned in security personnel's bomb-proof outfits, wielding electric batons, steel axes, crowbars, and other weapons. Everyone's expression was solemn. They all understood that following Su Xiao could mean their demise the moment they left this building. Yet they felt no fear, for they were men of courage, preferring to gamble with their lives rather than be trapped here, waiting. If they were to die, then so be it. Su Xiao looked at them, feeling quite satisfied inside. To have these capable followers was an unexpected joy for him. As for the remaining hundreds, Su Xiao was not uninterested in them, but his foundation was currently weak. He hadn't even built a basic leadership team yet, and taking in too many people would be courting death. He would rather wait until he developed further before expanding gradually. One cannot become fat by taking a single bite. Looking down at the densely packed zombies below, everyone felt a twinge of apprehension. If they went down, they would surely be devoured alive. Su Xiao glanced back, then turned and shouted, I will go down first to draw the zombies away. You all hurry down. Li Tianxi, lead them to break through to the clothing store across the street and wait for me. Hearing Su Xiao's words, everyone was deeply moved. Su Xiao was not cruelly sending them to their deaths, but rather taking the lead to provide them with a way out. Brother Su, I will definitely do it. Li Tianxi earnestly scanned the faces around him and spoke loudly. Su Xiao looked at Zhou Yu again. Though she was frightened, she nodded at Su Xiao, acknowledging him. Without hesitation, Xiao grabbed the rope and leaped out of the window hanging in midair. His appearance immediately attracted all the zombies below. The horde of corpses surged, emitting low growls, gathering below, their claws scraping against the glass walls of the mall, producing piercing sounds. Their ocular organs had long rotted away, their dead fish-like eyes filled with hollowness, yet with their strong sense of smell they raised their heads to look at Xiao, a thick, foul-smelling yellow liquid oozing from their decaying mouths, filling the air with a stench. Li Tianxi and the others crouched by the window watching Xiao with hearts pounding. At this moment Xiao was like a piece of meat hanging in midair, while below were a group of greedy zombies with mouths wide open waiting for that meat to fall. Xiao, seemingly oblivious, continued to slide down the rope. As he neared the distance the zombies could reach, he suddenly kicked off the wall, propelling himself away from them, his body swinging over the heads of many zombies below. Once he was far enough, Xiao released his grip on the rope. His body flew into the distance like a cannonball. The zombies immediately began to chase after him. In midair, Xiao executed 3 precise rolls to dissipate the force, then landed steadily on the ground 30 meters away. Then, without looking back, he ran towards the distant buildings. Over 200 zombies followed Xiao. In an instant, there was not a single zombie left at the window below. What the hell? Is he a martial arts master? His skills are incredible. Brother Su is amazing. A group of men were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. At this moment, they were filled with admiration for Xiao. Li Tianxi quickly snapped back to reality, shouting, "Quick, we can't waste the precious time Brother Su has bought us. Form a line, let's go down." With Xiao's speed, it was natural that these ordinary zombies, currently not yet evolving, could not catch up. After leading the horde of zombies over 300 meters away from Qingdao Plaza, he circled towards the east gate, where the most zombies were gathered, thinking it was about time to devise a way to shake them off. A glance in the direction of the east gate made his body suddenly tremble. He saw that the 1,000-strong zombie horde had formed a regular circle, and in the center of that circle were 3 large muscular zombies. These were power-type zombies, and there were 3 of them. Out of over 1,000 zombies, the emergence of 3 power-type zombies was indeed rare, but that was not the reason Xiao was shocked. What sent chills down his spine was that he actually saw one of the power-type zombies devouring a petite speed-type zombie. The latter was struggling fiercely. The other 2 power-type zombies stood behind him, somewhat fearful. He has actually started to consume his own kind. Xiao was horrified by this. Zombies typically do not attack their own kind. They are only interested in the blood and flesh of humans and all living creatures. They resembled another newly emerging race. But when they began to devour their own, it signified that the intelligence of these zombies had been enhanced, and that they had surpassed the ranks of the other zombies around them, about to evolve to the next stage. This power-type zombie was about to advance to the 2nd tier. Xiao furrowed his brow. This was not a good omen. It had been less than 10 days since the apocalypse began, and zombies were already beginning to approach the 2nd tier. This was a terrifying sign. Perhaps even at this moment 2nd-tier zombies had already been born. Xiao pondered, yet his actions were swift as he quickly shook off the zombies behind him, circled around a building, and returned to the previous location. "Brother Su, over here." Li Tianxi and the others poked their heads out from a shop. Xiao saw that none of them were missing, and each looked spirited. Without any hesitation, he said, "Follow me. Keep up with Brother Su." Finally, they were about to leave this place. Everyone felt a mix of anxiety and a long-lost sense of excitement for freedom. Xiao did not say much. He roughly identified the direction and headed towards the pet store, hoping to see if he could take the few mutated dogs with him. "Look ahead." A few minutes later, Xiao pointed at the 7 wandering zombies on the street and said to Li Tianxi and the other 7 of you, "Come out and kill them." Li Tianxi and the others exchanged glances, eyeing the few disgusting zombies that were slowly walking and occasionally roaring at the air. After a few seconds, several people took the initiative to step forward. Among them was Li Tianxi. He glanced at Xiao, his expression tense, as if asking what they should do. "I have nothing to teach you. You are now fighting for your lives. I don't care how you do it, just use the weapons in your hands to kill them, and you'll pass. Otherwise, let's part ways here," Xiao said calmly, observing them with a cold gaze. Li Tianxi's eyes hardened as he lifted the electric baton and strode towards a zombie. Seeing this, the others steeled themselves and charged in. "What's there to be afraid of? If we die, we die. If we live, we live. Damn it. This female zombie is so damn ugly." The zombies sensed the approaching living beings and excitedly lunged. When Li Tianxi was 2 meters away from the zombie, he shouted, swinging his sizzling electric baton hard at the zombie. The intense current made the zombie let out a painful roar, and then Li Tianxi kicked it over. Confidence surged within him instantly. His fear of the zombies diminished greatly. He charged forward, wildly smashing at it. In just a few hits, he smashed the zombie's head to pieces. While some performed excellently, there were also those who performed poorly. One individual was so scared when a zombie lunged at him that he dropped his electric baton and turned to run. However, just a few steps later, he was grabbed by the zombie, knocked down. "Oh, save me. Oh." The zombie pounced on him, gnawing at his face. The sight terrified the others even more, driving them to kill their respective zombies, and then collectively beat that one zombie to death. However, the man's face was already gnawed to shreds, lying on the ground, convulsing, still wailing. Don't go near him, and he's beyond saving, and if he grabs you, you'll turn into a zombie too. And as someone reached out to help the fallen man, Xiao coldly rebuked him. Upon hearing those words, everyone instantly recoiled, putting wide distance between themselves and the man. The man lay on the ground, wailing in utter despair. And while courage stirred in the hearts of the others, so too did profound pity for him. And you've killed zombies. How does it feel? Are they really so fearsome after all? And Xiao swept his gaze across the remaining 6 people. And exactly, they're nothing special. As long as we avoid their grasp, what's there to fear? Hearing this, the 6 surged with renewed confidence, their eyes brightening with resolve. And Xiao didn't spare another glance at the dying man. Instead, he pointed toward 4 more zombies in another direction. Bring out 4 more. With the earlier man's grim fate serving as a sobering example, their terror had not vanished, but neither did it paralyze them anymore. The zombies no longer loomed like ravenous wolves. For rushed forward, clumsy, battered, yet each ultimately felled their assigned foe. And the group's collective confidence grew steadily. Xiao observed silently, guiding them onward, while mandating that each take turns confronting zombies. And when confronted with larger packs, he would charge in first, cutting down the majority, then let the others finish what remained. Midway, another unfortunate soul was scratched. Overconfident, he'd been ambushed by a legless zombie. Meeting the group's fearful stares, he showed remarkable grit. Drawing his blade, he slit his own throat and ended his life. Better than waiting helplessly for death. In the shadow of mortality hung unrelentingly over the remaining 12, but they refused to retreat. Whenever Xiao commanded them forward, they obeyed without hesitation, killing zombies all the way to the pet shop. Not a single life was lost thereafter. With every zombie slain, their self-assurance deepened, until at last they no longer feared them at all. Now even a lone zombie provoked no hesitation. Someone would rush forth unbidden and strike it down. No prompting from Xiao required. None displayed greater ferocity than Li Tianxi, a young man who had discovered an exhilarating thrill in slaying zombies. His strikes evolved swiftly from cautious probing taps to brutal full-force blows aimed straight at the skull. He had already slain 7 zombies single-handedly. Li Tianxi approached Xiao, eyes blazing with intensity. Brother Su, we're no longer afraid of zombies, but at most we can handle only 1 or 2. How are you so extraordinarily powerful? The others leaned and ears pricked. Each kill had only sharpened their awareness of Xiao's terrifying prowess. And after all, moments earlier, over 30 zombies had swarmed them simultaneously. Xiao charged headlong into the horde and slaughtered them all as effortlessly as chopping melons. And they believed their own methods were brutally effective, wild, frenzied, brawling, overwhelming through sheer chaos. Yet Xiao surpassed them utterly. Wielding his axe like a butcher, he cleaved zombie skulls into grotesque, unrecognizable shapes. And severed heads tumbled across the ground, scattering like macabre fruit. The spectacle left them stunned into prolonged silence. Xiao made no haste to explain. Instead, he said simply, smash open their skulls. And the group hesitated, puzzled, but obeyed. Soon they stood dumbfounded, cradling crystalline shards in their palms. These are evolution crystals, rare energy condensations formed only within certain zombies. They contain a unique, gene-altering energy. Ingest one, and you stand a chance of undergoing biological evolution. I am an evolved one. Xiao spared no detail in explaining the nature of evolved ones and these crystals, offering a thorough, unreserved account. Their minds reeled, astonished, even disoriented. Could it truly be that survival coupled with diligent collection of these crystals might one day elevate any of them to the stature of Xiao himself, a being transcending ordinary humanity? A wave of fervent excitement surged through them. I'll train relentlessly. I'll become as strong as Brother Su. Li Tianxi declared, his gaze burning with unwavering conviction. Then prove yourselves. Kill zombies and let your results speak. Xiao patted the pouch at his side, brimming with crystals, and smiled at the group. Gather as many as you can tonight, and we'll see who among you possesses the potential to evolve. Instantly, they were galvanized, charged with adrenaline and purpose. Xiao surveyed the eerily empty pet shop and its surrounding streets. No zombies in sight. Where were Demao and Air Mao? Xiao called out sharply. Demao. Nonly silence answered. Who's Demao? Someone scratched his head and asked Li Tianxi. I don't know either. Li Tianxi watched as Xiao scanned the desolate surroundings with cool detachment, and dared not approach with questions, though in the eyes of the group, he had clearly become Xiao's most favored protege. Woof! Woof! A massive dog leapt down from the second floor of a nearby residential building, landing heavily on the pavement. Its jaws clamped around a zombie's severed arm, crunching it rhythmically. Such a monstrous canine froze Li Tianxi and the others in terror. They stared paralyzed as the beast advanced, its crimson eyes sweeping over them, draining the color from their faces in an instant. "We're doomed," and staring at the golden retriever, its frame rivaling that of a lion. They felt the world collapsing beneath them. Even Li Tianxi turned pale. Judging by how effortlessly it had vaulted from the second floor, and now devoured a zombie's limb, they realized with chilling certainty that their combined bodies wouldn't even fill a single tooth of that beast. Many cast desperate glances towards Su Xiao, hoping he would intervene. Yet he remained motionless, watching calmly as the great dog drew nearer. Their hearts sank. Had even Brother Su frozen in dread? Why do you eat zombies? Doesn't it sicken you?" Su Xiao blurted out, genuinely astonished. He was simply stunned. Mutant beasts consuming zombies was something he'd never truly considered before. Perhaps he'd glimpsed such scenes in his past life, but had never paused to reflect upon them. "Woof! Woof!" Nda Mao swallowed the arm whole, smacked his lips, then shook his massive head. "I see now, mutant beasts are creatures who survived viral infection and underwent radical transformation. Unlike human-evolved ones, their biology diverges fundamentally. Humans exposed to the virus, lacking sufficient resilience, devolve into zombies. But mutant beasts are nearly immune to the virus. At the very least, low-tier zombies pose no threat to them. Even if the pathogen harms them somewhat, it won't kill them." Understanding dawned upon Su Xiao. He recalled from his past life numerous humans who kept mutant beasts as companions. Beasts that hunted zombies not only with claws and fangs, but by devouring them whole. Swallowing a zombie meant ingesting its crystal as well, sustenance and evolution in one act. Thus mutant beasts grew stronger precisely through their relentless battle against the undead. No wonder in his past life so many masters had risen from the seas. And now, gazing at the Mao, Su Xiao saw not just a beast, but a priceless treasure. It required no feeding, surviving solely on zombies, possessed overwhelming combat power, and if obedient, far surpassed even evolved ones in utility. Where are Air Mao and the others?" Su Xiao stepped forward and patted de Mao's broad head. The giant dog responded with gentle affection, licking Su Xiao's hand with its enormous tongue, then let out a sharp, commanding bark toward the distance. Instantly, 3 more massive dogs came thundering from afar. Blood and gore still smeared around their muzzles, reeking fiercely, yet they circled Su Xiao with docile, almost reverent devotion. Su Xiao felt both elation and discomfort. The dog's loyalty was a miraculous boon, but the stench emanating from 4 freshly zombie-fed mouths was almost overwhelming. "Brush your teeth. You're all getting dental hygiene tonight," Su Xiao muttered, inwardly exasperated. Li Tianxi and the others felt a strange sensation now. It was a mix of happiness and shock. The terrifying monster dog that could devour zombies raw was actually Su Xiao's pet. There are still 4 more. On the way back, the performance of these 4 large dogs astonished everyone even more. Facing a dozen wandering zombies, they showed no fear at all. Even Su Xiao didn't need to say a word before they charged in. With a great paw swipe, one zombie's head was smashed clean off. When surrounded by zombies, they would go into a frenzied biting spree, tearing the zombies into pieces. The scene was incredibly bloody. The 10 or so people had no chance to intervene. But who knew that Su Xiao was even more troubled? Only de Mao listened to him, and was clever enough to communicate simply. The others were completely disobedient, especially the 2 huskies who were downright wild. Upon seeing a horde of zombies, they would charge in wildly, only to return howling in pain after being clawed by the zombies, seeking comfort from the golden retriever. For now, only the golden retriever would listen to them. Su Xiao understood that he hadn't had time to bond with the other 3 dogs, but this wouldn't do. Su Xiao's goal was to train Li Tianxi's group on the way back, and with these zombies taken care of, what would Li Tianyu and the others do? Thus, Su Xiao entered into a violent dog training mode. Each time the 3 dogs disobeyed commands and charged out, they would return to Su Xiao, receiving a hard hit on their heads. At first, the 3 dogs bared their teeth at Su Xiao. After all, the Blood Emperor was not one to be trifled with. He immediately lashed out at the 3 dogs. Although Su Xiao was still at the first level, his blood manipulation ability was a lethal weapon against flesh and blood creatures. He directly manipulated the blood of the 3 dogs to flow backward, causing them to crumple in pain on the ground, followed by Su Xiao's brutal beating. The golden retriever watched from the side, shrinking its head, not even daring to bark, fearing it would also get beaten. After beating them 3 or 4 times in a row, even the 2 most reckless huskies became obedient. Su Xiao extended his hand, and they came wagging their tails to lick him. Su Xiao was finally a bit satisfied. Li Tianxi and the others were already numb from shock. They had just been watching the show, witnessing Su Xiao exerting his divine power to teach his pet dogs a lesson, a scene that felt even more violently chaotic than a tide of zombies. Su Xiao's authority weighed heavier in their hearts. His methods were so strange that he didn't even need to lay a hand. The 3 dogs simply collapsed there, eagerly awaiting Su Xiao's heavy hand. "Bad dogs need to be punished. If I don't, they won't know who's the boss." Su Xiao snorted coldly. Looking ahead at the 20 or so zombies appearing, he glanced at Li Tianxi and the others, saying coldly, 2 zombies each. directly doubling the difficulty for Li Tianxi and the others who had just been watching the show all the way. Although they hesitated, no one dared to back down. Dealing with two zombies was indeed more dangerous, but the reason humans are humans is that they have brains. After some dodging, Li Tianyu and the others, panting heavily, managed to take down all the zombies and return silently to the group. You performed well this time, but don't let your guard down as zombies are constantly evolving. The only thing I can tell you is that if you can't adapt to fighting zombies after a week, even one zombie will be hard for you to deal with. Su Xiao scanned them with a stern look, lecturing them without reservation. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The little pride they had just felt crushed away. Although they didn't know how Su Xiao had come to this conclusion, they all acknowledged his capabilities, and they had to submit to him. As evening approached around 6 o'clock, Su Xiao led the group back to the small community. The number of zombies in the community was still substantial, with over 300 wandering on the streets. However, this time Su Xiao did not avoid them. Instead, he said to Li Tianxi and the others, today's final task is to eliminate all these zombies. Of course, the main force will be me and the dog team. You guys can pick up the scraps. I just want to reiterate, stay safe and cooperate. Li Tianxi, you all better form temporary pairs and work together to kill. If you encounter danger, make sure to support each other. Complete the task, and today will be over. Don't be so busy that you end up dead at your doorstep. Su Xiao scanned each person with a serious expression. The dog team he referred to as naturally Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Si Mao of Su Xiao had distinguished them from Li Tianxi and the others, forming a separate team for easier command in future battles. However, Li Tianxi and the others were already familiar with Su Xiao. Although he was cold, he didn't look down on them. He just wanted them to adapt to survival in the apocalypse as quickly as possible. Li Tianxi and the others replied in unison, "Don't worry, Su Go." Su Xiao gave Da Mao a look. Go. Woof. Although Da Mao was obedient in front of Su Xiao, once battle began, its crimson eyes erupted with boundless wildness and ferocity. The four large dogs charged at the horde of zombies. Su Xiao also swung his axe into the horde of zombies. As 3 to 5 zombies swarmed him, Su Xiao's gaze turned icy. With a horizontal sweep of his axe, he violently smashed 3 skulls in one blow. One zombie was knocked to the ground, and then trampled by the rushing zombies behind. Tang Ying, who was diligently polishing her Longquan knife upstairs, brightened up upon hearing the commotion outside. When she leaned over the balcony and saw the scene below, she was somewhat stunned. Why did so many people suddenly appear? And there were 4 large dogs. But when she spotted the figure of the violently hacking person at the front of the crowd, her eyes instantly lit up. Killing zombies was already Su Xiao's instinct, so he swiftly maneuvered through the horde, his axe slicing through the air as if it were creating a circular shadow. Da Mao and Air Mao were equally ferocious. With a sudden charge, a row of zombies was knocked down, and then their gaping maws viciously tore at one head after another, their claws shredding the zombies' bodies. Torn, rotting intestines and entrails flowed everywhere. Bang! Su Xiao's axe struck accurately on a zombie's head, misaligning it, and Su Xiao remained expressionless. The axe hadn't even been pulled out yet when the wooden handle suddenly snapped with a crack. Damn it! Seeing another 4 zombies lunging at him, Su Xiao discarded the broken handle and kicked them over with a powerful kick before drawing out 2 daggers from his thigh straps, feeling somewhat speechless. These daggers were pitifully short. While they were fine for unknown combat against a horde of zombies, they could only serve as throwing darts. Su Xiao took one zombie's head after another, his gaze scanning for a suitable weapon. Su Xiao, catch! A female voice called from upstairs. Su Xiao looked up to see Tang Ying throwing down his Longquan knife. Grabbing the Longquan knife, Su Xiao continued to slash away without hesitation. Seeing San Mao being clung to tightly by 5 zombies and crying out in panic, Su Xiao rushed over. The knife light flickered quickly, and those zombies were all cleaved in half by Su Xiao. San Mao roared in fury, tearing apart the zombies' heads into a mess before turning to kill other zombies. They'll help too. Tang Ying, with her arms and waist wrapped in tape and wearing a helmet, charged into the horde of zombies. How is there still a woman? Miss, be careful. Come to me, we will protect you. Li Tianxi and the others shouted in a flurry as 3 zombies lunged at Tang Ying, embodying a sense of chivalry. Unexpectedly, Tang Ying completely ignored them and swung her fists at the 3 zombies. Bang! With a muffled sound, the entire head of one zombie was sent flying, spraying blood, directly knocked over 3 meters away, lying on the ground, completely incapacitated. The other 2 zombies also flew away. Su Xiao was stunned by this scene. How had Tang Ying become so? She fearlessly charged into the horde of zombies, unafraid of being besieged by 3 or 4 zombies, her fists wildly swinging. Her seemingly delicate figure was like that of a mighty god, knocking a zombie away with a single punch. It was simply as if she were in a world of her own. Li Tianxi and the others suddenly felt a tightness in their chests. What was happening today? Why were the people appearing more outrageous than the last? It seemed that among the 10 or so big men, they were the weakest, still pondering how to deal with the 30 zombies, and more than 30 zombies were quickly slaughtered under the relentless assault of Su Xiao and the Wang team. Su Xiao also kept a close watch on Tang Ying's movements as her performance left him utterly astonished. She had only awakened in the morning and now she was able to single-handedly deal with 4 zombies simultaneously and with absolute dominance. One must admit she seemed to have a natural talent for combat, making rapid progress. Of course Su Xiao was more aware that perhaps this was due to Tang Ying's seemingly fragile exterior but resilient spirit, as well as her unwillingness to always be protected by him. From her combat skills, Su Xiao could see that Tang Ying's strength had increased significantly, and she fought without any weapons, solely using her fists to kill enemies. This was something Su Xiao could not achieve. Although he could also use his fists to achieve similar effects, his destructive power was not necessarily as strong as hers. Although his ability was also of the superpower type, it could not yet reach the effect of enhancing gravity upon his body as Tang Ying did. Unless Su Xiao could reach the level of a second-tier ability user, then he could use new skills. The 4 large dogs seemed to have had their fill earlier, showing no interest in the corpses scattered around, wagging their tails as they gathered around Su Xiao. This also dispelled a naive and amusing thought: Su Xiao had to train mutated beasts to devour zombies. Perhaps inspired by Tang Ying, Li Tianxi and the others did not disappoint Su Xiao either. Within 5 minutes they ended their battle, having smashed the 30 or so zombies into a pulp. They instinctively gathered around Su Xiao. "Brother Su, we've taken care of everything." As Li Tianxi spoke, his gaze kept drifting toward Tang Ying. Tang Ying was very beautiful, a genuine stunning beauty. However, the combat power and coldness Tang Ying displayed earlier made the group of men realize that this girl was not a mere vase raised by Su Xiao. In fact, when Tang Ying cast her gaze their way, many of them blushed and instinctively turned away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Xiao introduced her. "This is Tang Ying, my friend, and your companion from now on. You don't need to be surprised, though. Like me, Tang Ying is also an evolved one. Tonight perhaps one of you will also become an evolved one. Even though the world is overrun with zombies, as long as we stick together and seek out more capable individuals to join us, we too can survive," Su Xiao said firmly as he scanned the crowd. "We will definitely stick with you, Brother Su." Many people passionately expressed their determination. "Alright, that's it for today. Everyone gather in this building, find a room to stay in, and try to stay close together. In half an hour meet at my place." After Su Xiao finished speaking, he and Tang Ying walked towards the hallway. Su Xiao then asked Tang Ying, "Has your ability progressed again?" "Yes, I practiced all day and finally learned how to add gravity to myself, but right now I can only amplify it to 3 times the normal gravity," Tang Ying said, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a large cloth pouch stitched around her fists filled with sand. No wonder her fists were so powerful, unafraid even of the claws of zombies. Su Xiao praised. "Clever. Looks like you no longer need others to protect you." "At least I can protect myself now," Tang Ying replied proudly. "I am still developing my ability to apply gravity to objects. If successful, my powers could be used for ranged attacks with bows and crossbows." After reaching the top of the stairs, Yu Jiao shyly stepped out and said, "My ability only has a range of 5 meters, so I didn't dare to go down." Su Xiao certainly didn't criticize her. Yu Jiao's ability wasn't suited for combat, but with more practice, if she could expand her mental control range, it would be a great asset in group battles. "I don't expect you to kill zombies with your powers, just learn to bravely fight them and protect yourself, understand?" Su Xiao said as he looked at her. Yu Jiao nodded vigorously, her heart filled with joy, finally free from being forced to go out and kill zombies. Half an hour later, Li Tianxi and the others gathered in the hallway, feeling a bit excited as they waited for Su Xiao. Without further ado, Su Xiao opened the bag in his hand, poured out a small pile of crystal cores, and said, 10 for each of you, just swallow them one at a time. Whether you can awaken tonight depends on your luck." Li Tianxi and the others each took a crystal core, their eyes filled with excitement as they said, "Thank you, brother." After sending off Li Tianyu and the others, Su Xiao was left with a pile of crystal cores, around 70 or so. He gave some to Tang Ying and the others for cultivation, and then after a simple dinner, Su Xiao quickly returned to his room to start absorbing the crystal cores. He needed to break through to the 2nd tier as soon as possible. Otherwise, what would it mean if his subordinates all became ability users while he remained stagnant? Su Xiao would not allow his progress to slow down. He must maintain his leading position over everyone, even among all current ability users. These low-tier crystal cores had a minimal enhancement effect on Su Xiao, but he relied on their quantity. Having 40 crystal cores should be enough for him to break through to the 2nd tier. Su Xiao picked up a crystal core and swallowed it like candy, then began to silently absorb the energy within his body. After finishing one, he consumed another. A night passed without incident. At 6 in the morning, Su Xiao's aura suddenly surged, and he slowly opened his eyes, then stood up to stretch his stiff limbs that had been immobile all night. With a series of cracking sounds from his joints, Su Xiao's body appeared more elongated, and the muscles that were not prominent before began to take shape. The increase in strength is not significant, at most it has doubled, and I should be able to exert over 500 pounds with a single punch. However, I can finally use my new ability now. As someone who had reached the emperor level in his past life, Xiao could determine the enhancement of his current strength just by feeling his body's condition. The strength gap between the first and second tiers is not too great. A significant transformation only occurs upon reaching the third tier. But fortunately, the skill Blood Fury has been unlocked. This skill is the most effective early enhancement for combat concerning blood control abilities. By activating this skill, Xiao can overdraw his own blood, gaining extraordinary strength in a short amount of time. About double his base strength. As Xiao gradually reacquainted himself with this body's abilities, he should be able to reach a maximum of 3 times his explosive power, almost crossing a stage of strength. In his past life, Xiao relied on this ability to overpower higher-tier ability users despite being at a lower stage. This marked the beginning of Xiao's abilities gradually revealing their characteristics. Even if a second-tier zombie appeared at this moment, Xiao would no longer be afraid. After washing his face with some clean water, Xiao appeared refreshed in the living room. Tang Ying was already making breakfast. She skillfully used the flour she found to make pancakes on the gas stove, while beside her a pot of steaming corn porridge was placed on the table along with some opened cans of meat as side dishes. Xiao's gaze was somewhat hazy. This incarnation of Tang Ying was so different, yet so similar to the Tang Ying he had known in his past life. The difference was that Tang Ying had never shown this virtuous and capable demeanor in front of him, capable of both combat and managing a household. The similarity was her intelligence and strength. Xiao, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Tang Ying smiled at Xiao. Xiao asked, what about you, Xiao and Zhou Yu? They should still be sleeping, Tang Ying replied. Xiao said fiercely, from now on when we are together, let you Xiao cook. If she doesn't fight, she should at least contribute in some way, shouldn't she? Tang Ying smiled gently, it's fine, I'll do it. My cooking skills aren't that great, so just make do with it. As for Zhou Yu, she will temporarily stick with you all. When you get a chance to hunt zombies, you must also force her to learn to fight, Xiao said slowly. Although Zhou Yu was a necessary bargaining chip for him later on, she could not be prioritized over the other team members. He wanted to help her integrate into his team. All right, Tang Ying said, though she didn't know Xiao's plans for Zhou Yu, as she was wise enough not to ask further. Xiao took a sip of hot porridge, received the pancake that Tang Ying handed over, and rolled it up with canned beef sauce. A rich aroma wafted in his mouth, bringing him a long-lost sense of happiness. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced since his rebirth. Watching Tang Ying continue her busy routine, a smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao's face. At 8 in the morning, Xiao walked into the place where Li Tianxi and the others were staying. Brother Su. Good morning, Brother Su. Many had already woken up, cheerfully greeting Xiao. Has anyone awakened yet? Xiao asked. The people who had greeted him suddenly became awkward. Not yet. However, Li Tianxi and Kai too haven't woken up yet. Take me to see them. Xiao said, his eyes lighting up once more. When Xiao saw Li Tianxi and another man sitting cross-legged on the bed, their bodies flushed and drenched in sweat, a look of surprise appeared on his face. No matter how low an ordinary person's aptitude, 10 crystal cores would still have some effect. However, while many of the awakened looked revitalized, none displayed significant leaps in ability, indicating their genes could not be altered by the crystal cores. It was evident that Li Tianxi and the others had a greater chance. Xiao was not anxious and patiently. At 9 o'clock, the man known as Kai Tu was the first to awaken, and then his body visibly transformed before everyone's eyes. His once frail physique suddenly swelled with muscle, as if inflated, with veins bulging on his arms, and the very bones of his body creaking loudly. Kai Tu suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and then joyfully stood up. Brother Su. Xiao asked with a smile, how does it feel? What power have you awakened? I don't know, but I feel incredibly strong, like I could punch a cow to death. Kai Tu replied, looking slightly dazed. Moreover, I usually feel weak, but now I feel like if I had a girl by my side, I could take on the world. Hearing Kai Tu crude remarks, only Xiao managed to chuckle. They looked at Kai Tu with envy and jealousy, as he had certainly turned into a superhuman. Xiao nodded and said, you're a physical type superhuman. Exactly. Your power is physical, and you will be immensely stronger than ordinary people, and your strength will increase as your own power grows. Now try punching the door and see how strong your punch is. Without hesitation, Kai Tu punched the iron door. Instantly, a terrifying force crumpled the iron door, leaving a shallow impression of his fist. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in awe. This guy's punch must be at least 400 or 500 pounds. Yesterday he was a skinny monkey, and today he could punch a cow to death. Kai Tu was also very excited, and could barely express himself. At that moment he felt as if he had been reborn. Xiao smiled, and said, Kai Tu, your ability makes you a master in close combat. Ordinary zombies won't easily tear your muscle tissue apart. You can be bold and work on your combat skills. I'll reserve the position of team leader for you. Thank you, Brother Su. Kai Tu exclaimed, nearly bowing to Xiao in excitement. Seeing the envious and flattering looks from the other companions around him, Kai Tu felt immensely proud, as if he were a superhero. In less than 10 minutes after Kai Tu awakened, Li Tianxi also slowly regained consciousness, and now everyone's eyes were fixed on him. What power have you awakened? Su Xiao asked. Li Tianxi stood up, his eyes filled with excitement, and said, it should be fire ability. I feel like I can produce flames. As he spoke, he opened his palm, which instantly turned bright red, and 2 seconds later a fire the size of a dove's egg erupted in his palm, burning and expanding until it reached the size of a tennis ball before stopping. The intense heat made those surrounding Li Tianxi feel as if their faces were being scorched. Not bad. The temperature is much higher than normal flames. Its lethality should be considerable. You should try it too, Su Xiao said with a beaming smile. Yes. Li Tianxi directed his fiery orb at a table, and upon impact the flames ignited, charring the table and creating a blackened area. Su Xiao grabbed a nearby bottle of mineral water and poured it over the flames, but it didn't extinguish. It wasn't until nearly 20 seconds later that the fire gradually shrank until it was put out. The majority of the table's surface had been reduced to charcoal and was still emitting sparks. Such powerful flame adhesion. Su Xiao could hardly conceal his excitement. He had anticipated that one of the people here might awaken as a superhuman, but to have 2 awaken was a surprise, especially Li Tianxi, with his impressive talent of fire ability, which would significantly boost the team's combat capabilities. Li Tianxi was also thrilled. He would now be a superhuman capable of controlling fire. Tianxi, practice your fire ability well. A superhuman's power is just a means of utilizing great strength. Figuring out how to unleash this power in combat for various powerful effects is what a superhuman must focus on. Su Xiao said with great expectation, patting him on the shoulder. I will strive to practice, Brother Su. Li Tianxi replied confidently. I announce that you 12 will form a small team with Li Tianxi as the team leader and Kai Tu as the deputy. Do you have any objections? Su Xiao said loudly while scanning the crowd. No objections. With superhumans protecting us, we couldn't be. Many people quickly hid their feelings of disappointment and spoke up. Li Tianxi and Kai Tu awakenings had naturally changed their status among the group, and those who had not awakened would inevitably feel sad or even jealous. This was unavoidable. Su Xiao looked at the ordinary people and said, it's true that superhumans are powerful and the disparity in status is only natural. This is the law of the post-apocalypse. If I were as weak as you, there would be nothing to complain about if I were killed. However, you should not give up on yourselves or belittle your worth. Ordinary people can handle ordinary zombies, while capable superhumans must take on the responsibility of protecting everyone. Here with me, productivity determines status, but human rights still exist. If anyone abuses their status as a superhuman to bully their subordinates, I will not spare them. As Su Xiao spoke, he fixed a cold gaze on Kai Tu and Li Tianxi, who stood upright, while the other ordinary people breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions returning to normal. With Su Xiao's words, they felt no fear. Su Xiao began to assign today's tasks to everyone, splitting the team into 2 parts. One group would search for large trucks capable of carrying goods, while the other would scour the community for zombies. With core team members in place, Su Xiao had to start planning ahead. With more people, his stored food might not be sufficient, so he needed to train them to be self-sufficient. Using the large truck while the food was still edible, they aimed to plunder as much as possible. Otherwise, in a few months, as more human settlements emerged like stars, he and his subordinates would be left with nothing but the wind. Li Tianxi went out, and Su Xiao felt uneasy about them, so he sent Mao and the others along. With 4 mutated beasts as guardians, Su Xiao truly believed they wouldn't encounter any life-threatening crises. Tang Ing and the others, after preparing, took Zhou Yu out to train her in killing zombies. Su Xiao wasn't idle either. Today marked the 8th day after the apocalypse, and the army should be nearing the city. He needed to finalize his last piece of planning, check how many living people were left at the school, and see how the Light and Dark Sisters were doing. If all went well, he would try to rescue them. With Su Xiao's strength as a second-tier ability user, it was nearly impossible for any threat to his life to exist, so no one had any objections. Su Xiao casually found a car with keys in the community and drove off towards the school. Tat-a-tat. The gunfire from the machine guns burst forth in splendid colors under the daylight as hundreds of soldiers fired in unison, mowing down the gathered zombies like wheat. Hundreds of soldiers spread out, forming a combat circle and advancing cautiously. Inside the encirclement, a dozen transport vehicles slowly moved forward with the soldiers' steps. Looking at the once glorious city, now desolate like a dead city with vehicles blocking the roads and foul-smelling corpses everywhere, the hearts of all soldiers felt icy and piercing. Yet they continued to advance, silently passing by various communities with soldiers constantly entering to search for surviving humans. Pucci. Su Xiao swung his long quan knife, moving like lightning among the dozen zombies, effortlessly slashing them all down. These ordinary zombies were like ants under his hands, easily harvested with no challenge left unless he encountered dozens or even hundreds of them gathered together, which would give Su Xiao a sense of life and death pressure. Moving at a rapid pace, he covered 21 kilometers in less than an hour. The roads near the school were congested beyond belief as there were usually few vehicles here. It was only during the disaster that people desperately ran this way. Xiao had long abandoned the car. His walking speed was even faster. Hey, help! He heard a cry for help coming from his left. A woman stood on a balcony rooftop shouting excitedly at Xiao. Beside her was a 4 to 5-year-old child, and the mother and daughter stood on the rooftop eagerly watching Xiao. Below them several zombies were still wandering. Please save us, I beg you. My child hasn't eaten for 2 days. The woman kneeled on the balcony crying and pleading with Xiao. Such a scene made Xiao feel a twinge. Along the way, many people had called out to Xiao for help, but he turned a deaf ear. If he could, how could Xiao not want to save every ordinary person he encountered? But now he simply lacked the ability to rescue them. Even if he saved them, where would Xiao take so many people? Could he support them? He had returned to save all humanity, not to get himself into trouble out of sympathy for a small group of people. However, Xiao still turned back to the house where they were. He eliminated all the zombies, and then took out 4 bottles of mineral water and a small pile of bread and canned meat from his backpack, without looking back at the mother and child, and turned to leave. The mother once again shouted hoarsely to Xiao, hoping he would take them away, but she saw Xiao not turning back, and she felt somewhat disappointed. But she quickly went downstairs, joyfully clutching the food. When Xiao finally arrived outside Tianyan University, he was stunned by the scene before him. At the entrance alone, there were densely packed zombies numbering around 600 to 700. They were scattered throughout the university. Many were students turned into zombies, along with a few faculty members and teachers still wearing identification tags. In his past life, Xiao had never come to this place alone, and he awakened his abilities 2 months later. By the time he arrived here, the students had already been rescued by the army. Only wandering zombies remained. But it seemed that the army had not yet come this time. Xiao suddenly realized that his rebirth did not mean everything would follow the trajectory of his past life. At least at this time in his past life, the army had definitely arrived in the city, and they prioritized rescuing the universities, as these students represented the future of the nation. They wanted to rebuild humanity's nation after the apocalypse, and young knowledgeable college students were absolutely essential. Yet at this moment the army clearly had not arrived. It was uncertain whether there was some other incident or what. From the zombies at the entrance, it was clear that there were likely thousands of zombies wandering within the school. In such a massive horde, there must have already been many first-tier zombies, and even second-tier ones were possible. Xiao began to worry about how many students had survived in this school, and whether the sisters were still alive. Gathering his thoughts regardless of the outcome, he had come and must see for himself. Xiao circled around and sprinted towards a spot with the least zombies. The dozens of zombies gathered there were immediately attracted by the scent of the living and charged towards Xiao. Xiao completely ignored them. With his second-tier ability user's physical quality, he reached the wall before the zombies could surround him, leaping up suddenly to a height of 3 meters, landing steadily on the wall. Standing here, he found himself facing the familiar girls' dormitory. Below, several hundred zombies were also lurking. The other directions of the school were also overrun by zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Someone's coming. A girl from one of the windows shouted excitedly, and soon Xiao saw many figures of girls appear by the windows. They were incredibly excited to see Xiao standing on the wall. Handsome, save us. Do you have any food? Give me something to eat, I'm starving. Whoa, finally someone has come, please save us. Brother, take me with you. As long as you can take me away, I'm willing to do anything. The girls cried and shouted. The entire building instantly became noisy. Countless zombies were attracted and crazily ran towards this direction. Xiao's expression was complex. With so many people, how could he save them all by himself? I hope the army can arrive soon. Xiao ignored the approaching zombies and shouted at them, don't make a sound. I will come over immediately. He needed to search in the girls' dormitory. In his eyes, these students could indeed recruit a group of potential individuals, but the pair of sisters with special light and dark abilities were the ones he absolutely had to take away. The girls, realizing they had caused a big commotion with the zombies rushing towards Xiao, quickly fell silent, merely watching in terror as hundreds of zombies surged towards the man. The surging black horde of zombies rushed towards the wall. Compared to them, Xiao, standing alone on the wall, appeared like a sheep among a pack of wolves. The female students widened their eyes, staring at the scene before them. To them, these zombies were terrifying. Even a single one could devour a person. With so many zombies around, if Xiao didn't run, he would likely be reduced to nothing but scraps the moment he got caught. For the past few days, they had witnessed countless people escaping only to be devoured by zombies. Though filled with terror, what they felt more was numbness. Xiao regarded the hundreds of zombies charging at him with cold eyes, yet he felt a surge of excitement. He was not afraid at all. Given his current physical condition, speed, and strength, the first-tier zombies posed minimal threat to him. Moreover, he could finally try out his blood fury skill. Come on. It's been a while since I've had a real workout. Huh. Without a hint of retreat in his eyes, Xiao radiated an unprecedented fervor and combativeness. He brandished his long knife, leaping off the wall with a roar. Hiss! A dozen zombies rushed at him, their putrid mouths wide open as they swung their claws. Xiao's arms bulged like those of a violent dragon, delivering a fierce horizontal slash. In an instant, the frontmost zombies were all cleaved in half. Then, as if foreseeing the danger, Xiao deftly shifted his body backward, evading the claws of the other zombies. With a blade as swift as lightning, heads flew into the air. In less than 3 seconds, all the zombies were slain. Every survivor girl on the upper floor was left dumbfounded. This was just the beginning. Xiao actively charged towards the tide of zombies, his long knife swinging continuously, creating a continuous blur of blades around him. Every zombie that came close had its head or limbs severed, collapsing like harvested chives. Yet hundreds of zombies had already encircled him. From above, the scene was even more thrilling. The zombie tide formed a crowd of heads, with Xiao in the center, standing firm like a wave, ruthlessly slaughtering the zombies like a king of carnage. Is he a deity? The surviving girls, shrouded in despair, gazed at the man below, who was wreaking havoc, feeling their hearts race with excitement and shock. They could hardly believe that the figure below was human. They had seen groups of strong boys trying to fight their way out, but when the tide of zombies came within 30 seconds. When the tide of zombies dissipated, only a pile of white bones remained. Yet Xiao's appearance shattered their perceptions, leaving them so stunned they could barely speak. The several dormitory buildings, which had been slightly noisy just moments ago, were now eerily silent. Xiao had completely ignored the feelings of the outside world. All he could hear were the haunting roars and screams of the zombies echoing in his ears and head. His gaze was always fixed on the surrounding zombies. His enhanced senses granted Xiao superhuman reflexes and destructive power. His blade danced like a silent performance as he moved in the center of it all. Any zombie that came into contact with his blade was instantaneously slaughtered. This was an advanced sword technique that Xiao had learned from a physical ability user in his past life. Xiao referred to it as the frenzied dance of the blade, a technique developed by that physical ability user through countless battles. He had once been a swordsmanship instructor. However, after the apocalypse struck, he realized that many traditional sword techniques were no longer suitable for dealing with densely packed zombies due to the significant enhancement of human physical capabilities. Therefore, the technique he developed could, at its peak, prevent any ordinary zombie tide from harming the practitioner. Xiao's proficiency in this technique was simple. He had saved that guy when he was on the brink of death, and in return, he had learned this blade technique. After learning it, Xiao found it quite practical, and he would practice it whenever he had the chance, making it the most familiar sword technique in his memory. The biggest drawback of this technique was its enormous energy consumption, requiring immense physical strength and relentless stamina. Xiao was beginning to feel fatigue in his limbs. Yet under his meat grinder-like frenzied blade danced dozens of zombie corpses piled up before him. He had no choice but to kill, while slowly moving, pushing through the horde. Hiss! Suddenly a claw snagged his right arm, tearing a large chunk of fabric and exposing the skin underneath, which bore faint scratches. Then the zombies around him pushed and shoved, leaving shallow marks on his body. Xiao realized that he could no longer sustain such high-intensity progress. Even a second-tier ability user was still human. Under the combined pressure of hundreds of zombies, Xiao's stamina was running low. However, Xiao did not panic. Instead, his whole body began to take on an abnormal light red hue, and his blood surged violently, so much so that one could vaguely hear the sound of his blood flowing like a torrent within him. Xiao was gathering the energy of his blood. Blood fury. With a low growl, he was enveloped in steam, sweeping away his previous weakness. An unparalleled sense of power and stamina surged back within him, driving Xiao into a state of exhilaration. This skill consumed the ability energy contained within Xiao's blood, allowing for a short burst of power, albeit at the cost of some bodily harm. However, for Xiao, who possessed the ability for blood regeneration and self-repair, the only cost was needing to eat a few extra bowls of rice after the battle. Blood fury drastically enhanced Xiao's perception strength and speed within those few seconds. The terrifying threefold augmentation made Xiao perceive the approaching zombies as significantly slower than before. The blade danced once more. This time Xiao transformed into a violent war god. With a single slash, the horde of zombies blocking his path was forcefully pushed back by the power of his blade. With the swift motion of his blade, within the blink of an eye, all the zombies within a 2-meter radius were cleaved in two, and he pushed forward rapidly. His terrifying speed resembled that of a human bulldozer. He carved a path right through the encirclement. No matter how many zombies came, Xiao slashed them down in an instant like a formidable boss. The zombie tide was exterminated by him. Soon all the zombies were cleared by Xiao. Xiao's blood flow returned to normal speed, and he also ended the abnormal redness that had enveloped him, a sign that his body had not yet adapted to the high-intensity energy extraction of blood fury. 2 minutes of threefold power augmentation was terrifying. The bodies of over 300 zombies were shredded with blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Xiao took a deep breath, his expression returning to normal, though he had lost 2/3 of his ability energy. This Blood Fury skill was powerful. Once activated, Xiao became the king of group battles, rivaling a third-tier physical powerhouse. However, the energy consumption was too terrifying. At Xiao's current stage, he could only activate it once. Nevertheless, all skills derived from abilities are just applications of ability energy. As long as Xiao becomes more proficient in this skill, the energy consumption will naturally decrease. God, he killed all the zombies by himself. Is he a superhero? Superhero brother, come save us. Please take us out. The girls' dormitory building erupted into chaos, once more, even more frenzied. Almost all the girls with strength left were leaning out of the windows, desperately shouting at Xiao, filled with a desire to survive. Xiao strode towards the entrance. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, it was remarkably clean, devoid of any zombies. It seemed that Xiao's battle had drawn all the zombies away. Xiao entered the first floor of the dormitory without any obstacles. Upon seeing him, the girls on the first floor, now free of zombies, excitedly opened their doors and rushed out. More than 30 girls emerged in a flurry. A crowd of girls came down from upstairs, about 100 of them standing at the doorway, looking timidly out. Some appeared pale and haggard, but still relatively normal, while others were so starved that they could barely stand. Hello. Thank you for killing the zombies. Can you take us with you? Please give me some food. I'm so hungry. Many girls cast pleading eyes at Xiao and the others around, but no one offered them food. In times like these, people are selfish. They had relied on the supplies in their dormitory to survive until now and could hardly afford to share. Several girls rushed over, clinging to Xiao's arms and legs, pleading for him to save them. Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable, but still asked the girls, gazing at him, "How have you managed to survive?" "We relied on the snacks stored in the dormitory. We have nearly exhausted them. If we can't find more food, we won't last. I haven't eaten anything for 3 days, just had a little water. I'm so hungry. Boo-hoo. I haven't had any water since yesterday afternoon. I really want a drink. Can someone give me some water?" The girls began to whine to Xiao and the people around them, seeking sympathy, which made Xiao feel All right, enough of this for now. Xiao pulled apart the 2 girls who were clinging tightly to his legs, coldly stating, "I want to save you too, but I'm sorry I can't take so many of you. As you can see, there are zombies everywhere. I can only take a few. As for the rest, I can't help you for now, or you will have to wait for the military to rescue you. This is the apocalypse. Think about what value you have that would make me want to take you with me. By the way, does anyone here study humanities? Do you know Ji He or Ji Xian?" Xiao's coldness made the girls confront reality. 2 girls trembled and said, "We study humanities. Ji He and Ji Xian are my classmates. They went to class in the humanities building that day. If they are still alive, they should still be there." Xiao got the information he needed, nodded, and turned to leave. "Wait, please don't rush away. Take me with you." Many girls, tears streaming down their faces, pleaded with. Xiao simply shook his head. Didn't he want to take all these girls with him? In the future, he wanted to develop, and women were indispensable, but from here to the food storage and his designated residence was a distance of at least 30 kilometers. He simply couldn't take a bunch of helpless girls with him. But none of these girls wanted to die, gazing longingly at Xiao. After some thought, Xiao said, "Whoever is willing to come out and kill zombies with me, I will take along." He then ominously added, "Don't think that I will protect you closely. Oh, if that's your expectation, you might as well stay in the dormitory. The military should be arriving soon, barring any surprises." Xiao pulled out the lightweight fire axe strapped at his waist, threw it on the ground, and coldly stared at them. Upon hearing they had to kill zombies, and that Xiao wouldn't protect them, the girls immediately fell into hesitation. Especially when Xiao mentioned the military was coming, many girls silently retreated. "I'm willing." "Me too." 8 girls bravely stepped forward. Xiao tossed out a sentence, "Those without weapons, find your own weapons, and keep up." He then turned and left directly. The 8 girls exchanged glances and quickly rushed to snatch the fire axe Xiao had thrown. The girl who got the axe showed a hint of joy, while those who didn't feel disappointment and resentment, but they all returned to their dormitories to grab the weapons they had prepared. Wooden sticks with knives attached, baseball bats, and steel pipes removed from beds, they hurriedly followed Xiao. Xiao glanced at them indifferently and headed out first while they trailed behind timidly. 8 girls, neither too many nor too few, but as long as they had the courage to follow Xiao to kill zombies, he was willing to give them a chance to walk with him, which meant they still had hope to survive in this apocalypse. In fact, he had intentionally mentioned that the military was coming. Their appearance had already been delayed compared to the previous physicians. Otherwise, these girls would have been rescued long ago. Perhaps this was a butterfly effect caused by his rebirth. This left Xiao uncertain whether the military would indeed come. However, those girls, still placing their hopes on others, would only be a burden if rescued. As for the other buildings, he completely ignored the girls calling for him. Not far out of the girls' dormitory, a path appeared ahead, flanked by a dozen wandering zombies. The girls immediately grew tense and frightened. Without a word, Xiao charged forward, easily slashing down several zombies, then coldly addressed the 8 girls, one for each. As he spoke, he kicked away a zombie that lunged at him. I can't do it. 2 girls were on the verge of She just wanted to follow Xiao and hadn't considered the consequences at all. Then go back. Xiao remained calm. They didn't want to go back and could only watch the approaching zombies with tears in their eyes. One girl, very courageous, saw the zombie rushing towards her and swung her baseball bat wildly at its head. After several days of exposure to wind and sun along with the fermentation of decaying organs, the stench emitted by the zombies was enough to make one retch. One girl started to vomit before she even got close, and seeing the zombie pounce, she dropped her weapon and turned to flee. The zombie pursued her furiously. Another girl, seeing the zombie approach, was so scared that she collapsed onto the ground, staring vacantly as the zombie's claws reached for her. Yet Xiao stood there expressionless, even watching as these 2 girls were tackled by the zombies, screaming as they were bitten and torn apart, transforming from pretty girls into a heap of flesh being devoured by the zombies. All the observing girls were now thoroughly terrified, their faces pale as death. Demon. Xiao's demeanor in their eyes was almost that of a demon. His strength was originally something they revered and believed in, but at this moment his indifference to life and his complete lack of concern for them, emphasizing only his own rules, shattered their previous worldview of peace and order. Xiao's cold-bloodedness exceeded their imaginations. They thought that as a man he could not possibly remain unmoved while seeing girls being eaten, yet he truly did just that, quietly watching the scene of the weak girl being devoured by the zombies. At this moment their fear of Xiao even surpassed their fear of the zombies. When a person reaches despair, an unprecedented ferocity can naturally erupt. With the girls swinging her bat wildly at the zombie in front of her as the leader, they showed fierce expressions like a pride of lionesses, collectively pouncing on their respective foes, frantically smashing and hacking at the zombies' heads with their weapons. In this moment, they were fiercer than men. The zombies before them were the outlet for their frustrations towards Xiao and the fears of this world. The few zombies were just ordinary ones. As long as one avoided being caught by their claws, they could be easily killed. They had their heads smashed to pieces by the frenzied girls. Until Xiao shouted to stop, there were still some who cried, while smashing the already decayed and minced zombies. That's enough. Xiao appeared by her side, grabbing her arm and frowning as she scolded her. Woo! The girl tossed aside her weapon, kneeling on the ground and crying. The cries of several girls merged into one. Everyone come here. In response to Xiao's words, the girls obediently complied. Xiao looked at the girls with swollen eyes and said sternly, "Aren't zombies just this? As you can see, this is a world of destruction and decay. How many have already died in the jaws of zombies? If you want to survive, you must learn to rely on your own strength. Crying. What good is crying? No one will pity you. If you want to follow me, you only need to do one thing: be obedient and become a useful person. Useless people do not deserve to live in this world. Is that clear?" The girls wiped their tears and nodded. In the eyes of some girls a hint of determination appeared. "Pick up your weapons and follow me. I need to find 2 people, and once I do, we will leave immediately." After saying that, Xiao turned and walked forward in silence. The girls closely followed her now with a bit more courage than when they first emerged. In the information engineering building, a plump boy squatted on the ground surrounded by people. A tall boy squatted in front of him with disdain, throwing a flattened, dirt-covered piece of bread on the ground, and laughed. "Weren't you hungry? Aren't you begging me for food? Eat it." The plump boy timidly glanced at him and reached for the muddy piece of bread. "Wait a minute." The boy spat on the bread and then stood up with satisfaction, looking down at him and laughing. "Now you can eat, hurry up." The plump boy stared at the spit on the piece of bread frozen in place. The others nearby, who had originally been envious, were now filled with excitement. Although they were all starving themselves, they couldn't help but focus on this spectacle, wanting to see if the plump boy would eat the spit-covered muddy bread. Of course, many others looked at the plump boy with sympathy, glaring at the boy with anger and hatred from a distance. But behind the boy stood 4 burly men, all members of the martial arts club, who practiced combat skills and were all fighters among this group of students. Who would dare to resist them? As a result, among the remaining 40-odd people, no one dared to rebel. They all adopted a weak mentality of avoiding trouble as long as they were not provoked, huddling in corners and enduring hunger. Their food was also snatched from others. There was hardly any food in this building. They had beaten the more vocal ones to death and fed them to the zombies. "Hurry up. What the hell are you dawdling for? Do you want a beating?" Seemingly impatient, the man fiercely slapped the plump boy's head and shouted. The madness in the plump boy's eyes slowly extinguished. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he directly grabbed the bread, not bothering to brush it off, and stuffed it into his mouth. Because he ate too quickly, he began to choke and cough continuously, lowering his head as tears streamed down his face. Ha ha ha. He ate. What a gluttonous fatso. The other day, when the zombies crashed through the door, you ran the fastest, acting all tough. Good, now that's the way of a dog. Eating all day. I've been displeased with you for a long time. The leader Wu Fan was smiling broadly, feeling extremely pleased. During these besieged days, the only satisfaction he felt was watching those who crawled before him like dogs, their eyes filled with fear, like snakes and scorpions, realizing the pleasure of having power. In the envious gazes of others, he took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and took a couple of sips. A girl who had been squatting in the corner of the classroom suddenly approached him pitifully and said, "Brother Fan, can I have this half bottle of water? They'll do anything for you. I'm so thirsty I can't stand it." Wu Fan glanced at her and scolded, "Get lost. You ugly piece of trash with a dirty look like that, dear. Wouldn't even get hard for you. What good is your drinking?" The woman, too weak to even cry, returned to her corner in despair. Immediately, two boys leaned their heads in and asked, "I have no water. Can you get me some? I don't want to die a virgin." "Screw you. Get lost." The girl cursed fiercely and turned away. A group of students were now pitiably numb refugees waiting for something. They didn't even know what it was, perhaps waiting for the moment the zombies would burst in, or perhaps waiting for the moment they would starve to death. Wu Fan said leisurely, "It's boring now that I'm full. Let's go find those 3 bitches to play with. Today I must make them cling to my legs begging for mercy." Halfway through, Wu Fan suddenly thought of something, his face revealing displeasure as he cursed, "Damn it, what's so fun about those 3 bitches? They're all like public buses. I'm tired of them already. Let's go find Jiying and Jihe, those 2 little sluts. Brother Fan, those 2 girls are smart. They've been hiding in the teacher's office and won't come out. That thing is a security door, and without tools it can't be broken down. Can't break it. Usually I'm too lazy to put in the effort, but today I just don't want to let them go. Oh, after all, they're a pair of sisters. Just thinking about it feels great." Wu Fan squinted his eyes, leading 4 people to a security door, which was tightly shut with iron grills. "Open the door. Jihe, Jiying. If you don't open the door now, I'll smash this door to pieces today, and you're hiding from me." However, no one responded. The curtains inside were drawn tight, and he could see nothing. With a flash of anger in his eyes, he shouted, "Smash it. Damn it, I can't deal with you anymore." The 5 big men began to kick the door wildly in turns. The security door was indeed sturdy, but under the relentless kicks of the 4 or 5 big men, the door frame embedded in the wall began to loosen and shake incessantly. A pair of sisters huddled in a corner of the office desk, listening to the commotion outside, filled with immense. They were both in their early 20s, looking almost identical, both sweet-faced beauties, except the elder sister had a mole on the tip of her nose while the younger sister did not. "Sister, what do we do? They are trying to force the door open." Jiying, frightened, clutched her sister's arm, recalling the cries and shouts they had heard from Wu Fan beating other classmates in the corridor over the past few days, mixed with the familiar, humiliating cries of several female classmates from a few classrooms away, along with the never-ending roars of zombies outside, causing the sisters immense pain. Fortunately, they were clever. When they sensed something was wrong, they hid in this empty teacher's office, and luckily, there were several snacks prepared by the female teachers, allowing them to last until today. But looking at the trembling door, a hint of despair gradually rose in the sisters. "Don't be afraid, sister. If they come in." Jiying revealed a sharp fruit knife in her hand, and with half of a pin sticking out of her sleeve, she fiercely said, "I will fight them to the death. Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill them." Tat 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 tat. A series of dense gunshots faintly came from a distance, instantly startling everyone. The group of men kicking the door also froze immediately. In the large classroom where the refugees were squatting, a cheer erupted. Everyone knew what the gunshots meant. The country had finally come to rescue them. As Xiao approached the information teaching building, he naturally heard the gunfire. Unlike the girls around him, who were revealing excitement, Xiao let out a sigh of relief, his eyes shining brightly. From the sound, he could roughly judge that the gunfire was still 2 kilometers away, and the army would need at least half an hour to advance. He needed to hurry. Under the information building, a few people appeared, and suddenly hundreds of zombies surged forward. Xiao charged forward, slaughtering the zombies with ease and pleasure. However, he did not forget to train the girls, purposely allowing a few zombies to cross his defense line. Although the girls screamed in terror, they were no longer as weak as at the beginning, sitting idly by. They stared nervously at the zombies, and when one approached, they rushed in unison, using their weapons to take down 1 or 2 zombies, beating them mercilessly. Among them, one girl stood out remarkably. It was the girl who had picked up Xiao's axe, her expression fierce as she led the charge against the zombies. Xiao observed quietly and sent another 7 zombies their way, just enough for each person to face one. The girl seemed to realize Xiao's intentions and did not get angry or complain. She simply fixed her gaze on the zombies and loudly declared, "Sisters, let's each take one. Don't be afraid, they are not faster than us." With that, her delicate arm bravely swung the axe, striking down towards the zombie's head. Thud! The zombie's head was smashed to bits by the axe, but its claws simultaneously reached for the girl. The girl quickly dodged, and with one kick knocked the zombie down. Using the momentum, she pulled out the axe and began to strike fiercely at the zombie's neck, her eyes fixed on its bloodied flesh with a fierce demeanor. Seeing this, the other girls all rushed forward. At that moment no one cared about fear. If they couldn't kill the zombies they would die. While Xiao was killing zombies, he also took a moment to glance at the rooftop, where he spotted 4 strong boys peering over the railing, their mouths agape in shock as they watched him slay the zombies. More people gathered at the railing looking dispirited, but upon seeing Xiao's fierce combat against the zombies they excitedly exclaimed, "Big brother, save us. There's hope. Someone is here to rescue us." The noise was somewhat chaotic and Xiao frowned deliberately, allowing a few zombies to slip past to the girls before he completely exterminated the remaining zombies, coldly gazing at the crowd above. Yet he still did not see the familiar pair of sisters. Huff huff. After killing a few more zombies the girls were out of breath and felt like they could collapse on the ground, but seeing Xiao's back they gritted their teeth and silently followed. Xiao strode up the stairs. Soon he reached the 3rd floor and saw the hallway blocked solidly. He suddenly kicked up, shattering the obstacles that even first-level zombies could not pass through, revealing a gap and stepping slowly upstairs. "Fanga, that person is here. He's so strong. If we follow him, what do we have to fear from zombies?" The 4 boys were extremely excited. Although they had been living well here, the anxiety of being trapped upstairs and waiting for a zombie attack was not only felt by others, but also by them. Now it was as if they had been given a pillow when they were sleepy. They were about to be rescued, and they were no longer afraid. The 4 hurriedly rushed towards Xiao. "Big brother, hello. I am Wu Fan. Are you here to save us?" The 4 boys immediately acted familiar, smiling ingratiatingly at Xiao. "Hero, those 4 are scum. They have been bullying us for days. Don't take them with you." Many people looked at Wu Fan and his group with envy, as if they had found a vent for their grievances. Wu Fan's smile instantly faded, his face turning hideous as he turned to glare at those people like an enraged lion ready to rush forward and teach them a lesson. The few people were immediately scared out of their wits, hurriedly shrinking back into the crowd. "What do you want?" Xiao fixed his indifferent gaze on him. Wu Fan hurriedly explained, "Big brother, don't listen to those brats. I've been stuck here for many days. I haven't done anything bad." After saying this, he signaled to his 3 companions, who slightly turned their backs, showing fierce eyes to them. None of this escaped Xiao's eyes. He only found it amusing. "I don't care what you have done. I'm only here to find 2 people." Xiao stared at Wu Fan and asked, "Have you seen the 2 sisters Jiying and Jixian?" Jixian. Wu Fan's mind instantly buzzed and his heart raced. Why was he looking for those 2 sisters? Could it be that he was a relative of those 2 women? Wu Fan was extremely anxious at this moment. Seeing the evasive look in his eyes, Xiao already had a clear idea. He coldly said, "Do you know something?" Wu Fan immediately showed a difficult expression, saying, "I know those 2 sisters, but after the disaster we haven't." Many students immediately revealed disdainful expressions, their faces clearly showing their contempt for Wu Fan's shamelessness. Who didn't know that for days Wu Fan had been drinking and scolding in the hallway, while the 2 sisters were hiding in the classroom office? Someone immediately shouted, "Big brother, Wu Fan is lying to you. Those 2 sisters are in the nearby teacher's office. He goes there every day to bang on the door, trying to drag them out to play." Xiao's face instantly turned cold as ice. Wu Fan's complexion paled, weakly opening his mouth to say something, but the next second Xiao's slap landed on his face. "Oh!" Wu Fan let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire body flying sideways 2 meters, rolling on the ground in pain and wailing. The onlookers were stunned by Xiao's sudden strike. They were equally shocked by his strength. Wu Fan was a tall guy at 1.8 meters, as strong as an ox, yet he was sent flying by a single slap. How terrifying must that power be? Xiao's face finally showed anger. If the 2 sisters were not here it would be fine, but he had come such a long way with great difficulty to find them, only to find that they were coveted by this scoundrel. If they died here, wouldn't his effort be in vain? The other 3 who were with Wu Fan were now trembling with fear, quickly explaining with mournful faces, "Big brother, we were forced by Wu Fan. We didn't want to harm those 2. Before they could finish speaking, Xiao kicked each of them, sending them flying against the railing, and they all fell to the ground crying out in pain. The onlookers were immensely excited. It was so relieving. They wished they could be Xiao directly charging forward to grind those 4 into minced meat. Whether they were those who had been bullied by Wu Fan's group, or those who were jealous of their arrogant display, while living without worries, all were eager for Xiao to kill those 4 immediately. "Where are they?" Xiao asked. The few people immediately got up and said, "I'll take you there." And so a large group followed Xiao to the office door. Looking at the deformed door that had been smashed, Xiao's expression darkened. He immediately flew up, and under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the door that Wu Fan and his 3 companions had struggled to open for 2 days twisted and collapsed with a loud crash. This was a solid metal security door. In that instant, as the door fell, an angry girl raised a sharp fruit knife and lunged at Xiao's face, but Xiao easily seized her wrist and asked with piercing eyes, "Are you Jiying or Jihe?" Jihe was stunned. The man in front of her was not the Wu Fan and his trio she had expected. She had never seen him before. Angrily she retorted, "It doesn't matter who I am. I will never let you disgusting guys benefit from me." As she struggled to break free from Su Xiao's grip, her left hand frantically slapped his arm, but it had no effect. This man was as solid as a stone wall. Su Xiao stared at her and said, "I've already dealt with the 4 of them. I am here to save you." At that moment he seeing the large crowd outside, understood something and stopped struggling, staring blankly at Su Xiao. Soon Ji Ying appeared in front of Su Xiao, trembling beside Ji He. The two sisters looked almost identical. Oh, if it weren't for the slight difference in height, Su Xiao wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. He had never seen these sisters in his past life. "Thank you for saving us. Are you sent by the government?" Ji Ying asked hopefully. "No," Su Xiao replied. "I'm an ordinary person, just here for you." Su Xiao was straightforward about his intentions. Unlike Tang Ying, with whom he had built rapport first, he had not seen these two and had no time to seek them out. So Su Xiao planned to recruit them in the simplest way. "Are you willing to come with me?" The two sisters were taken aback. Ji Ying frowned, saying, "Will you take them with you?" He looked at the people surrounding the door. "No, I will only take those of value with me," Su Xiao stated. A group of students immediately showed disappointment. They had hoped Su Xiao would lead them out of the zombie horde. "What value do we have? Just because we are sisters. I know you men are all about that," Tang Ying said warily. Su Xiao coldly replied, "Just consider it that I have taken a liking to you two. I traveled several kilometers to get here. In this apocalypse, if I wanted women, it wouldn't be very hard. Do you think your bodies have that kind of appeal?" Tang Ying fell silent. Then she said, "I heard gunfire, the military might come. Why should I follow you?" Su Xiao exhaled deeply, his gaze returning to indifference. "Then do as you wish. I am only giving you this one opportunity. If you feel the military is safer than me, then go ahead and wait. I'll consider that I never saw you two." For the two of them, Su Xiao truly had no way. They had never met, had no understanding of each other, and certainly couldn't establish trust immediately. Thus Su Xiao also prepared for the worst. At worst, he would have made a wasted trip. He knew many powerful individuals from his past life, and while losing them would be a pity, it wasn't a big deal. The atmosphere seemed to fall into a stalemate. Tang Ying, listening to Su Xiao's explanationless recruitment, fell into deep thought. Su Xiao did not speak again, even turning his back. Behind him were 8 girls closely following him, each armed, their expressions showing more killing intent and indifference than the surrounding students. "B brother, can I come with you?" A chubby boy, dirty all over, squeezed through the crowd and asked Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked at him with interest and said, "No problem, as long as you can prove that you have the ability to follow me. Otherwise, if you go outside, it's just zombies who I usually let them fend for themselves." Su Xiao's words were cold and arrogant, showcasing the harsh reality to these students. He not only would not protect them, but he also believed that useless people going out would be a waste of effort. This was the posture of the strong. Su Xiao had no need to be cordial to a group of naive students who thought they could find someone to protect them. To survive, one must rely on their own abilities. The chubby boy stammered, "To have a kind of ability, I can sense danger. It's true. I dug a crystal out of a zombie's belly, and ever since then I've had this feeling. I felt like I was going to die, so I ran away early." The students who had initially planned to mock the chubby boy were stunned because it really happened. The day before yesterday, they were on the first floor barricading the door, thinking they were safe, and each randomly found classrooms to sleep in. In the middle of the night, they heard zombies banging on the door. Many merely observed, and as a result, the chubby boy dashed upstairs in a panic. Less than a minute later, the glass door was smashed by zombies, and the group only realized what was happening fleeing upstairs. In the end, over half of the 100 or so people perished, while the remaining ones desperately made it to the second floor, blocking the stairway with zombies still feasting below, thus escaping with their lives. Some attentive individuals noticed the words spoken by the chubby boy. "Swallowed the crystal nucleus from inside a zombie." Su Xiao looked at him in surprise, directly placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. A familiar sensation of energy vibration swirled around the chubby boy, a kind of energy fluctuation that only those with abilities possess. Individuals with abilities sense each other's energy to distinguish who among them possesses powers. However, Su Xiao had not felt his fluctuation earlier, and now realized that the energy emitted by the chubby boy was almost negligible and extremely hard to detect. It seemed his body had not received any enhancement. Seeing the chubby boy's anxious eyes, Su Xiao suddenly discreetly put his hand in his pocket, and then suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it at the chubby boy's head. The chubby boy saw the gun and was so scared that he wet himself, and the others were equally terrified, retreating in horror. Regardless of Su Xiao's combat ability, they had not personally experienced it and did not feel great fear, but weapons like guns, when seen by any human, instilled fear. In terms of intimidation among ordinary people, nothing is more fitting than a gun. The chubby boy was directly terrified to the point of urinating himself, trembling. "Don't kill me. Are you lying to me? If you have the ability to sense danger in advance, why didn't you sense me drawing the gun?" Su Xiao's tone was ice. The chubby boy cried, "I really do. But I can only sense if someone has malicious intent towards me. You don't have malicious intent towards me, so, woo." The chubby boy cried, pitifully collapsing to the ground. Su Xiao felt a chill in his heart, revealing a hint of astonishment. He never expected such a statement, but upon reflection it indeed made sense. Even though he drew the gun, he didn't intend to kill the chubby boy, at least not at the moment he drew it. If the chubby boy's ability to sense danger was based on detecting whether someone had malicious intent, then it was quite normal that he hadn't sensed anything. With this in mind, Su Xiao put away the gun and said to him, "All right, regardless of whether you have this ability, come with me." He then turned to Ji He and her sister, choosing not to speak further. Seeing that she still had not answered, her gaze remained calm as a deep well, and she turned to leave. "Wait, we will follow you," Ji He hurriedly said. Su Xiao, however, did not seem pleased. Instead, he coldly laughed. "You two sisters are indeed alluring in the eyes of men, who I might not let you off easily. So are you still following me? Isn't this your mindset? Why would you follow a man with ulterior motives?" he demanded. "Give me a reason to let you. Otherwise you two might as well stay here quietly." Su Xiao valued talent, but also had his pride. If the two sisters were not sincere in following him, begging them to join would only seem insincere, potentially becoming a lingering doubt or a thorn in their hearts. In his past life, the top-tier powerhouses were countless. The two sisters were merely among them. Su Xiao could not change their history, but he could change others. The key to changing fate, Su Xiao handed it to them to hold in their own hands. Looking at Su Xiao's frosty gaze, he knew her actions displeased him. She lowered her head and apologized. "Because I saw them." She was referring to the group of girls following Su Xiao. "They can learn self-reliance by following you. I can too. Joining the army, who knows what the consequences will be? Surrounded by zombies, I believe that following you will allow me to live a better version of myself." He slightly raised her head to look at Su Xiao, her eyes filled with hope. Su Xiao never expected that it would be the group of girls he saved casually that would ultimately touch the two sisters. "Find a weapon for yourself and keep up with me." With that, Su Xiao turned and left. "Big brother, don't go. We don't want to die. How can you just watch us die? Do you have no humanity?" The remaining students began to stir, with a few girls looking pitifully at Su Xiao, pleading to join his group along with those girls. "The army is coming soon. Ooh, just wait for them." Su Xiao replied, "Still, I won't stop you from following me, but don't expect me to save you. The same goes for them." Su Xiao looked calmly at the group of girls behind him. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. They still lacked the courage to face the zombies themselves. Moreover, Su Xiao had mentioned that the army was on its way. As Su Xiao and the others descended the stairs, a girl behind suddenly whispered, "Brother, there's a boy following us." Su Xiao turned to glance back. A handsome boy wearing glasses looked delicate and weak, yet he was standing over 10 meters behind them, all alone. Seeing the group turn back to look at him, he immediately froze in place, timidly gazing at Su Xiao. When he noticed Su Xiao ignored him and continued walking, he hesitated for a moment before following along. Ahead was a circular plaza with the fountain having run dry, and a massive statue stood tall with traces. A horde of mindless zombies wandered, emitting a series of growls. When bumped by a fellow zombie, they would viciously claw at their companion, ripping flesh and leaving gaping wounds, only to revert to their dazed state and continue their slow march. The girls looked at the hundreds of zombies, each filled with fear, but upon seeing the broad and robust figure ahead, they felt relieved and focused their attention forward. Su Xiao did not want to attract trouble. This place was too conspicuous. If a battle broke out, zombies from other areas would swarm over. It would not matter if he were alone, but with so many people behind him, he had to be cautious. Therefore, Su Xiao directly circumvented the area. He planned to exit through a side door familiar with the layout of the school. The side door should not be crowded, as not many knew about it. The school had two side doors for students to exit without using the main entrance, one on the boys' side and one on the girls' side, both convenient for students to go out for shopping and dining. This particular side door originally led to the girls' back street, but for some unknown reason the school locked it, prohibiting passage. Now students had to use the boys' side door. This was where the trouble began. The scent emitted by a dozen people gathered together instantly attracted nearby zombies, and dozens of them sprang out from all directions, roaring towards Su Xiao's group. Su Xiao glanced back at the people behind him and said, "Pick up your weapons. Everyone must kill zombies." With that, Su Xiao charged forward. The chubby boy in the group of girls saw the zombies less than 20 meters away and was overwhelmed with intense fear, his psychic abilities warning him, leaving him frozen in place, pale-faced and trembling. He was showing even less courage than the 9 girls. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine, as zombies aren't that terrifying. Besides, he won't let us face too many, at most one each." One girl, though frightened, couldn't help but comfort him upon seeing the chubby boy's state. But to her surprise, he trembled even more. His face turned deathly pale. He stared fixedly at the zombies, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, resembling a dying person, utterly terrifying. The girls were not frightened by the zombies, but were startled by his appearance. Such a coward. Even smaller than boys are so useless. Wu Qian, who was battling fiercely at the front with her axe, suddenly showed a hint of, as they expected, Su Xiao indeed let 10 zombies come over, intercepting the others during the fight. The girls gradually realized this was Su Xiao's way of training them. Although this man appeared cold-blooded and heartless, he was actually always paying attention to them. Sisters charged. Wu Qian shouted, and the girls immediately rushed forward with their weapons to attack the approaching zombies. Faced with the claws of the zombies, though they were somewhat flustered, they still used their weapons to block the claws first, then kicked them away, followed by ferociously striking at their heads. Sister, I'm scared. Ji Ying was nearly in tears. Although watching the surrounding girls fighting bravely gave them confidence, when it came to facing zombies herself, she couldn't bear it. Ji Ying was terrified but still mustered her courage, saying, "Don't be afraid, Ying, I'll stand in front, wait for the right moment to strike at their heads." Ji Ying also observed how the other girls fought. As two zombies approached them, she picked up a piece of wood she had hurriedly grabbed earlier and resolutely swung it at the zombies' heads. The two zombies were pushed back by her strikes, but she was also knocked down to the ground by the force of the zombies' charge. Next to her was the chubby boy. At this moment the boy had collapsed on the ground, his eyes fixed on the four zombies lunging at them, his heart racing so fast that Ji Ying could hear it, as if he were about to die at any moment. Su Xiao saw this scene, and cursed inwardly, thinking how useless he was. While pushing back the remaining 20 zombies, he quickly retreated. One zombie lunged at Ji Ying, its claws nearly scratching her face, but Ji Ying firmly grasped its arm. The feel of the rotting flesh sent chills down her spine, while its gaping mouth emitted a foul stench, and its rotting white face and eyes nearly pressed against hers, making her heart race in terror. She knew she was going to die. In that moment, she felt no fear. Her heart was neither sad nor happy, not understanding why. She could only watch as the zombie's claws slowly approached her face. Huh. Go die, go die. Don't think of eating my sister. Woo-woo. The zombie was smashed away with a stick. Ji Ying cried, while frantically striking at the zombie's head. This saved Ji He's life. However, two zombies lunged at her back. Sister. At that moment, Ji He regained her composure, excitedly grabbed the piece of wood on the ground, and stood up to fight crazily, striking at the two zombies lunging at her sister. At this moment, she couldn't care less about where she was striking, wildly smashing at the zombies' arms, chest, and heads. Both zombies were forced back by her relentless attacks. Only the chubby boy sat there with a blank expression, as if he had become foolish. Just as Ji He was about to be overwhelmed, a flash of blade light passed by. The zombie in front of her instantly. Su Xiao's figure brushed past her, swiftly dealing with the remaining two zombies, and then angrily questioned the fat man on the ground, "What the hell is wrong with you?" The fat man stared blankly, not responding to him. Su Xiao cast a cold glance at the two sisters, and then continued to clear the remaining zombies. Soon all the zombies were eliminated by Su Xiao, and the other girls had also dealt with their opponents, bringing the group back together. Ji He, holding her frightened sister, timidly apologized to Su Xiao. "I'm sorry." Su Xiao did not answer, but stared at the fat man on the ground. Seeing he still had no reaction, he slapped him direct. "Don't eat me, please don't eat me." This slap woke the fat man up. He begged, trembling on the ground. His cowardly demeanor made the girls beside him seem 100 times stronger. The girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh my God, why is he so scared? Look, he peed his pants again. So ridiculous," the girls commented. Su Xiao used his foot to lift the fat man's face, and said coldly, "Do you have no ambition? It's just death. Do you even have any dignity left?" This was the first time Su Xiao saw a man so terrified that he nearly fainted before even encountering a zombie. Moreover, this guy was suspected to be an ability user. "Woo, too don't want this either, I can't control it." The fat man cried painfully, saying, "I also want to pick up a weapon to fight the zombies, but I can feel the sensation of my organs being torn apart by zombies as soon as I arrive. I can't bear it." Su Xiao's eyes narrowed. It turned out the fat man was suffering due to his ability. Your ability not only allows you to sense danger in advance, but also enables your body to react beforehand. Yes. I've wanted to die for a long time, but whenever I try those methods of suicide, I can feel the sensation of dying. I really can't stand it. I'm afraid of death. I. The fat man sobbed, unable to articulate his thoughts. Su Xiao's agitated heart calmed down. Squatting in front of the fat man, he spoke earnestly, "This is indeed a pain. You can feel a fear that others cannot. A person's courage often comes from a lack of fear. However, if you want to live, don't give up on yourself. You must strive to suppress your fear and turn it into a form of training. None of us knows when or where we will die. As long as you're alive, hold on. Always remember you are a man." Su Xiao coldly finished speaking, and then stood up, continuing to walk ahead. The girls glanced at the fat man, and then hurried to catch up with Su Xiao. The fat man sat on the ground, dazed for, "Yeah, it's just death anyway. Being afraid is useless. I can definitely endure it." The fat man stared fiercely at his own finger, wanting to bite it, but before he could, he felt a sharp pain. Yet he continued to glare, his gaze growing more ferocious until the sensation faded. He struggled to get up and staggered to catch up with Su Xiao. The bespectacled man peeked out from behind a statue, seeing the others move away, and silently followed. Su Xiao quickly passed through a cluster of buildings and spotted a small door in the distance. As he expected, the small door was still locked, covered by the dense growth of ivy along the wall. Even passing by one wouldn't notice it without a close look. However, none of Su Xiao's group dared to act recklessly, for there were dozens of zombies wandering nearby, among which one was particularly strong, contrasting sharply with the surrounding shriveled zombies. It was a first-tier power zombie. This type of zombie, larger in size and stronger in strength and defense than its peers, was named Type A zombie in his past life. The small, fast-moving, mutated zombies were referred to as Type B zombies, representing strength and speed. Indeed, in such a populous place like a school, how could it not breed Type A and Type B zombies? Su Xiao even suspected that there might be Type 2 zombies hidden somewhere on campus that he didn't know about. He'll lure the zombies away. "Can you pry open the door?" "I can," said a girl named Wu Qian. "Watch for the right moment to pry the door open and get outside. There shouldn't be many zombies outside. Find a building to hide and wait for me." Su Xiao suddenly had the idea to continue exploring the campus. These ordinary zombies posed no substantial threat to him, but he wanted to obtain more evolution zombie cores to grow rapidly. A place like a school was most likely to have mutated zombies. Alright, everyone understood that Su Xiao was taking risks for them and voiced no objections. Su Xiao immediately charged forward, and the group of zombies, including the power zombie, instantly turned their attention to him, roaring as they rushed over. Although the first-tier power zombie's speed was slow compared to speed zombies, it was still much faster than ordinary zombies. Su Xiao was not in a hurry to engage it, and quickly ran towards the distance. A large group of zombies followed closely behind. Once Wu Qian saw Su Xiao leading the horde of zombies away, she immediately said, "Sisters, seize the opportunity." After Su Xiao made a wide detour, feeling it was about time, he turned and pounced on the first-tier zombie. The power zombie swung its heavy claws at Su Xiao, but he easily dodged and struck fiercely with his dragon spring blade at the zombie's neck. With a loud bang, the dragon spring blade actually made a gash. The blade only penetrated about 2 inches into the zombie's bone, indicating the strength of this zombie's defense. The big guy felt the intense pain and crazily charged at Su Xiao, nearly knocking him down. Su Xiao quickly reacted, drawing his blade and aiming for its head. The terrifying force smashed its head to pieces. The power zombie collapsed weakly, while the knife in Su Xiao's hand was also deemed completely ruined. The entire blade was curved like a steel saw. If it weren't for the good materials, it would have shattered long ago. Su Xiao could only make do with it. It was better than being empty-handed. Zombies around him charged and quickly slaughtered by Su Xiao. After that, he retrieved the type zombie's core and continued to explore within the school. He activated his blood-sensing ability. As the perception began to spread after reaching the second tier, Su Xiao's sensing of living beings could extend up to 50 meters. He sensed where the most people were, knowing that zombies would automatically gather towards the most populated areas. He tried to find more tiered zombies. Soon Su Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked in a direction across from him. There lay the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, many students were also trapped. On the second floor of the cafeteria, hundreds of students lay helplessly on the ground. They were not worried about food during the disaster. They were the clever ones who ran to the cafeteria. With an abundance of food, they were safe from bodily harm, though boredom could lead to trouble. The one maintaining order here was Vice Principal Wang Fu, who happened to be eating during the disaster. Accompanying him were several teachers, which is why they were among the relatively fortunate group of trapped individuals at the school. But at this moment, everyone was engulfed in a state of panic. Originally, the ordinary zombies gathered below numbered in the hundreds, yet they were unable to break through the first floor door and could only wander around. However, just an hour ago, an ugly zombie, small and crawling like a lizard, appeared downstairs. Its speed was astonishing, running at nearly twice that of the surrounding zombies. But if it were just that, it would only mean one more formidable enemy surrounding them, and it wouldn't be enough to instill fear. What was terrifying was that this zombie did not attempt to attack the door. Instead, it turned and began attacking the ordinary zombies below. Its speed was breathtaking. After knocking down one zombie, its 30-centimeter-long sharp claws tore open the zombie's head, and it began to ravenously consume the rotting brain matter. After killing one, it continued to slay a second. The surrounding zombies were completely indifferent to its actions. Aside from the zombies being devoured, who would instinctively struggle in resistance, the others continued to exhibit their dazed and mindless wandering behavior. This left the observing group utterly terrified. They had only seen zombies gnawing at humans and frantically gathering towards places where people were. This was their first encounter with a zombie that would actually consume its own kind. The zombie was eating at an astonishing speed. After killing one zombie, it swiftly swallowed it and began hunting the next. Su Xiao, observing from a distance, revealed a look of delight. So it is a zombie that is evolving. This zombie had undoubtedly consumed a large number of humans to evolve so rapidly, and now it had reached a critical point in its evolution, requiring a significant amount of energy to devour its kind. The crystal of the zombie is not only useful to humans, but also beneficial to the zombies themselves. Once it has consumed enough, it will evolve into a second-tier zombie. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with light. He was no longer in a hurry to approach. He wanted to wait for this zombie to successfully evolve before striking it down, so that he could obtain a second-tier crystal. The people upstairs were terrified, their eyes wide as they watched the zombie devour its kind. As that speed-type zombie continuously consumed other zombies, its body began to undergo constant changes. A layer of fine scales started to grow on its exterior, making it look even more like a lizard man. Its claws were extending, and the decaying flesh on its body began to slowly regain vitality, turning a vibrant red and gradually healing. It was no longer just resembling a human in form, it almost appeared beast-like. And its aura was continuously growing stronger, causing the surrounding zombies to react as they began to advance towards it. It was now more convenient for it to directly kill the approaching zombies and feast, while the remaining zombies lined up waiting for their turn to be slaughtered. The world seemed to fall silent, leaving the humans upstairs dumbfounded. Only the increasingly closer sound of gunfire in the distance reminded everyone that the military was drawing near. Finally, after 5 minutes, this zombie let out a howl towards the sky, its entire body's scales turning dark gray, and its aura had become immensely powerful. B2-type zombie. After completing its evolution, B2's eyes seemed to gain a touch of liveliness. It suddenly fixed its gaze on the tightly closed cafeteria door, revealing a greedy expression. Hiss! It emitted a sharp screech. Instantly, all the remaining zombies seemed to receive a command and charged towards the door, attacking it furiously. Having reached the second tier, the zombie's intelligence had begun to enhance, allowing it to command lower-tier zombies. They are smashing the door, the zombies are coming in. The students witnessing this scene were immediately frightened out of their wits, screaming in terror. The cafeteria was only on the second floor, and they had no means of escape. Even the vice principal and several teachers were sweating profusely, shouting for silence, yet no student could heed them. All were engulfed in the threat of death, losing their rationality. Now's the time. Xiao dashed out from his hiding spot, heading towards the B2 zombie. The B2's keen senses made it immediately turn and focus on Xiao, emitting an angry screech. Then it dropped to all fours and sprang forward like a cheetah, charging towards Xiao. Two second-tier beings met in a fierce clash. B2's claws flew towards Xiao's eyes. Xiao blocked with the Longquan knife, but with just one strike the knife was instantly sliced apart by its claws. Fortunately, Xiao had anticipated this. Knowing the Longquan knife was about to be rendered useless, he took the opportunity to inflate his body once more. Amplification skill Blood Rage. Xiao's strength surged, instantly kicking B2 away. He then followed up with a punch to B2's head, leaving the zombie, which had just begun to rise, dazed. When dealing with this speed-type zombie, Xiao knew that he could not let it escape. Otherwise, he understood that this creature would immediately flee and then reappear when he was least attentive. Thus, Xiao furiously unleashed punches at its head. Although they were both second-tier, B2's body was quite fragile. Its scales had evolved merely to adapt to its speed. Under Xiao's powerful punches, B2 howled in agony, desperately scratching at Xiao. However, fueled by blood rage, Xiao's strength equaled that of a third-tier being, effortlessly breaking one of B2's claws with a single punch. After rendering all of its claws useless, he gripped its neck with one hand, while raining blows on its head with the other. The zombies rushing in around them were being smashed away by Xiao, who was holding B2. Look, there's a person outside. He's actually beating that zombie to a pulp. The second floor was filled with heads watching Xiao, who seemed to possess the terrifying combat power of a demigod, suppressing and battering the zombie, even breaking B2's sturdy skull, dark brain matter gushing out. Their worldview was nearly shattered. Is there such a fierce human? In the end, B2 could not withstand Xiao's violence, and was brutally smashed to death. It was unfortunate that it had just evolved to the second tier, experiencing a higher level of intelligence, only to be killed by Xiao. Xiao extracted a blue crystal larger than a first-tier crystal, and immediately smiled as he pocketed it. Then he merely glanced at the people upstairs, and turned to leave. Ordinary zombies chased after Xiao, but he paid them no mind. His objective had already been achieved. Hey, are you human? Don't go help us. Superman, please save us. Bang bang. The people upstairs finally regained their wits and desperately called for Xiao's help, accompanied by the distant sound of gunfire. The gunfire grew closer, seemingly already entering the campus. Xiao knew that military personnel had likely already entered the campus and did not stop for a moment. At this time, the effect of blood rage had not yet worn off. His speed was as swift as a cheetah, vanishing into the distance, leaving the disappointed crowd on the second floor. However, they soon regained their excitement as they saw two trucks driving into the campus, the roar of gunfire echoing throughout the school. Attention, all survivors, we are the garrison troops of Yunhai City. Please wait patiently, as we will clear the zombies on campus and escort everyone to retreat with us. Please be patient. The voice from the loudspeaker echoed across the campus, spreading far and wide. Xiao had already left the school, and the effect of blood fury had worn off. He turned back to gaze at the direction of the campus, seemingly lost in thought before shaking his head and walking away. Where are they? Su Xiao had come out along the outer wall towards the small gate, but upon exiting, he found no trace of the Jihe sisters. This was the girls' back street, once a bustling area filled with snacks and shops, now nearly all converted into residential buildings. The street was deserted with all houses tightly locked while a few had their doors wide open and only a dozen zombies wandered in the distance. Big brother, we are here. On the second floor of a nearby residential building, Wu Qian waved at Su Xiao. Soon a group of people came down to Su Xiao's side, all unharmed though the chubby one still appeared timid. There were military trucks passing by just now, so we hid. Wu Qian explained. Su Xiao stared at her puzzled and asked, then why didn't you follow the military? Wu Qian opened her mouth and then said firmly, I think it would be safer to stay with you. With so many people in the school, even if the military could save everyone, the distance is so far. Who knows what mishaps might occur? There are zombies everywhere. Wu Qian's explanation surprised Su Xiao. You think quite far ahead. Praising Su Xiao made Wu Qian smile happily. Su Xiao then glanced at the Jihe sisters who were now looking at him, without the initial wariness replaced instead by respect. After all, everything Su Xiao had done earlier was to help them escape. Although he had promised not to take care of them had it not been for his intentional training, the group of girls would not have had the courage or the combat strength to face zombies alone. Finally, Su Xiao fixed his gaze on the chubby one who trembled under Su Xiao's oppressive stare and immediately stood up straight to look at him. Soon you must face the zombies by yourself. Yes. To Su Xiao's surprise, the chubby one responded with unexpected enthusiasm. Su Xiao said, since you've decided to follow me, let me explain a few things briefly. First of all, I am not alone, though I have saved many people. As my companions, we do not intend to join the military, but rather band together to survive in this apocalypse. The conditions may not be better than the military, nor necessarily safer. Secondly, if you follow me, you must abide by my rules. Su Xiao's gaze was piercing. My rule is the timid and weak leave. Those who do not follow orders leave. Those who harm their companions die. In short, everything will go according to my arrangements. If you defy me, I will not hesitate to kick you out. Do you understand? Su Xiao surveyed everyone with the demeanor and gaze of a leader. Understood. Though Su Xiao's words sounded like those of a dictator, they felt no dissatisfaction. After enduring life and death trials in the school over the past few days, they had come to realize that in this apocalypse order was uncertain, and they did not know how much strength the country still had to restore order. If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on themselves or attach themselves to the strong. In the short term, they certainly could not survive on their own, and Su Xiao, though harsh, genuinely cared for their lives, making them willing to follow such a strong individual. Let's go. Su Xiao had no more to say. The group began to head back towards the residential area. After walking for a while, Su Xiao kept his word and was the first to send the weakest chubby one to confront a zombie. There were only 3 zombies ahead, and Su Xiao pointed to one of them. The chubby one swallowed hard and said nervously, Boss, there are 3 at once. Don't worry, those 2 zombies. Su Xiao understood the need for gradual progression and gave Wu Qian a look. Wu Qian immediately understood and called out, someone step forward and help me kill those 2 zombies. Several hands immediately shot up. They had adapted to dealing with zombies and were no longer afraid of confronting them, especially under Su Xiao's watchful eye. Everyone wanted to perform well. Ji Xian raised her hand as well. Su Xiao glanced and said, Jiying, go. Jiying then charged towards the 2 zombies with Wu Qian. Su Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the chubby one. Remembering Su Xiao's words, the chubby one didn't want to die, fearing was useless, so he decided to give it his all. Summoning his courage, he grabbed a steel pipe that had been dislodged from somewhere and cautiously approached the zombie step by step. The zombie caught his scent and immediately lunged at him excitedly. The brutal images flashing in the chubby one's mind due to his powers made his face turn pale again and his body shivered, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. But he still forced himself to steady his trembling legs and shouted, damn it. The iron pipe came crashing down on the zombie's head. However, due to his extreme nervousness, he miscalculated his aim and struck the zombie's neck, causing it to stagger, but continue lunging forward. Keep going, Su Xiao suddenly shouted. The chubby one immediately gathered his courage, his panic calming slightly. This time he fixed his gaze firmly on the zombie's head and shouted, striking accurately at the top of the zombie's skull, knocking it down to the ground. Then he instinctively pounced on it, wildly striking at the zombie's head while shouting. To be honest, the scene didn't seem particularly fierce. It looked like a child trembling in fear hitting a little chick or duck with a stick. However, even wild punches can defeat a seasoned master. After the chubby one frantically struck over 100 blows, the zombie's head was battered with dents, finally collapsing, likely to have its brain scrambled. It's dead, stop hitting it. Wu Qian, who had already dealt with her opponent, couldn't help but say. Having killed his first zombie, the chubby one let out a sigh of relief and dropped the pipe, staring blankly for a moment. Su Xiao then smiled gently and said, you see, the most terrifying thing you feared is nothing more than this. You only saw the outcome of it killing you, but never thought that your predictions are merely predictions of forecast of how things might develop, which can change within minutes. A single leaf falling can have countless trajectories. Your life should be the same. I hope you can grow strong, kill the second, the third, until you become a brave warrior with powers. Xiao smiled at him. To overcome weakness, this guy could become a true wielder of powers, someone useful to Xiao in the future. The chubby one excitedly said, I will. The fear in his eyes vanished completely. He looked at the zombies still wandering in the distance. Even though the strong sense of impending death surged again, he felt no fear at all. Because he knew that from now on he would no longer be a weak man, he would bravely kill zombies, not wanting to lag behind these women. At that moment, Xiao suddenly said to the nearby residential building, You can come out now, no need to hide. The crowd immediately turned to look. A boy wearing glasses quietly stepped out from the corner of the wall, gazing at Xiao from a distance. He appeared to be just over 20 years old, similar in age to Xiao, but his handsome features and scholarly demeanor gave off a gentle younger brother vibe. Why aren't you waiting for rescue with them? The army has already come. Xiao asked curiously. The boy remained silent for a few seconds before saying the army can't take many people, and their plan to protect the survivors will likely fail. Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, staring intensely at him. How do you know this? Because I'm a communications major and I have studied the population and topographical maps of Yunhai City before. I don't know what the situation is outside or how many zombies there are, but I do know that the army's resources and strength are insufficient to save the humans in an urban area. Moreover, this disaster is nationwide, even global. Following them, I can't predict my future. But I think you need help. You want to build your own force, don't you? I should be able to be of some use. The boy spoke hesitantly. Xiao's gaze suddenly sparkled with a different light. So do you want to follow me? Yes. I will also kill zombies. Well, I will be someone useful to you. The boy said with newfound courage. Xiao nodded, accepting his joining the team. Thus the number of team members increased to 11. On the upcoming journey, Xiao mostly refrained from action, allowing these people to take turns confronting zombies. Gradually, even the chubby one was no longer timid, and Xiao would only intervene when faced with more than double the number of zombies compared to his team. After wandering back and forth, the group finally returned to the familiar neighborhood 2 hours later. Once inside the neighborhood, Xiao felt a distinct difference. The wandering zombies that used to be present had all disappeared, indicating that Li Tianxi and the others had indeed followed Xiao's orders strictly. The boss is back. 2 patrolling individuals immediately rushed over excitedly. Xiao quickly. Wu Qian and a group of girls curiously observed the scene, watching as the 2 men respectfully greeted Xiao. How did you do with the tasks I assigned you? Brother Kai too has taken several brothers to clean the zombies in each building. They've already cleared half. There are quite a few trapped survivors inside who saw us and wanted to join. Many have run into the hallway. Sister Tang Ying said to wait for you to handle it, so we let them stay there. As for Brother Tianxi and the others, they returned once before, bringing back a truckload of food, and then went out again. Xiao nodded. The 2 men looked at the large group of young girls behind Xiao with amazed expressions, but no one dared to say anything in front of him. When Xiao ascended the stairs, he immediately saw 7 or 8 men and women squatting in various places in the hallway. Tang Ying and Yu Jiao were conversing nearby. Xiao, you're back. Tang Ying smiled as she came forward. Xiao glanced at the people. Are they all here to join us? Tang Ying nodded. A middle-aged man among the group seemed to realize that Xiao was the leader and immediately said flatteringly, Hello, I want to join you and go with you. Xiao scrutinized the 9 individuals, both male and female, and said flatly, I only accept capable people. Have you all killed zombies? Several individuals fell silent at once. Xiao calmly stated, This is not a nanny team. If you want to join me, you must contribute. He then turned and walked upstairs, ignoring them. The man immediately shouted, I can. I'll go kill zombies right now. He grit his teeth and rushed out. The others, seeing his actions, also hurriedly followed him out. Ying, you see, those people really killed zombies. If you think they are suitable, just notify them to stay without needing my... Xiao directed his gaze towards Tang Ying. Tang Ying looked somewhat surprised. Xiao smiled. When I'm not around, you can try making decisions, okay? Looking into Xiao's inquiring eyes, the uncertainty in Tang Ying's gaze disappeared as she confidently, By the way, these people are my new recruits. The male team has already been divided, and now I'm leaving them to you as the female combat team. You are the captain, the vice-captain is Wu Qian. Xiao's words delighted Wu Qian immensely. Okay, Tang Ying readily agreed. Xiao then turned and walked upstairs. Wu Qian and the others could only turn their gaze to Tang Ying, this girl of the same age. Tang Ying said, Wu Qian, right. I'm Tang Ying. Now you send 2 people to monitor those individuals, and the rest continue to clear the floors, see if we can find more willing survivors to join us. Wu Qian complied without the slightest hesitation. Aside from Xiao, everyone was busy. Xiao ascended the stairs alone. It seemed that he was very comfortable, now having subordinates to do everything for him. However, for Xiao, this merely saved him a lot of troublesome tasks. As a reborn individual with the ambition to seize the opportunity during the apocalypse and establish a powerful human gathering place, Xiao had far too much to consider. The apocalypse was already on its 8th day, and on the 10th day the next blood rain would arrive. The strength of the zombies would surge. If he could not quickly cultivate a solid and powerful base of followers and find a secure place to settle down, he might fall behind others. Perhaps in terms of abilities, Xiao was very likely the first human to reach the second tier of evolution since the apocalypse began. But he was more aware that at this moment on the land of the Summer Kingdom, countless new humans were awakening, and many ambitious individuals like himself were beginning to build their own forces. This is an era of rampant zombies, but also an era where ambitious individuals vie for supremacy. He was like Zhu Chongba, who had just stepped out of a broken village in history. If he could not arrange beforehand and utilize his knowledge of the future to strategize in advance, he too might be submerged in this apocalyptic era. And the premise for him to command an increasingly large team was his own strength. He needed to remain in the strongest position. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, took out the second-tier crystal core, and began to absorb it. Around 3 in the afternoon, the roaring sounds of vehicles outside startled Xiao awake. A second-tier crystal core only enhanced Xiao's physical qualities by about 10%, far from reaching the third tier. Through the window, Xiao saw 2 large trucks driving into the neighborhood. It was Li Tianxi returning. Only then did Xiao head downstairs. A cacophony of noise immediately reached his ears. "Cease at once. Approach and he'll strike you down. Damn you all. Cowards who cower in your dens like dogs now dare to seize what's ours." Members of the combat squad brandished cleavers and roared with savage defiance. Yet a crowd, men, women, and children alike, stood united, some 20 souls strong, each gripping a weapon, shouting back in fury, "You've scoured every corner for supplies, leaving us to starve. What gives you the right? We don't care. Resources must be shared, or none of you will know peace." A heavy-set man, knife in hand, glared fiercely at Li Tianxi and the others leading the squad. Li Tianxi flared with rage. These supplies had been won through grueling hardship, by him and his brothers, only to be met upon return by would-be thieves. He raised his blade and spat. "Cowardly wretches, shameless and spineless. Why don't you go out yourselves and hunt? You tremble like bears before zombies, yet now you strut and snarl at us. So robbery has become righteous now? Fine, come and take them. I swear I'll cut you down before this day ends." Hot-blooded and unyielding, Li Tianxi refused to back down. He drew his weapon and stepped forward boldly. At his movement, a dozen men beside him surged forward in solidarity, eyes blazing with indignation toward those shameless interlopers. Faced with such resolve, the crowd faltered. The stout man recoiled at Li Tianxi's towering frame, and the blade slick with zombie gore, recalling how this group had slaughtered hordes of undead across the neighborhood these past 2 days. His voice softened. 3 trucks worth of supplies, for so few of you. Surely you can spare some to save us. Don't you know many among us have wives and children? We've starved for days. Won't you grant us the chance to live?" The once belligerent men now pleaded pitifully. Even Li Tianxi's fierce countenance softened. He fell silent, unmoving. "You want supplies? Very well." Xiao's voice cut through the tension, sudden and commanding. The squad instantly parted with deep respect, clearing a path for him. Xiao strode to Li Tianxi's side, then fixed his sharp gaze upon the assembled crowd and spoke calmly. "We'll give you supplies. It is our duty as humans to aid our kin. That poses no difficulty. But here lies the crux. Even if I hand over enough to sustain you for days, what meaning does that hold? Your cowardice keeps you from facing the undead. You only bark at your own kind. For days the outbreak has raged, yet never have I seen you lift a hand to aid one another. Now you stand united. But do you truly believe we'd hesitate to end you should mercy fail?" Xiao's gaze turned glacial, his aura surging with terrifying intensity, transforming him in their eyes into a ravenous beast of flood and fury. The crowd froze breathless. They had witnessed his power firsthand. Hundreds of zombies fell before him in a single stroke. He was no man. He was a monster incarnate. "We were wrong. Please take pity on us. Once fed, we'll no longer hide." The man, unwilling to retreat, empty-handed, beseeched Xiao with desperate eyes. Xiao turned to Li Tianxi and said, "Give them 1 truck of supplies." Li Tianxi raised no objection. His men immediately cleared a truck. "Thank you. Thank you." The crowd surged forward, only to halt instantly as Xiao raised a hand. They froze again, hearts pounding, eyes locked on Xiao. "Supplies are yours, but there is a condition. These were gathered through my people's blood and sweat, not to be taken freely. Name it." Starvation had stripped them of all pride. Whatever Xiao demanded, they would accept. "When the military arrives, say nothing of having seen us. Remember this." Xiao swept his cold gaze across them all. "Understood." Only then did he step aside, allowing them to claim the truck. "Why conceal our presence from the military? Does it truly matter?" Tang Ying leaned close, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Direct contact is premature. The military may requisition our stores. And deeper reasons exist. Su Xiao left the rest unspoken. Tang Ying nodded understanding without further word. Su Xiao watched them load the supplies, his gaze distant and calculating. The military still held formidable influence, and if they took notice of his fledgling base, complications would follow, especially concerning Zhou Yu. She was his hidden ace. Her existence could not yet reach the Yunhai City military command. Losing one truck mattered little. His acquisition served only to sustain the squad until they reached safer ground. More could always be gathered en route. Everyone, assembled downstairs. Su Xiao turned away from the departing crowd and addressed his people. A tide of bodies flooded the ground floor, standing in quiet reverence before Su Xiao. Though a handful of those who joined Li Tianxi's supply run couldn't resist glancing back, resentment churning as they watched others haul away bottled drinks, instant noodles, and cooking oil. Su Xiao surveyed them, survivors from malls and schools and several fresh recruits who'd just slain zombies and pledged allegiance. Their ranks now numbered 33. They had become a formidable force, and among them stood 5 awakened individuals: Li Tianxi Kai, Tu Tang, Yu Jiao, and the Fat Man. In this desolate world, Su Xiao held quiet confidence. No other survivor, himself excluded, commanded so many awakened beings. His voice turned icy. I know many of you are baffled, even furious, that I surrendered an entire truck. I won't justify it now. Judge me as you wish, but for this moment obedience is non-negotiable. Stow your doubts. Know this: I am neither saint nor fool, and I have neither time nor inclination to explain. Instantly postures straightened, discontent vanished from faces. His leadership was authoritarian, yet he wielded absolute authority earned through action. Without him, they'd still be cowering in shadows, nameless and forgotten. All of you performed admirably today, especially Li Tianxi. Your supply operation was flawless. Su Xiao singled him out for praise, and Li Tianxi allowed himself a rare, genuine smile. New recruits will be assigned to male or female combat squads. Captains Tang Ying and Li Tianxi oversee their integration and accelerate their training in zombie extermination. Yes, sir. Tang Ying and Li Tianxi responded in unison. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we depart. I have secured a location on the city's outskirts. Few zombies, high safety. As time passes, the urban core will grow ever more saturated. We must leave before it's too late. Dismissed. Rest, recover, prepare. The group dispersed, some unloading gear, others ascending to sleep, all moving with disciplined purpose. Jiao, come here. Su Xiao called to Yu Jiao as she tried to slip back upstairs. Yu Jiao approached Su Xiao with a nervous expression. Brother Su, do you feel like everyone else is busy while you are the only bored one? Su Xiao smiled at her. Yes, I do not wish to be idle. Being a layabout every day pricks my conscience. Yu Jiao gave an awkward smile. Su Xiao suddenly asked Jiao, do you want to marry? She froze, her face instantly fell, and her eyes reddened. Of course I do. My parents, my brother. I have no idea how they are. Our hometown is so far away, communications are cut off. Oh, I do not know if they are even alive. I dream of them every night. Sob. As she spoke, Yu Jiao could no longer hold back and began to cry. Tang Ying, who had been talking with the other female members, glanced at Yu Jiao and turned her head away. Su Xiao patted her shoulder in comfort. Yu Jiao threw herself into his arms, clutching his waist and burying her face against Su Xiao's stomach as she sobbed. Su Xiao lowered his gaze and said nothing. He thought of himself. Su Xiao's parents had divorced long ago. He had been raised by relatives who pooled what little they had, so he felt little attachment to his birth parents. The one person he longed for was a cousin who vanished in his previous life. No matter that Su Xiao later rose to imperial might and scoured thousands of miles, he never found her. After 2 lifetimes, he had grown indifferent to familial ties. Seeing Yu Jiao cry stirred something in him, but it quickly settled. How many in this apocalypse still had a family? When Yu Jiao had cried herself tired and looked at him with reddened eyes, Su Xiao said, from today your task is to be my assistant. Train your psychic ability and refine that mind-confusing skill. In time you will have room to show yourself. Stay with me. I will not let you suffer. Later bring Jiying, Ji-He, and Wu Qian here. Yu Jiao obeyed and left. Su Xiao rummaged through the supplies his subordinates had carried and found a can of beer, opened it. It was from the small supermarket they had looted. He drank as he climbed the stairs. Before long, Ji-He, Jiying, and Wu Qian appeared before him. Big brother Su, you called for us. Facing Su Xiao now, the three wore a new restraint on their faces. When he had been alone, before they had teased him. But having joined the group and seeing how many followers Su Xiao commanded, they realized the man before them was their leader, the one who might steer them through the end times. So they no longer dared be so casual. Su Xiao smiled. Do you know why I called you? They shook their heads. Do you know about people with supernatural ability? The three women's eyes brightened, and they nodded eagerly. At first, seeing Su Xiao's terrifying power and how he moved among the zombies, they had half believed him a god. Only after joining the team and having Tang Ying explain the group's situation did they learn the concept of ability users and realize how lucky that fat man had been By foolishly swallowing a crystal core, he had awakened. Xiao said the team now needs strong leadership. Wuqian, I have faith in you. I hope you can become an ability user so you can better manage the group. Take these crystal cores and distribute them to the women tonight. See if anyone awakens. Wuqian took the bag Xiao handed over with excitement. Thank you, leader. Go then. She nodded, hesitated as she glanced at the two sisters, and quickly left. Jihe's eyes narrowed. Xiao's gaze on the two sisters made her uneasy and alert. Her mind began to race with wild thoughts. Surely the leader had no sinister intent toward them. No, absolutely not. Even in death, she would not allow Xiao to harm them. Xiao, however, handed her a crystal core and said you two should begin absorbing it here. Jihe looked bewildered, and Jiying felt her thoughts muddle. Why must the two of us absorb here? The younger sister Jiying asked nervously. Because I think your success rate is higher. You are more likely to become ability users. Xiao's eyes held a smile as he looked at them. Do you not wish to grow stronger? In this apocalypse, only those who possess power can protect themselves, protect their sisters. Isn't that right, Jihe? Hearing this, he looked at Xiao with gratitude and reached for the crystal core. Thank you, leader. Absorb it here. I want to prove whether my judgment is correct. Xiao smiled and left the two sisters with a mysterious silhouette, as if this leader truly could discern who was most fit to awaken an ability. Jihe did not make a fuss. She led Jiying into Xiao's room, closed the door, and began to swallow the Xiao ate some bread and a chicken leg to replenish his strength, then sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, continuing to absorb the first-tier crystal cores his men had seized, though they now did little for him. The next day around 4 in the morning, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the room behind him. Two distinct waves of energy suddenly took shape, releasing a potent fluctuation perceptible only to ability users. Two more powerful ability users have awakened. Xiao's eyes shone with joy. While others slept and the ability users absorbed crystal cores, only Tang Ying next door had been roused. She opened her door and came out slowly. Come sit, Xiao said to Tang Ying with a smile. Tang Ying obediently sat beside Xiao. She wore a simple black strappy night dress. Her graceful shape showed in fleeting glimpses under the loose fabric, her long pale legs catching the eye, and her delicate face conveyed a startling fresh beauty, like a lotus emerging from water. At that moment, only Xiao could fully appreciate her beauty, for in this household lived only him, Tang Ying, Tang's mother Yu Jiao, and Zhou Yu, now joined by the two Ji sisters. Tang Ying sat beside Xiao without reserve, glanced toward his room, and asked in surprise, the two of them are both ability users. Yes, and it seems they are twin abilities of light and darkness. Xiao pretended to hear this for the first time, and put on an affected look of wonder. A smile hung on his face. Though he already knew the sisters possessed the rare light and dark talents, actually bringing them into his fold as allies filled Xiao with genuine delight. Tang Ying looked at Xiao curiously. You seem to have known ahead of time that they would awaken. A kind of sixth sense, Xiao replied lightly. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. Xiao offered that casual explanation. Tang Ying said no more. Their closeness needed no words. Tang Ying had long regarded Xiao as the most important person in her life after her mother, and she was the only former life friend to whom Xiao would confide. They silently enjoyed this special bond, neither daring to disturb it or take a further step. The door opened, and Jiying and Jixian came out. Seeing Xiao and Tang Ying, they cried out with joy, Big brother, we successfully awakened abilities. Mine is a darkness ability, my sister's is a light ability. The feeling of manipulating elements. Jiying closed her eyes in pleasure. Her whole form seemed to merge with the darkened room, her presence becoming faint and elusive. Darkness conceal. Xiao noticed. This was a unique innate ability of darkness-type abilities. It allowed one to blend naturally into the environment in dark surroundings, much like Xiao's blood sense. Younger sister Jixian showcased her ability as a warm light blossomed from her palm. Those nearby could instantly feel a warmth as if they were bathed in sunlight, and all negative emotions seemed to be obliterated under this light, leaving their bodies and minds feeling cozy. Not bad light abilities and dark abilities. Congratulations on becoming ability users. Xiao smiled at the two sisters. Jiying had not yet been overwhelmed by joy. Becoming an evolved being was a gift from the man before her. Without him, she and her sister might still be waiting to perish in the school office. It is all thanks to the chief that we two sisters have these abilities. Now we can deal with zombies. From now on we will follow your orders, chief. Jiying gazed at Xiao earnestly. Xiao smiled and said, there's no rush. Your abilities are excellent, but for now they are not of much use. What you need now is to hone your courage. Next you will still join the girls' combat team under Tang Ying for training. Adapt to the life in the apocalypse. However, since you are ability users, you will certainly receive some preferential treatment, which I will explain later. In any case, I have only one principle here. Even the weak have the chance to become strong, and the strong must keep striving. Everything revolves around teamwork. In this apocalyptic era, only if we stick together can we survive. Su Xiao then dismissed the two sisters, letting them study their abilities. Tang Ying, seeing the dawn approaching, began preparing breakfast. At exactly 7 in the morning, everyone gathered downstairs ready to set off. Su Xiao, dressed in the combat uniform freshly cleaned by Yu Jiao, with his signature backpack and boots, quietly walked in front of the crowd. Li Tianci respectfully asked, "Su Ge, where are we headed next?" "To the outskirts of West City, where there is a villa area that is temporarily suitable for us to live in." Su Xiao scanned his core members, including Li Tianci, Kai Tu, Wu Qian, and Tang Ying, whom he had promoted, and issued orders. "Li Tianci and Kai Tu, you lead the combat team to escort these 2 trucks of supplies." "Yes." "Ying, you take the girls' team to the rear of the convoy and ensure the safety of the personnel." Tang Ying nodded seriously. She had already mastered her gravity ability quite well. The terrifying force of triple gravity was even more formidable than Kai Tu, a physical-type ability user. Moreover, she had learned long-range attack and carried a bag of scavenged steel balls, which allowed her to crush a zombie's head from 50 meters away with her keen perception. Now she was already the second strongest after Su Xiao. Unfortunately, Wu Qian, whom Su Xiao held in high regard, had not awakened her abilities, but Su Xiao still retained her position as the assistant leader of the girls' team due to her bravery and intelligence, which greatly aided Tang Ying. Zhou Yu was now also part of the girls' team. This girl was still unaware of her special significance to Su Xiao, but she only knew that she could not relax and must contribute, becoming a female warrior alongside the other girls. Even Tang's mother had been escorted onto the vehicle ahead of time. Only Yu Jiao stuck out her tongue and looked at Su Xiao, asking, "What about me?" Su Xiao glanced at her and said, "You follow me to handle some matters." Yu Jiao, instead of being surprised, was excited, saying, "Great, just the 2 of us." Seeing Su Xiao's strange gaze, she awkwardly added, "I mean, it's wonderful to train alone with the chief." Su Xiao ignored her. At the entrance, 4 large mutated dogs lay obediently by the door, lazily watching the crowd. To them, without Su Xiao's command, they wouldn't go anywhere. The sound of the vehicle engines startled many surviving residents in the community. They leaned out from their windows, peering curiously, their expressions complex, as they watched Su Xiao and his team slowly leave with 2 trucks of supplies. They were people without the courage to venture out, wanting Su Xiao's supplies, but not willing to join him and risk their lives. They firmly believed that if they just waited, someone would come to rescue them, so let them keep waiting. Soon only Su Xiao and Yu Jiao remained standing there, along with the 4 large dogs circling around Su Xiao. "Where are we going?" Yu Jiao asked curiously. "We're going to wander around and see what supplies we can use. Once everything is settled over there, we can send people directly to retrieve them. By now there should be quite a number of survivor gathering places formed." Su Xiao said slowly, recalling Li Yilong and others in the hospital. "The apocalypse is a disaster, but for some, is it not also an opportunity?" "Boss, what are those people doing? It seems their 2 trucks are full of supplies." A dozen people squatted on the rooftop of a residential building, eagerly watching the 2 medium-sized trucks slowly pass by, with a group of people in front clearing the way with various weapons. Some zombies charged forward, but were immediately decapitated by a group of people with fierce and swift strikes. "What's there to be afraid of? Our boss is a human with special abilities, we can just go up and rob them." They looked eagerly at a man in work clothes beside them. The man enjoyed the attention of his subordinates, a hint of pride appearing on his face. After gaining special abilities, he felt a sense of superiority over those around him, who were all ordinary. Having successfully killed several zombies and saved this group of people, he had acquired his first batch of little brothers, and over the past few days he had found several more groups. Beside him, 2 beautiful women dressed in revealing sexy outfits each clung to one of his arms, their ample flesh occasionally brushing against his arm, causing his pride and ambition to swell infinitely. "Let's go. We should go down and see if we can snatch this batch of supplies that would last our brothers several days." A group of little brothers, cheering for their boss' bravery, eagerly surrounded the man as they descended the stairs. Soon they appeared at the junction the convoy had to pass, standing arrogantly in a row, excitedly watching the approaching vehicles. Li Tianci scanned his surroundings with considerable boredom. Ever since he became an ability user, ordinary zombies could no longer harm him. Yet he did not act arrogantly or carelessly, for he understood deeply that his current strength was nothing compared to that of the chief, let alone the terrifying girl by the chief's side. Su Xiao's kindness towards his subordinates, even issuing strict orders that ability users could not bully ordinary members, resonated with his sense of justice as a young man. Su Xiao's various methods of doing things were worthy of his serious study. Just as he was pondering, the shouts of the little brothers ahead startled him. "Stop! What are you doing?" The roadblockers shouted arrogantly. Su Xiao's people were naturally unwilling to back down, cursing, "Are you stupid? Who do you think I am that you can boss me around? What are you blocking the road for? Want to get beaten?" The dozen or so men in front of the convoy immediately rolled up their sleeves, eager to try. Seeing so many people on the other side, the few men felt a bit intimidated. But thinking of their boss, they instantly regained their confidence. and sneered, "Leave the supplies, you guys should get as far away as possible." "Hey, are you robbing us?" "Robbing us?" Li Tianxi's subordinates looked at each other with delight, a silent mockery evident on their face. The man seemed unable to wait any longer, pushing past his subordinates and stepping forward, saying arrogantly, "Friends, leave your supplies. I sure Wong have taken a liking to what you have. You wouldn't want to lose your lives over a bit of food, would you? Or I see you all are quite strong and fit. How about you join me? I guarantee you'll have no worries about food and clothing during the apocalypse. What do you think?" The man had an air of arrogance, as if he were invincible. He even lit a cigarette, a relaxed expression in his eyes. Li Tianxi couldn't help but laugh. The escorting process was dull, but unexpectedly it became amusing. He stepped forward and shouted, "All right, stop pretending. If you have the guts, come over and rob me yourself. Let's see what you're capable of, being so arrogant." The man's expression suddenly darkened. Throwing away his cigarette, he cursed, looking for death. "Charge! Bring them down." His 7 or 8 lackeys immediately rushed forward, yelling. Li Tianxi charged forward as well, and the two groups immediately got into a brawl like gangsters fighting. The man roared, and his body began to change. His clothes were ripped apart, leaving only a pair of tight red shorts that stretched powerfully. Fur sprouted all over his body, covering him completely, while his limbs transformed into sharp claws, and his head morphed into that of a fierce wolf. He transformed directly into a beast man. Holy crap! A werewolf! Everyone was utterly shocked. At first, Li Tianxi looked serious, not expecting someone could turn into a Wolverine from the movies. But the more he looked, the more it fell off, and soon he couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Brothers, look closely. Are we sure this is a..." "Because the more I look, the more it looks like a big dog." Everyone took a closer look and immediately laughed. It really was. Its fur wasn't golden, but rather a puppy yellow, and its ears were drooping. No matter how you looked at it, it resembled a large yellow dog standing upright. "Bastard, you're looking for death." The man, who originally had a fierce expression after transforming, thought he would scare the opposition into submission. Instead, he saw that they not only weren't afraid, but were mocking him for looking like a big yellow dog. In a fit of rage, he howled and charged forward. The ordinary team members hurriedly dodged, knowing that while it was all jokes, this guy was an ability user. It had to be an ability user to deal with him. Li Tianxi's eyes lit up excitedly, saying, "Is he the same type of enhanced physical ability user as Kai Tu? Perfect. I can practice on you." During this time, he had been training with Kai Tu for a couple of days. Although Xiao said that physical ability users and nature ability users were both powerful, just with different strengths, and nature users had the upper hand, what others said didn't matter. They had to try to know for sure. The result was that Kai Tu was severely beaten up by him. There was no helping it. Physical ability users were indeed incredibly strong, with stamina and fighting capabilities several times that of ordinary people. A first-tier Kai Tu could even lift over 500 pounds. But compared to the powerful fire ability users who could output damage from a distance, it was like looking for trouble. As soon as Kai Tu chased him, he ran away, and with 2 fireballs launched, Kai Tu was immediately scorched, feeling like he was about to melt, and he no longer dared to get hit. Instead, it was Kai Tu who ended up dodging. This big yellow dog looked a bit more durable. Li Tianxi instantly gathered 2 large fireballs in his hands and hurled them at the rushing beastman. This move scared the big yellow dog half to death. As he watched the 2 fireballs flying towards him, he froze. This was the first time he'd seen someone else with special abilities, and they could even conjure fireballs. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, performing a dog-style roll and sliding a few meters on the ground, narrowly avoiding the fireballs. Whoa! Li Tianxi was surprised for a moment, then became even more excited. "Let you try out my new skill, double fireball." Li Tianxi clasped his hands together and instantly condensed a fireball the size of a soccer ball, looking extraordinarily dazzling. The dogman had just gotten up from the ground, looking disheveled, when he saw Li Tianxi's fireball and was immediately scared out of his wits. "Don't. I was wrong, good man. Don't kill me. Oh." He begged for mercy. Too late. A large fireball instantly struck him. The massive dogman howled as he was blasted away, his fur singed black. The only remaining high-quality shorts finally couldn't withstand the fiery onslaught and turned to ashes. Then everyone saw a dark, meaty sausage lying on his abdomen, indicating that this was a poorly cooked sausage. The 2 women who had just been cheering him on were completely stunned. His subordinates were also seized and beaten up, squatting with sad faces in a row on the street, while the fierce fat man looked at them menacingly with an axe. Li Tianxi and his group surrounded the man. Li Tianxi kicked him, causing him to cry out in pain, sitting up in fear as his fur quickly receded, turning him into a hairless chicken, looking at Li Tianxi in terror. "Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize you as a special human. Please spare me this once, since we are of the same kind," the man said with a mournful face, squatting on the ground before Li Tianxi while covering his hands. "Hey, I remember someone wanted us to be his little brothers. You're not doing a great job as a boss. I was being a smart ass. You're really the boss now. Can I be your little brother from today?" The man, who was also afraid of death, stopped pretending and flatteringly shouted at Li Tianxi, "Boss." Li Tianxi, however, smiled and said, "Your strength is not bad. Come with us and wait for your fate." But for now you're not qualified to be my boss. Ooh, I still have a boss above me. What I say doesn't count and my boss needs to agree before you can be my little brother. Everyone burst into laughter. The man felt a bit dazed. You're so powerful, and there's still a boss above you. Li Tianxi scoffed. You frog at the bottom of the well. What do you think is so impressive about me? There are 5 or 6 ability users like you in our team. You coming in just makes you a little brother? The man's expression instantly turned confused. He couldn't have heard wrong. This young man could control fire, which was already terrifying, and there were 5 or 6 like him in the team. And they even had a boss above them. What kind of special human must that boss be? At this moment he felt an immense sense of regret. Damn it, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have come here to act tough. Wouldn't it have been better to escape far away and enjoy being a carefree little boss? Acting tough truly brings calamity. Xiao was unaware that shortly after his subordinates set off, a new little brother had joined him. He was now standing outside the police station surveying the tightly closed glass door. Several large dogs were commanded to patrol the surroundings, preventing any zombies from approaching. Blocking the door outside were several corpses of Arthur who had already turned into zombies. It seemed that some had been beaten to death, while others had bullet holes in their heads indicating they had been shot. Xiao's eyes were filled with regret. This was a group she had always respected as an ordinary citizen. She never expected that in this indiscriminate disaster they too would suffer death like ordinary people. Good, there must be someone inside. Look, their holsters have been opened, and there are bullets and bullet casings. Someone took their guns. Xiao, rarely clever, pointed to the clues on the ground and said to Xiao. Xiao with a sharp gaze replied, then we must go in and see if there are any survivors inside. There should be some weapons stored here which are crucial for the development of our team. We have many ordinary people in our group, and as zombies grow stronger, ordinary people will find it hard to harm them with cold weapons. This is also my purpose for coming here. Xiao, do you know why I brought you here? Xiao shook her head. If necessary, you can use your abilities to control the people inside. Your powers are equally effective against humans, and even more so. Xiao was unwilling to use force against ordinary people. Bringing Xiao along would save a lot of trouble. I understand. Xiao nodded vigorously. She now clearly understood that she was following Xiao and just needed to head in his direction. Xiao knocked on the large door and shouted directly, is anyone inside? Not long after he shouted this, the windows on the upper floor of the police station opened and 2 dark gun barrels emerged. Xiao could see that they were 2 men in uniforms. Xiao shouted again, I mean no harm, I just want to see if there are any survivors here. His voice was loud. A voice followed saying, don't move at the door. Xiao patiently waited. He knew there must be survivors here. He continued to wait patiently. Soon 3 men in uniform holding guns walked cautiously toward the door, their guns trained on Xiao. Xiao could clearly see the newcomers. They were 3 Arthurs, clean in appearance, but the fear and vigilance in their eyes made Xiao realize that the situation here was not good. Otherwise it wouldn't just be 3 Arthurs pointing their guns at him. Xiao raised his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Meanwhile Xiao was still hesitant. Seeing Xiao's gesture, she hurriedly raised her little hand, showing an attitude of being a good citizen. Seeing Xiao cooperate so well, the 3 Arthurs felt slightly relieved. One of them stood by the door staring at Xiao and asked, what are you doing here? Survivors after the apocalypse passing through here. I wanted to see if I could find some weapons to deal with the zombies, Xiao confessed plainly. These Arthurs had strong psychological judgment skills, so there was no need to lie as it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Upon hearing Xiao's words, they instead let out a sigh of relief. In these days, more than one group has come to ask for weapons. He'll give you 2 guns alive. Well, one Arthur, clearly aware of how difficult it was for ordinary people to survive in the current environment, pulled out 2 guns from his waist. However, Xiao did not take them, but instead asked, what's the situation at the police station? Is it just you here? Yes, after the apocalypse, many comrades fell ill and bit those around them, and it kept spreading then. Xiao silently nodded and asked, what about the country? Will someone come to rescue you? The 3 Arthurs fell silent collectively. They themselves didn't know the answer to that question. After the apocalypse, all communications were cut off and satellites were interfered with by unknown forces. They could not send messages outside, nor could anyone give them orders. Even the highest-ranking leaders had become part of the zombie horde. If you can't survive outside, you can come here daily for some food. They spoke with sympathy, but no one mentioned opening the door to let Xiao in. Clearly, even at this time, they remained highly vigilant, fearing that Xiao was an enemy trying to steal secrets. Xiao said, I came to see if there are any survivors here willing to come with me, and by the way, to take some weapons for defense. I have many people to shelter and need a large number of weapons to resist the zombies. I wonder if you could make an exception. No way. These weapons belong to the state. Without orders, we cannot let them out. One Arthur replied firmly. Another Arthur, however, held an opposing view and said, Lu Wei, you can't always insist on regulations. Have you forgotten that we currently have no way to contact the state? Outside are all zombies. Regardless of the situation outside, this city has already fallen. What's the use of us guarding these weapons? The significance of the armory is to be useful in times of crisis. Now the public is suffering and most of our teammates are dead. It's just a struggling, what does that matter? Lu Wei and Arthur in his 30s looked older than the other two and glared at the speaker saying, "This is our mission. Without orders no one can act." Moreover, he wanted more. The other Arthur replied calmly, "Have you forgotten about that group of people from 2 days? That was a dozen broken families. They asked us for weapons to protect themselves and to go back to find their families. We didn't give them anything, and before long they were eaten by zombies right across the street. We witnessed them being eaten from up above." He gritted his teeth, glaring at his companion. "You always stick to your principles. We serve humanity, not cold bureaucratic orders. Moreover, no one is commanding us anymore. We can't wait any longer." Lu Wei fell silent. Su Xiao wore a solemn expression, waiting quietly. He respected this group of people who worked hard for order, even in today's world, still upholding that sense of responsibility. However, he had to demand these weapons because he needed to develop, he needed to survive. Lu Wei finally fixed his gaze on Su Xiao and said, "I can give you weapons, but whatever you get must be led by me. Otherwise, the armory has a self-destruct mechanism." Su Xiao nodded silently. The two police officers finally opened the door, allowing Su Xiao to enter. However, two of the three continued to point their guns at Su Xiao, following behind him, and Xiao, while Lu Wei led the way in front. Su Xiao was astonished to find that in the vast courtyard there wasn't a single living zombie. Instead, there were countless zombie corpses densely packed, numbering in the hundreds. Many of these were still in uniform, clearly the work of Officer Lu and the others. "Did you lure the zombies away?" Su Xiao suddenly asked. "Yes, it was done by my two comrades. They also died outside," Lu Wei said in a flat voice. However, the sense of desolation and pain was palpable to everyone. Upon entering a magnificent building several stories high, two female Arthurs immediately emerged with guns coldly pointing them at them. "It's us," Lu Wei said. The two women slowly lowered their guns, giving Lu Wei a questioning look. "Get them some weapons," Lu Wei said expressionlessly. The two women said nothing, merely staring silently at Su Xiao and Xiao. Su Xiao's expression remained unchanged, thinking that even though they claimed to be three, there were actually two more. Truly, they were Arthurs. However, Su Xiao believed that these people were probably the last defenders. Lu Wei's position was evidently higher than the other Arthurs, allowing him to command them. As Lu Wei walked, he asked, "How many people have you gathered?" "About 40, Su Xiao replied. Lu Wei looked at him in surprise, revealing a hint of admiration. "Impressive. I hope you can protect these people, protect more people, and survive. Even though the world is so terrible, having more people like you would be even better." Su Xiao said, "Do you want to come with me to a safer place? I will ensure you all survive well." "No need," Lu Wei replied stiffly. Soon Su Xiao experienced the strictness of the place. They passed through one security door after another, even a fingerprint-locked alloy door, entering what seemed to be a secret chamber on the second underground floor. This place resembled a prison, with one room after another. Lu Wei opened one of the doors, and Su Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened. This is a large room filled with dozens of shelves, all of which are stocked with various firearms. Not only that, but the walls are also adorned with all kinds of guns, including two incredibly formidable Type 05 submachine guns. This model was once the favorite of Su Xiao, an ordinary person. It boasts powerful firepower, long range, and stability, capable of firing around 600 rounds per minute. It is practically a killer in group battles. The rest include the Type 81, Type 95, and Type 03 automatic rifles, along with various models of handguns, primarily the Type 77, which is the standard sidearm for national security. In addition, there are boxes of ammunition marked with the word forbidden, and some boxes of what appear to be grenades. The weapons in this room are enough to arm a 100-man squad. It seems to be Arthur's regular armory. "How many do you want?" Lu Wei asked Su Xiao, staring intently at him. "At least 40. Also give me 3,000 rounds of ammunition," Su Xiao said without hesitation. Another Arthur looked at him skeptically. "Can you carry that much?" At this moment it was just Su Xiao and Xiao who is still a girl. "Rest assured I can definitely carry it. I just need a few of you to help me get them to the open space outside," Su Xiao said confidently. Lu Wei frowned a bit angrily. "I am willing to help you, but are you deceiving me? 40 guns plus 3,000 rounds of ammunition must weigh several hundred pounds. How are you going to carry it?" Su Xiao did not argue. He glanced around and headed towards the largest iron box inside, which was marked with a weight symbol, 75 kilograms. Su Xiao effortlessly lifted it with one hand, raising it high above his head, expressionless, as if he were carrying a box of drinks. And then he casually put it down, stating seriously, "I am not an ordinary person." Then Su Xiao briefly explained the concept of devouring crystals and their potential for evolution. The several Arthurs were clearly hearing this for the first time, their eyes wide with astonishment. "You can also give it a try to see if any of you can become a superhuman, which greatly increases your chances of surviving in this apocalypse." Lu Wei no longer doubted whether Su Xiao could carry these weapons. He immediately realized that if Su Xiao had wanted to use force against him earlier, he would have had no ability to resist, let alone defend this place. His gaze became more vigilant, and he thanked Su Xiao. "Thank you for the reminder, and I hope you can use your power to save more people." Rest assured, they provided Su Xiao with 35 Type 77 handguns, 10 Type 95 automatic rifles, 2 boxes of ammunition, and 4,000 rounds of bullets, along with a box of grenades. These were all things Su Xiao had strongly requested, and they finally agreed. In total, there were 5 boxes. After moving them to the open space in the courtyard, they curiously watched how Su Xiao would carry these 5 boxes of weapons away. Would he drive them away? Unexpectedly, Su Xiao whistled towards the outside. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Wei and the others were shocked to see 5 massive beasts, as large as tigers, leap over the Tunterhai electronic fence with ease. Then they dashed toward this side fiercely. Enemies. Lu Wei and the others' faces changed dramatically, and they were about to open fire, when Su Xiao stopped them, saying, "Don't misunderstand, these are my pets." "Your pets? How is that possible? This is clearly a monster." The Arthurs were terrified and certainly did not believe it. Su Xiao gestured for Damao to crouch down from a distance. The clever Damao immediately stopped, obediently lying on the ground, wagging its tail. The other dogs quickly followed suit, except for Si Mao, the silly Siberian husky, who ran too fast and didn't stop in time, rolling a few times on the ground before getting back up, dazed and looking around. Only after hearing the reprimand from his older brother, the golden retriever, did he hurriedly lie down, his bright but wise eyes looking at his brother, then at Su Xiao, excitedly wagging his tail. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei and the others were dumbfounded. The seemingly enormous and terrifying mutated monsters had actually been tamed by Su Xiao. They completely re-evaluated this young man. Su Xiao directly tied the boxes onto the dogs' backs and said to Lu Wei, "Are you really not coming with me?" Lu Wei said nothing, just waved his hand at him. Su Xiao said no more. The 4 dogs, each carrying a large box, followed Su Xiao and left the place without any sign of effort. Yu Jiao, confused, asked, "Why aren't they leaving? It doesn't make sense for them to stay here." Su Xiao simply replied, "They are a group of believers. Let's not dwell on that. We have already delayed them for over an hour. Let's catch up quickly." With the 4 large dogs leading the way and Su Xiao in the center, they truly encountered no threat to Su Xiao on this journey. Only halfway through, they encountered a horde of thousands of corpses, which included a second-tier A2 zombie and 2 B1 zombies. Su Xiao was quite tempted by their crystal cores, but fearing to get caught in the horde, he ultimately refrained from engaging and quickly dashed through. Around 10 o'clock, Su Xiao finally arrived in the Western District, spotting a familiar luxury residential area, and he saw not a single zombie on the road, though many corpses lay around, and there were traces of large vehicles indicating that Li Tianci and the others had arrived early. As Su Xiao approached the high wall of the residential area, he saw 2 vehicles parked at the entrance with a few people guarding the surroundings, but Li Tianyu and the others were nowhere to be found. Su Xiao walked over and asked, "Where are they?" "Boss." Su Ge. Tianyu and the others went in early to clear the zombies. Su Xiao nodded, looking at their eyes fixated on the 4 large dogs, and said, "Unload everything." A group of people and the large dogs were evidently quite familiar with each other. Mao and Mao didn't budge, allowing them to unload their burdens. When a member curiously looked at the characters on the boxes, he was immediately startled, exclaiming, "Guns and grenades." Seeing Su Xiao's gaze, the few quickly buried their heads to unload, but the excitement and shock inside them could hardly be contained. The boss actually brought back guns, and so many of them. Su Xiao didn't wait long before Li Tianyu and the others came out, their faces lighting up upon seeing Su Xiao. "What's the situation inside? There shouldn't be many zombies, right?" Li Tianyu immediately replied seriously, "Yes, only a few dozen. This seems to be a wealthy community with villas one after another, quite impressive. However, we found that there are still 2 or 3 households with survivors, and they are quite reluctant to interact with us." Su Xiao said, "Then just leave them be. Drive the vehicles inside. This place is far from the city center and very safe. It can serve as our refuge." The group immediately complied. Su Xiao looked at the relatively clean villa area with satisfaction. This was a wealthy district, with so few residents. How many zombies could there be? There are a total of 23 villas, aside from 2 that are occupied. Everyone else can stay. This delighted everyone. This is at least $1 million standalone villa. Most of these ordinary people had only heard of them, who had actually seen or lived in one. And now, under Su Xiao's leadership, this place belonged to them. Su Xiao scanned the surroundings and set his sights on the tallest and grandest villa, the crown jewel of the community, covering several thousand square meters and rising 4 stories high, making it the most impressive of all. As the leader, Su Xiao naturally would not foolishly put himself in the front line. He had the resources to enjoy the best. The others settled in 2 adjacent villas. The front door of this villa was wide open, having been forcefully broken by Li Tianyu and his group. Inside, the luxurious decor was striking, exuding a European minimalist style. The first floor was spacious. In the kitchen, rice and flour were both plentiful. The previous owner, a suited man, had long since perished, torn apart by a zombie that resembled a housekeeper, with the corpse emitting an unbearable stench of decay throughout the house. Get 2 people to clean this up. Xiao frowned, but did not dwell on it, instead making his way toward the second. The second floor was much more luxurious, featuring 3 bedrooms, 1 master suite, and 3 additional rooms, all well decorated. The master bedroom was particularly romantic and charming, indicative of a man with a roguish spirit. The third floor housed a gym, a home theater, and a collection room, filled with several valuable antiques. The top floor boasted an outdoor swimming pool with a space beside it for tables and lounge chairs. Standing on the roof and gazing into the distance, one could clearly see everything within a 5-kilometer radius of the villa community. Ahead lay an artificial lake. Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how this guy truly knew how to enjoy life. Ying Xiao, feel free to choose your rooms, Xiao said to the 2 girls, who were equally astonished. Both eagerly went to organize their rooms. Tangmu would stay on the first floor, which also had 2 bedrooms. With that, for the time being, only Xiao and his most trusted companions would reside in this villa. After an hour of bustling about their new nest, they gathered outside Xiao's villa around 11 o'clock. Xiao looked at the dozens of subordinates before him, and an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him. From today onwards, this will be our home, our gathering place. Everyone will be part of this base, and to ensure we can live well here, we will now establish rules and arrangements. Upon hearing Xiao's words, everyone's eyes lit up. They finally felt a sense of belonging. Only those who have lost their homes understand how precious it is to have a stable place to call home. All were members with broken families, floating like rootless weeds in this apocalyptic world, feeling lost. Yet at this moment, everyone understood that they finally had roots. Xiao organized. As a gathering place, various tasks need to be executed. Since our number is still small, I will temporarily divide us into 2 teams, a combat team and a logistics team. The previous division of male and female combat teams remains unchanged. The logistics team will be selected from among the ordinary people. Anyone who is unwilling to face zombies may volunteer, Xiao said, scanning the group of men. No one spoke up, so he turned his gaze to a dozen or so girls. 2 girls hesitated, but ultimately raised their hands. Xiao nodded and said, the logistics team's duty is to provide meals for everyone. As more people are recruited later, we will further subdivide tasks. Can both of you cook? The 2 girls nodded. If it comes to cooking, I'll take care of it. Tangmu stepped forward with a smile. Xiao hesitated, saying, but your health isn't fully restored yet, is it? It's no trouble, I'm not elderly. I used to wash dishes and help out in a restaurant, and I assure you my cooking skills will satisfy you. Not everyone should work hard while I sit back and enjoy. I'm already quite content. Tangmu looked gratefully at Xiao, then at Tang Ying. Tang Ying also said to Xiao, my mom is a great cook, and besides there are 2 girls to help. Xiao nodded. All right then, for now the logistics team will only consist of 3 people responsible for everyone's meals. Everyone is tired today, I take a good rest. Tomorrow you need not go out and wait for my instructions. Everyone immediately burst into excited laughter. Being able to rest for a day felt like a blissful Li Tianxi chuckled. Now that we have a gathering place, we can't just call each other randomly anymore. I propose that from now on we all refer to him as leader. Everyone agreed. Xiao simply smiled in acceptance, knowing that for a base to form there could only be one voice, his own. Naturally, they couldn't just call each other randomly. Then everyone began to disperse. The combat team returned to their respective residences to rest, while Tangmu took the 2 girls to check the supplies in the vehicle, preparing to get busy with cooking. Due to the high likelihood of water contamination, they could only use purified water for cooking at the moment. This also made Xiao realize a pressing issue: survival supplies were still quite scarce. Moreover, the warehouse he had kept sealed for so long needed to be activated. This was the plan he had formulated at the onset of the apocalypse for this very day. Additionally, regarding the future development of the base, whether it was expanding the population, gathering supplies, or strengthening the defenses of this community, all needed to be prioritized. At noon, with a call that lunch was ready, everyone flocked, overdrawn by the aroma. Since there were too many dishes to prepare and too many people, Tangmu was cooking in the open courtyard of the villa. Some helped set up a makeshift shelter, while others managed to find a large iron pot with 3 gas canisters simultaneously releasing boiling steam. Tangmu made 2 large pots of rice and a big pot of stewed chicken soup. Now most of their stored supplies consisted of snacks, canned goods, and stewed meat, enough to last dozens of people for 10 days to half a month. A group of people held bowls and chopsticks, presenting a large bowl of rice topped with a spoonful of fragrant stewed chicken soup, eating heartily, filling themselves with happiness. God knows, since the apocalypse began, about 10 days had passed, and this was the first time they had a warm meal. Xiao was eating alongside, everyone having grown a bit weary of canned food after days of consumption. Once his supplies were brought over, he wouldn't have to endure such a hard life anymore. At least he could eat the vegetables he had stored. After finishing their meal, everyone rested for a moment before new orders were given. Although Xiao would not let everyone venture far before the second blood rain, the defenses of this villa community needed to be established. These people were unaware of the horrors of the apocalypse. How could Xiao not be aware? The current situation was still just a small prelude. Ordinary zombies were still within the range that normal people could handle. However, this second blood rain would completely drag the surviving humans into a new hellish world. After the second blood rain, ordinary zombies would undergo a certain degree of evolution. They would become even more troublesome. And this rain would bring about a new wave for the zombies, with various peculiar species of zombies making their debut in this second blood rain. Xiao silently scrutinized the person before him, his gaze devoid of emotion, yet sharp as that of a hawk. Previously, he had trouble believing what Li Tianxi said about their leader's power being beyond their combined strength. But now, standing before Xiao and feeling the immense pressure akin to a mountain, he was drenched in cold sweat. In comparison, his own power seemed utterly insignificant before Xiao. I heard you are a beast transformation type ability user, transforming into a dog for battle. Xiao regarded him with mild surprise. Upon hearing his leader refer to his ability as turning into a dog, Wang Shi felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. However, he dared not retort, merely replying humbly, "It's not a dog, it's really a wolf." Xiao looked at him appreciatively. The beast transformation ability also belonged to the physical enhancement category, but it was significantly rarer. This ability, which resembled a genetic mutation into a certain wild beast, was indeed more versatile than mere physical enhancement. They would possess the characteristics of the animals they transformed into. For example, a bearman transformation user would have claws like a beast with destructive power far exceeding that of ordinary physical enhancers. A bird transformation user might even grow wings, truly gaining the ability to fly in the sky for a brief period. Very good, Li Tianxi, you have made a significant contribution this time. Xiao praised him. Thank you, leader. I want to recruit him into my combat team, is that okay? Li Tianxi glanced at Wang Shi and said to Xiao, rubbing his hands together. Of course, no problem. Now, with every additional ability user, our base grows stronger. In the future, if you encounter similar ability users on the road, you can recruit them to our base. Here you won't have to worry about food and drink, there's a basic survival guarantee. Plus, when we have more people, the resources for cultivation won't be lacking. This time I'll make a note of it for you. Xiao smiled. Haha, thank you, leader. You should quickly thank the leader. By following us, at least you don't have to worry about being killed by zombies. Li Tianxi patted Wang Shi. Wang Shi also felt the formidable strength of Xiao's group. Although he could no longer be as carefree as before, it was still a safe place. He immediately said, "Thank you for taking me in, leader." His group of little brothers was also integrated into Li Tianxi's male combat team, adding 8 more strong. As for the 2 women following Wang Shi, Xiao had no interest in them. He allowed Wang Shi to keep them around, but for now they had to be assigned to the logistics team to provide food services for everyone. Before Xiao's team grew stronger, everyone had to contribute, no idle personnel would be maintained. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the sky turned a strange shade of red again from the morning. Those who had seen this red hue could not help but feel a surge of fear, for they all knew that it was this strange rain that transformed the world into its current state. After the blood rain, who knew what changes would occur next? Everyone stayed obediently inside the villa. The ability users absorbed the crystals distributed by Xiao, diligently practicing, while the ordinary members were bored, only able to chat to pass the time. Before long, the blood-red rain fell again on the earth, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A sense of destruction lingered in the entire sky. Xiao sat by the window, writing and sketching in a notebook, occasionally glancing at the darkening sky with a... For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart, yet he could not discern its origin. Jia brewed a cup of coffee and placed it on Xiao's desk, also staring blankly at the rain outside. This blood-colored rain, whenever seen by the living, would involuntarily evoke fear within them, as if it were the blood of demons falling upon the earth, bringing filth and darkness to this world. "Brother Xiao, I'm so scared." Jia suddenly said, her voice trembling. Xiao set down his pen and turned to look at her. "What are you afraid of?" "I don't know, but I just feel very scared and confused inside. I'm afraid of death, but suddenly, I don't know what the meaning of my life is anymore. I feel like we are like a group of people living in hell. This disaster is a punishment from the gods for us mortals. My mother used to burn incense and pray, often saying that the people in this world are no longer human, that the hearts of men are filled with wickedness, and sooner or later we will face retribution." My mother was right. Jia sat silently beside Xiao. Xiao was also taken aback. "What your mother said makes sense. Perhaps this apocalypse is indeed a punishment from the gods. But regardless of whether we live in the human world or hell, we must strive to survive, for only by living can we await the moment when hell sinks and heaven descends. Stop overthinking, there's nothing to fear. We are still here." Jia looked up, seeing Xiao's rare, gentle expression comforting her, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears as she smiled and pounced into Su Xiao's arms lying on his lap. I still have you, brother Su Xiao. This rain continued until nightfall. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, while patrolling with an umbrella, Kai Tu and the others suddenly heard the sound of an engine roaring from afar growing closer. The group immediately became alert. Soon a beam of light appeared in their sight as a jeep wildly crashed against the blocked vehicles on the road racing towards them. Perhaps having seen the flashlight, the vehicle that was about to turn onto another road abruptly swerved towards the villa, and a man's voice could faintly be heard shouting, "Is anyone there? Help! Don't move. Pull over to the side. We'll talk when you get down." Kai Tu shouted. It must be said that this guy's role as a deputy leader these past few days had indeed trained him well. A person who used to be dull-witted had gained abilities and power, quickly evolving into a competent little manager. The jeep stopped in front of the gate, and 2 men and 1 woman hurriedly got out of the car. One of the men pleaded, "Help us. There's a monster chasing us. Many of our companions have already been eaten by it." When Kai Tu heard this, he was about to speak, when one of his subordinates urgently said, "Brother Kai Tu, what is that thing over there?" Kai Tu shone the flashlight into the distance, and his eyes widened in shock. He saw a terrifying mass of flesh about 2 meters tall moving towards them. It was called a mass of flesh because its appearance was simply too disgusting and horrifying. Its limbs were incredibly short, looking comically small compared to its massive body, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex's 2 front legs. Yet its gigantic frame was as bloated as a super fat person weighing over 300 pounds. Its belly and thighs drooped with black flesh, its head was small, and its eyes were large and round like a frog glowing green. Just seeing it sent chills down everyone's spine. What kind of monster is this? And what do we do? And the patrol squad instantly erupted into panic. Kai Tu, their leader, swiftly steeled his nerves amid the clamor of his subordinates and barked at one of them, "Go. Quickly notify the chief and brother Tianci. Everyone else, follow me outside to investigate." In an instant the group scattered. And outside the 2 men and 1 woman cried in terror, "Elder brother, please, let us take shelter inside." "No, we must wait for our chief's decision, and stay hidden, and those with courage follow me up to confront." Kai Tu's face twisted with grim resolve as he hefted an enormously heavy fire axe, threw open the gate, and strode out first. Armed men formed a defensive line at the massive gate, staring tensely as the colossal creature lumbered closer through the rain, its sheer scale sending tremors through their nerves. Soon the behemoth emerged fully into view, its proximity magnifying its terrifying presence. Its body was tower-like and grotesquely obese, its flesh a deep, bruised purple-black, its claws thick as black bear forelimbs seemed to ripple with undulating fat. Scenting human prey, it surged with sudden frenzy, the tiny frog-like eyes bulging as they locked onto Kai Tu and his comrades, then charging forward with accelerating speed. Yet its immense weight rendered even its sprint sluggish, a shuffling gait like that of an elderly jogger. It was now less than 20 meters from the gate. Kai Tu's gaze hardened. He roared, "Charge with me." "So it's huge, then chop it to pieces." And with that he led 4 fearless men, weapons raised, straight into the assault. Kai Tu reached the monster first, leaping high, swinging his fire axe down with brutal force toward its skull. There was no expected resistance, no sharp, jarring impact, only a sickening, yielding softness, as if striking a mound of gelatinous fat. Its head offered no structural resistance whatsoever. The axe sank deep into its cranium, carving a ragged gash and spilling crimson, but failed to penetrate. The zombie recoiled in agony, then erupted in wrath. Its massive arm swung violently, slamming into Kai Tu with devastating force. A blood-curdling shriek tore from his throat as he was hurled backward airborne. The others fared no better. Blades bit into its flesh, only to tear shallow wounds, oozing viscous green ichor. Then with a violent convulsion, the creature's corpulent body pulsed outward, releasing a shockwave of terrifying elasticity. Null were flung backward by the recoil. Its body is too soft. No blade can find. Damn it. We can't cut through it at all. Horror contorted every face. Only now did Kai Tu stagger upright, his 500 strength capable of cleaving a man in 2. Yet against this abomination the counterforce was far more devastating, nearly rupturing his internal organs. He rose in utter ruin, blood frothing at his lips, his face ashen, his abdomen ravaged by the concussive tremor. It was like battling a colossal rubber sphere. The harder you struck, the fiercer the rebound. We're doomed. And the 2 men and woman stood frozen, faces drained of color, shrinking back in dread, as if already witnessing their own grisly end. At that moment Li Tianci arrived at the gate, flanked by a large contingent. Kai Tu, Ni's expression hardened at the sight of Kai Tu's grievous state, his gaze locking onto the monstrous entity with stunned disbelief. The creature, sensing fresh prey, grew even more frenzied. Its belly swelled grotesquely, air surging upward into its face, puffing its cheeks into bulbous frog-like sacs, before it unleashed a high-velocity jet of unknown fluid lancing directly toward Li Tianci and his group. "Dodge, now!" And Li Tianci shouted, eyes wide with alarm. He had no idea what the substance was, but instinct screamed it was lethal. As the group scattered, the viscous projectile slammed into the gate, revealing a sight that froze their blood. The black fluid clung to the metal and began devouring it like concentrated acid, carving a gaping crater half a meter wide. Had this not been a custom-forged alloy gate, 30 centimeters thick, designed for elite residential security, an ordinary iron gate would have been pierced clean through. Avoid its attacks. Contact means certain death. Li Tianxi bellowed. And then sharply, Espers, follow me. Ni's hands ignited, coalescing a blazing fireball, which he hurled with lethal precision. With a thunderous crack, Li Tianxi's fireball engulfed the zombie's colossal frame, its extreme adhesion and combustibility transforming the creature into a towering inferno. Its dense layer of blubbery fat acted as perfect accelerant, the flames roaring ever higher, swallowing its entire form in searing conflagration. Its repulsive outer hide sizzled and spat black greasy oil. In Ruoir, the obese monstrosity lost all restraint, plunging into full berserker rage. Its abdomen pulsed rhythmically, its tiny hate-filled eyes scanned the crowd. Then jaws flung wide, it unleashed repeated torrents of corrosive fluid. The defenders scattered wildly, their formation crumbling, until Xiao appeared. His gaze sharpened as he took in the creature beyond the gate, and recognized it instantly. A Type C zombie, specifically a C2 variant. In his past life, Type C zombies were ubiquitous. The C designation stood for special ability, the most diverse and numerous class among all undead variants. Unlike Type A strength-specialized or Type B speed-specialized zombies, Type C's evolved abilities as varied and unpredictable as humanity itself. This one was a C2 toxic burst zombie, a second-tier threat. Its power level matched Su Xiao's own. Its defining trait was its highly corrosive toxin, capable of effortlessly dismantling human fortifications, coupled with extraordinary resilience and kinetic recoil. Physical strikes proved nearly futile. Only elemental espers could reliably overcome such creatures. Most notably, upon death, its corpse detonated, releasing a wideria indiscriminate burst of toxic fluid. In his prior life, these monsters had haunted small survivor enclaves like nightmares, reducing their reinforced walls to paper-thin ruins. They hadn't even weathered the blood rain. Yet Type C zombies had already emerged. Su Xiao commanded, voice ice cold, hold your ground. No panic. And civilians, fall back immediately. Tianxi, don't relent, keep burning it. Ying, your ability isn't suited for close combat. Hurl steel spheres at it. Nat Su Xiao's rapid-fire orders. The group steadied, regaining purpose and cohesion. Damn it, taste my chain-fire barrage. Li Tianxi's palms crackled as he conjured fireball after fireball, hurling them unceasingly at the beast. Though unable to pierce its thick hide, the relentless flames sustained intense combustion, charring its entire body black, crisping its outer skin into brittle tar-like necrotic plates, rendering it even more grotesque. Tang Ying drew forth a steel pellet, infused it with her gravity manipulation ability, and launched it. The projectile punched clean through the monster's torso, leaving a fist-sized aperture from which green ichor gushed violently. That strike dealt critical damage. Tang Ying's sustained barrage left its body riddled with wounds, while the flames exploited each opening, delivering secondary incineration. It writhed, jaws parting to unleash another toxic blast, only for Li Tianxi to seize the opening. A fireball shot straight into its mouth. With a deafening boom, its jaw exploded inward. Half its skull blasted away, its massive frame collapsed with a ground-shaking thud, emitting guttural dying roars. Brilliant! Cheers erupted. The group hailed Li Tianxi with awe and admiration. The second-tier zombie is indeed formidable, as it survived even the relentless assaults from Li Tianxi and Tang Ying, both first-tier abilities. Instead, both of them exhausted their powers. It staggered back up from the ground, the charred skin on its body peeling off with its movements, revealing a layer of dark flesh underneath, surprisingly coated with a layer of fat. Su Xiao did not intend to join the fray himself. He wanted to observe the true combat capabilities of his subordinates. Ji He, Ji Ying, you two join in. The two who stood by Ji He and Ji Ying, one comprehended the dark power, while the other understood the light power, both possessing the most exceptional abilities among them except for Tang Ying. Su Xiao certainly could not hide such valuable combat potential, especially since they needed to train. Ji Ying immediately pointed at the poison explosion zombie and shouted, Dark Corruption. This was her first offensive ability. A surge of dark energy transformed into a beam of black light, striking the poison explosion zombie and spreading across its body in an instant. A large area of its abdomen instantly grew dull, as if it had lost all vitality, causing a large chunk of flesh to fall off. This drove the poison explosion zombie into a frenzy. It recklessly charged towards the wall. Ji Ying unleashed her skill, and in an instant a radiant glow emanated from her palm, radiating 3 meters around her. Li Tianxi, Tang Ying, and Kai Tu, enveloped within it, all felt a warm sensation akin to a spring breeze. My energy is recovering quickly. Tang Ying exclaimed in surprise. My wounds are healing automatically. Kai Tu looked in shock at the black handprint left on his abdomen by the poison explosion zombie, watching as the concave flesh slowly returned to normal, the black mark fading away. Ji Ying's current skill is healing type, capable of restoring some abilities and accelerating the healing of physical wounds. In the future you can cooperate with each other. Su Xiao nodded and said, Good leader, we are joining the battle now. Li Tianxi and Tang Ying under the frenzied attacks of the three ability users, the slow-moving poison explosion zombie, already damaged in the mouth, had its flesh continuously pulverized, while flames completely engulfed its body. Finally, just 8 meters away from the main door, it could no longer hold on its steps, faltering as it let out a low roar towards the sky. Su Xiao's expression changed, and he shouted, Get back! It's about to self-destruct. Although they didn't understand what it meant, Tang Ying and the Ji sisters obediently ran away. Under everyone's gaze, the gigantic zombie suddenly swelled like an enormous meat balloon, then exploded with a deafening bang. Chunks of dismembered limbs and disgusting flesh splattered everywhere. Even those hiding inside the door were affected, getting sprayed all over and crying out in disgust. The tremendous explosive force blasted a 20-centimeter deep pit in the ground where it stood, corrosive liquid scattering around frantically, eroding the ground, leaving small holes in the splattered door, creating a scene of chaos that left everyone stunned. They had seen ordinary zombies, and even the towering first-tier zombies, immensely powerful, but they had never witnessed such a destructively powerful zombie, even after death. This was simply a bomb on legs, destroying everything in its path. Thankfully, it did not reach the main door, otherwise that would have surely ruined it. Tang Ying and others were left dumbfounded, terrified into silence for a long time. This is the power of a second-tier zombie. Su Xiao looked at Li Tianxi and asked, How do you feel? Terrifying. I exhausted all my powers and only burned off a layer of its skin. Without the three of us working together, no one could deal with this zombie. Is this the might of a second-tier zombie? Li Tianxi revealed a bitter smile. Although they had won, no one present had a pleasant expression. The ability users looked distressed, overshadowed by a sense of impending doom. The ordinary brothers were even more affected, feeling a profound sense of helplessness as ordinary people. They couldn't even come close to that zombie, though any attempt would only lead to one outcome. At the same time, they realized how fortunate it was that Su Xiao had gathered them together. With so many ability users and a leader to back them up, otherwise a typical group of refugees encountering this zombie would surely meet their demise. One of its poison explosion blasts could kill everyone. The three fleeing individuals were left dumbfounded by the capabilities of Li Tianxi and others. Someone led them into the villa, all obediently lowering their heads like chicks. Li Tianxi sent someone to clean up the mess outside, while Su Xiao stared at the three individuals in front of him, asking, How did you encounter this zombie? We encountered it on the road. While we were out searching for supplies, it found us and followed us. Originally we were 7, but 4 were killed, devoured by it, leaving only the 3 of us alive. The man speaking was named San, and his words brightened Su Xiao's eyes. They actually came from another settlement, a small one with over 20 people. Their leader was named Li Yuanshan, a factory assembly line worker who surprisingly was also a person with special abilities. He informed them that a survival point had been established in that factory area. Many among them were survivors from the assembly line. After that small factory collapsed, they were trapped inside by zombies. Li Yuanshan led them to devise ways to clear hundreds of zombies and opened a path to escape. They lacked food, but were in dire need of supplies, especially water and living essentials. Indeed, many have gathered their forces and begun to establish human settlements. It seems that after this bloody rain, Yunhai City is about to become lively. After arranging for them to stay here temporarily, Su Xiao resolved to see the Yuanshan settlement when he had the chance, hoping to gather more people as he was in dire need of labor. This bloody rain differs from the previous one. The first was a disaster rain. A certain virus mixed within it caused those who got wet to mutate into zombies. However, the second rain poses no threat to humans. Instead, it is a feast for zombies. After this rain, Su Xiao deduced that intelligent zombies with king-like qualities would surely emerge one after another in this city. Su Xiao needed to work hard to cultivate his ability users. At the very least, he aimed to train another second-tier ability user to prevent encountering a situation like today. If he were absent, it might not be so easy to handle. And for this candidate, Su Xiao didn't have to think twice. It was undoubtedly Tang Ying. He tossed the second-tier crystal core that Li Tianxi found to Tang Ying, saying, Absorb this. It will help you break through to the second tier faster. For me. What about you? Tang Ying still looked at Su Xiao. I am already at the second tier, progressing toward the third. A few second-tier crystal cores are of little use to me. I need higher-level cores. Once you break through to the second tier, I can allocate more energy to search outside. Su Xiao looked at Tang Ying with great expectations. Tang Ying no longer declined. She knew that only by using it herself could Su Xiao be at ease. Without even having dinner, she returned to her room. It was already late at night, and the sound of rain seemed to be growing quieter. What scent is the most captivating? Su Xiao personally believes it is the natural fragrance of a girl, a scent that genetics cannot resist. At that moment, he was astonished looking at Yu Jiao, who was resting her head on the bed and gazing at him. What's wrong? Why did you enter my room without greeting? Su Xiao stared at her. Yu Jiao chuckled awkwardly and said, Gee, he wants to talk to you. Talk about what? Su Xiao was puzzled, quickly cycling through his thoughts. He couldn't guess what Gee he would want to. After he rescued the two sisters, he had never mistreated them. To prevent them from feeling suspicious, Su Xiao even arranged for them to live in the same villa as the female combat team members. After all, Su Xiao did not have a strong obsession with women. In his past life as the Blood Emperor, what kind of beautiful women had he not tasted? While the allure of the sisters was indeed significant at this initial stage, he wasn't about to jeopardize the grand scheme he had meticulously planned over a moment of physical impulse. I don't know, but I feel she has ulterior motives. Yu Jiao furrowed her brows, speaking with some doubt. Su Xiao fixed his gaze on her and said, Leave. Off. What? You think just because you entered my room you can watch me change? Yu Jiao's face lit up with a playful smile as she laughed. Is that okay? No way. Su Xiao slapped her on the backside and chased her out. When Su Xiao came out dressed, he saw Ji He sitting in the living room. What's wrong, Ji He? Su Xiao emerged in military attire, his tall figure and indifferent expression resembling that of a high-ranking officer, exuding a faint authority that made Ji He momentarily dazed. Chief, I don't have anything major to discuss. I just wanted to chat with you. Ji He regained her composure and spoke casually. Su Xiao smiled and said, Sure, what do you want to talk about? He sat down on the sofa saying, Feel free to speak your mind. There's no need to be reserved here. Ji He had an imposing demeanor and the sisters seemed quite cultured. Even while sitting, Ji He maintained an upright posture, accentuating her beautiful figure beneath her sportswear. Chief, do you like my sister? I can arrange for her to be betrothed to you. You two can date. Ji He got straight to the. Su Xiao stared at her in a daze, unsure of how to respond. What was Ji He doing? Selling her sister? What did she mean by betrothing her to him? Su Xiao frowned and asked, Are you in some sort of trouble? No, I just feel that the two of us sisters are helpless in this apocalypse. I've noticed that Jiying likes you very much. We no longer have parents, and Jiying will have to marry eventually. In this apocalypse, it's even more crucial for her to find a man who can protect her. Looking at the entire base aside from the chief, I find no one else suitable. Seeing that Su Xiao remained silent, Ji He asked again, Does the chief dislike my sister? She's a good girl who keeps herself pure. I've raised her since she was little, and she is very considerate. Stop. Su Xiao raised his hand to interrupt her, saying helplessly, I do have physical needs, but I'm not the kind of man who simply releases them at will. Have you asked your sister yet? Ji He indeed hadn't asked Jiying. That girl was still sleeping in. She felt a bit presumptuous, thinking she could act like an elder to gather the courage to approach Su Xiao. I understand your concerns, Ji He. Su Xiao said calmly. I am the most powerful person in the base and the strongest combatant. Are you trying to ensure your sister's well-being while also securing her a special status under me? Ji He didn't expect Su Xiao to see through her intentions, so easily, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but still not. Don't worry. As long as you both put in the effort, your strength will deserve better treatment. I won't mistreat you. If she truly has such thoughts, let her come to me herself, instead of you speaking on her behalf. You cannot dictate her future, understood? Su Xiao looked at Ji He and said gently. Ji He observed Su Xiao's refined demeanor, feeling ashamed, then said, I'll take my leave now, chief. She then stood up and hurriedly left. Su Xiao chuckled quietly. She really was a good sister. After a simple breakfast, Su Xiao headed to the open area outside. The sky had cleared and warm sunlight bathed the ground, though there were still pools of blood scattered across the earth. Li Tianxi and the others were selecting a new batch of weapons which they had gathered from various places, including axes, steel pipes, electric batons, and a hodgepodge of other weapons. They were distributing them to everyone. Su Xiao slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that the batch of guns he had brought back hadn't been dealt with yet. Li Tianxi, come here. Li Tianxi immediately replied respectfully, Chief, did you call for me? You know where the weapon crates I brought back are, right? Li Tianxi's eyes brightened. I know. Why didn't you remind me? Su Xiao said somewhat reproachfully. Li Tianxi awkwardly replied, Chief, you didn't bring it up, so we didn't dare to touch those things. This actually proves Li Tianxi's loyalty. Alright, bring those weapons out, and distribute firearms to everyone. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Li Tianxi jumped up excitedly. Got it. I'll go right now. Clearly he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. What axes and steel pipes could compare to guns? Which man doesn't want to use a gun? Moreover, when facing zombies, using firearms versus cold weapons is a completely different mindset. The former would be frightened of getting caught by zombies, while the latter would wish for even more zombies to shoot down. Everyone excitedly gathered around, eagerly eyeing the boxes on the ground, then looking at Su Xiao. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm for the guns, Su Xiao said sternly, guns will definitely be distributed. After this rain, zombies won't be as sluggish and slow as before. It may become difficult for you to kill them on your own. However, the bullets are limited, only 4,000 rounds available, so the distribution of guns and regulation of bullets need to be prioritized. Wu Qian, Su Xiao called out. Here. Wu Qian immediately stood up. Su Xiao said, you have consistently performed excellently. Now I officially appoint you as the combat logistics team leader responsible for recording and distributing bullets. Yes. Wu Qian responded excitedly. In the female combat team, although she was the vice captain, she was just an ordinary person compared to the powerful Tang Ying, and her brilliance paled in comparison. Now transitioning to wartime logistics in a leadership role, she felt very satisfied. Among the 40-plus guns, Su Xiao personally allocated them, reserving the 10 most powerful and fastest-firing 95 automatic rifles suitable for group battles as the best equipment for ordinary combat team members. Since the ability users were already strong, adding to their strength wasn't particularly meaningful, rather ordinary people were more likely to perish. With better equipment, they could unleash combat capabilities that matched those of ability users. Currently, there were 21 men and 10 women in the combat team, and excluding the ability users, 10 people from each team were selected to form a rifle squad, responsible for firepower charges during combat. The remaining individuals would each receive a handgun. Aside from the rifle squad, each person could carry 100 rounds of ammunition per action, but could only receive 10 rounds each. This was also a configuration due to Su Xiao's temporary lack of ammunition. Everyone's guns were still auxiliary weapons. They could only use firearms in emergencies when facing zombies. He thought about the police force. He would adjust distributions once more bullets were retrieved. Tang Ying had successfully broken through to the second tier, and Su Xiao no longer had many concerns as he led the team out, leaving her at home to continue researching new skills while he took the opportunity to explore the surrounding world and check on his secret supply warehouse. 3 medium-sized trucks slowly drove out of the community. Su Xiao took all the male and female combat team members, preparing to clear all places within a 5-kilometer radius of the base in one go, seizing supplies where available and assessing whether to rescue any survivors based on their potential. To everyone's astonishment, after a day of blood rain, the surrounding environment had changed once again. The trees around them had grown taller and larger, as if their age had surged by decades overnight. The originally tidy streets were surprisingly starting to grow moss. This made Su Xiao suddenly realize a problem. After the second rainfall, not only were the zombies evolving, but both plants and animals were undergoing more drastic mutations. This phenomenon was obviously not a good thing for humanity. Humans seemed to be a discarded species, with many ordinary people unable to evolve and the pressure for survival only increasing, making Su Xiao more eager to quickly strengthen the base. Population, resources, weapons, we need to expand quickly. The fire of ambition in Su Xiao's heart was not extinguished by the heavy rain. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. More importantly, from the 3 people he rescued during the rainy night, Su Xiao learned that a new human settlement had been established less than 5 kilometers from his base, which he could hardly contain his inner joy. According to the information he received, the Yuan Mountain settlement currently had 27 people, almost all of whom were factory workers. The factory they resided in was a machinery factory specializing in producing parts for engineering machinery, such as combine harvesters, small bulldozers, and large excavators. From the moment Su Xiao heard about this base, he was determined to recruit these people and take over the entire factory. Not to mention the immense value of the machinery factory, just the highly skilled workers who understood machine operation represented a vast fortune. For Su Xiao to develop the base in the future, merely relying on plunder was far from sufficient. He also needed to possess formidable production capabilities, such as weapons and armor for everyone. Ordinary armor held little significance for ability users, but Su Xiao knew of a type of mutated beast skin and horn. If he could craft specialized weapons and armor for ability users from them, perhaps he could create an invincible team of ability users in this life. Thus, after sending Kai Tu to explore the surroundings, Su Xiao, along with Li Tianzi, Yu Jiao, and Ji Xian, formed a shooting team, with 10 males and females guided by the 3 individuals, and headed to the location of the Yuan Mountain base's machinery factory. On the road, large groups of zombies began to appear in their line of sight, seemingly more numerous than before and clearly strengthened. Dozens of zombies, hearing the commotion, no longer reacted sluggishly as before, but quickly turned their heads and rushed towards Su Xiao and his team with claws bared. Their speed has increased. Li Tianzi stood on top of a truck surveying the surroundings with authority, while 5 soldiers armed with automatic rifles stood around him. Recalling Su Xiao's warning, Li Tianzi couldn't help but admire. Indeed, just as the leader had said, these zombies had truly evolved. The former zombies, when encountering their vehicles, would be easily thrown far away. However, at this moment, over 30 zombies were chasing ferociously behind their vehicles, running at a speed comparable to that of a normal young man, which was incredibly terrifying. This meant that the zombies they could previously slaughter at will with their weapons were now exponentially harder to kill. Allowing ordinary people to confront zombies significantly increased the risk of death. Thus Li Tianzi had no choice but to order the rifle team to start shooting at the zombies. The shooting team was extremely excited finally having a chance to practice their shooting. They loaded their rifles and eagerly opened fire. The automatic rifles erupted with bursts of flame, and the deafening sound of gunfire instantly echoed throughout the convoy. Unfortunately, the rifle team was still inexperienced. After firing dozens of bullets, only a few hit the target, while most missed entirely. Under the fire of 5 rifles, the number of zombies was reduced by only half. Li Tianzi was heartbroken. These bullets were extremely limited, they couldn't afford to run out halfway. Steady your aim, focus before you shoot, and don't waste bullets, Li Tianzi shouted. The rifle team members looked somewhat embarrassed. They knew their shooting skills were quite poor, so one by one they adjusted their mindset, fixating their eyes on the distant zombies, and only opened fire after aiming. The results were indeed much better, as the remaining dozen zombies were instantly killed. Xiao sat in the front truck with the rear doors wide open, while 5 combat personnel from the rifle team were also diligently killing the zombies that suddenly appeared on both sides. They were being more cautious since their leader was right behind them, and they all wanted to perform while carefully shooting 1 bullet at a time. Sometimes, even after firing 3 rounds without hitting a zombie, they felt deeply ashamed. Xiao sat quietly in the vehicle, seemingly indifferent to the battle behind him, but his blood perception ability was continuously activated. The images of everyone behind him appeared like black and white shadows in his perception. Every movement they made could not escape Xiao's awareness. Xiao was somewhat satisfied with their performance. After all, it was the rifle team's first time using guns, and achieving such results was already quite remarkable. In any case, since zombies were merely live targets, Xiao did not expect them to exert much power on this trip. Even if they exhausted 500 bullets on the way, it wouldn't matter, as Xiao had essentially brought them along as labor. After killing hundreds of zombies, the 3 vehicles arrived at a building with towering walls and railings that barred them from entering. At the main gate, the name XX Machinery Co., Ltd. was carved into the stone wall. The electronic sliding door at the entrance had been destroyed, and more than 100 zombies were gathered in front of the gate. Without a word, Xiao opened the car door and jumped down, saying to Li Tianzi, "Everyone engage and clear out these zombies." "Yes, leader." Li Tianzi jumped down from the vehicle and, facing the incoming zombies, shouted to the riflemen behind him, "Fire, take care to aim, and don't waste bullets." The 10 riflemen lined up, their expressions serious as they pointed their dark gun muzzles at the rushing horde of zombies. With Li Tianzi's order, flames erupted violently from the muzzles. Although their accuracy was not high facing such a massive horde of zombies, if they still couldn't hit, they might as well be. At this moment, 10 guns unleashed their full power. The powerful recoil made the arms of 2 girls feel sore and numb, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. The men, on the other hand, were like excited monkeys, howling and shooting madly. The more than 200 zombies that could trap even a first-tier ability user were all shot dead in under 2 minutes. The price, however, was that at least 4 riflemen had run out of bullets and could only stare blankly at Wu Qian in the truck. Wu Qian, however, shot them a cold glance and shook her head. Xiao had stipulated that under normal circumstances, each rifleman would receive 100 rounds. Just 100 rounds. They wouldn't get any resupplies without Xiao's consent. Out of bullets meant they could only engage in close combat. "Drop your guns and fight close," Li Tianzi shouted, taking the lead and conjuring a burst fireball to throw fiercely into the zombie horde. The rifle squad members also discarded their weapons and charged forward to engage in combat. At this moment, after the gunfire, fewer than 70 zombies remained, and Li Tianzi single-handedly attracted over 20 zombies. Fireballs continuously exploded against the zombies, sending them flying. Following Xiao, the sisters Ji He and Ji Xian rushed out without hesitation. Sister Ji He waved her hand and unleashed a black energy beam that struck a zombie, instantly piercing a large hole through its chest. The zombie continued running a few meters due to inertia before collapsing dead. Ji Ying anxiously waited. When she saw Li Tianzi enthusiastically slaying zombies with his abilities until they were exhausted and was chased by 7 zombies, she immediately waved her hand. A beam of light hit Li Tianzi from a distance, light healing. Li Tianzi's depleted abilities instantly recovered by 1/5. "Haha, thank you, Sister Ji Ying." Li Tianzi immediately revealed a fierce expression, unleashing fireballs wildly. The approaching zombies were instantly ignited, turning into flaming figures. Xiao watched intently. Although Li Tianzi's fire abilities were not the top-tier superpowers, they definitely ranked among the first-class elemental abilities. With high damage and wide-area lethality, he was like a fiery superhero. The performance of the Ji He and Ji Ying sisters also impressed Xiao. Ji He's strength had increased significantly, and her dark abilities had been mastered to perfection, boasting an astonishingly high hit rate. Moreover, with Ji Ying occasionally restoring their abilities, they fought with great enthusiasm. Before long, all the zombies had been dealt with. Ji Ying showed a hint of fatigue, her body swaying slightly as she stood nearly collapsing. Su Xiao moved like the wind, appearing behind her in an instant, supporting her back with one hand. Jiying felt herself fall against a broad chest, turning her head to see Su Xiao's calm face. Your abilities must be heavily drained. You can rest in the vehicle until we come out. Su Xiao smiled. No, it's fine, leader, I can hold on. Jiying quickly steadied herself and flashed a sweet smile at Su Xiao. Su Xiao nodded and said no more. The group surged into the factory. Although it was a small factory, its vast area and the number of zombies exceeded Su Xiao's expectations. In the wide square, countless zombies were densely packed. They were scattered around the factory's various buildings, including workers in uniforms, cleaning ladies, and security guards. Among them were even a few hundred young boys and girls who looked quite small. Why are there so many young workers? He exclaimed in surprise. The oldest of these youths looked to be no more than 20, while the youngest appeared to be merely 15 or 16. They must be summer workers. The factory owner is a heartless businessman who hired so many summer workers, Su Xiao remarked after glancing at them. Everyone inwardly cursed the factory owner and cautiously circled around. After all, there were thousands of... Even for Su Xiao, it was beyond his capability to deal with over 1,000 zombies. Even if he could kill one with each strike, he would be exhausted after thousands of strikes. Leader, let's go this way. There's a small door that leads inside, said the man leading the way. Su Xiao and the others immediately followed him into a large room beside them, which turned out to be a storage room connected to the factory area ahead. After entering through the door, they climbed through a window and finally reached the interior of the factory. As soon as they appeared in the factory area, 5 people shouted and surrounded them. These were 5 strong middle-aged men, wearing work uniforms, armed with axes, long spikes, and pitchforks. Upon seeing Su Xiao and his group of over 10 people, they showed expressions of panic. Leader, not good, there's an invasion. The 5 men, being shrewd, threatened, don't move, stay still, or don't blame us for being rude. Yet they kept stepping back, seemingly afraid that Su Xiao and his group would suddenly attack. Everyone stand still. Suddenly, more than 20 men and women charged out from inside the workshop, all wielding weapons and approaching aggressively. The leader, a man in his 40s, had an ordinary appearance but exuded an overwhelming aura, aiming a crossbow at Su Xiao and the others. Many others were also wielding crossbows, resembling a group of specially trained combat personnel. Are you humans? What do you want here? The leader asked harshly. Are you Li Yuanshan? I am from a nearby settlement. I've heard that a group of people is trapped here, so I came to take... As he spoke, Su Xiao stepped aside to reveal the 2 men and 1 woman behind him to Li Yuanshan. Leader, we went to find supplies and were chased by a huge monster. Everyone else is dead, and only the 3 of us are left. Thanks to Leader Su Xiao for saving us. The 2 men and 1 woman hurriedly explained to Li Yuanshan. However, Li Yuanshan's brow remained furrowed, and then he smiled at Su Xiao from a distance, saying thank you for saving them. But we are fine here and don't need help for the time being. Su Xiao glanced at the people behind him, all of whom looked normal, without any signs of food deprivation. It seems that Leader Li is living quite well here. Yes, we still have plenty of supplies in our factory, but we won't starve for now, Li Yuanshan replied. Su Xiao got straight to the point. To be honest, I would like to invite Leader Li to join my base. Li Yuanshan immediately furrowed his brow. Well, we are living well now, so we don't need to trouble you for the time being. Su Xiao finally frowned and asked, is Leader Li worried about something? Are you concerned that I cannot guarantee your living conditions? Or are you worried that I will threaten your position as the current? Li Yuanshan's expression changed, but he still stubbornly said, indeed, we have food and water and won't starve, but who knows if you're trying to take our resources. It's not about taking, we are not short on resources. What I value are the people like you. Su Xiao said seriously, in this apocalypse, how many survivors can still remain in Donghai City? Join me and I promise that I will not encroach upon anyone's survival needs. Under my leadership, everyone will have enough to eat, and everyone will have the right to live equally. Li Yuanshan still did not respond. Su Xiao chose not to say more, and instead glanced at Li Tianxi. Li Tianxi took out a gun from his pocket, aimed it at Li Yuanshan, and said gravely, Master Li, this is the apocalypse. We want to take in you people, and it's not up for negotiation. Our leader has shown enough sincerity, it don't make things difficult for us. Li Yuanshan and his group panicked at the sight of the gun. Many quickly backed away. Li Yuanshan's expression darkened, and he soon raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Only then did Li Tianxi lower the gun. Just at the moment he lowered it, Li Yuanshan suddenly dashed out, moving at lightning speed. He lunged for the gun in Li Tianxi's hand. Li Tianxi was taken aback, but soon reacted, his left hand suddenly igniting in flames as he struck fiercely at Li Yuanshan. Li Yuanshan was greatly startled. He hurriedly retreated, his speed astonishing. With a stomp of his feet, he seemed to float away, retreating 3 meters in an instant. Indeed, a speed-type ability user. Su Xiao's eyes flickered. You are also an ability user. Li Yuanshan was utterly shocked. Li Tianxi shouted, are you playing tricks on me? If you refuse the toast, you'll face the punishment. I will take you down. A massive fireball hurtled towards Li Yuanshan. Li Yuanshan narrowly dodged the fireball, which exploded behind him, shattering a conveyor belt into scattered parts. Stop fighting. I give up. Li Yuanshan finally softened, revealing a look of fear towards Su Xiao. Li Yuanshan has indeed softened, obediently answering Su Xiao's questions, while Li Yuanshan's fierce eyes bore down on him. It turns out that Li Yuanshan was just an ordinary technician on the assembly line in his 40s without a wife, spending his time idly on the production line. After the apocalypse erupted, the entire factory area with over 3,000 people instantly became a hell, as the factory was already crowded with assembly lines next to each other, and those infected turning into zombies, frantically biting others, leaving the factory in chaos. Li Yuanshan, who usually also handled deliveries, realized the situation was dire and immediately hid in the warehouse, not daring to go out despite the horrific sounds outside. It wasn't until 2 days later, starving and unable to bear it any longer, that he opened the door, only to find that very few people remained in the factory area, and there were hardly any zombies left, as the rest had been lured away by the living. He gathered his courage and killed a dozen zombies on the first floor before locking the main door. Later he discovered the crystals inside the zombies. Though unaware of their purpose, his inner desire overcame him, and he couldn't help but consume one of the crystals, eventually finding other survivors in the factory and forming a team. These individuals had differing opinions and conflicts, including several of his former leaders and some senior technicians, leaving him with no voice in the matter. Frustrated, he consumed another crystal, discovering it posed no danger, and even enhanced his strength, leading him to secretly indulge. Unexpectedly, that very night, he awakened his wind-based abilities. That night, leveraging his powers, he taught some of the minor leaders a lesson and gathered them under his command, becoming somewhat arrogant, dreaming of becoming a local tyrant, especially since the cafeteria was stocked with ample food, although clean drinking water was scarce, with one person having died from drinking the factory's groundwater. He had no choice but to send a few young men to search for water. Aside from initially demonstrating his abilities against his two former leaders, he had no ill intentions and did not deliberately starve them. Additionally, a woman in her 30s sought to please him, giving herself to him, which meant he had a woman by his side, and life was somewhat comfortable. Naturally, he was unwilling to be incorporated by Su Xiao and others. Li Tianxi merely scoffed, sneering, "Do you think hiding means you're free from danger? Do you know how advanced the zombies outside have become? As a mere first-tier ability user, what will you do when you encounter a second-tier zombie? You all will perish." "Yes, Chief, that monster is terrifying." After hearing Su Xiao and the others discuss their encounter with the toxic explosion zombie, Li Yuanshan realized he was a frog at the bottom of the well and had no further complaints. Moreover, among these 23 people, apart from 2 factory supervisors, 13 were assembly line workers and 4 were senior engineers familiar with various machinery operations and repairs, which delighted Su Xiao. Su Xiao approached the oldest mechanic, Old Li, and asked, "Can you make swords and knives?" "No problem. This factory can produce anything except missile chips. As long as there are materials, we can make it." Su Xiao felt relieved knowing these individuals would be useful later. However, for now, they couldn't use the factory's machinery or move it, so they still needed to bring these people back to the base. In the future, this factory could serve as Su Xiao's private workshop since it wasn't far away. However, some supplies needed to be relocated. Indeed, the cafeteria was well stocked, and although they couldn't eat the meat, there were plenty of pickled vegetables and smoked meat stored, which were part of the cafeteria's offerings. Unfortunately, the fruits and vegetables had all rotted beyond recognition. Su Xiao decided to move out. This factory also had over a dozen finished bulldozers and cranes awaiting sale, which would be useful in the future, but they still had to clear the thousands of zombies in the yard. "Wu Qian, give the rifle squad bullets. This time, don't be stingy with the ammo, clear them all out. Otherwise, we won't be able to transport the supplies." "Understood." Wu Qian immediately allocated bullets to the rifle squad. Each person received 500 rounds. With bullets in hand, the rifle squad became emboldened, rushing to the factory's second-floor windows, unleashing a barrage on the zombies below. In an instant, the overwhelming firepower left Li Yuanshan and the others utterly stunned. Li Yuanshan was even more terrified, realizing that Su Xiao and the others had managed to acquire firearms. Had he continued to act tough, he would have either been dealt with by Li Tianxi or met with a bullet. Li Yuanshan was also incorporated into Li Tianxi's combat team. Among the thousands of zombies, Su Xiao carefully observed and was astonished to find not a single mutated zombie. This is impossible. Mutated zombies appear based on a certain ratio. Among thousands of zombies, there shouldn't be none. Not in a type zombie or a type zombie. This defies logic. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. "Are you talking about those large zombies?" Li Yuanshan suddenly spoke up, a hint of fear on his face. "Have you seen them?" Su Xiao fixed his gaze on him. "Of course. On the 5th day of our confinement here, 3 or 4 of those kinds of zombies smashed against the door. We were terrified. My speed abilities were useless. Even a steel crossbow couldn't take one down. Fortunately, someone suddenly appeared and killed them all." Everyone on Su Xiao's side stared at him in astonishment. "You mean someone helped you kill those tier zombies?" "Yes, they were lured away by a particularly young fellow who heard our cries for help and drove a bulldozer to draw those. Now these zombies had gathered from various factory buildings. However, when it came to describing what that young man looked like, Li Yuanshan couldn't remember. It was too dark, and he could only vaguely see a silhouette of a young man carrying a large machete on his back. Su Xiao pondered, feeling that the description seemed familiar, yet he couldn't recall anyone from his past life fitting that profile, especially a young man. Unexpected occurrences led Su Xiao to not waste any more time, and as long as the person was safe, that was what mattered. Thousands of zombies raged against the factory's massive iron gates. Yet under the rifle squad's relentless fire, even shooting with closed eyes would hit the target. The Type 95 rifle showcased its charm as a standard weapon for the first time, unleashing a terrifying barrage of bullets that seemed to never cease, consuming at a rate of 600 rounds per minute. This is the charm of the firearms that humanity prides itself on. Its lethality surpasses that of the user by thousands of times, capable of slaughtering any creature in this world. As long as there is enough ammunition, even a whale could be reduced to a sieve. The gathered zombies below, once ferocious and clawing desperately at the walls, fell like wheat under such firepower, forming a mountain of corpses. Even evolved ones were nothing more than live targets in such a combat scenario of attack versus defense. They could only stare up at the humans above with their rotten, sunken eyes, letting out foul-smelling black water from their decayed throats as they howled, only to be mercilessly shot in the head by a stray bullet. Su Xiao instructed Li Tianxi to take 2 people back to the base with the over 20 individuals, while the rest followed him toward the warehouse he had purchased. Unknowingly, it was already 10 days after the apocalypse began. Su Xiao had been living on snacks for 10 days, and suddenly yearned for home-cooked dishes like braised pork and pork stew with vermicelli. As long as he retrieved the supplies he had stored, he could enjoy a comfortable life for a considerable time. Tianyuan Storage and Logistics Center. This is a vast storage trade area. 3 storage companies were established here. Looking around, there were dozens of sealed metal houses of various sizes within high walls. One of these was the warehouse Su Xiao had purchased. This is actually a frozen warehouse base. Someone became excited. If we take this place, won't the stored food last us for years, or even decades? The crowd became thrilled. But don't celebrate too early. A look at the tire tracks around. Many people have been here. Su Xiao's brow furrowed. The main gate had been destroyed, or it seemed that nearby survivors had come here looking for supplies, but it was unclear whether they had succeeded. Everyone hurriedly rushed inside, instantly seeing several large warehouse doors wide open, a scene of devastation, with various types of meat scattered on the ground, already rotten. There were no zombies outside, but once inside the courtyard, the dense swarm of zombies startled everyone. There were at least 700 or 800 of them. From their appearance, many were still local residents. These zombies, seeing the pushing and pulling doors blocking them, were all trapped inside. Upon sensing human presence, they turned their attention to Su Xiao and his group, then lunged forward with outstretched claws. Clear the zombies first. Seeing only 700 or 800 zombies, Su Xiao took the initiative. Bring the grenades. With only a dozen people, they certainly couldn't handle so many zombies. Wu Qian brought over a box of grenades. Su Xiao pulled one and threw it towards the surging horde through the barrier. Boom. A few seconds later, a loud explosion shattered several zombies into pieces. The pulverized flesh flew everywhere, coating the ground with a layer of red and white liquid, which looked extremely disgusting. However, there were too many zombies. One grenade could only create a temporary gap, which quickly filled back up. Hundreds of zombies crowded against the sliding door, creating an ear-piercing sound as their claws scraped against the iron door. At this point, Su Xiao didn't need to intervene. The team members rushed forward, smashing the heads of the zombies with axes and large knives. Ji He and Ji Ying, being sisters, became the only source of firepower present. Ji He's talent was as high as Su Xiao had heard in his past life. She had already comprehended 2 abilities at the first level: Dark Invasion and Dark Explosive Orb. Dark Invasion is a range-based corrosive attack that can spread dark energy to hit the enemy, extinguishing all vitality in the areas where darkness spreads. The Dark Explosive Orb was learned from the inspiration of Li Tianxi's fireball, compressing dark energy to create an explosion. Its method of attack was terrifying. The zombies hit by it instantly withered away, becoming true mummies. At this moment, He had a cold glint in her eyes, continuously throwing dark explosive orbs while Ji Ying kept providing support behind her. The number of zombies was rapidly decreasing. However, the downside was that the bodies of zombies quickly piled up at the door, creating a small slope. One by one, they stepped over the bodies, getting over halfway. Seeing this, Su Xiao told Wu Qian, "You throw the grenades." Wu Qian pulled a grenade and threw it in. The zombies were blown over, and the high pile of bodies was flattened. However, the sliding door was also blown open. Su Xiao didn't want to waste any more time and charged forward directly. The weapon in his hand was still the long quan knife. This knife had been sharpened again after being dulled by Su Xiao, regaining its sharp sheen. With a stylish, turning knife, Su Xiao instantly cleaved through the surrounding zombies at their waists. Then the blade danced wildly once again, displaying his astonishing swordsmanship to everyone. As over 100 zombies surrounded him, Xiao showed no sign of panic. The large knife in his hand was wielded with a surprising ease akin to pen spinning. With his arms swinging rapidly and his body constantly shifting positions, the surrounding zombies felt like they had been mowed down by a harvester, and Xiao's precision in decapitating them earned him the title of turning decapitation knife. The heads of the zombies flew off like rolling gourds scattered everywhere. The physical condition and reflexes of a second-level ability user far exceed those of normal humans by at least 5 or 6 times. Xiao found it as easy as cutting vegetables to slaughter these zombies. Just when Xiao thought it was only a matter of time before he killed all these zombies, an intense sense of crisis suddenly surged from his heart. He kicked away a zombie in front of him. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down from the zombie horde ahead. Xiao hurriedly dodged, and in a fleeting glance he saw behind the horde of zombies a special light blue zombie, lying quietly in wait. It was much shorter than the average zombie, only about 1.60 meters, and upon closer inspection its skin had a somewhat translucent appearance with a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes as it quietly observed him. Elemental zombie. Xiao was taken aback. An elemental zombie, a type of mutated zombie. Just as humans can manifest a myriad of bizarre abilities, zombies naturally have similar mutations. The last poisonous exploding zombie was also an elemental zombie. They did not evolve extraordinary strength or speed, but developed colorful special elemental abilities instead. This particular zombie clearly had the ability to control lightning, a lightning-type zombie. This was the most destructive of the elemental powers. Xiao had always hoped to find someone with lightning elemental abilities to recruit, but unexpectedly he encountered a lightning-type zombie instead. The lightning attack from this zombie startled Jiying and the others. "Boss, quick, go help." Realizing something was amiss, everyone gathered their strength and rushed forward to battle the zombies. Just as Xiao focused on that lightning zombie, it cleverly turned and fled into the distance. So it knows how to escape. It must be a second level. Xiao's expression turned to one of surprise. He didn't lack ordinary zombie crystals. Currently, only those above the second level were useful to him. He must not let it escape. Seeing everyone struggling, Xiao's eyes suddenly glowed red, his body grew larger, and his clothes tightened. With the blood control ability enhancement skill Blood Fury activated, Xiao's strength surged, nearing the third level. He didn't rush to chase the zombie. Instead, he moved like a gust of wind, ruthlessly slaughtering through the horde of zombies. His weapon was clearly a knife, yet at this moment it felt like a meat grinder. Where he passed, zombies were cleaved in half. Only after Xiao had run far did the bodies separate. In just a few seconds, Xiao had slain over half of the ordinary zombies, greatly relieving the pressure on Ji He and the others. If it weren't for Yu Jiaojiao's mental ability, many zombies that approached them would have been rendered sluggish upon getting near. They might have already been overwhelmed by the horde. Even so, 2 people had already been caught by the zombies and were expressing their anger, but everyone knew they would not survive. No one spoke. They were all silently killing. Even the delicate Jiying and Yu Jiaojiao had fierce expressions, each wielding a knife and ruthlessly. Once all the zombies had been slain, Xiao showed no signs of respite and shouted to Ji He, "The team is in your hands. Go investigate the situation around the warehouse while I pursue that zombie." Without waiting for Ji He to respond, he dashed out like a gust of wind, heading towards the direction where the lightning zombie had vanished. Ji He did not expect Xiao to specifically appoint her to manage the situation, but she did not cower and immediately turned her attention to the 2 injured individuals. She saw that one of the men had a deep scratch on his arm from the zombie, while the other had been carelessly grabbed on the back, leaving several claw marks. In just these brief 2 minutes, their wounds began to turn black, showing signs of festering. The expressions of both men were filled with terror and despair. They knew that death was inevitable. One man looked up at his companions, who either gazed at him with sympathy or remained silent. Suddenly a wave of sorrow surged within him, which ultimately transformed into a bitter smile. "Damn it, this apocalypse is a real nightmare," he exclaimed. "I just went to the mall to buy something simple for my girlfriend, and now I've become a refugee." This man was one of those Xiao had brought out from the mall. Among the remaining people, those who had come out of the mall with him had reddened eyes, yet they could not utter a word. At this moment, everyone knew that death would come eventually. It was just a matter of when. He suddenly smiled carefreely and said, "Who can lend me a cigarette?" A person handed him half a pack and replied, "Smoke it." "Oh, just leave me one." "You stingy guy, how many can I smoke?" he joked. Ji He looked at him sympathetically and turned to her sister. "Can your treatment help him eliminate the zombie virus?" Jiying shook her head. He patted the man beside him, who was already silently crying, and said, "Buddy, don't be afraid. I'm here with you, right? I remember your wife is also dead and your son is still in kindergarten, unaware of the situation. I feel the same. Ooh, I have no ties left. Like a man in this world, dying might be better." He raised his face and smiled, saying, "Everyone please remember me. My name is Josie." No one spoke. Everyone hesitated to act, watching these 2 companions take their final journey. They would become zombies, and then they would kill them. When I followed Su Lao out of the mall, I saw an old brother laughing as he inserted his head into his own brain. I really admired that and now I want to learn from him. Let's die with dignity. I don't want to turn into those disgusting zombies. His body suddenly began to tremble, his entire face turning dark, and the veins on his body visibly bulging. Brother, I'm going first. He shouted tragically, and fiercely swung the knife in his hand towards the back of his head. After a scream, he collapsed on the ground, convulsing, the knife embedded in the back of his skull. After a few seconds, he became still. Some turned away, unable to bear watching. The remaining man began to cry, trembling as he said, "Brother, I can't do it. I'm scared." The knife in his hand fell to the ground as he stood there in a daze. No one urged him, mocked him, or said a word. His actions only deepened the discomfort, for no one knew if they would have the courage when their turn came. Before long, he started to convulse, his eyes rolling back. This was a sign of an impending transformation. Bang! A man could no longer bear to watch and shot him in the head. Looking at the two bodies, everyone took a deep breath. The earlier joy of seeing the warehouse was overshadowed by a layer of gloom. Does anyone know their names? Ji, he suddenly asked. Zhou Si Wang Xiaojing. Ji, he nodded and walked inside. Where did they run? Su Xiao's gaze swept around. This was an open warehouse. It appeared that when the disaster struck, they were still unloading goods. The ground was clean with no corpses in sight, only 5 or 6 zombies wandering which Su Xiao had dispatched. He had seen the lightning zombie escape into here. This cold storage was long and lined with various meats, vegetables, and many packaged tofu and seafood products. Unfortunately, since the cold storage was not closed and the power was not turned on, the meat and seafood exposed to the air had all spoiled, emitting a foul stench that even Su Xiao found unbearable. The shelves were crawling with flies and maggots, utterly disgusting. The sound of his boots echoed dully again. Su Xiao's cold gaze fixed forward. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the shadows ahead. Su Xiao had anticipated this and dodged swiftly. The shelf behind him was instantly blown to pieces by the lightning. Rotten meat and liquid scattered everywhere, making the smell even more pungent. Su Xiao rushed towards it. He hurled the knife in his hand fiercely. Roar! The Longquan knife struck accurately against its chest, but was repelled. It merely caused a cut on its skin, and a pale blue blood distinctly different from human blood began to flow. This was the defense of a second-tier zombie. As they evolved further, they transformed from chaotic-minded zombies into beings with increasing intelligence resembling a life form. They were a species far more powerful than ordinary zombies. Su Xiao had even encountered several Emperor-level zombies in his past life. Once zombies reached the Emperor level, all their organs returned to normal, and they evolved various peculiar features. Some zombies resembled ugly devils while others retained a human form. They were continuously evolving, entering a completely new evolutionary path alongside humanity. The lightning zombie realized it could not escape, and crackled with electricity, swinging its electric claws towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao certainly did not dare to touch it. A second-tier lightning zombie was not to be trifled with. He kicked it away again with a swift kick. Despite the speed, the current still transmitted through his leg, causing Su Xiao to hiss and draw in a cold breath, his whole body feeling numb. His hair stood on end. This is troublesome. My level is still insufficient. If I could break through to the 4th tier, I could condense the blood cry blade. Su Xiao murmured helplessly. His level was not enough. Even though he had mastered many skills in his past life, he could not utilize them now, as the energy required was too high and his body could not withstand it. Otherwise, he would not want to come into contact with disgusting zombies. After becoming a king in his past life, he had not touched a zombie again. With a single strike of the blood shield and blood blade, countless zombies had perished before they could come close. As his thoughts flashed by, Su Xiao stepped forward and kicked the lightning zombie's head again. The terrifying force caused it intense pain, and it struggled wildly on the ground. Its whole body crackled with electricity like an electric eel. Su Xiao dared not approach for a moment. He drew a dagger from his waist and struck its head in an instant. Then he kicked out fiercely again. The lightning zombie's head exploded, instantly crashing heavily to the ground. My attack methods still need physical equipment to compensate, otherwise when faced with these elemental zombies that can attack from a distance with high damage, I truly find it difficult to kill them. Su Xiao silently listed a new task in his mind to get himself a suitable weapon. Guessing its head, Su Xiao pulled out the Longquan knife. Looking at the broken tip, he first pried open the head of the lightning zombie. With it, extracted an orange crystal core, and then discarded the knife, which had been with him for so long, completely useless now. The absorption of crystal cores also has its intricacies. If one can absorb a core of the same type as their own abilities, the effect will be twice as effective, equivalent to 2 or 3 cores of other realms. Unfortunately, blood-based zombies Su Xiao had never seen in this life or his past life. After putting away the crystal core, Su Xiao walked out. Ji He and the others were joyfully searching everywhere. Su Xiao, on the other hand, had arrived at his long-sealed warehouse and directly opened it with a key. In a space of over 1,000 square meters, 5 rows of shelves were fully stocked with various canned goods, smoked meats, and cured meats. Everything here was intact, containing several tons of various supplies that Xiao had stored worth millions. The engine here was still running, but after 10 days the diesel inside was almost depleted. Xiao did not plan to move the supplies here because the villa area currently had no cold storage, and even the small cold storage couldn't hold much. Soon Xiao came over to excitedly report to him, the cold storage here hasn't been disturbed much. 6 of the cold storages have been emptied of supplies, while the other 5 are full of food. Not bad. Xiao was also immensely thrilled. The food he had stored could only serve as an emergency supply if he were to bear the responsibility of feeding dozens or even hundreds of people. The food in this warehouse would be far from sufficient, barely lasting a month. However, if his supplies were abundant enough to support more people, he could confidently expand. Have them tally the types of goods inside and estimate their quantities. 2 hours later, Xiao received a clear report. 5 cold storages, 3 medium-sized, 1 large, and 1 small. They found about 13 tons of vegetables like radishes, cabbages, and green peas, and 9 tons of meat. There were 43 types of vegetables and 21 types of meat and seafood. Xiao was stunned by this data, speechless for a long time. These supplies could feed dozens of people for a lifetime or sustain hundreds of people for a year. This greatly exceeded Xiao's expectations. He initially thought he could only pillage 1 or 2 warehouses with goods after the apocalypse broke out. He never imagined that these warehouse owners would be so generous. From now on, we won't have to worry about hunger. Everyone was immensely excited. Xiao, however, shook his head after calming down and said it's not that simple. With so many goods in the cold storage, we can only use them as needed. Unless we build a large cold storage within the base, we can't move the supplies here. And this is also a material storage point in Donghai City. Do you think the military will overlook this? Perhaps soon a military collecting team will come here to find supplies. Not to mention that surrounding survivors, if they form strongholds like ours, will also have their eyes on this place. After hearing Xiao's words, everyone's excitement felt like a bucket of cold water, leaving them chilled. It's not the fear of thieves stealing, but the fear of them coveting. If we want to monopolize these supplies, we can only build a large warehouse ourselves to accommodate them. He said yes, so we need a lot of manpower. Now that resources are abundant, we should recruit more laborers during this time to strengthen the development of the base. Xiao finally ordered everyone to take a few hundred pounds of meat and vegetables, enough to last the base for. Then Xiao had people take away many of the electric batons, weapons, lighting equipment, and radio devices he had prepared in advance, returning them to the base, leaving 5 people to guard here. 2 vehicles returned to the base in a grand manner. Tang Ying and the others, along with Li Tianxi, who had already returned, were astonished at the fully loaded vehicles with various radios, drones, and powerful flashlights. Xiao did not disclose the news about discovering over 10 tons of supplies. Only the core members should know this best. Those who went along were also warned by Xiao not to leak information, and he would personally deal with any leakers. The reason for doing this is simple. People cannot lack awareness of potential crises. If the people in the base know they have enough food to last for many years, will they become complacent? More importantly, will someone leak this information? The fewer people who know, the better. So much meat. I want to eat vegetables even more than meat. Everyone had eaten canned food for too long and began to miss vegetables, as the human body cannot lack the vitamins contained in them. Xiao was also generous, waving his hand and saying, extra meal today, pork stew with vermicelli and stir-fried beef with cabbage. Oh yeah. Many people cheered excitedly. Just hearing the names made them salivate. Everyone had not eaten normal meals. Then Li Tianyu reported to Xiao about their morning search results. There are still quite a few survivors near the leader's location. Today during the house search, we found over a dozen people. I took the liberty of bringing them back without reporting to you first, and I want to apologize. Li Tianyu bowed his head to Xiao. It turned out that these over a dozen people were refugees from a nearby community, among whom were 3 women with children. More people, they said, had starved to death. All the nearby supermarkets and food stores had been looted clean by the living. When Li Tianxi went there, a mother was in a state of half-consciousness from hunger, but her 3-year-old child was still alive. She cut her own milk to cook for her child. I just couldn't bear to watch. Seeing Li Tianxi's reddened eyes, Xiao glanced at the group crouching to the side in the yard, both men and women, all emaciated. A woman was holding a child, staring eagerly at this side, her clothes perfectly flat at the chest, as if she had never breastfed. Xiao patted his shoulder and comforted him. I won't blame you, you did nothing wrong. I'm not that cold-hearted, or as long as they are useful in the base and willing to work, they can all be brought back. MHM. Li Tianxi nodded heavily. Then, as if thinking of something, he continued, by the way, leader, I found out that there are 2 more gathering points nearby, very close to that community. Quite a few strong laborers have been sought by the people from these 2 points, leaving behind women and children who are unwanted. Their population has increased significantly. One is said to have recruited over 50 people. Nearby, there are also several communities with a large number of living people, likely no fewer than 100 or 200 survivors. Leader, do you think we should find out their locations and go take a look? It's still early afternoon, so we have time to go again. Su Xiao thought for a moment and said that's fine, but there's no rush to find those gathering points, just find out their locations. Our main issue is a lack of people. I believe they cannot be as food abundant as us, otherwise they wouldn't only want strong laborers. This afternoon take Kai Tu Fatty Wang Shi and Li Yuanshan a long drive 4 cars, and bring back around 50 people for me. Currently the base has fewer than 40 people, so it shouldn't expand too rapidly, otherwise managing so many newcomers will be very difficult. However, Su Xiao was worried that the supplies in those warehouses would attract the attention of wolves over time. He needed to expand this villa area quickly, preferably finding laborers to build an underground cold storage. Moreover, Su Xiao was not the least bit afraid that they would be unmanageable. No problem. At noon, the people at the base enjoyed steaming hot pork and vermicelli. Everywhere robust men squatted by the walls grinning and savoring their meal. This warm and joyful scene brought delight to everyone, evoking a sense of home. To gain control over a group of people, one must first ensure they are well fed and warmly dressed, their spirits lifted, and help them find a sense of belonging. Only then can a person with absolute power and strength and vision truly master a group. Su Xiao had achieved this for the time being, but as the base expanded and the number of people increased, maintaining such a harmonious atmosphere would become significantly more challenging. However, having lived 2 lives, Su Xiao's insight and experience were profound, making this particular challenge relatively inconsequential for him. He was currently focused on 3 main tasks. First, how to expedite the improvement of the base. Second, how to quickly enhance his own strength. He needed to keep pace with the evolution of the zombies. As of now, many zombies had already evolved to the 2nd tier, and within the base he had established there were numerous ability users, yet only he and Tang Ying had reached the 2nd tier. Third, to acquire more resources. The core issue regarding these 3 points was the population size. He needed a large number of people to expand the base, as many tasks required manpower, whether it was constructing the base's resource storage, fortifying walls, or expanding combat teams. Thus, Su Xiao focused his efforts on rescuing survivors in the time to come. Both women and children were needed. Women could handle many meticulous tasks such as cooking and organizing supplies. Children represented the hope of humanity for the future. In Su Xiao's previous life, the apocalypse lasted 6 long years, and even until his death, many humans struggled to survive. Despite humanity gradually descending into despair, the apocalypse continued indefinitely. Children embodied new life and were the easiest to educate. Su Xiao was willing to invest many future years in nurturing these children, teaching them the rules of survival in the apocalypse. Perhaps the future of humanity and even the hope of overcoming the zombies rested upon the next generation. Around 1 in the afternoon, Li Tianxi set out with Kai Tu Wang, Shirley Yuanshan, and Inz, along with 10 male guards, to explore several neighborhoods he had discovered. Inz was the chubby boy with the ability to foresee danger. After a few days of exploration, Su Xiao discovered that his ability could sense dangers within an approximate radius of 500 meters. Su Xiao understood that his ability manifested the priority of danger psychologically. When the level of danger was merely injury, the chubby boy would experience bouts of heart palpitations, but could still endure. When the danger escalated to life-threatening levels, the chubby boy's fear would render his limbs stiff, and his psychological terror would verge on fainting. Based on his fear responses, if utilized well, Su Xiao could easily foresee imminent dangers to the team, enabling him to prepare and evade beforehand. Now the chubby boy's position in Su Xiao's eyes had drastically changed, instantly elevating him to a role of great importance. Su Xiao had not anticipated that someone he casually rescued possessed such a peculiar ability. The ability to foresee danger may not seem significant compared to the destructive powers of elemental ability users. It could even appear indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. In fact, if one's mental fortitude was too low, they might be even more timid and weak than the average person. However, for a commander like Su Xiao, this ability was akin to a radar, perhaps even more terrifying. Consider the outcome if a dispatch team were to encounter a 3rd-tier zombie ambush. Without a doubt, it would result in total annihilation. Currently, Su Xiao lacked the confidence to defeat a 3rd-tier zombie. The enhancement of his blood control ability was time-limited. If due to uncontrollable circumstances he failed to kill a 3rd-tier zombie within the skill duration, he himself would be facing a near-death experience. But if Inz were in the team, could this risk be avoided? At the very least, they would be better prepared to face formidable. Thus, Su Xiao exceptionally promoted Inz to the position of 2nd vice-captain, with responsibilities to assist Li Tianxi in management, also serving as a means of training for him. The chubby boy had transformed significantly since Su Xiao brought him out. In this cold apocalypse, he remembered Su Xiao's words to survive. Thus, despite being more fearful and uncomfortable than others on each mission, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, even to the point of turning pale and struggling to breathe. In a way, Su Xiao actually envied his ability. When it comes to action, it is not merely about the strength of one's abilities. The greatest challenge lies in courage, or in the hubris of those who reach high positions. This ability made the chubby boy more sensitive than the average person, deepening his perception of death, which heightened his sense of crisis, leading to rapid growth. Days of battle had allowed the chubby boy to barely overcome the fear of death brought about by zombies, and he discovered that when he fought and killed zombies, his fear greatly diminished upon seeing them again, indicating that when he had the courage to confront zombies, their threat was no longer at a lethal level. 5 ability users were enough to sweep away everything. Not to mention, Xiao had already distributed the stored equipment. Each of Li Tianxi's 5 team members had a walkie-talkie with a range of 5 kilometers. As long as they did not separate beyond this distance, they could communicate freely. If they encountered insurmountable dangers, they could report to Xiao, who would respond personally. Additionally, Xiao tasked Tang Ying with leading the female combat team to organize all the villas in the villa area, carefully storing all their supplies and weapons in batches. Simultaneously, a simple open-air cafeteria was set up. When it was mealtime, everyone squatted outside in orderly fashion, managing the base. Maintaining order was extremely important. Xiao aimed to instill a sense of discipline in everyone unobtrusively. As more people arrived in the future, warehouses, defensive walls, watchtowers, and even communal housing would need to be planned and constructed. Villas simply could not accommodate too many people, and a large open room sleeping many would offer no privacy. Of course, all of this existed in Xiao's mind, awaiting the right moment to be slowly implemented. Around 6 in the evening, Li Tianxi returned with a group of talents. The 3 vehicles he had taken were filled to the brim with people. Leader, I did not disappoint you. I have brought back over 80 people who come take a look. Li Tianxi jumped out of the car and joyfully spoke to Xiao, who had come to the gate. Originally, there had been over 50 people in the base, and now with the addition of over 80 more, many lifted their heads to survey the newcomers. There were a total of 83 people, more than 30 men, over 40 women, and around 10 children. These individuals shared a common trait. They were all emaciated and haggard with deep-set eyes. Many were so hungry they swayed while standing, yet they anxiously stood in line, wide-eyed, gazing at the luxurious villa complex and at Xiao's group. In their eyes, Xiao and his group seemed to be living well, with shiny faces and perhaps even traces of oil on their lips. Their meals must have been rich and hearty. All the refugees silently imagined this, unable to suppress their swallowing. They believed in the guarantee from Li Tianxi that they would not go hungry, their eyes fixed on Xiao's group with longing. Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "How can there still be so many people? We found them after searching 3 residential areas. Many haven't left their homes since the disaster began. Some are too hungry to stay inside and came out looking for food. When they saw us asking for help, I brought them along. You can allocate them as you see fit." After listening to Li Tianxi, Xiao carefully scrutinized everyone present. The men looked at Xiao with fear, while more of them were focused on the 10 or so men and women around them, silently aiming their guns. Their fear was palpable. Their lives seemed to hang in the balance of this young man, Xiao. The women looked on with hopeful eyes filled with pleading. Xiao stepped forward and asked, "Do you want something to eat?" No one dared to answer. Only a few oblivious children turned and looked at their mothers with pitiful expressions, saying, "Mom, I'm so hungry." "Shut up." The mothers tightly pinched their children, then continued to silently watch Xiao. "Chief, we've heard about the situation. We are willing to follow you. As long as you provide us with food, we are willing to do anything. Please be kind and take us in. We work hard and won't slack off." Several men implored. "I don't keep idle people here. We are short on both combatants and support personnel. Can you follow orders?" Xiao asked, still calm and composed. "Yes, we can. As long as we get food, we are willing to do anything." The crowd immediately clamored in response. Xiao didn't say much more and called over Wu Qian, saying, "Register all their basic information, then have the logistics department prepare food for them. We will talk after they eat." "All right." Wu Qian immediately brought 2 people forward to interrogate them. Xiao then praised Li Tianxi, saying, "You did well. Did you encounter any dangers today?" "It was fine, but Chief, there are still many zombies around our base. They are everywhere. I estimate there are over 10,000 all in different residential areas. We barely finished clearing the 3 residential areas today, but the combat team's ammunition is almost exhausted with less than 700 rounds left." Li Tianxi said with a bitter smile. "Don't worry about the ammunition. Tomorrow we will go find weapons. You've worked hard all day, so take your people to rest. Also tell Mother Tang to prepare extra meals and notify that everyone participating in the battle will receive an extra can of old Qianma, while those at the vice captain level and above can receive an additional can of fruit." Li Tianxi immediately became excited, saying, "Thank you, Chief. Old Qianma is a precious resource in the apocalypse, and just adding a spoonful while eating makes it exquisite. Moreover, supplies are strictly controlled. Without Xiao's permission, canned goods that can be stored long-term are not easily distributed. This is also one of Xiao's methods to better control the order of the base. Human nature is inherently greedy, and they will never know satisfaction. If supplies were freely available, Xiao would likely only raise a group of lazy ingrates. They would not appreciate the generous provisions provided by Xiao. Moreover, a sense of superiority is something that humans seek in any environment. Before the apocalypse, while others had luxury cars, and he envied them and desperately wanted to catch up. In the apocalypse, while others could only eat plain soup, having old Qianma to eat would immediately provoke envy. There is nothing wrong with this. Comparison is the driving force for development. Furthermore, more resources like old Qianma are rewards for those who contribute, which will in turn motivate people to work harder. Thus, the sense of hierarchy in the base is a scenario Xiao intentionally created. As for the newcomers, Xiao would not so kindly feed them meat, only plain rice with bean sprout soup. Nonetheless, the 80 individuals still enjoyed their meal immensely. The 4 women from logistics worked tirelessly to prepare 8 large pots of rice, finally satisfying this group, who lay contentedly against the wall. Many of them cried from the moment they started eating until they could cry no more. For them, being able to have a hearty meal when on the verge of starvation brought no greater happiness at that moment. The sensation of hunger is undoubtedly the most painful feeling. When one is starving to madness, no thoughts will occupy the mind, only the frantic desire to eat. Their emaciated, curled-up stomachs would make them feel unbearable pain. Many ate too quickly, choking and rolling their eyes. Wu Qian and others hurriedly brought over a large bucket of purified water. Once they finished eating, Xiao and the others could also prepare for dinner. Tonight, Xiao specially instructed to make fish soup and chicken stew with mushrooms. An incredibly rich aroma wafted throughout the entire villa area, filled with the delightful sense of chicken and fish. Now the more than 80 who had just eaten could no longer sit still, their eyes fixated on the stove beneath the greenhouse, swallowing greedily. Unfortunately, they had eaten too much. Even if they could eat more, there was none for them. Xiao's meal was different. He and Tang Yingyu, Jiao and Zhou had their own private stove. Zhou was promoted by Xiao because her shooting skills were excellent. The rifle team was taught by her. Xiao had long intended to win her over, at least to make her hold a favorable impression of him, so he also took the opportunity to make her the base's first female instructor, allowing her to dine with him. As for why Zhou could dine with Xiao while Li Tianxi and the others could not. Those who can think of this question likely aren't very normal. Zhou, at the very least, is a beautiful girl. Xiao, whether he is good or bad with women taking her to eat together, who would dare to say anything? Li Tianxi naturally understood this point and had no complaints, as they deeply understood what disparity meant. Xiao is the leader. No matter how extravagant he is, no one can say anything, because he is the strongest. Meanwhile, Li Tianxi and the others also received better treatment than ordinary members, getting extra canned fruits every day. A capable group also enjoys privileges, and no one would oppose the highest privileges. If Xiao only allowed himself to enjoy and treated Li Tianxi and the others as ordinary members, that would instead create trouble. Zhou looked at those who were eagerly watching them and couldn't help but ask, "Chief, won't this be a bit unfair?" "What's unfair about it? Without strength, one naturally has to be humble. Should I really provide them with lavish meals?" Xiao replied calmly. The 40-some elderly were truly the first batch of followers of Xiao, thus they are formal members with benefits vastly different from those who just joined. Xiao temporarily did not plan on letting them eat like formal members. They must eat plain rice for a few days to develop a mindset for good performance. This would also satisfy the sense of superiority of the elderly. They also had no right to complain to Xiao. No matter how poor the food he provided them, it was still plain rice. In the past life, how many large bases did ordinary people eat? That was the unnutritious and hard cottages, chicken feed and pig feed. To eat plain rice, one must be a combat member or a leader of a different status. Zhou, you must remember, at any time those who are overly sympathetic will not end well. The law of the apocalypse is the law of the jungle. The weak have no equality, and the strong control everything. Because I am the king of beasts, we can sit here peacefully and eat together. Xiao glanced at Zhou. Tang Ying and Yu Jiao had evidently accepted this point long ago and showed no extra concern for that group. Zhou nodded seriously. After dinner, Xiao directed his attention to the 80 individuals once again. Now that they were wealth, they brimmed with enthusiasm for this gathering arranged by Li Tianxi into 4 rows awaiting Xiao's inspection. "Leader, here is the information sheet for everyone, please take a look." Wu Qian respectfully handed Xiao a notebook. Xiao examined it closely and then raised his head to ask, "Does anyone here possess any skills?" Immediately someone raised their hand and said, "I have a background in accounting, I can do the math." Ha ha ha. His answer instantly drew laughter from the crowd. Everyone looked at him with disdain. In this post-apocalyptic world, what use is accounting? Are you going to calculate how much rice each person eats daily? Yet Xiao smiled and said, "Not bad. Wu Qian, let him be your assistant. You can assign him to handle the supplies counting included in your logistics team." "Thank you, leader." Wu Qian expressed her gratitude. The others immediately fell silent while that person was overjoyed. Being part of the logistics team, just the name suggests it's a good job. Thus the crowd eagerly began to introduce themselves. "Leader, I work in construction." "Leader, I run a clothing store and have studied fashion design." I am a chef, and I used to work in a 5-star hotel. Su Xiao asked Wu Qian to tally the skills of those present, and ultimately assigned. There are 4 chefs. That's excellent. The base is currently lacking in logistics chefs, so they will join your logistics team. 3 of you work with CNC machines. Please gather the skilled workers from the machinery factory to form a small casting team. The result surprised Su Xiao, as many among the 80 had specialized skills. Many of Su Xiao's previously shelved ideas could finally be set in motion due to the availability of talents. Su Xiao also called Li Tianxi and Tang Ying to discuss, as the 5 of them constituted the current leadership of the base. Ultimately, Su Xiao established 3 new teams: the casting team, the construction team, and the communications team. The casting team's task was the most challenging, as they needed to quickly design the protective wall for the villa area and the layout for the underground cold storage. For the captain of this team, Su Xiao appointed a man named Kai Ming, a 40-year-old construction contractor with ample experience, assigning him 30 men from this group. Su Xiao's task for him was quite formidable: familiarize himself with the team within 3 days and produce a rough sketch. If he needed anything, he could ask Su Xiao. Within 10 days, he needed to present the new sturdy outer wall design for the villa area. Kai Ming was excited and assured Su Xiao that he would complete the task. Next was the casting team. Aside from firearms, they primarily relied on cold weapons for combat, making powerful cold weapons extremely important. Just like the composite steel crossbow Su Xiao had used before, if everyone had one, its effectiveness would rival bullets, and they would be easy to recover. Su Xiao himself needed a sturdy and durable weapon. However, his opponents were 2nd and 3rd-tier zombies. To injure such zombies, aside from diamonds, it would be difficult for anything else to be effective. Su Xiao appointed Lu Zhonghua, a senior engineer from the machinery factory, as the team leader. Lu Zhonghua was a man in his 50s, having worked in the machinery industry for nearly 25 years with extensive experience. Upon hearing he was appointed team leader, it felt like a promotion to the upper echelons within Su Xiao's base, which thrilled Lu Zhonghua. Leader, rest assured I will complete the task. As for your weapon, just tell me what type you need, and I will draft an initial design for you tonight. Su Xiao thought for a moment. He was skilled with a knife, able to wield it flexibly and withstand heavy strikes, making it very effective. He said, a knife would be good, preferably a tang-style blade with a thick spine that is not easily broken. The material should ideally match diamond hardness, as my opponents are quite difficult to cut down. Also, it would be best to add serrations to the spine for increased lethality. Lu Zhongwen noted this down and nodded. Understood, but I still need to see what materials are available in the factory. No problem. I will have a few members from the combat team escort you there tomorrow. Su Xiao tasked him with producing at least 50 composite steel crossbows and corresponding bolts within a week. There was still time, and he could also expedite the crafting of Su Xiao's weapon. As for the communications team, Su Xiao regarded it as second only to the combat team. In the apocalypse, the transmission of information was crucial. Fortunately, he had stored a batch of radios and walkie-talkies. As Su Xiao pondered, someone stepped forward and said, I can handle this job, leader. Su Xiao turned to see a bespectacled young man, polite and refined, who was the same young man that had followed him out from school that day. His name seemed to be Wang Feiyu. Explain your reasoning, Su Xiao asked with interest. I graduated in communications and enjoy researching related topics. I have studied the oldest types of telegraph radio machines in our country. I haven't operated your machines, but I believe I can manage. Wang Feiyu looked at Su Xiao with confidence. All right, it's you then. You can choose a few people to form the communications team. Su Xiao granted him this opportunity. He selected 2 men and 1 woman, making a total of 4, officially forming the communications team. From the 80 individuals, these 3 teams took a significant portion of the group. Among the remaining women, Su Xiao assigned all those with children to logistics to handle cooking and cleaning tasks. The remaining 20 or so young men and women were all assigned to the male and female combat teams of Li Tianxi and Tang Ying for their arrangement. The combat team quickly expanded from 20 to over 40 members. Su Xiao's base population also reached over 130. It must be said that Li Tianxi's timely delivery of over 80 individuals significantly resolved the manpower shortage at the base, and it greatly relieved the burden on logistics. At least Tang's mother and the 2 young girls wouldn't have to work so hard, as there were now 8 or 9 women to assist. Su Xiao's basic strategic support line had essentially been established: combat team, communications team, logistics team. Once the weapons are in place, this group will become the strongest human gathering in the vicinity, and Su Xiao will have more energy to consider how to expand into the outside world. Although he receives no information from other sources, such as military or survivors, Su Xiao is not hurried at all. The trajectories of the great bases and those ambitious figures from his past life are vividly recorded in his mind. Perhaps there will be some deviations in this life, but they won't be significantly different. He believes in his current strength. While looking at Donghai City, it is already one of the first bases to rise. That night, Su Xiao finally absorbed the 2nd-tier lightning crystal core. This crystal core enhanced his body further, yet he was still a little over half a step away from the 3rd tier. After the second tier, the energy required for each breakthrough increases exponentially. If he can obtain a third-tier crystal core or 2 second-tier ones, he could break through to the third tier. However, he couldn't even find second-tier zombies, let alone third-tier ones. Xiao actually felt quite melancholic. Without enemies, life was rather dull. When he was at the second tier in his past life, third-tier zombies roamed everywhere, and fourth-tier ones were common. Even fifth-tier zombies had been born. Am I too ahead of my time? Xiao estimated that third-tier zombies should exist, but they would likely be concentrated in the densely populated city center. After all, this is the outskirts, but it's too remote. He should take some time to visit the city and hunt a few second and third-tier zombies to quickly level up to the fourth tier. Once he reaches the fourth tier, he will be able to unleash his most adept skills. The next day, Li Tianxi set off again with the battle team, this time with the number of male team members reaching a staggering 43. Xiao intentionally allowed him to guide these newcomers for training, so he had no task requirements and could act freely. He had become a competent leader, no longer needing Xiao to teach him how to manage a group. The 40 individuals were also divided into 2 groups, with Li Tianxi and Ins continuing to explore the nearby area. This time Xiao had given him a range of 10 kilometers. Keitu Wangshi and Li Yuanshan were escorting the forging team to the mechanical factory while simultaneously training the newcomers along the way. I also want to go out and try my new skills. Tang Ying was eager and ready to go. After researching yesterday, she had finally developed a new ability from her gravitational power and was itching to test it. Xiao was about to speak when suddenly Wang Feiyu rushed in looking anxious and said, "Not good, chief." There was communication from the frozen warehouse saying that a large group of people had appeared outside the warehouse gate wanting to break in and steal supplies, but they were threatened with guns and dared not act rashly. They were currently in a standoff. Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. The very situation he feared had indeed occurred. How many people are there on the other side? More than 30. They are only 4, but the opposing side is armed. They are afraid they might lose control of the situation. Xiao looked at Tang Ying. "Let's go." Tang Ying immediately rushed out with a serious expression. "Be careful, don't be reckless, in danger, remember to contact me." Xiao shouted one last time, still feeling uneasy. "Got it." Xiao looked at the construction team measuring the foundation by the villa and the busy logistics team in an emptied villa warehouse, then sat back down in the swaying rocking chair under the sunlight, picking up a book and calmly reading. On the other side, Tang Ying was driving towards the frozen warehouse with 17 female team members. Among the 17 team members, 6 were newcomers. Tang Ying intended to use battle experiences to train these girls. Upon seeing zombies blocking the road, she coldly commanded, "Stop the car, newcomers, get out to kill the zombies." The veterans stand guard and be ready to assist at any moment. One by one, the girls got out of the car, looking at the dozens of zombies rushing towards them and turning to the 7 newcomers. Among the 7 new girls, there were urban white-collar workers, campus girls, and single mothers, but faced with their leader Tang Ying's cold gaze, they gritted their teeth and gathered their courage, wielding their weapons to strike the distant zombies. Some women were so frightened that they stood frozen in place, trembling, with a large wet spot forming at their feet. Although the surrounding female warriors showed expressions of sympathy, no one spoke or rushed them. They understood that to be accepted by the base and to better adapt to the apocalyptic life, this step was something they had to experience. It was incredibly difficult for women to survive in the apocalypse. Their physical strength, courage, and inner resilience were inferior to men's. If they couldn't force themselves to exert more effort than men to strengthen themselves, they would only end up as playthings beneath men's feet. Dozens of zombies excitedly rushed towards the girls, uncertain if it was the 2 lumps of flesh that attracted them more. One girl mustered her courage and swung an axe down hard on a zombie's head, splattering brain matter and getting it all over herself. But after her brief moment of fear, seeing more stinking zombies baring their black, oozing teeth right before her, her ferocity was ignited, and she frantically swung at the zombies in front of her. A zombie that nearly grabbed her was shot in the head with a loud bang by a watching female marksman. Tang Ying was relatively merciful. If it were the male battle team, Li Tianxi would not have given those newcomers any chance to retreat. All the battle team members had their weapons ready, but were just standing aside watching the show. Those newcomers holding cold weapons were trembling in place. "When the enemy attacks, if you sit idly by, your only fate will be death," Li Tianxi said coldly. It must be said that during his time with Xiao, Li Tianxi had indeed grown significantly. He had transformed from a hot-blooded youth to someone who understood the world's cruelty, and he now knew how to push people's potential and make choices between life and death. In an instant, a man was knocked down by a zombie. No matter how tragically he screamed, the zombie fiercely bit down on his face and tore off a chunk of flesh. The man's piercing cries completely awakened the remaining men, who mustered their courage and frantically hacked at the zombies. In the end, after 2 of them died, all the zombies were killed by these newcomers. Seeing this, Li Tianxi was satisfied and continued on his way. He returned to the same neighborhood as last time. The people here had already been cleared out by him, but he still wanted to see if he had missed anything. Some floors were too crowded with zombies, and the main entrance was sealed, so he did not send anyone inside. However, as soon as they entered the neighborhood, a dozen men rushed out from both sides of the gate. Surround them. Just as Li Tianxi felt something was amiss, another 30 or so came pouring out from behind them immediately, surrounding their 21 members with over 40 men. Ligu, these bastards dared to ambush us. A group of people immediately became indignant. Kaitu next to him immediately wanted to draw his gun, but Li Tianxi discreetly pressed down on his hand. A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd on the opposite side, about 1.60 meters tall, with a calm, yet fierce. He had a scar on his face that extended from his chin to his neck, making him appear even more menacing. He smiled slightly and said, "Friends, don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Scar China. Everyone calls me Chingu. We are all refugees in this apocalypse, and we only seek a way to survive. I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you cooperate, we can avoid violence. You are the nearby Chun guest gathering place, right?" Li Tianxi frowned and said, "We have no grudges. Oh, what is the meaning of this? But the people in this neighborhood have all been taken by you. How can we develop?" Scarchin frowned and said, "You should be a gathering place too, right? Discuss your specific strength. These small gathering places cannot survive without strength. Why not? My reputation for integrity is well known. You can ask my brothers beside me if I have ever mistreated them. If you 20 or so strong laborers can join me to develop together, wouldn't we all have a better life?" So Scarchin, right? Our base is not a secret. Oh, we're just afraid that if we say it, you won't have the guts to follow through. Li Tianxi laughed. Our leader is currently not interested in you, so you don't need to recruit me. Let me give you some advice. Our base currently lacks personnel, and the treatment is quite good. If you are interested, come back to the base with me later. Scarchin thought Li Tianxi was just putting on a brave front, and coldly said, "Young man, stop pretending it's not good. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't force me to take action. All right, you've been given face. If you dare come and cut me." Li Tianxi sneered. "If you don't drink the toast, you'll have to drink the punishment wine." Without wasting a word, Brother Dao commanded, and dozens of people rushed at Li Tianxi with their knives drawn. Li Tianxi merely pulled out a gun and aimed it at Brother Dao's forehead, saying, "Try moving again." Instantly, those rushing towards him froze in terror. Brother Dao stared in shock at the muzzle of Li Tianxi's gun, his expression shifting between fear and disbelief. How could these people, mere refugees, possibly have firearms? Yet the group before him actually had guns. After a few seconds of changing his expression, Brother Dao immediately broke into a smile and said, "Ha, little brother, it's a misunderstanding. I was just being inconsiderate earlier. We are all refugees. How can we resort to violence against each other? We should unite instead." Li Tianxi coldly replied, "Stop the nonsense. Since you're here, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. You have two choices. One, join us and come back to meet our leader. Two, face the barrel of my gun." Brother Dao's face immediately turned grim as he stood frozen in place. After the apocalypse, he painstakingly gathered a few trustworthy people to form a team and establish this small base with grand ambitions to become the largest human gathering in the area. How could he allow himself to be swallowed up by other bases? He was unwilling to accept it. I know you feel unwilling. You think your numbers give you an advantage. If I didn't have a gun, it would be easy to overpower us. However, Brother Dao, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Without firearms to my brothers behind me, you are still just a group of clowns. Li Tianxi glanced at Kaitu and said, "Kaitu, show him your strength." "Sure thing." Kaitu immediately understood. Casting a disdainful glance at the people in front of him, he strode forward, and Brother Dao's men instinctively parted to let him through. He approached the large iron gate of the community, twisted his wrist, and then smashed down on the gate. With a thunderous crash, the iron gate was instantly caved in and fell to the ground. This was an iron gate. Brother Dao and the others were dumbfounded, unable to speak in shock. Li Tianxi then opened his left hand, and in an instant a ball of flame erupted in his palm, the intense heat making Brother Dao and the others' faces flush. He tossed the fireball casually onto a scrap car, which exploded with a bang. The entire vehicle was engulfed. Brother Dao and his group stared wide-eyed, their minds in chaos. Who were these people? One was as strong as an ox, and the other could conjure flames. They fully understood why Li Tianxi, with only a handful of people, looked down on them. He stammered, "Brother, are you the reincarnation of a fire god? You're too naive. I'm just an ability user. You see, you haven't even encountered an ability user before. An ability user like me is nothing in a base." Li Tianxi briefly explained the differences between ability users and ordinary people, as well as the current evolution of the zombies. Brother Dao and the others were left in shock, realizing just how strong these people were, and that he was indeed just a frog in a well. This base was even stronger and lacked for nothing, making Brother Dao's heart race. To be honest, if there was a safe place to live where they could eat and dress warmly each day, who would want to risk their lives in front of zombies? Every day they searched the streets and alleys for food, and a single mistake could lead to their demise. Every day people were dying. But to think about joining another base meant being under restrictions, and Brother Dao, having women serving him, was a small leader. He was not one to follow rules, and in Li Tian's space where discipline was strict, he couldn't let go of his comfortable life. Ultimately, he pleaded, "Little brother, I am used to freedom and really don't want to be controlled. Let's make a compromise. In the future in this area you can search for people freely, and we won't interfere. Can you let us off the hook?" Li Tianzi smiled at the people behind Brother Dao and said, "Brother Dao, you must think carefully. This opportunity only comes once. The zombies are getting stronger, and you should be able to sense that food is also dwindling. With just your group, you won't have enough to feed yourselves during a zombie tide. In our base, as long as you follow the rules, you won't go hungry. We have all kinds of facilities and can accommodate families. Not everyone values freedom like you." Brother Dao's expression changed. Indeed, many of the people behind him showed expressions of joy. Many were captured by Brother Dao, but they had their own families to care for in nearby settlements relying on them for sustenance. The food they had was barely enough to keep them from starving, yet their lives remained difficult. "Brother Dao, we want to join their base." "Yes, Brother Dao, you are alone, but we still have loved ones." "Brother Dao, we have been following you for so many years. Let's be honest, living a stable life is far better than wandering outside like lost souls, starving and freezing. I want to follow this brother." Hearing the voices of his followers, Brother Dao revealed a bitter smile, knowing his team was completely fallen. He then humbly said to Li Tianzi, "We are willing to submit to your base." Compared to Li Tianzi's smooth-sailing, Tang Ying's expression was exceedingly gloomy. She stood on the roof of the car, seeing from afar that outside the frozen warehouse areas several vehicles were parked with 8 people standing guard at the entrance, while the 4 they sent were tied up and thrown in a corner being insulted and beaten by those 10 or so people. Damn it, they've already gone in. Tang Ying was furious. She knew how important this batch of supplies was to Xiao and the base. If they were to be divided among these people, the good situation that the base had built would immediately collapse. Without food, the base could not support hundreds of people. So when the vehicle approached, she urgently jumped down from the roof. "Who are you?" The 10 or so people immediately shouted at Tang Ying in alarm. As soon as Tang Ying landed, she charged toward them. "A little girl dares to make a move? Go. Better capture her alive. Can't you see that there are only women over there?" Several big men, their lustful thoughts ignited, tried to surround Tang Ying. Gravity manipulation. Tang Ying snorted coldly and waved her hand, causing one man to scream as he flew into the air before crashing down from 4 meters high. Then Tang Ying charged into the crowd, punching a man away. Anyone who got close to her began to float uncontrollably, heads down in midair. They all screamed in terror. Then Tang Ying kicked them all away one by one. This was Tang Ying's newfound ability, gravity manipulation. She could control the gravitational field within a 5-meter range, affecting up to 5 targets, making them experience weightlessness or increased weight. If Xiao saw this, he would be utterly amazed. This was already the embryonic form of an ultimate gravity ability realm. And Tang Ying was only at the 2nd tier. Xiao at present could not even demonstrate his blood manipulation ability realm, highlighting just how powerful Tang Ying's talent was. The female combat team members coming down were astonished. Captain Tang was too fierce. Many female members had stars in their eyes, and at that moment Tang Ying was simply imposing, even more so than the men. "Stop dawdling, 2 of you go save them, the rest follow me into the fray." "Yes." As Tang Ying rushed in, she saw a group of people scattered around, smashing the warehouse door. Furious, she drew her gun from her waist and fired a shot into the sky. "Everyone get ready to fight." The sound startled everyone instantly. However, when the group of big men saw it was just a beautiful girl pointing a gun at them, mocking laughter erupted. "Oh, a beautiful girl has delivered herself to us. Today is just too delightful. Not only did we find food, but also a beauty. Boss Wang, let's be clear, this person is ours." "You're full of crap. I should get to play with her first." 2 men in the crowd immediately began to argue, their lecherous eyes fixed on Tang Ying, sizing her up. Tang Ying narrowed her eyes, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and shot at the 2 men. The 2 leaders reacted swiftly, dodging in shock. Then one of their lackeys let out a cry as Tang Ying knocked him down. The crowd erupted in chaos. "This dead woman is looking for death." Wang Cheng and Xiaokuan immediately began to curse in anger. "What are you waiting for? Get her. Capture this stinking woman. I want to make her regret living. Damn it, how dare she shoot at me? I will make her beg for her life, the filthy wretch." Wang Cheng was still shaken, his eyes filled with fear and ferocity, staring at Tang Ying as if he wanted to devour her. It was a close call. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would be the one lying on the ground now. Tang Ying's brow furrowed as she coldly gazed at the approaching crowd. With a single hand raised, 5 or 6 people near her suddenly lifted off the ground, flailing in panic. "All of you get lost." Tang Ying threw these people aside, sending them flying. Then with another wave of her hand, anyone who got close to her was brutally slammed to the distance. Now everyone was dumbfounded. A supernatural ability user. Xiaokuan spat out the cigarette in his mouth. At this moment, several female team members behind Tang Ying also rushed over, their guns aimed at the crowd before them, instantly causing everyone to freeze in place. Wang Cheng and Xie Kun's faces turned pale as they hurriedly shouted, "Don't shoot, let's talk." Tang Ying looked at the men still unloading goods from a cold storage, coldly stating, "Everyone cover your heads and squat down, or there will be no mercy." However, the crowd only squatted down a small portion, while most, including Wang Cheng and Xie Kun, still stood tall. Wang Cheng even put on a false friendly face and said, "Miss, don't be impulsive, it's all a misunderstanding. We." Bang! Tang Ying fired instantly, hitting a man beside Wang Cheng in the chest. He cried out in agony, writhing on the ground in pain. Wang Cheng's legs turned to jelly. Tang Ying's face was grim as she said, "I told you to squat down, didn't you hear me? Anyone who doesn't squat down in 5 seconds will be shot." Tang Ying's voice was as cold and indifferent as if it came from hell, causing all the men to hurriedly squat down on the ground, hands on their heads. Wang Cheng and Xie Kun also trembled and squatted down, humiliatingly lowering their heads before the... During this time, Tang Ying's growth had been immense. She was inherently a resilient and proud girl. Had life not forced her to bow her head, she would have been the brightest star in school and would have a brilliant future. After meeting Xiao, who did not suppress her true nature, but taught her to be colder and tougher in the apocalypse, Tang Ying did not let Xiao down. She quickly adapted to her identity, becoming a stern and proud female leader, and no one except Xiao could make her yield, especially not these bully-weak apocalypse men. Tang Ying coldly surveyed them and spoke. "Who ordered you to touch the cold storage? Who dares to injure me?" Wang Cheng forced a smile and said, "Miss, I'm really sorry, we didn't know this was your supplies. Besides, in the apocalypse, everyone is struggling to survive. Can't you leave us a way out?" He was now speaking very cautiously, realizing that this woman was as ruthless as any man. If he said the wrong thing, he might really meet his end today, so his attitude was extremely humble. "Yes, brothers, we haven't eaten enough for a long time. With so many supplies, can't you do us a favor and share some?" Xie Kun lamented. Tang Ying replied blandly, "It's the apocalypse, don't give me your sob story. If you steal my supplies, you must pay the price. Who is the leader? Step forward." The crowd exchanged glances, but all eyes turned to Wang Cheng and Xie Kun. The two trembled and stood up. "Bind them up first." Tang Ying instructed her female team members. "Hey, don't go too far. You filth." Xie Kun's face turned fierce as he quickly pulled out a gun and fired at Tang Ying. Tang Ying didn't expect this guy to be hiding a gun. Xie Kun's lackeys were equally shocked. They had never seen their boss with a gun, as he had never shown it before. At this moment, Xie Kun wanted to kill Tang Ying. If she died, he wouldn't fear the few broken guns in the hands of those women. However, although Tang Ying was shocked, her reaction was incredibly swift. She was a second-tier supernatural user. The bullet eerily stopped a few centimeters from her forehead, spinning rapidly, but failing to advance further. Then Tang Ying's gaze turned sharp, and the bullet zoomed back at Xie Kun. Xie Kun's eyes widened in disbelief as a bullet hole appeared on his forehead, blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly. Xie Kun's death rendered all the remaining people completely obedient. Over 140 individuals squatted down in a group. Tang Ying immediately contacted Xiao via her communicator, wanting to discuss how to deal with these people. At this moment, Xiao, who thought he could quietly play the role of a leisurely leader, was facing trouble as well. For vehicles have arrived at the entrance, a group of people is blocked at the door by our guards. One of their leaders wants to see. Listening to the report from his subordinate, Xiao's brow furrowed suddenly. How could so much happen in Li Tianzi went out, and the warehouse was attacked. This villa area is extremely remote. Normally, you wouldn't see a ghost here. How could so many people appear today? Let's go take a look. Xiao put down the book and walked towards the entrance. On the way, Wang Feiyu rushed to his side, saying, "Leader, it's a communication from Captain Tang." Xiao immediately took the communicator and asked, "Tang Ying, what happened?" "Leader, all the people at the warehouse have been captured. There are more than 140 of them. I killed one of their leaders. How do you want to handle this batch of people?" "More than 140 people. So many." Xiao didn't expect there to be so many people at the warehouse. If he had known in advance, he wouldn't have let Tang Ying, a supernatural user, go alone. But he was even more surprised that Tang Ying had already solved the problem, secretly laughing at himself for underestimating her. "Do you have any information about these people's background?" Tang Ying replied, "They are all from the city, claiming to have fled here. The number of zombies in the city has surged, and many powerful zombies that can track the scent of living people have appeared. They have no place to hide, so they all risk their lives to flee to the outskirts. The number of zombies in the city has skyrocketed." Xiao's heart was already figuring things out. After the second blood rain, the strength of the zombies had increased, and many high-tier zombies had likely emerged, with at least a significant increase in the number of second-tier zombies. Third-tier zombies must have also appeared, like that guy who dominated Yuhai City in the last life. Xiao's eyes flickered as he replied, "Ask if anyone is willing to surrender. For those who are willing, collect their information. For those who aren't, kill them on the spot." Outside the villa district's entrance, 3 large trucks were parked, and more than 30 men and women stood in the open space, gazing at the luxurious villa area with a mix of envy and reverence. Moreover, there were surprisingly no zombies around, likely all cleared away by the people from this base. Considering the hardships faced by his group, it was hard not to envy those living here. The leader Wang Heng looked at the standard firearms held by the two men guarding the gate with intense longing. He could immediately understand why the people in this base looked so healthy and why the surroundings were so peaceful. Their weapons and resources were far beyond what these refugees could compare to. Initially, he had thought that if this place was uninhabited, they could claim it for themselves, or if there were few people, they would simply eliminate those present. But seeing the guns, he completely abandoned those thoughts and could only wait patiently for the owner of the base to arrive. Leader. Greetings, leader. The guards at the entrance respectfully greeted Su Xiao. Su Xiao came out accompanied by Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao curiously observed the group, noticing their filthy appearances smeared with grime and blood. Upon seeing her, their eyes gleamed like wolves, causing her to immediately turn cold and stand behind Su Xiao. Su Xiao surveyed the 30 or so individuals before him, mostly men, with only 3 women dressed in pretty and provocative short skirts, standing behind the lecherous middle-aged man at the forefront, and suddenly understood the situation. You must be the leader here. My name is Wang Heng. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man approached with a flattering smile. I am. What is the situation with your group? Su Xiao asked bluntly. Wang Heng sighed. There are too many zombies in the city. We couldn't survive and had to flee to the outskirts. I see you are living quite well here. You shouldn't be lacking in supplies. We just arrived and have no idea where to stay or what to eat. Could you possibly help us out? He quickly shifted his tone and shamelessly smiled. The guards at the entrance couldn't help but sneer at his shamelessness. Did he think this was a hotel where they would guarantee food and lodging? Su Xiao, however, replied with a faint smile. You must be joking. There are zombies everywhere. Our base barely has enough food for ourselves. How could we spare any to support you? If there's nothing else, let's part ways here. Hey, don't rush off. Wang Heng said somewhat unhappily. Friend, in times of trouble, it's best to lend a helping hand. This place is so large, a few days of accommodation would be no issue. Moreover, I heard from nearby refugees that you have plenty of food and drink. Just do us a favor, and I promise to. Hearing the man's shameless familiarity, Su Xiao couldn't help but smile. He turned to him and said, Sure, as long as you join our base, that won't be a problem. Wang Heng's eyes flickered as he replied, How about we both become leaders here? Su Xiao was taken aback. Yu Jiao was also stunned, and the station soldiers were left dumbfounded. Everyone looked at this man with an expression of disbelief. Su Xiao's smile faded, and he said coldly, If you join us, you'll have to follow my orders. Who do you think you are? If you don't want to join us, then get lost. Seeing Su Xiao's condescending attitude, Wang Heng felt anger rise in him. Just as he was about to curse, he noticed several people pointing guns at him, causing him to swallow his words and hurriedly smile. Then could you lend us some food? We will definitely repay you later. Su Xiao completely ignored the fool, turned and left. He didn't need more people. Leaving that guy standing there, his expression fluctuated for a while, his face reddening, mumbling to himself, but ultimately, he didn't dare to curse and reluctantly left with his group. He should be thankful that Su Xiao temporarily didn't need more people, having gained over 100 from Tang Ying's capture. The base's population had directly surged to nearly 300. Next, Su Xiao had plenty to keep him busy. With so many people, he was close to his mental threshold for the current capacity of the base, and he couldn't just accept anyone else. Otherwise, with such a nuisance, Su Xiao would have long since decapitated him and forcibly recruited personnel. Why would he still listen to his ramblings? With only his base around, it was best to let them explore the surroundings. 2 hours later, Tang Ying returned first. Following her were 5 vehicles, all packed full of people. These were all the refugees who had been captured. These people had already suffered from hunger. For them, as long as they could have something to eat and survive, it didn't matter. Tang Ying jumped out of the car and walked towards Su Xiao, who was smiling warmly at her. Thank you for your hard working, Ying. Su Xiao said gently. A soft blush flashed across Tang Ying's face as she replied, It's not hard. I'm a second-tier ability user. The base shouldn't rely solely on you. I can help share some of the burden. Su Xiao nodded approvingly, casually stroking her hair before moving towards the group. Tang Ying lowered her head to gently tidy her hair and then followed Su Xiao's footsteps. Over 100 people lined up obediently under Su Xiao's scrutiny. This time the group was even larger than yesterday. The workers from the construction and logistics teams, seeing this scene, wore smiles like old members. In just one day, they had quickly adapted to life here. Although they could only eat rice soup, it was 1,000 times better than being lost outside. Following the same process as yesterday, they recorded names and filtered for capable individuals, which Tang Ying had already done. Su Xiao looked at the list and quickly displayed a look of surprise. He had seen another name he had heard of in his to be remembered by him, the Blood Emperor. The person had to either be an excellent ability user from the early days of the apocalypse or a formidable warlord from the later stages. This person had caught Su Xiao's attention due to their extraordinary abilities. He circled the name and handed it to Wu Qian, saying, Keep a close eye on this person in the future. Wu Qian nodded and glanced at the list, her gaze quickly locking onto a frail girl nestled tightly against a middle-aged man's embrace, seeming to be father and daughter. She didn't know why Su Xiao wanted to pay attention to this girl, but since it was Su Xiao's arrangement, she only needed. Among these people, Su Xiao was indeed pleasantly surprised. Some were workers from a power plant, and many thugs were seasoned fighters with decent combat skills. Su Xiao didn't rush to arrange them, but instead waited for Li Tianyu to return. Around noon, the base once again filled the air with cooking smoke. Today's dish was a hot pot made of enoki mushrooms, pork, and cabbage. There was no choice among the vegetables. Enoki mushrooms and greens were hard to store, needing refrigeration, and people couldn't go long without vegetables, or they would get sick. Thus, Su Xiao decided to prepare a big hot pot, treating the members of the base. The aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air. The old members of the base were excited, while those who had just joined yesterday were anxious, unsure if there would be food for them today. As for the more than 100 people, they squatted in corners with wide eyes, staring at the large pots under the greenhouse, drooling at the scent of the hot pot materials, but none dared to move without Su Xiao's command, lest they face a beating from the patrolling guards with guns. Li Tianxi and his group finally arrived late. When Su Xiao saw Li Tianxi bringing along 2 carts filled with people, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This person either doesn't come, or when he does, he directly increases the population of the base by 6 or 7 times. 3 days ago, the base only had over 40 people, and now Li Tianxi had returned with more than 50, directly breaking through the barrier of 300, reaching 334. Leader, they are from the nearby Knife Brother gathering place, and they are willing to join us. Additionally, I've also brought back a cart of supplies they stored. Li Tianxi reported his work to Su Xiao with great satisfaction. A glance at the more than 100 people in the corner made him freeze in place. Su Xiao smiled wryly, saying, "Our base has directly added 200 people today. You two really know how to pick the right moment." It's not that Su Xiao couldn't manage over 300 people, that was a trivial matter. Even if it were 1,000 or 2,000, Su Xiao had the capability to manage them. How many grand scenes had he witnessed in his past life? The reputation of the blood-sucking merchant was not earned. He often roamed various major bases doing business. Because of his blood manipulation ability, once activated, he could detect human gathering places within a radius of several kilometers. He sold the supplies he found in exchange for higher-grade crystal cores. However, the living space in the villa area was very limited, and now even the interior walls of the villa had not been expanded in time. The planned new dormitories on the outskirts were still not settled, and with such a large influx of people, it was difficult to accommodate them. Forget it, let's eat first. You and Ying have done well. Today we're having hot pot. Su Xiao smiled and patted his shoulder. Li Tianxi immediately swallowed hard. Hot pot. I haven't had that in a long time. Of course, only Su Xiao, Li Tianxi, and the core members, along with the 40 or so people who followed Su Xiao early on, could enjoy the hot pot. Next in line to enjoy the hot pot were the logistics department members. Regardless of when they joined, everyone had something to eat. After all, Su Xiao knew that one could offend anyone, but not the chefs. Among those who joined yesterday, only the 2 captains of the construction and foundry teams assigned by Su Xiao along with their assistants participated in the hot pot meal at Su Xiao's table, while the others still had the soup with rice, albeit with a bit more pickled vegetables. This was already a delightful surprise for them. And that group of over 100 people, along with those brought back by Li Tianxi, received even less favorable treatment than those from yesterday. One wanted to take action against Li Tianxi and was captured, while the others sought to snatch Su Xiao's supplies. They were prisoners. Su Xiao naturally would not treat them the same way as the refugees collected by Li Tianxi. Without contribution, they could only dream of white rice. Their food was merely corn porridge, 1 bowl per person. To eat better and receive better treatment, they needed to work hard under Su Xiao's arrangement and start contributing. The fragrant lamb was scooped out, dipped in a sauce made of sesame oil, crushed peanuts, and chopped green onions. 1 bite brought an overwhelming satisfaction from the mixed flavors. The group was eating heartily, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere that felt even more festive than New Year's. The over 100 people who had been enjoying their porridge found themselves envious when they saw the first group eating rice and pickles, and the aroma wafting from Su Xiao's side made them swallow hard, making the porridge in their bowls seem less appealing. But they were informed that as long as they worked well and followed the base's arrangements, they could enjoy better food, causing everyone to frantically think about what skills they had, much like fresh graduates preparing for interviews. After the meal, Su Xiao officially organized the first leadership meeting of the base. With more than 200 new residents arriving at the base in one day, the current planning simply could not accommodate so many people, and Su Xiao certainly could not let them all idle away eating rice. Thus, how to arrange these people was an urgent issue. This time, Su Xiao did not act dictatorially, but decided to seek the opinions of Li Tianxi and the respective team leaders. In fact, as the team grew larger, many of Su Xiao's decisions would no longer be so dictatorial, as managing the base was not solely his responsibility. However, one thing could not be changed, and that was that Su Xiao was the highest authority, the absolute leader. He was willing to discuss. Everyone could contribute ideas, but if Su Xiao insisted on something, no one could go against his will. Su Xiao had made this clear to everyone before the meeting, and they all expressed no objections. They understood who was responsible for their current status. The meeting room was in the hall on the first floor of Su Xiao's main villa. Li Tianxi, Kai Tu Tang, Ing Wu Qian, Kai Ming, Lu Zhonghua, and Wang Feiyu represented the 6 major teams: male combat, team female combat, team construction, foundry logistics, and communications. Additionally, the 2 sisters Ji He and Ji Xian were also present. After Wu Qian took the position of logistics team leader Ji, he took over the vacant deputy position, and the 2 sisters were inseparable, so Su Xiao did not stop Ji Ying from coming. Everyone looked at Su Xiao, who leaned silently against the sofa with a serious expression, waiting for him to speak. Su Xiao organized his thoughts and scanned the crowd before speaking. Everyone, today we are discussing the allocation of these people. First, regarding the expansion of your teams, please speak up if you feel expansion is necessary. Then Su Xiao fell silent. Li Tianxi was the first to speak. Leader, our combat team needs to... Li Tianxi stated seriously, currently the base has a population of only over 40 combatants, which is simply insufficient to fully protect the base. It is too dangerous in this apocalyptic world for our combat team, must always maintain a priority status and possess adequate combat strength. Su Xiao turned to Tang Ying. I think so too. The other team leaders remained silent. They did not want to interfere with the expansion of other teams. This had to be decided by the leader. Su Xiao nodded and asked, how many people do you want to expand in the combat team? 30 people, so my combat team will expand to 50, which will be sufficient to handle many large situations. Next time we encounter a horde of hundreds, we won't need to retreat. Li Tianxi spoke cautiously. Tang Ying added, there are very few girls in the base with a male-to-female ratio of less than 5 to 1. I want to expand the number of boys to strengthen our strength, and when we go on missions we won't have to make the girls work so hard. Su Xiao nodded and said, from now on the male team will be renamed Team 1, and the female team will be renamed Team 2. Team 1 will expand by 20 and Team 2 by 30. What do you think? Agreed. Agreed. Both Tang Ying and Li Tianxi nodded. With over 200 people, they had allocated 50, leaving still over 180. Leader, I have something to say too. Kai Ming smiled humbly, raising his hand. Su Xiao said with a smile, we are all part of the leadership team, so there's no need to be so restrained in front of me. Just say whatever you want. What's your opinion? Kai Ming pondered for a moment before saying, I believe, Chief, that besides the outer wall you must be more concerned about the housing issue for so many people. You surely plan to build a new residential area, right? That's right. Then the construction of our new residential area is indeed urgent. I dare to ask you for another 50 people, Chief. Kai Ming seemed worried that others might misunderstand, explaining, the outer wall can be constructed very soon. I believe if we pursue speed, we can start working on both sides simultaneously. What we lack now are building materials. There are none at the base, and we need to find a batch from somewhere. Su Xiao nodded, saying, building materials are the first issue. I've noted it down. Your suggestion is good, but 50 people is still a bit too few. Defensive measures are of utmost importance and should be prioritized. He'll assign you 70 people, a total of 100. Please submit a recommendation for a deputy team leader later. You two will be jointly responsible. In these days, let's send someone nearby to look for cement factories and construction sites, and try to get all the materials to you within 2 days. Thank you, Chief. Hearing that he would directly manage 100 people, nearly the number of 2 combat teams combined, Kai Ming was extremely delighted. The others were even more surprised, wondering if Su Xiao was giving too many people to Kai Ming. What if? Su Xiao slowly said, there are many people in the construction team, but the tasks are even more arduous. You must complete the order to have the outer wall up within 10 days. Materials will be delivered continuously. If the construction period is delayed, I will hold you accountable. Kai Ming said solemnly, rest assured. Wu Qian's logistics team was also increased by 10 people, totaling 30 logistics members responsible for the transportation of supplies, food provision, and disposal of living waste. Wang Feiyu's communication team also played a significant role in the past few days. Who knows how many people would flee from the city to the outskirts. In the future, the situation around the base would become even more complex and severe, and the cold storage would surely be coveted by all parties, a treasure that must not be lost. Next was the machinery factory, which would be Su Xiao's future weapon supply source, and equally important. As a result, the communication team was expanded by another 20 people, reaching 30, with personnel stationed at both locations, and some patrolling outside daily. A dangerous job. Lu Zhonghua had not yet had the chance to start work and felt hesitant to request more people, but Su Xiao still added 20 more, reaching 40. The addition of weapons was also urgent. With more people, the equipment naturally had to keep up. Finally, there were still 60 people left to be assigned. Su Xiao truly could not think of any other needs for personnel at the base for the time being. In the end, Su Xiao decided to temporarily divide them into 3 combat teams and personally train this group to prevent them from being idle at the base. With this group, he could also try to venture into the city. Ultimately, the allocation of the 200 personnel was concluded. In summary, the first and second combat teams each had over 50 members. The logistics team had 30, the casting team had 40, the communication team had 30, the construction team had 100, and the third combat team had 60. In total, there were about 360 people. Additionally, there were about 10 scattered individuals, mostly children and injured combat personnel. Xiao did not assign them heavy tasks, but instead maintained order at the base, allowing various teams to call for assistance as needed. After reminiscing, the team leaders busily went about assigning personnel and managing their respective teams. Xiao waited until everyone was assigned, and Wu Qian notified him that the remaining 63 members of the third team were waiting for his review. Xiao then stepped out. Walking to the small square of the community, over 60 people stood there, each in different postures. There were no women. The women had been prioritized for the second team and logistics, leaving only men. Among these individuals were those in their 40s down to 17-year-old youths gathered together, whispering, their voices quite noisy, mixed with some foul language, creating a ruckus around the square. Upon seeing Xiao arrive, the defense team hurriedly shouted loudly, causing the voices to gradually quiet down, with each person staring intently at the master of the base before them. Attention, everyone. Behave yourselves and listen to the chief. The patrolling soldiers sternly Xiao waved his hand, signaling them to continue patrolling. He scanned the more than 60 individuals in front of him, and anyone who met Xiao's gaze instinctively straightened their posture. Gentlemen, regardless of where you come from, if you enter my base and are assigned to the third team and you wish to stay in my base, then you belong to me, Xiao. From today onward, you will be under my direct command. Does anyone have any objections? Xiao asked in a deep voice. No one spoke, nor did anyone dare to. Xiao then calmly stated, let's begin today's training. He walked along the edge of the crowd, scanning each you and you step forward. The three men called by Xiao immediately stepped out of the line, looking nervously at Xiao. You three will be the temporary team leaders for this team, each managing 20 people. Perform well, and you may transition to permanent roles, or perform poorly, and you can be replaced at any time. The three were delighted at this news, exclaiming, Thank you, Chief. We will do our best. Xiao automatically ignored their words, or whether they could do well would only be known once they tried. To deal with zombies, what use do you have as scattered soldiers? From today on, this team will implement quasi-military management. Any task I assign that does not meet standards will incur punishment. Those who are lazy will be expelled from the base. Those who cause chaos will be killed. Xiao's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his tone as cold as the ice of midwinter. Everyone, including the three team leaders, shuddered. They did not doubt the truth of Xiao's words. All around them were armed soldiers who could easily take them down. The first task is physical training, which will also be part of your daily routine. Now you three lead them to run laps around the entire villa area, 10 laps. Upon hearing Xiao's words, everyone changed their expressions. Many showed bitterness and sighed, not expecting that joining the base would involve physical training. However, upon seeing Xiao's expression change, the three leaders quickly said, the first 2 rows follow me. The third and fourth rows follow me. Under the lead of the three team leaders, a group quickly exited the base gate and began their running training around the outside of the base. Xiao stood at the gate, watching their retreating figures, leisurely lighting a cigarette. This scene also drew the attention of Li Tianxi and the others. What is the chief doing? Instead of taking them to kill zombies, why are they running? I don't understand, but it seems right to just watch. Li Tianxi and the others were also curious about how Xiao planned to train this largest team composed entirely of newcomers. Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze as calm as a deep well. His thoughts were quite simple. His base had already gained considerable scale. Just gathering scattered soldiers would not suffice. To have combat effectiveness, strict training and discipline were essential. He wanted to try to create an army of his own. Starting with the third team. The 60 members of the third team started off quite well, but after the third lap, some began to pant heavily, unable to keep up with the group, which appeared scattered and out of formation. Xiao observed the situation without speaking or paying attention. Meanwhile, the 3 squad leaders were fuming. Despite their own exhaustion, they were now officials and had to keep an eye on their superior, hoping to rise in rank. So they shouted loudly, put in more effort. Are you men starting to slack off after 3 laps? Damn it, if you don't run properly, I'll make you suffer. You can run slowly, but you absolutely cannot skip a lap. The others looked at the 3 with disdain, unwilling to submit to them, thinking they were merely Xiao's 3 lucky picks. Some even provocatively glanced at them while running. Thus the 3 could only blush in anger, but dared not say anything. The villa area was not large, but certainly not small either. It covered a larger area than most residential complexes. This lap was not the standard 400 meters of a school playground, but nearly 2 kilometers. 10 laps meant 20 kilometers. As a result, after the 5th lap, half of the participants could no longer hold out, either sitting on the ground gasping for air, as if trying to inhale all the oxygen in the world, or struggling to stagger forward. This scene was witnessed by the combat personnel patrolling the villa, who couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy and relief. They sympathized with the misfortune of these individuals, as being trained personally by the leader would undoubtedly be excessively strict. They were also relieved that they had arrived early and had already become combat troops, thus avoiding the leader's training. I'm not running anymore. Damn it, I struggled and fled here, and although I was captured by you, I didn't get any good food, and now you want me to run. You're messing with me. A man angrily sat on the ground, refusing to run no matter what. The 3 squad leaders took turns trying to persuade him, but he remained unmoved, glaring coldly at the surrounding soldiers, as if challenging them to shoot him. The combat team members certainly wouldn't shoot him, even though they were also furious and wanted to teach this arrogant guy. Xiao smiled and said he's quite spirited. Tell him if he doesn't continue running in 5 minutes he'll have to do 13 laps, and if he doesn't run in 10 minutes he'll have to do 15 laps. One squad leader was stunned. Oh, would that actually work? This guy clearly seemed like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. If he didn't fear death, what significance would adding laps have? However, he didn't dare to contradict Xiao and hurriedly went to notify him. Indeed, as everyone expected, the man became even more energized, refusing to budge. 3 others imitated him and also refused to run, looking disdainfully at the others, as if those running were spineless cowards. I'm just being tough, let's see how this plays out. Their negative influence didn't stop there. Some deliberately ran, slowly, barely faster, then walking leisurely, taking steps forward. Although Xiao instructed everyone to run 10 laps, he never specified when to finish. Thus, over 20 people became old snails, ignoring the 3 leaders' urgings. They even indignantly exclaimed, "Are you blind? Am I not running? 3 dogs, get out of my way." The 3 were enraged and ready to act, but the cold gaze from the armed combat personnel following them made them come to their senses, and they looked at them with sympathy, no longer bothering with them. Only about 30 people were genuinely pushing themselves to run, some out of fear that Xiao would execute them, while others were simply tired of the tumultuous life. Their wives had been assigned to the logistics team, and for their families they needed to perform well. After an hour, the first batch finally crossed the finish line, but collapsed directly onto the ground, blissfully clutching the earth. The second batch was still 3 or 4 laps behind them, and those sitting down had eventually gotten up running after them, but no one paid them any attention. Only when it was close to lunchtime, after 2 hours, did the second batch finish their 10 laps. For those who finished, Xiao had prepared tea for them, and forbade them to lie down after finishing. They had to stand, drink the water, and only after standing for 10 minutes could they rest. This was also to prevent them from suddenly sitting down after intense exercise, causing blood flow issues and leading to fatigue during further activity. You did well, your muscles have loosened up. After resting for half an hour, each of you will do 100 push-ups. Although these people showed bitterness, none dared to complain. As for you, Xiao looked coldly at the group that had deliberately slacked off, saying, "If you like to be lazy, that's fine, you'll lose your lunch privileges, and will also do push-ups after resting for half an hour." Upon hearing this, their faces turned green, and they all regretted their actions immediately, but they didn't dare to argue with Xiao. The first batch couldn't help but gloat at their misfortune. Later, when the third group of 8 or 9 people arrived, Xiao shot a glance, and in an instant more than 10 soldiers rushed forward, pinning them all down. What do you want to do?" They were quickly bound with ropes. Xiao stood in front of them, looking at them quietly. "You are quite capable. Since you are so capable, why did you end up?" A man unwilling to submit retorted fiercely, "Damn it, I also fought my way here. You just took the lead, having resources and guns. If I had those, could a little brat like you really train me?" The soldiers controlling them were shocked. This guy was really bold to say such things. They quickly looked at Xiao, yet Xiao didn't show any anger. He merely smiled and said, "It seems you're not convinced and want to prove your strength. Let's have an onion match. Oh, I'll give you the chance to kill me. If you can't kill me, you die." Xiao shot a glance at a soldier. The soldier immediately released the tattoo. "And you all, anyone who is unconvinced can challenge me individually." Xiao continued to scan the others. However, they all bowed their heads and remained silent. The tattooed man, after being untied, was still frowning. Xiao drew his pistol from his waist and tossed it at his feet, casually saying, "Come on, kill me." Xiao mocked, "Damn it, that's what you said." The tattooed man, undeterred, thought that since he was surely dead, he might as well kill this arrogant guy first. With lightning speed, the big man picked up the gun and began firing wildly at Xiao. The others couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Leader!" The observers, Li Tianxi and the others, were also astonished. However, Xiao moved like a phantom, dodging left and right with not a single bullet managing to hit him. Finally, as the man was about to be choked to death, Xiao forcefully tossed him aside. Everyone swallowed hard, wondering if the leader was no longer afraid of bullets. But that was less than 3 meters away. Even a blind person could hit the target right. How did he manage that? Everyone fell into deep self-doubt. At the same time, they were filled with fear and awe towards Xiao. "Leader, how should we handle this?" Li Tianxi approached and asked. He understood that Xiao was using this to warn them, These guys were still too arrogant, unaware of their situation. Aren't they the ones who didn't want to run the remaining laps? I have a way to make them finish running. Su Xiao smirked, revealing a gentle smile. Li Tianxi suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. The calm Su Xiao was not frightening, but when the leader showed that smile, it was certain that person was doomed. Shoo! Su Xiao whistled. Soon 4 mighty large dogs came running from a distance. Their massive-sized crimson eyes and sharp fangs and claws terrified the newcomers, making them scream and retreat, trembling at the gaze of the large dogs. If it weren't for the patrol team with guns around them, they would have turned and run away. What kind of monsters were these? Big Mao, have you broken through to the second stage? Su Xiao looked at the leading golden retriever in astonishment. At this moment, Big Mao's fur had almost turned pure gold, and its size had increased significantly, nearly as tall as a horse. Standing there, it resembled a primordial giant beast, exuding an incredible aura that was quite similar to Su Xiao's own. Woof woof! Big Mao growled deeply, one claw extending in front of Su Xiao, almost reaching a length of 30 centimeters, appearing glossy and hard like black steel. Not bad, our base has gained another second stage combatant. Su Xiao was pleased. He then coldly said, tie them all to Big Mao and Air Mao with ropes. Can't finish running. Today you will definitely finish. The few people showed complete terror, curling up on the ground, crying out, we were wrong, leader, please spare us this time. Leader, I was confused for a moment, can I go run now? Others also realized Su Xiao's intention, wanting to tie these few people to the 4 large dogs, letting the dogs carry them while running. With the speed of these 5 large dogs, they would be ground to death. The base has its rules, since you want to die. Su Xiao's words were emotionless, and his expression showed no signs of fluctuation, as if he were merely issuing a routine order. As the few were bound up, wailing and crying for their mothers. Big Mao, take them and run 3 laps around the base. Big Mao dashed out without hesitation. The other dogs followed closely. The mournful screams echoed throughout the base. The few people were instantly dragged along the ground at high speed, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone watching felt chills running down their spines. Tang Ying couldn't bear to watch, and said, Su Xiao, isn't this too cruel? How will everyone see you like this? Li Tianxi and the others surely felt a bit frightened. These people recognized their mistakes, and strict discipline was sufficient. There was no need to execute them in such a torturous manner. But no one dared to say anything to Su Xiao. Su Xiao, with a calm gaze, said, I don't care how they see me, though I never considered myself a good person. I am a demon who only abides by the rules. Too many ambitious and arrogant people have come to the base. If you think you can tame them peacefully, you're dreaming. They need a bloody reminder that I have given them opportunities. Each of them could have tried to kill me. If they couldn't, then I'm sorry, they must pay the price. This is the law of the apocalypse. Su Xiao's gaze was heavy as he stared at Tang Ying, continuing, this is a necessary step for the future development of the base, though our combat team must truly grow. Whoever goes against the rules I set must pay the price. Tang Ying was a bit dazed under Su Xiao's gaze, as she saw much anger, killing intent, and ambition in his eyes. But there was not a trace of compassion. I understand. Tang Ying nodded, though a hint of confusion showed in her eyes. Her expression did not escape Su Xiao's notice. Su Xiao's heart sank. He knew that his methods and coldness made Tang Ying feel he had become a stranger, as if he had lost his humanity. But he didn't say anything. Tang Ying still did not realize the difficulty of maintaining a hierarchical rule in the apocalypse. She still did not understand why Su Xiao was willing to present himself as a heartless and ruthless demon to uphold the rules he set. In this life, she was still too naive. She had never witnessed the chaos that ensues when a new collective lacks order, when there is no unified will in a newly formed group, and the consequences of blindly following some so-called popular sentiment. Those in power do not simply hold their positions due to status or sheer force. Without vision, not everyone can rise above others. As Su Xiao expected, the screams lasted only 2 or 3 minutes before falling completely silent. The remaining members of the third team were trembling. They then watched in horror as the 3 large dogs dragged a few bodies, their faces ground to pulp, continuing to run the second lap. Shallow trails of blood were left on the muddy ground. Su Xiao's intimidation thoroughly planted seeds of fear in the hearts of the entire third team and the other combat squads. They became even more in awe of the rules set by the base. Otherwise, Su Xiao was absolutely capable of killing without hesitation. Yet they held no resentment towards Su Xiao. His strict and cold style of doing things was indeed extreme, but who among them did not achieve their current combat ability and status under Su Xiao's pressure? Of course, those who understood Su Xiao naturally did so, while those who did not could only bottle it up. Su Xiao did not need their understanding. In the end, he had people bury the bodies. At noon, the third combat team stood obediently, each standing straight, as if in military posture. Su Xiao did not speak, and no one dared to show any different expression, even as others began packing up to eat. Su Xiao took a deep breath and said, discipline is the first step to becoming a strong team. You are my personally trained guards, and in the future no matter how large the base becomes there will surely be a place for you. But your performance has been extremely disappointing. Is weakness still unacceptable? Are you not being selfish and ridiculous? Do you not care if your loved ones live or die? Don't you want to one day return to the EC district to see your homes, and whether your family is still alive? It's so easy to want to die, you just go outside and find a zombie to stick your head out for it to gnaw on instead of wasting the hard-earned food of others in my base. If you don't want to live, there are many who want to survive. They dare to face their bleak past, seek the meaning of their lives, and wish to become a new version of themselves. You must be strict with yourselves. The zombies will not show mercy to you. Use your brains and think about the value each. The performance of the strong is to speak with your strength, your achievements, and your fists rather than ignoring the words of someone stronger than you, thinking you can be crushed by a single hand. You pathetic worm who is so self-righteous. Xiao mercilessly scanned everyone. His words ignited a suppressed fire within them, not anger at Xiao, but hatred for themselves. None of them dared to meet Xiao's gaze again. They simply gritted their teeth and tried to hold their heads high. After a round of sarcasm, Xiao ordered, "The first batch to finish can go eat, while those who are slacking off will have no lunch and are dismissed." Then Xiao strode away. Li Tianxi and Kai Tu peeked at their bowls, feeling quite emotional. The leader is truly too harsh. Thinking back, when the leader sent us to kill zombies, having 5 mutated dogs clear the way was already a special consideration for us. Kai Tu mumbled while enjoying the delicious fish in his bowl. Li Tianxi replied, "The leader's strictness is necessary. These people are too lazy. How can they possess combat strength without enduring some hardships if they want to be part of the leader's independent team? Our team cannot be slack either. Next time we train these newcomers, we must be more severe." Lunch was very lavish, with a pot of fish soup and stir-fried pork with green peppers prepared by Xiao. Xiao, however, had a separate kitchen. As the logistics team grew, Xiao naturally would not crowd together with others for meals, but had a decent cook prepare food just for them. In the evening, Xiao instructed them to distribute crystals to these newcomers to see how many of them could become abilities users. The more abilities users there are, the stronger the base will be, as it is the fundamental power of a base. Currently, there are not many abilities users, only a few. Once their numbers increase, Xiao plans to integrate all abilities users into a new team. After assigning these tasks, Xiao sat alone on the sofa pondering the next steps. It was already the 15th day of the apocalypse. Third-year zombies must have appeared by now, and in Donghai City there are millions of zombies, which must have given rise to other types of zombies. Moreover, the zombie king that once ruled Donghai City must have already emerged. Zombie King Lei Xiangdong. This time we will meet again soon. Xiao's eyes flickered. In his previous life, half a year after the apocalypse, the one that ultimately dominated Donghai City was an immensely powerful zombie king. Upon reaching the 5th tier, it possessed considerable intelligence, organized zombies, and launched an all-out assault on all human bases in the Donghai City area, leading to the near-total annihilation of human bases in the city. To deal with Lei Xiangdong, the strongest base at the time called upon all human forces around Donghai City to unite and launch a total assault against Lei Xiangdong. Xiao, who was only at the 3rd tier back then, was among them, and the humans suffered a disastrous defeat. Lei Xiangdong killed too many strong individuals, then monopolized Donghai City, forcing survivors to either migrate to other cities or ally with influential military factions. Eventually, he became a king-level zombie, lord ruling over a territory. At this moment, he should still be quite weak. If he could be found and killed in advance, Donghai City zombies would not give birth to excellent and powerful intelligent leaders, allowing Xiao to gradually take control and establish it as his stronghold in this life. This thought took root in Xiao's mind. Coincidentally, the base had run out of bullets, and the guns were almost mere decorations. He needed to develop his base into a strong armed force before the 3rd blood rain, at least making it the strongest base in Donghai City. While Xiao was deep in thought, a hand gently rested on his shoulder from behind. Xiao turned to look and saw it was Tang Ying. She had just finished showering, wearing a simple white nightgown that perfectly showcased her figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisitely beautiful face, unadorned with makeup, could captivate any man. Her eyes gazed quietly at Xiao, resembling a gentle and considerate wife. On ordinary days, Tang Ying's gaze was sharp and imposing, but only at this moment did she reveal a softness and elegance that no one but Xiao could witness. "Ying, do you not understand why I must use such brutal means to discipline the hearts of the people?" Tang Ying nodded silently. "Yes. I do not understand. You are already the most authoritative person in the base. Those people are just not adapted to the management of the base yet. Handling them this way, what will others think of you? They will think you are a cruel and cold leader, unable to truly win their loyalty. You did not treat your subordinates." Tang Ying's gaze dimmed. Xiao motioned for her to sit beside him. A captivating fragrance wafted over mixed with the scent of body wash, and an indescribable girl scent unique to Tang Ying stirring Su Xiao's masculine hormones. But the intoxication in Su Xiao's eyes flickered and faded, returning to tranquility. Ying, do you know why a country must govern by law rather than through human sentiment? Only violence can maintain a country's rule. Perhaps you would say it can be managed with harmony, like the benevolent rulers of the Song dynasty or the Emperor Xian of the Han dynasty, promoting people's livelihoods and avoiding violent punishments. But do not forget, this is the apocalypse era. Order has collapsed, and everyone is free from the guillotine above their heads and the shackles on their bodies. Without an absolute authority that inspires fear, it is impossible to unite people's hearts. Su Xiao said solemnly. Though our base is small, what we lack most is precisely the deterrence that complements. Over time, when people make mistakes, the captains will try to cover for them, and even become negligent, because I have yet to kill anyone in my base. Everyone has not witnessed the consequences of provoking the leader. You captains can be good people, but I cannot. I must make everyone understand that to despise order is to challenge my guillotine. If I spare them, they may feel grateful to me, or perhaps look down upon me even more. The stability of power is not built on the gratitude of others. If one day these hundreds of people are stirred up and revolt without listening to commands, can you kill them all? Even the slightest possibility, I will not allow it to grow. I understand. I'm sorry. Tang Ying perhaps could not fully comprehend, but she understood Su Xiao's inner struggles in managing a base. She took the initiative to hold Su Xiao's hand and quietly leaned against his shoulder. Su Xiao was taken aback. Tang Ying, however, looked up at his face while lying in her embrace. Su Xiao clicked his tongue. Ying, are you trying to provoke me to do something to you? Tang Ying laughed. Then what do you want to do? Oomph. Su Xiao snorted and made a gesture as if strike. Tang Ying, who was lying on his lap, immediately flushed red. What kind of relationship do we have? Whatever relationship you want, that's what we will be. Su Xiao replied. I am yours. As long as you like it. Tang Ying stared at Su Xiao, then pressed her face against his chest, whispering. The usually imposing and authoritative woman now transformed into a gentle and charming figure, overwhelming Su Xiao entirely on a physiological level. He wasted no words, leaning down and biting into Tang Ying's face. At that moment the night was quiet, the lights dim, only two unmasked individuals exchanging passionate affections. Before long, Su Xiao impatiently kicked open his bedroom door and slammed it shut. Tang Ying, an old friend of Su Xiao from a past life, has somehow reached a deeper relationship with him in this life. Su Xiao doesn't harbor many romantic feelings for Tang Ying. Rather, he sees her as an irreplaceable emotional support from their reunion as dear friends in this new life. Even though they have never had a romantic relationship, her place in Su Xiao's heart remains supreme. However, after one night, Su Xiao found not only a profound psychological connection, but also a physical unity. In the days to come, they would share both glory and disgrace, life and death. That morning, Jiao unusually early rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked to Tang Ying's room, saying, Sister Tang Ying, it's all your fault for not letting me sleep with you last night. I had a nightmare where a bunch of zombies were chasing me, and that jerk Su Xiao was just watching. Jiao looked puzzled at the empty room. Wait a minute, with the new cook Tang Ying shouldn't have been busy with breakfast. Did she really wake up this early? It was barely 6 o'clock. Thus Jiao had to wash up alone. After having a nightmare, she didn't want to sleep anymore and preferred to wake up early. Su Xiao's door opened, and Tang Ying shyly adjusted her thin bathrobe before quietly returning to her room to Jiao caught a glimpse while brushing her teeth, and her eyes widened. Why did Sister Tang Ying come out of Su guest? Suddenly Jiao recalled what had happened last night, and a wave of surprised disbelief, gossip, and even a tinge of jealousy flooded her mind, leaving her with mixed feelings. She had long noticed that the relationship between Su Xiao and Tang Ying was anything but ordinary. Su Xiao had clearly gone to the city hospital to find Tang Ying even when he could have gone directly to the base. It was remarkable that Su Xiao, a big man, had managed to maintain composure despite having a devoted beauty by his side for so long, without any action. She wondered who initiated things last night. Jiao wiped the foam from her mouth, her mind racing with thoughts. Clearly she should be happy for them, so why did she feel a pang of jealousy? Wasn't she the one who was closest to Su Gu first? Was she lacking in some way? Jiao felt a bit unbalanced, but shook her head, thinking there was nothing wrong with herself. She couldn't say she was overly proud, but she certainly wasn't insecure. After a while, Su Xiao came over to wash his face. Seeing Jiao standing there in her bare slippers and pajamas, mouth full of a toothbrush, he ignored her and washed his face. Suddenly, Jiao cautiously asked, Is Tang Jia beautiful? Su Xiao's face immediately darkened, mixed with a hint of embarrassment. Just brush your teeth. Jiao pouted. After breakfast, Wu Qian excitedly reported, Leader, many people have broken through. Really? Su Xiao took the statistics report from her and was instantly overjoyed. The 80 people collected the day before, and the 200 from yesterday, had not been given crystals yet, as Su Xiao wanted them to adapt to the base before gradually providing them with benefits. Naturally, the benefits of awakening supernatural powers were among these. Out of a total of 280 people by this morning's statistics, 5 had broken through to become superpowered individuals, with 4 others still absorbing crystals, thus increasing the base's total number of superpowered individuals to 9. Han Dong, 24 years old, initial ability identified as Ice-type skill freeze, capable of freezing objects solid. Li Feng, 29 years old, initial ability identified as Wind-type, running speed 3 to 4 times that of an average person, can accelerate his own speed. Zhang He, 36 years old, initial ability identified as Earth-type skill soil control, nearly softening the cement in the room and causing the second-floor surface to almost collapse. Lu Yun, 27 years old, ability currently unknown. Lu Hu, 33 years old, ability currently unknown. Listening to Lu Yun excitedly recounting, Su Xiao's heart surged with excitement. For the newly awakened superpowered individuals, some can sense what their powers are while others haven't figured it out yet. No need to rush today. Regardless of their team, they won't have to work. Those who haven't understood their abilities should clarify them as soon as possible, and those who have should practice more. They'll unify things when I return. Su Xiao suppressed his emotions and said to Wu Qian, understood. Having 9 superpowered individuals out of over 200 is quite lucky. Su Xiao murmured. The awakening probability for superpowered individuals was statistically less than 3% in his past life. The fact that 9 individuals had awakened indicated that their physical qualities and genes were exceptional enough to withstand the energy transformation from the crystals. Su Xiao then set this matter aside and began arranging the important tasks for the day. Base defense was currently a major issue, and building materials were urgent. Next was the armory, with more people. Firepower must also keep up. Otherwise, if the zombies became stronger while ordinary people in the base were still using cold weapons, it would be disastrous. Su Xiao was worried that if the armed department storing the weapons was left unattended for too long, someone might discover it and steal all the weapons. He was also unsure about Lu Wei and the others' situation now. Su Xiao instructed Li Tianxi to take a team to check the construction factory 40 miles away, and along the way to collect any building materials they could find. The second team, led by Tang Ying, was originally planned to stay at the base, especially since she had just been through something last night. However, Tang Ying indicated with her eyes that she was fine. The physical qualities of superpowered individuals far exceed those of ordinary people, so this minor injury. Su Xiao then assigned her to escort Lu Zhonghua and the forging team to the mechanical factory, while also sending some people to guard some supplies to the mechanical factory, ensuring the forging team could work peacefully on weapon manufacturing. Moreover, the construction factory was not far from the base, about 5 miles away. They could return immediately if anything happened at the base. As for Su Xiao, he decided to lead the third team to the city to check things out, primarily to acquire more weapons from the police station and to investigate the current situation in the city. After assigning the tasks, the 3 combat teams sprang into action. The third team had developed quite a bit of discipline after 2 days of training, so it was time to see what they were made of. Once the third team assembled, Su Xiao distributed cold weapons to everyone. Until the weapons from the factory were completed, they would continue to use the axes, electric batons, and large knives that Su Xiao had stockpiled before the apocalypse. Each of the 3 team leaders was given a gun with 10 rounds of ammunition each to intimidate the team. Today you will accompany me back to the Yinhai city. Upon hearing this, many people showed fear. Most of them had escaped from the city and never expected to return. Your mission is to clear the zombies. Only by surviving can you truly be considered members of the base. The base is well stocked with resources and facilities, but if you think I will support you for free, you're dreaming. I will personally supervise. Those who excel in combat will receive better treatment and be allowed to carry guns. Those who disrupt the team or flee will die. Is that clear? Su Xiao's eyes scanned like a wolf. Understood. This time Su Xiao did not bring any trusted aides. He led over 60 ordinary combat team members alone. There were no other superpowered individuals or rifle team members, and they had little combat experience, especially heading toward the city, which posed a very high danger level. Everyone moved forward courageously, driven by the hope for the future and Su Xiao's pressure. 60 people drove 4 trucks along the highway leading to the city. Along the way, they saw numerous vehicles involved in accidents and traffic jams. Su Xiao and the others avoided them whenever possible, but when they encountered zombies, they got out to kill them. These individuals had escaped from the city, so none were inexperienced at fighting zombies. They quickly dealt with the small groups of zombies. These small victories helped them regain confidence and boost their fighting spirit. Driving beside Su Xiao was one of the captains he appointed, Chao Xian. He was an honest and loyal man whose wife was in the logistics team at the base. Hence he held Su Xiao in great esteem. After experiencing the previous day's harsh lesson, he understood that to maintain a good life at the base he needed to excel and at least perform well in front of the leader, aspiring to become a small leader himself and survive well in this apocalypse. Chao Xian, are you familiar with the city area? Su Xiao asked. Pretty familiar. I used to be a taxi driver when I was short on money and ran around everywhere, so I know some routes quite well, Xiao Xian immediately replied. Do you know the way to the Armament Bureau, preferably a less crowded and quiet route? We still have dozens of kilometers to go, so let's try not to waste time. Yes. Xiao Xian hesitated. But that area should mostly have residential streets, so traffic jams are unlikely, but there will probably be many zombies. No problem, let's go and adapt to the situation. I'm training you, not sending you to your deaths. The zombies in the continent are not necessarily fewer. Understood. As Xiao Xian guided the convoy toward the approaching city, he suddenly turned onto a secluded road, and indeed there weren't many vehicles blocking the way. When there was a blockage, Su Xiao directly got out of the car and violently flipped it over, shocking his subordinates. Leader, we can't proceed ahead. Finally, they reached the urban area where there were large residential complexes, and in the distance towering skyscrapers could be faintly seen. Ahead, a dozen cars were blocking the road, making it impassable. Su Xiao ordered everyone to get out and walk. A dozen wandering zombies immediately rushed overexcitedly upon smelling human presence. Xiao Xian, your first team will take the front, the second team will guard the sides, and the third team will cover the rear. Move quickly. Su Xiao issued his orders swiftly. The team immediately formed a tightly packed encirclement. When encountering small groups of zombies, they posed no threat and were quickly dispatched. Stepping over the foul-smelling corpses of zombies, Su Xiao and his team moved swiftly about to cross this residential area. Help! A person was fleeing in panic ahead, and upon seeing Su Xiao and the others, he immediately saw hope and desperately ran towards them. Behind him, a horde of 70 to 80 zombies was in hot pursuit. Kill! Su Xiao commanded without hesitation upon seeing the dozens of zombies. The team surged forward valiantly, swiftly slaughtering the zombies. Thank you, I'm a resident here. Are you military? Can you take me with you? The man excitedly bowed to Su Xiao. No, if you want to survive, just follow us and kill the zombies. The man's face immediately showed difficulty. Su Xiao ignored him, and the team quickly moved on. But soon they encountered their first life-and-death crisis. Just after turning a corner, they saw over 400 zombies densely gathered in the street, and upon noticing Su Xiao and the others, they instantly went into a frenzy and charged over. Not good. Everyone retreat. Su Xiao was capable of handling it, but he had to consider the team. Everyone hurriedly retreated into a narrow alley. Into the alley. Su Xiao decisively commanded. Facing a large horde of zombies, grinding them down in a narrow space was the best choice. This time the third team took position on the left side of the alley, the first team held the right, and the second team provided support in the center. The zombies quickly approached. A close-quarters battle between humans and zombies immediately broke out. Su Xiao, however, plunged directly into the mass of corpses. I'll help relieve some of your pressure. Everyone hold your respective positions. Su Xiao's cold voice rang out. Leader. Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of emotion and fought even more fiercely against the enemies before them. As Su Xiao fell into the throng of corpses, he became a feast for the hundreds of zombies. Ants. Su Xiao wielded a large cleaver, although it was not as sharp or useful as his previous Longquan knife. With each swing, his astonishing speed and terrifying technique created a circular vacuum within the zombie horde. No zombie could come close to Su Xiao. With his rampage, the others felt relieved of their pressure and swiftly killed over 100 zombies before returning to assist Su Xiao. In the end, Su Xiao personally killed over 200 zombies, while the remaining 200 plus were dispatched by over 60 others. However, in Su Xiao's perception, the danger was not over. Roar! A sudden roar echoed above everyone's heads. A speed-type zombie leaped down from a eve, its sharp claws and terrifying strength instantly pierced through a member's body, ripping him in half. Oh! Everyone was frightened and hurriedly retreated, then angrily surrounded and attacked the speed-type zombie. B1 type, there's only one. Su Xiao immediately dismissed the idea of intervening and allowed his subordinates to attack. The B1 type zombies are fast and excel in ambushes, but once surrounded they are bound to die. After killing another person, it was reduced to a pile of mush by the furious weapons of the crowd. Only then did they cautiously disperse. Su Xiao said solemnly, next time, don't just pay attention to the ground. Speed-type zombies may be hiding everywhere. These zombies are easy to kill, don't let yourselves get flustered. The group then set off again. Along the way, they encountered 2 more waves of attacks from speed-type zombies, but thanks to the heightened vigilance of the team, they fell one by one. When facing large groups of zombies, Su Xiao as the leader took the lead, blocking the main force, while the others quickly dealt with the situation and returned to assist him. During the battle, the team's coordination became increasingly proficient, and they no longer felt paralyzed by fear, as it was useless to be timid. The cohesion of the team continued to strengthen, and the battles gradually became more organized. Moreover, as Su Xiao occasionally saved some members who were nearly caught by zombies, the others grew more and more respectful of him, transforming their fear and resentment into awe. After killing another 200 zombies, the street was thoroughly cleared, and Su Xiao drew out a knife from the brain of an A2 type strength zombie, allowing the team behind him to collect its crystal core. This was the second type zombie Xiao had killed 1A1 and 1A2. Compared to speed-type zombies, the quantity of strength-type zombies is much less, but the number that appeared has already far exceeded Xiao's expectations. This is just among 100 zombies. How many a type and type zombies could emerge from a horde of over 1,000? Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Xiao knew in his heart that he needed to break through to the third stage as soon as possible, otherwise if he were surrounded by thousands of zombies with several A1s and A2s among them, he would have to turn and run. Fortunately, after that, Xiao did not encounter any hordes of over 1,000 zombies. The most he saw were only 700 to 800 with 1 or 2 A1 zombies mixed, and so Xiao simply took a detour to avoid them. The crystals from the second type zombies were not very useful to him, so he let the others obtain weapons first and planned to clean up slowly on the way back. An hour later, the team finally arrived outside the walls of the armament department again. After more than a week, Xiao felt as though it had been half a year. Yet there was not a single zombie outside the door. Xiao was greatly astonished, but still instructed everyone first knock on the door. If someone responds, wait. If no one does, break in. Yes. After knocking on the large door, no one responded to Xiao. Xiao immediately stepped forward, kicked open the barricade door, and let everyone in. The scene in the courtyard shocked Xiao greatly. The ground was littered with zombie corpses extending all the way to the main hall door. Just as Xiao stepped into the main hall, he heard a loud shout, "Stop, right there. Officer Xiao, what happened to you?" Xiao noticed his injured right arm, and his expression immediately tightened. Sigh. He let out a breath and left the windowsill on the second floor. Soon Xiaoyang limped into Xiao's view, his face extremely haggard, his disheveled hair emitting a foul odor. His left arm was bandaged, looking utterly miserable. "What are you doing here?" Xiaoyang hesitated as he looked at the large group of people behind Xiao. "These are members of my base, and more are joining us. We came this time to request more weapons to sustain our base's combat capabilities." "Why is it just you?" Xiao quickly asked. Xiaoyang's eyes glimmered with tears as he murmured, "Yes, I am the only one left. Commander Lu Wei and the others are all dead." "What happened?" Xiao asked calmly. He hadn't anticipated such events occurring here. According to reason, Lu Wei and the others were well equipped with weapons, and if they were determined to hold their ground, they could have persisted for at least a month or two. Xiaoyang replied in anguish. "After you left, Officer Lu Wei and the others received several groups of people asking for weapons, and Commander Lu Wei kindly provided them. But on a rainy night, Commander Lu Wei brought in a pregnant woman from outside as she was about to give birth. Commander Lu Wei couldn't bear to let her knock at the door, so he brought her in and asked us 2 female comrades to assist in the delivery. Little did we know," he said with a wild look in his eyes, "the woman gave birth to a monster." It turned out that the woman had already been scratched and infected by zombies on her way here, teetering on the edge of transformation. It was just that being an adult, her resistance was stronger, which Lu Wei hadn't noticed. But right after the delivery, the woman mutated and bit one of the female comrades while the other comrade shot. And what she didn't expect was that a monster-like baby crawled out from her belly and, taking advantage of her unawareness, also bit her. Hearing the commotion, the 3 of them rushed in and worked together to kill that monstrous baby. From then on, they were terrified and dared not let anyone else in. Just yesterday, a large flock of birds passed by and spotted them attacking. Commander Lu Wei fell in the line of duty, and another person was directly taken away by the birds. Thus he was left all alone. Xiao sighed heavily upon hearing this, his mind swirling with thoughts. Pregnancy in the apocalypse is a top priority, not just because a newborn symbolizes the future for a base, but also due to the preventive factor of fearing these pregnant women getting infected during childbirth, thus giving birth to zombie offspring. Zombie offspring are incredibly terrifying zombies. Their formation conditions are extremely stringent, requiring not only the human embryo to form, but also to be infected by the zombie virus, with the brain's cognitive organs developing quite well only to be infected during the final hours before birth. The zombie virus causes mutation, completing genetic modification within the embryo. The newborn baby possesses an exceptionally strong physique and considerable intelligence, sucking all the nutrients from the mother's body within minutes to aid its rapid development. Upon birth, it can crawl like an animal at an astonishing speed. Its size will never grow large, but their intelligence is highly developed, and they possess a tail that has developed into an energy conduit from the umbilical cord, allowing them to absorb energy from other zombies growing rapidly. Once they reach a certain level of growth, they will seek out powerful mutated zombies, those with strength or speed, and parasitize on them, sharing a brain, thus becoming terrifying composite intelligent zombies. Of course, the growth of such zombie babies has limits, as they inherently lack strength, so they cannot possess zombies beyond the 3rd tier. However, their rapid growth is remarkable, and after possessing a 2nd or 3rd tier strength zombie, it would be akin to granting wisdom to a monstrous being with immense strength, instantly becoming a zombie mastermind capable of commanding tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of zombies. In his past life, Su Xiao encountered several such zombie offspring which were exceedingly terrifying as their intelligence would continually grow, ultimately becoming cunning and scheming entities. In his past life, a powerful zombie offspring emerged commanding a third-tier zombie and ruling over 1 million zombies, annihilating dozens of human bases. In a situation where first-tier abilities have just begun to appear and third-tier abilities have yet to materialize, if such a zombie offspring were to be born, it would spell doom for Donghai City. The attackers on Lu Wei and his group must have been mutated birds. What a pity such a loyal and patriotic person like Commander Lu ended up in such a fate. My condolences. Has the military been here? Su Xiao asked again. Xiao Yang wearily shook his head. No, but the broadcast indicated that the entire country has fallen. What news have you received? Su Xiao's eyes brightened. He had been striving to receive information from the base's radio station, but after so many days he had not been able to pick up signals from the vicinity, possibly because Su Xiao's radio was only medium-sized with limited transmission range. The entire world has erupted in a zombie tide, and several small countries such as Old Nest and Miandian have perished. Currently 7 cities in Xia country have declared complete capitulation, and cities with military presence have hastily established major military bases to resist the zombie tide. However, the military has suffered serious casualties with fewer than 7,000 of the millions of standing troops scattered across the country. The military in Donghai City, led by Corps Commander Zhou Kong, originally aimed to rescue as many survivors as possible, but the zombie tide is overwhelming and the military would attract the tide closer. They have currently built the Donghai military base 50 kilometers south of Donghai City. The number of people already reached capacity, and we tried to contact them, but signals became completely scrambled beyond 10 kilometers. Only a few nearby survivors received the message, but they are powerless to protect themselves. Xiao Yang's words brought immense information to Su Xiao. Even though he already knew the ultimate fate of these bases from his past life at this historical juncture, he was still completely unaware of their respective trajectories. The radio here should be at maximum power. Why can't it transmit? Su Xiao asked. Military reports suggest that there is an energy particle that is freely floating in the air, obstructing not only satellite communications, but also severely interfering with radio signals. Additionally, the various buildings in the city create barriers, making communication very difficult. Xiao Yang's expression fell. Su Xiao sighed. Mr. Xiao, given the circumstances, holding the fort alone is meaningless. Oh, join me. My base desperately needs talents like you. You are a group of brave warriors. Commander Lu Wei and the others died heroically for their country, but you wouldn't want their deeds to be buried with you in this city, would you? Rather than being foolishly loyal to this desolate place, it is better to follow me and help more survivors to survive. That is the true meaning of your role as a soldier of the people in this apocalypse. Su Xiao's resonant words rang in Xiao Yang's ears. Looking into Su Xiao's sincere eyes, Xiao Yang hesitated. At this moment he was still injured and uncertain how much longer he could survive, holding onto the mindset of taking one day at a time. However, upon hearing Su Xiao's words, tears involuntarily fell from his eyes. Indeed, death is not frightening, but what is most terrifying is a meaningless death. He felt utterly pointless here. To die like this was something he could not accept. Then thank you. Su Xiao smiled and said, no need to thank me. The base is short on labor, especially for someone like you with proper combat experience. After you return, you can help me train the new recruits. Since Xiao Yang had already made his decision, he no longer harbored thoughts of death and regained some spirit. Xiao Yang, is the armory still intact? Su Xiao's expression turned serious. Yes, aside from distributing some scattered firearms to passing individuals, we haven't dared to touch anything, and we lack the authority to open many weapon storage rooms. Xiao Yang understood Su Xiao's intention and immediately said, he'll take you to the armory. After saying this, he led the way. Currently, he was the only survivor here who could unlock the password locks along the way. If Xiao Yang did not help Su Xiao, considering Su Xiao's current strength, it would truly be impossible for him to forcibly obtain the weapons. The armory here was located on the second underground level, requiring passage through 3 heavy alloy metal doors. With Su Xiao's current strength, breaking through these doors was nothing short of a pipe dream. Even using explosives to blow them open would be difficult. Thus, persuading Xiao Yang was the most critical part of Su Xiao's plan to seize this armory. Fortunately, Xiao Yang was not a stubborn person, otherwise if he had resolutely refused to open the doors, Su Xiao would have had no way out. Su Xiao had come here once before, his gaze calm and indifferent, but the dozens of people following behind were all excited, curiously looking around like a bunch of monkeys. As ordinary people, they were in awe of even approaching the buildings where the military was located, let alone now following their leader to the core armory. Everyone be quiet and stay close to the leader. The 3 captains Chao Xianzhou Tong and Wei Ziqing suppressed their excitement and continuously scolded. Eventually, they arrived at a corridor, a 20-meter-long passage with closed iron doors on either side. Only this armory is one we frequently use. For the other storage rooms, I need to check the passwords. Then you go first. We'll take the weapons from this storage room. Xiao led the group into the familiar storage room from last time. Upon seeing the walls covered with various weapons and military boxes on the shelves, the 60-plus people widened their eyes in excitement and cheered loudly. My heavens! So many weapons! This is incredible. Grenades, submachine gun silencers, and even single-tube individual missiles. A group of men looked around at the weapons, a surge of excitement filling each person's chest. With these weapons, they had nothing to fear from zombies. Silence! Xiao shouted sharply. Suddenly, everyone obediently fell silent and turned to look. Two of you go outside to find vehicles. The rest quickly help me move these weapons. They all belong to us. We can check them later. Xiao said as he laughed. Good. Everyone burst into laughter quickly, starting to move things. Quickly, you move that way, and you move over there. Be careful, you blind fool. These are grenades. Do you want to get us all killed? After 10 minutes, this armory was finally emptied just as Xiao returned. How did it go? Xiao immediately asked. This armory was of great importance to him. With this batch of weapons, Xiao had the capital to establish himself. He greedily did not want to miss a single piece. The weapons in one storage room were enough to equip over 200 people completely. If they could get all the storage rooms with 8 armories, wouldn't Xiao be able to arm a nearly 2,000-person firepower force instantly? Not to mention that there were various single-tube cannons and explosives among them, which could help Xiao set up before Commander Lu Wei was afraid that after his death we wouldn't be able to access the weapons here, and he might have anticipated that you would come here in the future, so he wrote down all the passwords for the storage rooms he knew on this piece of paper. Xiao immediately took the note, looking at the neatly arranged strings of numbers, and at the end there was a line written by Lu Wei. Weapons are merely a pile of lifeless objects. If our people can have them, then this country will have more seeds of hope for survival. No matter who obtains these weapons, I hope you treat our surviving compatriots well and lead them to live on. Xiao let out a breath, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He quickly opened the second door according to the password. Inside was another full shelf of weapons. Everyone began to busy themselves with the relocation again. Then came the third and fourth. Leader, there are many rocket launchers here. In the fourth door, after Xiao rushed in, he discovered that there were a total of 13 high-position mortars on display. These were formidable weapons in battle. Additionally, there were boxes of ammunition resembling large rocket heads, 20 boxes in total, each containing 6 rounds totaling 120 rounds. Such a quantity cannot be considered small. If all of it were used, it would be enough to flatten an entire neighborhood. Xiao also exclaimed, "This is the Type 83 mortar, a 60mm cannon, very effective for group attacks, easy to carry and powerful. I didn't even know we had such things here." Xiao laughed with joy, waving his hand. "Take them away." Immediately, several people worked together to fold and carry away the heavy mortars. "Leader, we have already loaded 3 vehicles. Should we continue?" At this time, Xiao Xian came over and asked. "Continue. We don't know when we will come again. To prevent any changes, we must take all these weapons away," Xiao said decisively. Because he had already realized that there were still many human forces existing within the city, perhaps not as large as his, but they were extremely dangerous. However, one could not rule out the possibility of some uniquely powerful ability users emerging among them. In his past life, a spatial ability user had emerged in Donghai City. As one of the top abilities in the superpower category, that person was best known for instant teleportation. How could material walls possibly withstand such a person? Moreover, he remembered that this individual was also one of the leaders of several bases in Donghai City. He was quite the trickster. Xiao had witnessed this person infiltrating another base, stealing a large quantity of weapons, and teleporting back and forth into it over a dozen times in one night. He took away all the most precious resources from that base. The leader was so furious that he spat blood and died on the spot. That guy was a Zhao Yuan. Xiao dared not take a chance. This person was living freely within the zombie-infested city thanks to that ability. Such an ability might not be very strong in combat, but when it comes to escaping and stealing, it is undoubtedly one of the most troublesome abilities in the apocalypse. Xiao could not gamble that this person would not come here. Find a few more vehicles. While the zombies are not too strong, yet we must take all the weapons with us this time. Xiao issued a dire command. Fortunately, there are quite a few military trucks here. Dozens of people can completely transport everything in one trip. Meanwhile, a short man comfortably lounged on a luxurious sofa in an extraordinarily lavish room, looking quite content. Beside him sat 2 beautiful women in red and black bodycon dresses, one on each side. One was gently massaging him with her delicate hands, while the other lay quietly beside him, allowing his large hand to roam over her body without moving. In this room, nothing was lacking: food, water, cigarettes. Not to mention having 2 shapely beauties for company. Such days were simply like living as a deity. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and his looks were certainly not commendable. A large black mole grew beside his nose, and his face was covered with various pimples, making him look both old and ugly. Yet the 2 women showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, both wore smiles. Achoo! The man suddenly sneezed. He looked around in confusion, thinking, is that bastard cursing me? No, wait, those who usually look down on me have all been killed by me, right? Xiao Yuan, 32 years old, a lowly employee, had not achieved anything significant in his 30s, and due to his short stature and ugly appearance, he had long harbored resentment. However, after the apocalypse began just 3 days ago, while he was out searching for food, he fortuitously stumbled upon a zombie crystal core, killed by someone else. He consumed it due to genetic attraction, and then even more fortunate awakened the rarest spatial ability among the superpowers. He could ignore obstacles and perform instant transfer over a distance of up to 10 meters. Relying on this skill, he completely turned the tide in the apocalypse. He couldn't fight the zombies, but he could run. Of course, his physical abilities had far surpassed those of ordinary people. With this skill, he became ambitious and killed off all the male colleagues and superiors who usually displeased him while hiding in the office building. He then took the 2 prettiest female colleagues as playthings, while the other 7 or 8 men became his subordinates, doing menial tasks for him. Whenever he ran low on food, he would instantly teleport to search, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry. He glanced at the sky outside, pushed the women away with a hint of interest, and said, I'm going out for a stroll. You two better clean up and wait for me. Yes, Master Xiao. The man stood by the window looking down from 4 meters high, revealing a smug smile. An invisible aura arose from his body, and he instantly vanished from his spot, appearing downstairs. He then cautiously set off toward the distance. Su Xiao looked at the 6 trucks filled with military supplies before him, and the smile on his face never faded. This haul made Su Xiao feel ecstatic. A total of 133 Type 92 rifles, 30 submachine guns, 400 handguns, and dozens of various other firearms were found in the warehouse. 10 mortars, 6 individual rocket launchers, 8 boxes of grenades, 7 boxes of smoke bombs, and 60,000 rounds of ammunition. At this moment, Su Xiao felt only one word in his heart: exhilarating. With this batch of weapons secured, the base could instantly develop into a formidable, small military stronghold. At least Su Xiao wouldn't have to worry about ammunition for a long time. Xiaoyang looked back longingly at the place, then turned and walked to Su Xiao's side. Don't be sad, at the base you'll find a new way of life. Su Xiao patted his shoulder and shouted at Xiao Xian and the others, let's go. Yes. 6 military supply trucks and 4 transport vehicles formed a large convoy that slowly drove out of here, heading toward the main road. To prevent unexpected occurrences, Su Xiao still dared not take the main road, but chose to return along the small path they came. However, the places that had been cleared on the way were once again filled with a multitude of zombies. Xiao Xian, Zhou Tong, take your people each with an automatic rifle and get out to guard the convoy on both sides. Protect the convoy. Wei Zicheng, have your people secure the convoy also armed, and be ready to assist at any time if anything happens. With enough bullets, Su Xiao spared no expense. The return journey was just right to train this batch of people. Xiao Xian and the others excitedly each took an automatic rifle, cherishing it as they wiped it down, gazing at the exquisite and powerful weapon, unwilling to put it down. For men, firearms were simply the most romantic things they dreamed of. Before the apocalypse, they had no opportunity. After the apocalypse, they were now combat troops. Xiaoyang acted as the instructor, teaching everyone how to use the firearms, loading them, changing magazines, and there's a group of zombies ahead, about 40 of them. The scout reported. We'll take care of it. Before the words fell, Xiao Xian eagerly shouted. The team rushed to the front of the convoy, and Xiao Xian aimed his gun at the zombies and excitedly began to fire away. The automatic rifle's rate of fire was also extraordinarily fierce. In an instant, a torrent of gunfire echoed through the city. However, the shooting skills of the crowd were indeed terrible. More than 20 people fired, but only managed to kill a few, while the rest of the bullets missed their targets. The startled zombies charged forward crazily. Keep your arms steady. Focus your eyes on the aiming mark on the barrel. Xiaoyang hurriedly corrected them. At the same time, he shot at the front with his pistol. His shooting was much more accurate, hitting 9 out of 10 shots. Zombies fell one after another before they could even get close. The gunfire attracted more zombies. Hordes of zombies surged out from the streets and alleys, rushing towards them, and soon hundreds of zombies appeared ahead. Among them appeared a formidable A1 type zombie striding toward them. Accompanied by 3 B1 type zombies resembling lizard people, they led the way through the zombie crowd, using nearby obstacles to maneuver quickly toward them. Su Xiao poked his head out, shouting at the team, stay calm, aim carefully, and don't let these zombies get within 30 meters of the convoy. Understood. Xiao Xian responded loudly, and more than 20 men adjusted their gun barrels and began to fire wildly. Tat tat tat. The deafening sound instantly awakened the quiet city, and the zombies ahead kept falling down. Their gathering made it even easier for Xiao Xian and the others to kill. They recklessly unleashed their bullets, watching as the zombies had their heads blown off or limbs shattered, with excitement visibly glowing on their faces. Over 200 zombies were a tough battle for the 3 teams on their way back, taking at least 10 minutes to end the fight, possibly with casualties as well. However, with the support of excellent weapons and ammunition behind them, everyone's confidence soared, and their firepower was incomparable. In less than 2 minutes, all the zombies ahead were cleared, leaving only a few injured zombies on the ground struggling to howl and crawling forward. At this moment, the 3 speedy zombies lunged toward the crowd. But under the firepower of the crowd, they were turned into Swiss cheese before they could get close. The A1 was also hit by concentrated fire riddled with bullet holes and fell to the ground howling in agony. As the group advanced, they eradicated wave after wave of zombies, and their combat capabilities grew stronger. They had become adept at switching magazines, but to reach the speed and steadiness of Xiao would require much longer training. Just as they approached a large building, Xiao suddenly moved his gaze looking towards the street corner ahead, where a figure flashed by. But immediately hordes of zombies gathered from all directions, blocking their path. My goodness, so many! Xiao exclaimed in shock as 500 or 600 zombies appeared ahead, densely packed and completely obstructing the road. Could it be that someone led them here? Xiao immediately felt suspicious. Let's take a detour to the left. Xiao did not want to waste bullets by fighting their way back. No matter how much ammunition they had, it should be used wisely. Meaningless slaughter only depleted his own resources. As the group prepared to turn, Xiao suddenly had a thought. The convoy must stop first. The convoy immediately halted. Everyone looked at Xiao. Xiao, take some people to scout the left side. If there are no major issues within a kilometer, come back. Xiao ordered. Zhou, scout the right. I suspect someone is setting us up. Xiao squinted. The two immediately took their orders and left. Xiao beside him wondered. It can't be that there are large groups of zombies surrounding us from all sides, right? I heard from some idle residents that zombies are gathered around the commercial area and near the schools in the south where tens of thousands are amassed. There should be far fewer here. There are zombies everywhere, but it shouldn't just happen that they block all our escape routes. Either someone is guiding them, possibly the nearby survivors envious of our supplies, trying to trap us here to perish. They might have killed a few people and scattered blood here to attract the zombies. If all routes are blocked, it means they are weak and fear us having guns, daring not to approach, only using zombies to wear us down. If there's one route that's not blocked, it must be deliberately left open to ambush us. Xiao firmly stated. He understood the habits of zombies best. It was impossible for them to be stationed so precisely at every exit. Although there were millions of zombies in the city, due to their nature they would disperse or gather towards populated areas. Thinking of the fleeting figure he had seen earlier, Xiao became more convinced of his thoughts. But who could be so sinister? As Xiao's mind raced, a team member behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Not good, leader." A large group of zombies was coming from behind. Xiao turned and saw he didn't know when, but a dense mass of zombies was rushing towards them. Did anyone see who led them? Xiao immediately shouted. No, but those zombies seemed to find their way heading straight towards us. Xiao immediately jumped out of the vehicle and walked towards the road behind. Soon his expression changed. On the road there were trails of fresh blood, very moist, seemingly spilled not long ago, deliberately scattered out. Rushing to the front of the convoy, it was indeed the same. Xiao was most sensitive to blood, and with his ability he sensed the blood immediately changing his expression. It's human blood. What a ruthless group. Xiao's face darkened. No wonder it must have been the gunfire earlier that attracted nearby survivors to gather. Some among them wanted to exterminate them and seize their supplies, so they killed a few people and dared to arrive at this intersection ahead of them, spreading blood here to lure the zombies. What a treacherous bunch. A pack of beasts, Xiao said indignantly. There's no point in talking too much. Xiao and the others must have encountered zombies as well. We can't just sit here and wait. Who knows how many zombies they've lured over? What if thousands of zombies come? Our entire convoy could be wiped out. Xiao stood up, his gaze sharp. Wei Ziqing. Wei Ziqing immediately ran to Xiao. What are your orders? Bring everyone and open fire charge through the front. No matter how many zombies are piled up ahead, we can only choose one path. We can't wait until we are surrounded on all sides, or it will be impossible to escape. Xiao finally said earnestly, do not save bullets. If necessary, use explosives to clear the way. The convoy must break through that road within 10 minutes. Wei Ziqing nodded heavily, turning back to shout. Drivers, keep the vehicles steady and speed up. The rest of you grab your weapons and follow me to the front. Yes. A dozen team members, each holding a gun with 2 grenades in their pockets, rushed forward, firing rapidly at the zombies ahead. The firepower of the dozens of guns instantly took down the first row of swaying zombies ahead. The zombies behind, hearing the gunfire, fixed their rotting eyes on them, shrieking and rushing over. Xiao also grabbed a submachine gun, loaded a belt of ammunition, and began firing wildly at the front. Behind a building not far from Xiao's convoy, more than 40 people lay in ambush, each holding a gun, but just the most ordinary handguns glaring at the front. Seeing Xiao so decisively charging down a path, one of the burly men frowned. This won't do. They will soon break through. Where are the people from the Black Fox base? How has Xiao Hongwei arranged things? Can they stop these people? One of the younger brothers immediately said, we just contacted them. They are all set up, and the two ability users from Black Fox have blocked all the roads ahead. Mr. Xiao is personally guarding there. There are still over 3,000 zombies waiting for them ahead. When they tire out, the two ability users will launch a sneak attack. Mr. Xiao also asked me to inform you that this cannot fail here otherwise. The younger brother's face showed difficulty. Say it. The burly man barked fiercely. He said if this batch of military supplies gets away, we won't be able to mix in the east of the city. The burly man immediately cursed, damn it. Xiao Hongwei, that son of a bitch, relying on having two ability users, dares to shit on my head. He doesn't think what was he before the apocalypse started. Without me clearing the way, he wouldn't even be a fart of a big boss. His companions hurriedly advised, Xiao Hongwei is indeed overstepping, but we really can't compare to them right now. If those two ability users are sent out, we will be finished. Let's endure for now, and when we have the opportunity to hijack a vehicle, let's hide more weapons. Xiao Hongwei can't possibly know what weapons and how many there are in the vehicles. When the time comes, how much we hand over won't be our concern. Once we have more people moving to the south of the city, what can he? I heard there is a base over there with considerable strength and 4 ability users. They are much stronger than Xiao Hongwei. If we bring weapons and equipment to join them, they won't treat us poorly. Despite the powerful firepower of Wei Zicheng and the others with Su Xiao's assistance, it still took them 9 minutes to eliminate all the zombies. However, looking into the distance where more zombies loomed ahead, Su Xiao's expression did not improve in the slightest. He knew that there were even more zombies waiting for them up ahead. Turning to look back, the zombie horde behind was getting closer now, within 300 meters, moving into view. Where are Chao Xian and the others? Why haven't they arrived yet? Xiaoyang, now part of the group, asked anxiously. Su Xiao's eyes flickered as he replied, they must be in trouble. Can you command them, Xiaoyang? Su Xiao's gaze fixed on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang glanced at the team ahead and nodded firmly. No problem, I used to be an instructor. Good, lead the convoy forward with caution. We must be alert for ambushes ahead. There may even be ability users lurking. We can afford to move a bit slower as long as we don't let the zombies catch up. I will go find them and clear the way for you. This is a walkie-talkie. Su Xiao tossed him a walkie-talkie, his voice serious. If anything happens, ask me immediately. All right. Xiao Yang was experiencing true command in a life-and-death battle for the first time, feeling a surge of emotions within him. Su Xiao turned and jumped out of the vehicle, sprinting toward the left fork in the road, moving as swiftly as Lu Xiang in a 100-meter hurdle. Xiao Yang picked up binoculars to observe ahead, and when he saw the densely packed wave of corpses, his face turned pale with shock. But he restrained his unease, scanning the surroundings. Soon he noticed the blocked vehicles and 2 windows on either side of the street that had just opened, a vague judgment forming in his mind. Su Xiao quickly heard gunfire ahead. This was a residential area, and gunfire was erupting from the buildings on both sides. They were engaged in a gunfight. Indeed, someone was blocking the road, waiting for Su Xiao and the others to arrive. And even further away, there was a suddenly raised dirt wall on the road between the 2 neighborhoods, and faintly the howls of zombies could be heard from the other side. Earth Element ability user. Su Xiao immediately recognized that this dirt wall was the work of an Earth Element ability user and could not have been constructed suddenly. A 4-meter wide road and a 2-meter-high dirt wall would take at least 2 hours to create, even for a first-tier ability user, which coincided perfectly with the time they had just entered the guard team. These people must have planned this from the beginning, targeting us as soon as we arrived. But why are they targeting us? Could it be that they knew there were a large number of weapons there, but couldn't forcibly access them, and realizing I could reach this batch of weapons, they began to set up traps upon seeing me? Then why don't they just storm in and force Xiaoyang to hand over the weapons? Su Xiao's mind was gradually piecing together their intentions, yet numerous doubts remained. This mastermind was indeed very clever, calculating everything meticulously. It must be the same on the west side. There were surely people there blocking as well. The roads on both sides were sealed with abilities blocking the zombies and laying an ambush. If they could take care of this group, they would deal with them on the spot. If they couldn't, getting crushed by them would mean breaking the dirt wall, allowing the zombies to disrupt the situation and escape amidst the chaos. Furthermore, recalling the trail of blood from their path and the ever-encroaching horde of zombies ahead, this mastermind had been plotting for quite some time. Su Xiao couldn't think of who it could be during this period in his past life who in Donghai City could pull off such a scheme. Wait a moment. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Su Xiao, and he thought of someone. This is indeed something he could pull off. What a narrow road for enemies. If it's really you, I won't be able to let you live long this time. A ruthless gleam flickered in Su Xiao's eyes. However, one thing the opponent surely did not expect was that he was intercepting Su Xiao, the user of blood control abilities. Blood control abilities may not harm zombies significantly, at least in the early stages, but for living beings, it was the perfect killing ability. Su Xiao dashed forward. Upon hearing footsteps, both sides momentarily ceased firing, and when Su Xiao arrived, the left building immediately opened fire on him without hesitation. Su Xiao understood exactly where the enemies were. His form flickered like a wraith as he dodged in place, and in an instant his blood boiled. Blood control ability activate. Su Xiao's perception instantly expanded to the buildings on either side. The people inside the buildings appeared in his mind like thermal imaging, moving like snakes. 13 individuals on the left were hiding in various positions on the first and second floors. They thought they were well hidden and could escape in time, even if someone charged in. Unfortunately, with a thought, Su Xiao seemed to be manipulating something from a distance. Simultaneously, the 10 or so people hiding in the room suddenly screamed in agony. I feel so uncomfortable, my body hurts so much. They felt their blood flowing at an accelerated rate, the normal flow speed seeming to have been pressed on fast forward with their blood in a state of bursting. Due to the excessively high blood flow rate, their faces turned pale. Oh, I'm in so much pain. My veins. They are about to explode. Oh. Soon one after another the capillaries in their bodies ruptured, and the arteries burst open, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. One by one their faces turned dark purple, and they died tragically with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Soon all of them perished. Ordinary people could not withstand Su Xiao's abilities. Ability users also needed to activate their own defensive measures to block Su Xiao's blood manipulation within his perception range. This was Su Xiao's method of killing. His abilities might not be the best against zombies, but when it came to humans and other living beings, they were absolutely lethal. Hey, why has the gunfire on the opposite side stopped? Xiao Xian and the others hiding in the house were astonished. Look, the leader is walking over confidently, and the others aren't responding. A group of them hesitated about whether to go out, worried about being attacked if they did. All right, come out, it's safe now. Su Xiao called out to them. Only then did a crowd rush out. Did the people on the opposite side really die? How could that be? Leader, you haven't even gone inside. Xiao Xian was somewhat incredulous. Su Xiao smiled and said, or do you want to go in and take a look? No need for that. Su Xiao said coldly. All right, let's hurry to support. There may still be ambushes ahead of the convoy. Quickly catch up to provide assistance, and when we reach that fork in the road, clear the zombies there. I will check on the situation with Zhou Tong's team. Xiao Xian immediately agreed. Su Xiao dashed back to the fork in the road. Indeed, the zombies from behind had already caught up. Seeing Su Xiao, they immediately swarmed towards him. Su Xiao had no time to care, rushing forward and casually slaying a few, then moving toward the other side. As Su Xiao expected, the path to the right met the same fate. However, as soon as Su Xiao stepped in, he saw the flickering gunfire ahead and the rampant hordes of zombies. Evidently, the team led by Zhou Tong was even more ferocious. Sensing they were outmatched, they directly breached the earthen wall, allowing the zombies to create chaos. Without a second thought, Su Xiao charged forward. These lowly zombies crumbled like ants beneath the light of his. Su Xiao's figure weaved through the throngs of zombies, his blade flashing as it severed the corpses of the undead. The stench of decay and the splattered rotten brain matter filled the streets, adding an even stronger air of death to the surroundings. It's the leader. In the encirclement of corpses, Zhou Tong and his team were instantly filled with excitement. Quick, let's assist the leader. Zhou Tong ferociously smashed the heads of several approaching zombies and led his team towards Su Xiao. With only a few hundred zombies, they were quickly slaughtered under the gunfire of Su Xiao and his team. Where are the ambushers? Su Xiao scanned the surroundings, but sensed no other life forms. They must have fled amidst the chaos. When the zombies surged, we had no time to notice them. Zhou Tong replied somewhat sheepishly. Su Xiao slightly nodded. He had originally planned to capture a live one for questioning, but now he couldn't afford to think about that. Hurry back to the team. Yes. The convoy led by Xiao Yang finally faced a crisis. Originally, Xiao Yang had instructed everyone to prepare grenades ready to blast through the sea of corpses ahead. At that moment, chaotic shouts came from the rear vehicle. Xiao Yang suddenly turned around, jumped out of the front vehicle and shouted, "What's going on?" He didn't need an answer, he could already see it. Dozens of people were charging toward the rear vehicle, engaging in a furious gunfight with the 2 guards. Screams erupted from within the vehicle, indicating someone had been shot. Since both Xiao Xian and Zhou Tong's teams had been redirected, only 23 people remained in the convoy, scattered across 8 vehicles, barely sufficient. Each vehicle could only have 1 or 2 guards besides the driver. At this moment, those attackers clearly started their assault from the furthest vehicle from the front. A massive group surged toward the convoy, attempting to hijack it. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out. The convoy belongs to us. A burly man with a bushy beard shouted fiercely. His subordinates rushed toward the various vehicles. As they engaged in close quarters combat inside, Xiao Yang's veins bulged. He hadn't expected this turn of events and urgently shouted, "Accelerate the convoy, shake them off." The remaining guards hold on, deploy tear gas. The last 3 vehicles were empty, meant for transporting members, of precaution left by Su Xiao, which indeed proved useful. As tear gas canisters were thrown one by one, a cloud of smoke instantly enveloped the convoy. Cough, cough. Damn it. Hold on, shoot the tires, force the convoy to stop. The burly man glared at the dozen or so minions who had climbed onto the back two vehicles while the convoy began to speed away, growing increasingly distant. He roared in frustration. "Get down." The tires of the back two vehicles were shot out, causing the vehicles to skid on the road and crash into a nearby building amidst the driver's frantic screams. Rat-a-tat. The guards in the front vehicle fired wildly at the approaching attackers. With the convoy accelerating, those behind had no time to cling on, being violently thrown off or riddled with bullets. "Don't worry about the rear vehicles. What I need to do is ensure the safety of this batch of supplies." Xiao, realizing the harshness of the apocalypse, gritted his teeth and said. He mourned for the guards of the last two vehicles, but he couldn't afford to lose big for a small loss. Let those people shout angrily at the empty vehicles. Bastard. A bunch of treacherous scoundrels. The burly man turned pale with rage upon seeing the empty cargo area. In an attempt to hijack the convoy, he lost 8 brothers and had 5 or 6 injured, only to end up with 2 empty vehicles. The injured fighters were brutally dragged out and thrown onto the ground. The burly man slapped the person hard several times, nearly knocking him unconscious. Then he roared, "Where are the supplies?" Though terrified, the man understood he was doomed and trembled as he sneered, "A bunch of fools. The supplies are in the front vehicles. Go eat shit." Bang! Before he finished speaking, the burly man shot through his forehead, and he collapsed, eyes wide open. But this was unavoidable. He knew that these vehicles were all filled with weapons, and that the best way to stop the entire convoy was from the front, but he simply didn't dare. There were 7 or 8 automatic rifles there, and they would be shooting targets. Damn it! The burly man kicked the corpse fiercely as his long-held ambition crumbled, and he could only retreat in shame. He still had some sense. Knowing that Su Xiao's 2 teams were about to catch up, staying was tantamount to waiting for death. After shaking off that group, everyone, including Xiao, fell into silence. The 2 rear vehicles were minor losses, having lost 4 brothers, which left everyone feeling heavy-hearted. After all, they had been living together for several days. How could there be no feelings at all? Everyone, don't lose heart. Ahead, more challenges await us. Leader Su Xiao should be able to catch up soon. Everyone needs to lift their spirits. Xiao said with a serious expression. He glanced at Wei Zicheng and said, "Mr. Wei, we need to change the convoy formation. There shouldn't be any pursuers behind. Move the 2 empty vehicles to the front of the convoy, and everyone prepare grenades, smoke bombs, and tear gas. Check your equipment. Alright, I'll guard the back." In front of the convoy, a sea of corpses loomed ominously before everyone. The densely moving zombies sent chills down everyone's spine, and among the horde there were several particularly striking tall figures. These were power-type zombies. There were as many as 3. One of them was particularly dark, its body black as iron, its eyes no longer grayish-white, but tinged with a faint black, staring straight ahead, while occasionally letting out a roar. Kill. Once within shooting range, the convoy began firing again. Yet Xiao's heart was filled with uncertainty. While shooting, his gaze incessantly wandered, scanning the sea of corpses around. He couldn't believe that the other side had amassed so many zombies just to obstruct them. Over 3,000 zombies. Initially, the firepower of the group was indeed incredibly effective. Zombies fell in rows like wheat being harvested. Yet even as the zombies piled up, they seemed trivial, merely peeling off a layer of skin from a thick wall, as more zombies continued to trample over their fallen comrades, advancing swiftly. The safe distance was being continuously compressed. They were on the verge of breaking through the initial safety distance of 50 meters. Deploy grenades. The convoy no longer dared to advance. The sea of corpses would immediately engulf them. Xiao had no choice but to decide to hold their ground here, solving the zombie problem first. Several boxes of grenades were moved to the tops of the vehicles and thrown into the sea of corpses. Boom. The terrifying explosion instantly flipped over more than 20 zombies nearby. The effect was immeasurably greater than gunfire. Yet it only impacted this massive horde for a brief moment. The zombies behind quickly filled the gap. The combat team, accustomed to facing at most 600 or 700 zombies, truly experienced despair at this moment. The tide of over 3,000 zombies surged like a wave in the sea, and they were merely a rock at the edge of the wave, ready to be submerged at any moment. Su Xiao looked down at the corpse on the ground, his expression dark and somber. The convoy ahead must have been attacked. I wonder how they are doing now. The tires have all been shot out. Chao Xian and Zhou Tong said angrily. The convoy is fine. A group of people attempted to ambush it from the rear, but they only managed to intercept 2 empty vehicles. Their strength is not very strong. It seems that those sent to deal with us are indeed a coalition from more than one nearby gathering. Su Xiao said in a deep voice. Chao Xian asked in surprise, "How does the leader know that the ambushers are not very strong?" Su Xiao snorted coldly. If they had the strength, they wouldn't have attacked from the back of the convoy. Instead, they would have used all means to force us to stop. "Oh, go ahead, you all keep up. Su Xiao, still worried about the situation ahead, left those words and dashed off. His speed was unmatched by Chao Xian and the others, allowing him to quickly catch up and maintain the overall. Su Xiao's current strength had already reached the pinnacle of the second stage. This journey had also yielded quite a number of first and second stage crystals, and after returning, he would rapidly break through to the third stage. Lacking strength was still Su Xiao's shortcoming. Otherwise, if he could condense the blood pool within his body and have stronger offensive and defensive capabilities, he would no longer fear bullets, and these people would hardly be able to stop him. Hurry! The zombies are less than 30 meters away from us. Xiao Yang exclaimed anxiously. The tide of thousands of zombies was truly terrifying. Even standing still for the others to shoot at them would take a while, let alone when they were moving at high speed. The bombs blasted gaps into the road ahead, making it difficult for the zombie horde to advance. Many people fell into the bomb craters and were trampled to death by the zombies behind. However, this also blocked the convoy's path forward. Even if they managed to kill all the zombies later, they wouldn't be able to proceed. At this moment, Xiao Yang was solely focused on how to eliminate these zombies. Ordinary zombies were manageable, but there were a few terrifying behemoths among the horde. Bullets striking them only made them roar in response, proving to be of little use. The zombie with black iron-colored skin in the middle was even more horrifying. The stray bullets from the crowd merely ricocheted off it, leaving only a series of dents, as if they had struck a steel plate. Is that a second-stage power-type zombie? It's terrifying. Many veteran members had witnessed Su Xiao and others defeat second-stage poisonous explosion zombies. Although it was difficult, they had managed to do so relatively smoothly, and thus they were somewhat dismissive of this higher-tier evolved zombie. However, at this moment, with no other ability users in the team aside from Su Xiao, they finally realized the terror of this zombie. Only ability users could effectively harm it. Ordinary bullets striking them were practically child's play. As these few zombies grew enraged, they forcefully pushed through the surrounding zombies and charged towards the convoy. Hold the line. We must not let them get any closer. Bring the armor-piercing rounds. Xiao Yang stood on top of the vehicle, frantic, as if he were a grasshopper in a steamer. At that moment, among the horde ahead, 5 or 6 lizard-like humanoid monsters suddenly burst forth, crawling on all fours and rapidly approaching the convoy. It's a speed-type zombie. Focus fire on them. Wei Zicheng and the others were well aware of the horror of these creatures. They were even more feared than the power-type zombies. They had lost 2 brothers back when they encountered 2 or 3 speed-type zombies. They had been killed almost instantly without any chance to fight back. If it hadn't been for the leader maintaining control and single-handedly holding back the zombies, they would have had no opportunity to kill them at all. The guns of the crowd immediately turned towards them, opening fire frantically. The foremost speed-type zombie was shot into a sieve, and after crawling a few meters due to inertia, it finally fell to the ground lifeless. The few zombies behind took advantage of the opportunity to close in even faster. Ultimately, 3 were killed, while 1 closed in to less than 8 meters from the convoy. After 2 or 3 seconds of running this, B1 leaped up, landing on the roof of the foremost empty vehicle. Xiao Yang fired several shots at its head, but it deftly evaded them, its decayed eyes fixating on Xiao Yang, and the twisted crawling posture sent a chill from his feet to the top of his head. Roar! The speed-type zombie suddenly lunged at Xiao Yang. In a moment of crisis, the instinct for survival and years of training kicked in, and Xiao Yang dodged just in time to avoid a fatal blow. He then kicked it in anger, sending B1 tumbling off the vehicle's roof, and he stood there panting heavily, his heart racing, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He had come dangerously close to death. At this moment, Xiao Yang finally realized what strange and terrifying monsters had been born in this apocalypse. How could ordinary people find a way to survive? This zombie was also ultimately killed by others' focused fire. However, because of the delay caused by these speed-type zombies, the tide of zombies surged forward by 10 meters, bringing them less than 20 meters from the convoy. The terrifying tide of zombies was now right before their eyes. The few larger-type zombies finally began to display their might. They casually picked up a zombie, and with a roar hurled it towards the vehicles. One team member, frightened, hurriedly tried to dodge, but slipped and fell from the roof of the vehicle, breaking his leg lying on the ground, while looking at the distant horde in horror, screaming in despair. The fear within this small base team reached its peak at this moment. Even Wei Zicheng was trembling slightly. Everyone wanted to turn and run. What are you waiting for? Kill them. At this critical moment, Xiao Yang yelled angrily at the group. They no longer dared to overthink, opening fire madly at the horde. 2 machine guns were also mounted on the roof. With the support of the machine guns, the terrifying gunfire instantly cleared a large swath of the approaching horde. Courage filled everyone's hearts once more. However, at that moment, a team member was suddenly shot in the head. He fell from the vehicle. Everyone was stunned. But Xiao Yang growled, "There's a sniper. Quick, get out of the vehicle." Everyone fight on the ground, using the vehicles as cover. Xiao Yang's cold sweat soaked through his clothes. After 7 or 8 years in the military, he had been on missions to capture criminals and faced off against criminals, but he had never encountered such a difficult battle. With enemies attacking from all sides, fearlessly charging zombies and ambushers targeting the convoy, they faced thousands of unending zombies ahead, and unknown snipers lurking somewhere surrounded by foes, humans and zombies jointly hunting them down. In such a scene, he couldn't help but feel a hint of despair. Now he truly understood why Xiao fought desperately to come from the outskirts of the city to take these weapons from them, preferring to take them all at once rather than transport them in batches. Without powerful strength, one could only await death in such a chaotic and desperate era. Even while outputting firepower from behind the vehicle, everyone was still frightened, because they did not know when the next bullet would land on someone's head among them. Everyone was filled with fear, thinking of how to escape. Even Wei Ziqing, the captain appointed by Xiao, was hesitating. On a rooftop of a building 2 kilometers away from the convoy, a man lay motionless, peering through the scope of his rifle at the distant vehicles, searching for an opening. "Bad news, sir. Our target appears to have a highly experienced combatant. After I eliminated one of them, they immediately repositioned their machine gun emplacement to ground level, using 2 vehicles for cover and erecting a makeshift firing position with metal crates ahead. I can no longer get clean shots." The sniper spoke. Behind him, a man sat calmly on a chair atop the roof, frowning upon hearing the report. He was impeccably dressed in a charcoal gray Armani suit and smoked a cigarette in silence. At his back stood over a dozen men, standing guard in disciplined silence. "Keep probing for weaknesses and fully leverage your ability," the man said coolly. The sniper fell silent. His ability was dynamic perception, a trait shared by flies and dragonflies, whose compound eyes fragment motion into countless discrete frames, enabling instantaneous tracking. To such creatures, even the swiftest human movement appears dramatically slowed. Hence why it is nearly impossible for us to swat a fly hovering beside us. His ability allowed him to mentally decelerate battlefield time, rendering every detail vividly within his mind. He had not been a sniper before, but upon awakening this power, he became peerless among marksmen. "Sir, this stalemate cannot last. Even if they cannot fully eliminate the zombies, they could simply turn and flee. Shall we initiate our operation?" Someone whispered to the man. "No rush," he replied. He exhaled a slow, perfect smoke ring and spoke coldly. "So long as they fail to leave the city today, I will claim at least a portion of that military cargo. We wait until they are exhausted. If they attempt escape, so much the better. The moment they expose themselves again, let Zhou Chong eliminate several key figures, especially their commander. Then that cargo will be ours without question. What if their reinforcements arrive? Especially their leader. He seems to be an exceptionally powerful ability." The man remained silent for a long moment, then said quietly, "Have Lu Chong prepare. If the zombie horde is wiped out before their reinforcements arrive, he must instantly erect earthen walls to seal off their retreat and finish them swiftly. Otherwise we forfeit everything." "Understood." The man's gaze pierced the distance, calm, unblinking, devoid of sorrow or joy. At last the massive figures drew near the convoy. One fell instantly under machine gun fire. Another slammed its fist into the front of a vehicle, the entire hood crumpling inward like wet clay. "We must destroy them now. The zombie horde has dwindled to fewer than 1,000. Xiao stared grimly at the hulking beasts. Both machine guns swung toward them, unleashing torrents of fire. 3 of the giants staggered forward only 3 meters before collapsing, flesh torn away in chunks by relentless gunfire. A 4th met the same fate, yet the one with obsidian black skin stood unmoved. Even heavy machine gun rounds struck its body with sharp cracks, barely piercing its hide before lodging deep within its muscle, failing to penetrate further. The assault only ignited its fury. It raised its arm and smashed its fist into the cab of a truck. A horrifying sight unfolded. The entire front end collapsed inward as though molded from soft clay. "We're doomed. If bullets can't pierce it, what hope do we have?" A voice wailed in despair. Even Xiao fell silent. The colossal figure loomed less than 10 meters away. Each thunderous step reverberated like a hammer blow against their very hearts, shaking their resolve to its core. "I'll handle them." A cold, familiar voice rang out behind them. Heads snapped up, just in time to see a figure leap across vehicle roofs, landing gracefully amid the zombie ranks. Blades spun. Within an instant, every zombie in the surrounding circle lay severed. It was Xiao. His eyes locked onto the towering beast, gleaming with predatory excitement. "Another Tier 2 zombie. Its crystal belongs to me." Clutching his blade, Xiao charged at B2. The behemoth turned fury, twisting its features, and hurled a fist larger than a sack toward him, only for Xiao to slip aside with feline grace, slashing deep into its forearm. The monstrous force shattered the edge of his greatsword, but simultaneously severed the arm clean from its ruler. A2 shrieked, a sound raw with agony. Unlike ordinary zombies, it retained partial neural sensation. This was its first experience of true pain. The searing loss sent it spiraling into blind, ravenous rage. It lunged at Xiao with startling agility. He evaded effortlessly, then vaulted upward, driving a devastating kick into its chest that sent B2 stumbling backward. "Die!" Crimson flooded Su Xiao's eyes. He was no brute force ability user, blood manipulation held little effect on A2, since only Tier 3 or higher zombies developed functional flesh and circulatory systems. Yet Su Xiao's ability possessed a unique paradox against lower-tier zombies. It rendered him virtually powerless, forcing him to rely solely on martial prowess. But the more evolved and biologically refined a zombie became, the more profoundly his ability disrupted its physiology. Once known as the Blood Sovereign, Su Xiao ruled alone, unlike other sovereign-class beings who commanded vast factions. Yet no high-tier zombie dared provoke him. To kill him brought no advantage, only brutal, humiliating defeat. Even sovereign-level zombies were not fools. Now he activated his blood fury technique. His veins surged with heat, flooding his limbs with boundless strength as though injected with a supreme enhancement serum. His eyeballs reddened, glowing with a feral crimson light, inhuman savage like a beast wearing human skin. In his hand appeared an exquisitely crafted short blade. Forged with diamond-tipped edges, it was an emergency replacement hastily assembled by the forging division. Indestructible, precise, lethal. Su Xiao could not rely on fists alone. With a muffled thunderclap, he drove his foot into the ground and launched himself skyward, plunging the blade deep into B2's skull. Diamond hardness fused with his explosive might, piercing the beast's dense cranium in an instant. B2 flailed wildly, swinging fists in blind fury. Su Xiao released the blade, yanking it free with centrifugal force, and danced aside with effortless grace. B2 clutched its head, vision dimming, emitting a guttural, furious growl, before crashing lifelessly to the earth. A Tier 2 zombie fell before Su Xiao in a single exchange. Without pause, he surged deeper into the horde, blood rage still burning, crimson eyes scanning the tide of undead, short blade flashing forward once more. Though less convenient than his greatsword, his speed and strength more than compensated. The short blade sliced through the ranks like a razor-thin line of death, tracing a perfect arc around the charging zombies as he ran. Only after Su Xiao moved on did their severed heads tumble like loose footballs, rolling across the pavement, some trampled underfoot by newly arriving zombies, causing one to slip and crash face first, only to be overrun instantly by the surging tide. Su Xiao swiftly pierced through the zombies at the forefront, clearing a safe distance of 10 meters around the convoy. As Su Xiao arrived, the crowd regained their confidence, and Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. Witnessing Su Xiao slay the terrifying giant zombie that even a machine gun couldn't harm in just a few seconds shocked everyone in the team. They were all newcomers and had hardly witnessed Su Xiao's abilities, but at this moment his strength reshaped their. The zombies that bullets couldn't kill fell to a single strike from Su Xiao. Amidst the surging tide of corpses, 700 or 800 zombies were swiftly dispatched by Su Xiao, wielding a short knife slicing through them, as if harvesting chives. Almost every second 4 or 5 zombies were slain. Moreover, Su Xiao seemed to favor beheading. With a small dagger, he created a sensation akin to shaving fun as heads rolled off the zombies' necks with unparalleled smoothness, smoother than cutting vegetables. So strong, so impressive. This is the true strength of our leader. The leader is simply not human. He is a god. It's terrifying. The leader kills zombies without even a hint of emotion, so effortlessly. If he were to kill us, it would be like playing. The crowd was so shocked that they trembled as they spoke. Their awe for Su Xiao transformed directly into admiration and faith. In a moment of impending doom, the leader effortlessly turned the tide. The terrifying horde of zombies seemed like a bunch of little chicks waiting to be slaughtered before him. The leader was the merciless butcher. While the crowd cheered for Su Xiao, the people at the Black Fox base on the distant rooftop were utterly stunned. Sir, their leader has arrived. Sir, their leader is heading straight for that second-tier zombie. My heavens. He only has a small short knife? Sir, that zombie is fighting him and has been stabbed through the head. The composed man, upon hearing the sniper's astonished report, could no longer sit still and took the binoculars. Upon seeing Su Xiao's terrifying slaughter speed akin to a battlefield butcher and the rapidly dwindling number of corpses, the Black Fox leader's expression changed like the weather, silently staring into the distance for a long time. His face shifted between shock, fear, and gloom. Retreat quickly. Notify the others to leave swiftly. The plan to rob supplies has failed. The man immediately commanded, simultaneously grabbing a coat from someone beside him and putting it on in haste. As a fellow ability user, how can he be so strong? The young sniper continued, mumbling in disbelief. Let's talk. If we don't leave, are you waiting for him to take revenge? The man's face darkened. Sir, they are questioning us. They prepared for this moment, and now you want them to retreat. We must provide an explanation. Explanation? Tell them if they want to continue chasing, feel free. I currently have no time to deal with them. The man turned and hurried toward the staircase leading down. Meanwhile, after clearing a safe distance, Su Xiao said to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, continue to eliminate the remaining zombies, and then you can proceed on your journey. In a few minutes, Chao Xian and the others should meet up with you. Xiao Yang nodded solemnly, then curiously asked, what about you, leader? Su Xiao replied expressionlessly. Others have delivered a grand gift to us. How can I not return the favor? Xiao immediately understood Su Xiao's meaning and smiled. Rest assured, I will be more careful with the team. Su Xiao casually grabbed a submachine gun and a few grenades from the truck and dashed off into the distance. At the same time, the man known as the Black Fox boss quickly descended to the ground, coldly ordering the dozens of subordinates waiting below, "Quick! Everyone retreat." The subordinates looked puzzled, but seeing the man's expression, no one dared to question him. "Boss, what about the gasoline?" Before the subordinates were 3 barrels of gasoline, which they had meticulously prepared as a final gift for the convoy. It would only be used in dire situations, as the munitions were flammable and explosive. They had intended to destroy it if it couldn't be obtained. A glint passed through the man's eyes as he cruelly instructed, "Leave it on the road." Although the subordinates did not understand the meaning, they still placed it on the highway. "Go." The man did not say another word and surged towards the small alleys of the distant urban area. For minutes after the group left, Su Xiao arrived at the building's lower level. Xiao said the best shooting point is nearby. Su Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion. He did not sense any human blood fluctuations within 50 meters around him. But then he thought of something, and his brow relaxed, revealing a hint of a smirk. He realized that the sniper must have seen his earlier battle. That person was indeed clever and had fled early. "Just because you ran away, do you think I can't catch up to you?" Su Xiao scanned the footprints around and quickly locked onto the direction to pursue. In the alley, a group of people encountered zombies, but dared not fire. They silently dispatched them with cold weapons. "All right, we should be safe from this distance. He can't possibly have a nose sharper than a dog." The Black Fox leader revealed a calm expression. However, for safety's sake, he did not go upstairs, but stayed on the first floor, while his subordinates quietly observed outside. Yet within 2 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Su Xiao scanned his surroundings carefully, sensing the blood fluctuations nearby. Just then, he suddenly looked towards a window of a residential building. The 2 people peering out the window were terrified by the intensity of Su Xiao's gaze fixed on their direction, nearly losing their wits. "Leader, not good. It seems he has discovered us." One person trembled as he spoke to Mr. Black Fox. "Impossible. Could it be?" The man initially denied it, but then a hint of shock appeared on his face. Could his ability possess some kind of tracking capability? Smell footprints, or some sort of radar-like detect? The more the man thought about it, the more cold sweat he broke out. In the apocalypse, strange abilities could emerge, just like the dynamic capture and earth element control of his subordinates. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. Su Xiao quickly fixed his eyes on that apartment building. The perception of blood abilities spread out, and in an instant the sense of 7 individuals reached his nostrils. Closing his eyes, he visualized the trajectories of those few crimson bodies moving. Why are there only 7 people? Su Xiao pondered for a moment. So that's it, truly cunning. Abandoning the vehicle to protect the core, aiming for a stable victory, it must be you. Su Xiao had roughly identified the core figure behind this ambush. This way of operating, combined with the location of Donghai City, reminded him of a rival he had battled fiercely with in his past life, when he was weak. "Xiao Hongwei, is that you?" Su Xiao murmured softly, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. A wave of ability fluctuations emanated from Su Xiao. A series of screams echoed from within the building. Until there was complete silence, Su Xiao's fluctuations of ability finally ceased. Shaking his head, he did not pursue further, but for safety's sake, he entered the residential building. Upon seeing the 7 corpses at the window, to avoid revealing his true strength, Su Xiao piled them together, went to the window, pulled out a hand grenade, tossed it inside, and turned to leave. The convoy quickly advanced onto the road ahead, where in the distance a figure crouched atop a tall building, holding its breath as it focused on the approaching convoy. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The sniper switched to a crossbow with the arrowhead wrapped in a layer of fuel cloth. He ignited it with a lighter, eagerly watching the convoy in the distance, itching to take action. As soon as the convoy came within 5 meters, he would ignite the pile of gasoline, ensuring the complete destruction of the convoy. But just then the intercom crackled to life. "Zhou Chong, are you there?" The sniper immediately replied, "Yes. Boss, I was just about to fire. Cease all action and retreat cautiously. I will be waiting for you at headquarters." A deep voice came from the other end. Zhou Chong was stunned. How could the leader just abandon such a close opportunity? They were destined to lose this batch of supplies, and it would be better to destroy it, making it hard for those people as well. "Leader, are you sure? Are you questioning me?" A cold voice came from the phone. Zhou Chong shivered, and quickly he hurriedly packed away his weapon and stealthily left the shooting point. Su Xiao was unaware that his ferocity had instilled immense fear in the enemy, who even canceled a plan capable of annihilating his convoy out of fear of retaliation. He opened the intercom and called out, "Xiao, are you there?" "Yes, leader. The convoy has passed West City Bridge and is heading towards the suburban road." "Where are you, leader?" Su Xiao nodded and said, "That's good to hear. I will head over immediately." He took one last look around, rummaged through the pile of vehicles, and pulled out a motorcycle. After trying to start it, he succeeded and rode off. He had already determined who his opponent was this time. Xiao Hongwei, the CEO of Xiao Technology before the apocalypse, who also managed 2 high-end clubs, a very shrewd businessman. Before the apocalypse, he possessed wealth exceeding 10 billion, making him a rich man. But the reason wealthy people stay rich is their exceptionally sharp minds, especially someone like Xiao Hongwei, who built his fortune from scratch. Using his influence and resources, he quickly gathered a group of people and developed his own base, eventually becoming one of the most powerful bases in Donghai City in his past life. He was methodical and meticulous in his actions, not only swallowing numerous small surrounding bases, but also ruthlessly eliminating powerful subordinates who refused to obey him, making him a notorious warlord. It was only after Su Xiao became the Blood Emperor that this individual was captured and imprisoned by opposing forces during a dispute with the military, never to be heard from again. Xiao Hongwei, it's not yet time for me to deal with you. You are still too weak. What's the harm in giving you some time? Su Xiao smiled. As an old acquaintance and past adversary, Su Xiao couldn't bear to crush him just as he emerged from the novice village. Currently, Xiao Hongwei posed no threat to Su Xiao. Let's see in this lifetime whether I become stronger, or if you Xiao Hongwei can turn the tables while I know all you. Half an hour later, Su Xiao caught up to the convoy and boarded the command vehicle ahead. Xiaoyang, you did very well this time. Thanks to your quick thinking, the convoy wasn't scattered in panic when faced with the zombies. When we return to the base, I'll commend you. Su Xiao earnestly praised. Xiaoyang, however, felt a bit embarrassed and replied, no, if you hadn't arrived in time, even my adjustments wouldn't have saved the convoy. Second-tier power-type zombies are not something you can handle right now, which serves as a reminder for me. Next time we set out, I must bring 1 or 2 ability users along, otherwise if I leave, the whole situation might collapse. Su Xiao also seriously reflected on his mistakes. Ultimately, it was his negligence. He never anticipated that a group would know their objectives in advance and lay an ambush halfway. It was indeed a close call. Brief me on the specifics of the enemy. How much do you know? Xiaoyang frowned and said, the opponents are multiple factions working against us. In this area, the remaining survivors have likely formed small gathering places and united under a very clever leader who is directing from afar. The people who attacked the convoy acted recklessly. They should only be the pawns of those gathering spots. However, the sniper targeting us chose the perfect position and timing. By the way, did you notice anything about the location of that gathering point I pointed out to you? Su Xiao nodded and replied, there were many footprints. That sniper should have been hiding in a tall building with that group on the 3rd or 4th floor, or possibly the top floor. However, that location is at least 3 kilometers away from you. What kind of sniper rifle could achieve such accuracy? Su Xiao was also puzzled. He only knew Xiao Hongwei, but regarding the people under Xiao Hongwei, he truly was uncertain. At least what he knew were the people Xiao Hongwei sought later. Moreover, in this lifetime, whom he would encounter was not something Su Xiao could control. Reincarnation does not mean everything unfolds like a game replay. There are too many changes and possibilities. I don't know. Of the few sniper rifles I know that have a range exceeding 2 to 3 kilometers, they are all top-tier national weapons. There's no way they could obtain them. Ultimately, the two no longer discussed this issue. As the convoy of vehicles returned to the base, everyone gathered. Why are there so many vehicles? Did the leader bring back weapons? Li Tianxi stepped forward, filled with excitement. Yes, just in time. Tianxi, unload this batch of weapons. The third team's members were exhausted from the journey. Let them return and rest first. Li Tianxi quickly agreed, no problem. Then he led a team forward to unload the cargo. When everyone saw the thousands of firearms and boxes of ammunition being unloaded, they couldn't help but cheer with joy. This meant that the base's strength would reach a new level. Wu Qian eventually submitted the counted data to Su Xiao. 12 rocket launchers and 10 mortars were intact, classified as key strategic materials, so they immediately sent people to secure them in the storeroom. Additionally, there were over 1,000 various firearms plus 6 medium and heavy machine guns. These were large-scale weapons that required multiple people to effectively utilize, which would become the base's killing tools against zombies in the future. Moreover, ammunition consumption was quite high. The fierce fighting along the way had depleted over 4,000 rounds, which truly pained Su Xiao, mainly due to the consumption of submachine guns and machine guns. Later, 2 boxes of grenades were lost, leaving 5 boxes. The remaining weapons were intact. Su Xiao was also filled with excitement and immediately convened a leadership meeting. During the meeting, everyone listened to Su Xiao recount the hardships of the journey, all of them sweating in concern. Tang Ying even walked up to Su Xiao and said, seriously, next time I should be included. It's fine just this once, haha. Su Xiao looked at Li Tianxi, whose eyes were burning with enthusiasm, and smiled. I know you're envious of the weapons. Later, I'll take you and those under you without guns to the storeroom to collect handguns. Thank you, leader. Tang Ying, you too. Everyone in the combat team will be equipped with handguns as standard. Additionally, we found many submachine guns and machine guns this time. I plan to expand a machine gun squad. We are no longer lacking rifles. They are no longer key strategic weapons. Rifle team members will be managed by their respective team leaders, and they can apply for additional rifles. Each team must have at least 20 riflemen. The machine gun squad will temporarily consist of members from my third team. Does anyone have any objections? Xiao scanned the room, smiling widely. No, the 6 machine guns are the base's strongest group combat weapons. The leader should handle them best. With our current firepower, we don't have to fear zombies at all. Li Tianxi couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need to be too complacent. The zombies are rapidly evolving, and our firepower must keep up. I went to the urban area and discovered that first and second tier zombies have become quite common in the horde. In a group of over 1,000 zombies, at least 1 or 2 will appear along with the troublesome type zombies. Everyone needs to strengthen their training with weapons. Xiao turned to Wu Qian and said, Wu Qian, tonight have the logistics department set up a shooting range in the open space outside the villa so that the team members have a place to train. Understood. Xiao then solemnly addressed Li Tianxi and others. Training and marksmanship must be prioritized. We can't go to battle with weapons alone and lack combat effectiveness. We must strive to align ourselves with the military. By the way, allow me to formally introduce this person, Xiao. He is one of the officers guarding the stronghold and has been following me. From today, I appoint him as the military instructor for our base. In the future, everyone's marksmanship and physical training will be strictly arranged by Instructor Xiao. It was also Instructor Xiao's ability that saved the convoy this time, otherwise the third team might have collapsed. Xiao looked at Xiao with respect. Leader, I just arrived and am already assigned such a position. Xiao was somewhat at a loss. Xiao said solemnly. Instructor Xiao, you see our situation. We have complete weapons and sufficient numbers, but without systematic training we are merely a hollow paper tiger. To ensure that they remain calm and composed during a real battle and unleash their true combat effectiveness, you are the only one who can make that happen. Consider it a contribution to the development of the base, no need to decline. Xiao replied earnestly, since that's the case, I assure the leader that I will train this group well, and they will not fall short of true military soldiers. Good. Xiao then looked at Li Tianxi and Tang Ying, smiling. You heard that. Daily training will follow Instructor Xiao's guidance. Don't hold back on your people. Make it convenient for Instructor Xiao. Xiao's implication was clear. Even if Xiao did not bring people or hold real power, no one could underestimate him. I can't wait for Instructor Xiao to train them well. Instructor Xiao, I have many girls in my team, so I ask for your help. We will train alongside you. Tang Ying, she was a loyal supporter of Xiao, naturally wanting to give him face. This topic ended here. Xiao then asked Tang Ying, how is the forging team doing? The factory has started operating. At noon, team leader Lu Zhonghua told me that we can produce at least over 100 steel crossbows today, and we expect to equip everyone in the combat team with new cold weaponry within 3 days. Tang Ying replied. Xiao nodded, and then looked at Li Tianxi asking, how about the building materials? Everything is going smoothly. Today we found 2 construction sites with plenty of cement and bricks stored. I had the brothers transport them all afternoon. Kai Ming spoke up, feeling a bit embarrassed. Leader, although the materials have arrived, they are still not enough. The construction team has already started. As long as the materials keep up, we can certainly finish the outer walls within a week. Xiao smiled. Good, then let this matter be jointly managed by Tianxi and Captain Kai. If you need manpower, Team 2 under Tang Ying can be dispatched at any time. Lastly, it was Wang Feiyu from the communications team. He frowned and said, Leader, I have something to report. What is it? Xiao noticed Wang Feiyu's serious expression and couldn't help but tone down his voice. Everyone turned to look at the youngest Wang Feiyu. Today our radio finally received signals from nearby areas, but we've received some bad news. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, almost all major cities across the country have fallen. Only cities like Guanghai, Shanjing, and the sparsely populated Xihai have been managed by the military in time. Now various battle zones have been established nationwide, but our Yun province is currently in an uncontrollable area. The military in Yun province has suffered heavy losses and is currently regrouping in Kuan City to gradually provide support, while our local military in Yunhai City has encountered a rout. The military had gone to the urban area for rescue recently, but because too many people needed rescuing, they were besieged by tens of thousands of zombies, and the military was on the brink of annihilation. Over 3,000 people were killed or injured during the rescue, and they have since retreated to the Qingtian mountain range 60 kilometers outside Yun City. The bad news I need to report is that our reconnaissance team encountered refugees outside who said they saw some squads scouting less than 10 kilometers from the frozen warehouse. The supplies at the frozen warehouse might also be part of the military's campaign plan. If we don't quickly secure these supplies, we will have to surrender them, as we lack the strength to contend with the military. Xiao fell silent. Everyone immediately quieted down. Although it was said that during the nation's peril as citizens they should contribute actively, if these supplies were given to the military their base would fall into a predicament. They had yet to find a way to grow crops on contaminated land, and could only rely on stored food to survive. Allying with the military. Everyone had different thoughts. Though Xiao remained silent, he was quietly observing everyone. He knew that compared to the base's defensive construction, people were still more inclined to trust the military, and it wasn't impossible that some were even considering defecting. But only he as a reborn individual understood that while allying with the military could indeed ensure survival, it was not the Yunhai City military that could do so. Without capable individuals, they could not contend with the Sunto-merged zombie king of Yunhai City, nor could they protect the tens of thousands of refugees amidst the constantly moving zombie tide. The military does not selectively recruit talents like him. They take everyone regardless of age or gender. This would place a terrifying burden on the military. If they couldn't quickly cultivate enough capable individuals, they would be the first human gathering point the intelligent zombies of Yunhai City would seek to eliminate. As for why the intelligent zombies would want to devour human forces, because the method of their evolution is simple: by devouring humans. The more flesh and blood they consume, the faster and stronger they evolve. Thus, zombies and humans are fundamentally two extremes that cannot coexist. The zombie king would never passively watch the military grow stronger. Zombies possess a natural ability to automatically gather towards areas with abundant flesh and blood. Their instinctive intuition is terrifying, allowing them to sense living beings with blood and flesh from kilometers away. Therefore, if the Yunhai City base cannot quickly lighten its load and evacuate or rapidly grow stronger to possess the capability to fight against zombies, its fate will be the same as in the last life, being overwhelmed by countless powerful zombies and a tide of undead. Su Xiao's thoughts raced as he looked at Wang Feiyu and said, "Proactively send someone to make contact with the military. If there's a chance, I want to meet with them." Wang Feiyu looked at the leader in shock. The leader, who had always been resistant to the military, was actually proposing to contact them. "Leader, do you really want to take the initiative to contact them? Aren't you afraid the military will have designs on us?" "Don't worry, the military won't have any intentions to target us. They don't lack weapons, and the fewer people they need to support, the happier they will be. As for those supplies, they are extremely important to us, but actually insignificant to the military. A little food in a group of thousands or tens of thousands of people only lasts a few days, doesn't it? They have their own reserves." I had overlooked something in my previous thoughts. I shouldn't be wary of the military, at least not right now. Establishing a good relationship with the military will also benefit the growth and development of our base. Finally, Su Xiao fixed his gaze on Wang Feiyu and said, "Do as I say. If any patrol teams encounter military traces, bring them to see me." Wang Feiyu responded joyfully, "Understood." Everyone believed Su Xiao was wary of the army, completely indifferent to how it operated, and was always focused on developing his own forces. In the eyes of the crowd, this seemed somewhat disloyal. Although they were in distress, they were still citizens of Longhua. No one could harbor ill feelings towards the army, yet Su Xiao was the leader, and every action he took was well thought out, so no one dared to mention joining the army in his presence. After all, they were not reincarnators, and did not know that in the early days before the apocalypse, the safety of the army was worse than that of small bases. Entering it meant facing an endless onslaught of zombies. Without sufficient resources and supplies, as well as powerful ability users to deal with the formidable zombies, they would eventually be overwhelmed by the undead. Su Xiao's current thoughts aligned with the sentiments of the crowd. They felt this was a good beginning. Perhaps one day they could join the army as well. With the army's endless artillery support, what monsters could withstand such firepower? This was a very normal psychology, and Su Xiao had long anticipated that the crowd would harbor doubts and dissatisfaction regarding his deployment concerning the army. But how could Su Xiao be unaware that the Yunhai army was isolated and soon fell to powerful zombies in his past life? The reason was that they had too many people and could not contact other units for assistance, compounded by the ferocity of the zombie king Lei Xiongdong. Human forces had not yet developed, and the zombie forces overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. Moreover, there was another reason why Su Xiao despised and was unwilling to assist the Yunhai army. The Yunhai army had too many officials and their descendants, among them many with powerful backgrounds, leading to a complex web of relationships and corruption within the army. Additionally, being far from the army's leadership in Tiandu only exacerbated the unsavory events occurring within this unit. In his past life, Su Xiao had heard of the officials' offspring in the Yunhai military district who preyed on the refugees. They would secretly threaten and coerce ordinary girls raised among the refugees, hoarding weapons and forming militias to ensure their own safety, creating a chaotic environment within the army. This instinctively made Su Xiao categorize them with the great tyrants that arose during the apocalypse. Su Xiao was someone who only trusted himself and naturally would not place his hopes for a powerful future in the army. However, at this moment, he changed his mind. To grow quickly without being controlled by others, joining forces with the army was the best way. Su Xiao was unwilling to enter that so-called system. He merely needed to leverage their strength while maintaining his independence. Otherwise, he might not be able to safeguard the resources he had plundered, and he might even have to depend on others to decide what kind of crystals he could absorb in the future. Maintaining his own strength while aiding the army to a certain extent was crucial, In his past life, he never had the chance to engage with the Yunhai army before they were annihilated. In this life, he wanted to see if he could change the fate of this unit. The meeting adjourned. Everyone busied themselves with their own matters. Su Xiao hurried back to his room. His own strength was the foundation for surviving the apocalypse. Su Xiao needed to maintain his dominance in martial power to remain unbeaten. This time he obtained several second-tier crystals. Although he didn't encounter any third-tier zombies, they were enough for Su Xiao to break through to the third tier. The third tier was a watershed moment. Upon reaching this level, Su Xiao could truly be considered established in the apocalypse. As long as he kept pace with the evolution of the zombies, he was certain to return to the peak of his former empire. 3 second-tier zombie crystal nuclei, 7 first-tier zombie crystal nuclei. The first tier was not particularly useful to Su Xiao. He fully absorbed the second-tier crystals. 1 second-tier crystal could help him improve by about 10%. Su Xiao was already at a high second-tier level, so after absorbing the 3 crystals, a strong crimson light suddenly radiated from his entire body. The blood within him continuously fused with the energy of the crystals, surging and ultimately forming a void energy layer within his body. Like a crimson vortex taking shape, at the same time, Su Xiao's cells were rapidly strengthening. With each rotation of the blood-red vortex, it seemed to breathe naturally. Sweat-soaked Su Xiao's clothes, and the impurities in his body were being expelled as he grew increasingly stronger. Inside that blood-red vortex, a sound resembling hululu echoed, akin to boiling water. It seemed as if liquid was forming within. In the middle of the night, Su Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Around his body, crimson energy rippled, and his eyes glowed with a strange scarlet hue, as if magma flowed through his veins. Crimson patterns covered his entire body, creating a striking visual impact. He seemed like a humanoid demon god, fierce and domineering. After several seconds, the blood hue gradually faded. Su Xiao revealed an excited smile. I've finally broken through to the third tier. My strength has increased several times, and my existing abilities have also been enhanced. I can sense the changes within me. After this breakthrough, my physical strength has surged to a terrifying level. Su Xiao used a small knife to scratch his skin, leaving only a faint white mark. His seemingly delicate skin was incredibly tough, comparable to the defensive power of a second-tier strength-type zombie. His strength had skyrocketed to around 1,700 pounds, nearly a ton of punching power. In terms of abilities, his blood production had been enhanced. He could even control his blood from flowing out of his body with a mere movement. The 3 fundamental derived abilities of blood absorption, blood sensing, and blood manipulation had all been enhanced. Su Xiao felt his perception could extend to a radius of 200 meters. Within this range, the blood images and life forces of the living in the base manifested in his mind. He even felt that as long as he released his blood manipulation ability, he could cause anyone within the area to have their blood erupt, breaking through the skin, allowing him to absorb it with his blood absorption ability. These 3 abilities combined could allow Su Xiao to transform into a silent vampire. At this moment, he could easily siphon the blood of anyone from afar. Of course, the blood of ordinary individuals was of little use to him, at most enhancing his recovery and replenishing his blood pool. Yet the feeling of controlling life and death was immensely profound. The most significant change was the blood pool that had formed within him. This was the organ derived from his blood manipulation ability. Located below the kidneys in the dantian area, it manifested in a void state, occupying no physical space whatsoever and feeling completely unencumbered. But with this blood pool, Su Xiao could collect blood and unleash his true killing moves. With this blood pool, my blood manipulation ability will truly have power. As long as I keep the blood pool replenished, I can not only use my blood to activate the blood fury skill without consuming my own blood, but I can also use the blood from the blood pool for both offense and defense. It will be very difficult for humans to kill me. Su Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. The blood pool was one of the core functions of his blood manipulation ability. With the blood pool, he effectively gained an energy reservoir. His sustainability, combat power, and even the versatility of his attacks had achieved a leap forward because the following 2 days were remarkably stable at the base. The tasks assigned by Su Xiao were continuously improved under the diligent efforts of each team leader, and the noise from the construction team began to resonate through the villas from dawn to dusk, with the sounds of cement mixers and workers' clamor echoing from sunrise to sunset. However, the people at the base did not feel irritated by this. Instead, they were filled with even more vitality and vigor. This lively atmosphere at the base was precisely the scene they had longed for in recent days, making it resemble a true home. The outer wall was beginning to take shape. According to Su Xiao's plan, the height would first be raised on the original villa's outer wall, forming the first line of defense for the base. The height was set at 2 meters, as Su Xiao intended to build a second-floor tower and gun emplacements surrounding the wall, enabling them to fend off large hordes of zombies. In the open area outside the villa district, the foundation was being laid for a residential area. Originally, Su Xiao planned to construct a tall residential building but that would take too much time and consume a vast amount of materials and manpower. It would take no less than 6 months to complete. Would Su Xiao just pause expansion and population growth during this time? So after discussion, they decided to build a series of traditional courtyard houses, allowing for more residents to share a communal space and significantly saving on land. The main reason was that building such courtyard houses was relatively easy and the construction speed was quite fast. Thus, the 100-member construction team was split into 2 groups, with about 30 continuing to reinforce the outer wall, while the others focused entirely on building the courtyards. At this rate, not only could the outer wall be completed within a week, but the outer courtyards could also be initially established in about 10 days. To speed things up, Su Xiao had Li Tianxi transport construction materials daily, bringing back large cranes, excavators, and other equipment whenever possible. With the large machines, the construction team's speed would double. Meanwhile, teams 2 and 3 were also hard at work, training daily under Xiao Yang's guidance. Xiao Yang presented his strict training plan. Everyone was to wake up at 6 in the morning for a 5-kilometer run, followed by physical training, sit-ups and push-ups for an hour, and military posture for another hour. Then there would be an hour of shooting practice and some combat techniques, making the morning pass amid the soldiers' groans and fatigue. Su Xiao observed with satisfaction. The team had been too scattered. After training, they gained strict discipline and battle readiness, qualifying them as a true combat unit. Additionally, the 9 newly added superpowered individuals were the forces Su Xiao valued the most. Among the 9 superpowered individuals, there were 4 elemental users of wind, earth, ice, and with 2 physical strength users, and surprisingly 2 mental strength users, and 1 superpower user. The 3 Su Xiao valued the most were the 3 among them. The wood elemental user was the little girl he had specifically called out that day. Her ability was all things grow, allowing her to control the vitality of plants and accelerate their growth. This held strategic significance for Su Xiao. In her past life, he had seen this little girl a treasure in a small base, helping them cultivate a batch of crops, eliminating the vegetable shortage in that base of a few dozen people. After the apocalypse, food became the foundation for humanity's survival. Various wood elemental users were highly sought after by major bases, their status far exceeding that of ordinary superpowered individuals. As long as there were enough strong wood elemental users to improve the soil and enhance plants' immunity and genetics, the base could achieve self-sufficiency in food production in the later stages. Thus, she was immediately summoned by Su Xiao. The little girl appeared to be only 16 or 17, likely still in high school, timidly led by her father. The father and daughter faced Su Xiao with trepidation. "What is your name?" Su Xiao asked. "Meow Meow," the girl replied, looking at Su Xiao. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Your ability is very important. I have decided to create a special position for you, giving you a plot of land to cultivate some crops and see if you can grow them. How does that sound? Your temporary job is to cultivate food." Meow Meow was still quite bewildered, as her work these past days had mostly involved assisting in logistics. However, her father understood Su Xiao's intentions and excitedly said, "Thank you, leader." Meow Meow, the base's food supply is a significant issue. You now have this ability and have gained the leader's recognition. All we need to do is focus on growing vegetables for the base. Meow Meow's father hurriedly conveyed to his daughter, "Thank you, leader." Meow Meow also smiled. Su Xiao knew that the little girl did not yet fully grasp the responsibility, so he looked at her father and said, "You don't need to worry about anything, you just focus on cultivating the seeds. If any issues arise, you can contact the logistics team, Leader Wu Qian. As long as the seeds can be successfully planted, I will grant you treatment equivalent to a team leader. Not only will you have meat to eat every day, but you will also receive weekly rewards of a pack of cigarette snacks or a few cans of food. I hope you won't disappoint me." Su Xiao made his promise. Having meat every day was a significant allure. Currently, aside from leaders like Su Xiao, whether others could eat meat depended on the logistics department's arrangements. There were 1 or 2 meat meals a week, but definitely not every day. The cigarettes were a reward for Meow Meow's father, while the snacks were a way to cater to Meow Meow's youthful preferences. Such treatment was exceedingly high at the base. Meow Meow's father immediately expressed his excitement, saying, "Rest assured, leader, we will do our best at this job." After they left, Su Xiao continued to meet with the other 3 superpowered individuals. These 3 superpowered individuals were the most uniquely exceptional among the 9 selected. Emanting female, 24 years old, a mental power user with the ability illusion creation, which allows her to imagine a scene in her mind and transfer it to another person's mind, although currently it can only affect a single individual. However, if her ability to create illusions could be trained to influence multiple individuals or even large groups, it would be remarkably similar to Yu Jiaojiu's mind control. Su Xiao assigned her to Tang Ying for tactical arrangements. Yuan Jie, male, 27 years old, a mental power user with the ability mental amplification. His ability was particularly unique. While most mental power users affected or attacked others through strong psychic force, his ability could enhance others. In the past few days, it had been continuously discovered that when he activated his ability, everyone within a 5-meter radius felt their minds clearer and their thoughts more agile, as if their intelligence had suddenly increased dramatically. Yuan Jie himself was a refined young man, a graduate of Huaqing University, serving as a team leader in a company's R&D department, seemingly reserved yet obsessively passionate about research. This ability to enhance others' thinking shocked Su Xiao. While it might not be much use among ordinary people applied to research, it was akin to a human miracle. Not to mention Yuan Jie himself was a young master's degree holder. Although Su Xiao currently lacked the ability to conduct scientific research as the base expanded in the future various new weapons against zombies and improved agricultural drugs, even the enhancement agents that had appeared in the military in his past life would be ideal for specialized talents to research and hold in their hands. Yuan Jie was the talent Su Xiao admired, but for now he was not yet needed. After a brief consideration, Su Xiao assigned him to Wang Feiyu. The communications team had many tasks to handle and analyze daily, making it the most suitable position for someone who needed to think. Tong Jun, male, 21 years old, a superpower user with the ability Ghostly Form, also referred to as Phantom Body by Wu Qian. Su Xiao gazed at the young man before him, astonishment rippling across his features. As Tong Jun activated his ability, his entire body instantly transformed into a translucent jelly-like state. Not true invisibility, yet still perceptible to the naked eye as a faint ghostly silhouette. Chief, this is my ability's activated form, what I call the phantom state. You can all see me, yet you cannot touch or seize me. Tong Yu declared proudly. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, then suddenly lunged forward, hand outstretched toward Tong Yu, who stood utterly still, making no attempt to evade. Su Xiao's arm passed through Tong Yu's body with eerie ease, as though slicing through empty air, leaving not a trace of injury behind. Seeing even the chief fail to capture him, Tong Yu swelled with triumph. Well, chief, how do you like that? A flicker of smugness curled in his chest. He yearned to assert himself before Su Xiao. Su Xiao, however, paused in silence for several seconds, then let out a cold, knowing smile. Tong Yu's face contorted in sudden agony. He spat a mouthful of blood, veins erupted across his skin like taut cords, and his translucent form flickered violently, shifting erratically between substance and void, organs blinking in and out of reality. Chief, I was wrong. Realizing instantly that this was Su Xiao's doing, Tong Yu stared at the chief's calm, unruffled expression and stammered desperately for mercy. Su Xiao did not press the matter further. After all, Tong Yu was merely a newly awakened youth brimming with youth. Your ability is indeed exceptional. It can even mask your vital aura. To an ordinary person, you would be utterly undetectable. Yet my cultivation far surpasses yours. While you suppress your life signature, you do not erase it entirely. Only when you achieve absolute concealment, so complete that even I cannot sense you, will your power truly become formidable. Su Xiao clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Tong Yu, thoroughly subdued, replied anxiously, my ability lasts only about a minute. I fear it may take years before I reach the level you described. Not years. Only sufficient spirit crystals to absorb and rapidly advance. With steady progression, growth will come swiftly. Your ability is extraordinary. Add a potent defensive capability, and you could move unscathed even through hordes of undead. Cultivate it diligently. Do not squander such a rare gift. After delivering measured discipline, Su Xiao offered gentle reassurance. Yes, Chief. In truth, Tong Yu's ability was highly unusual, and Su Xiao, inwardly elated, realized he had never encountered this youth in his past life. Perhaps Tong Yu had perished before his awakening. Yet properly honed, this phantom body ability would prove unparalleled for covert assassination and decapitation strikes against zombie swarms. Zombies possessed poor vision and relied solely on scent, making them utterly incapable of detecting Tong Yu, who could thus weave freely among them before his ability expired. Should a zombie sovereign ever emerge, Tong Yu would become the ideal operative to eliminate it. Su Xiao resolved then and there to cultivate him as a priority. Moreover, as the number of awakened individuals grew, equitable allocation of resources for awakened personnel demanded urgent attention. Until now, all spirit crystals harvested from slain zombies had been centrally collected by Su Xiao. Yet to accelerate cultivators' advancement and ignite collective motivation, he deemed it time to institute a formal base-wide reward and punishment system. This posed little difficulty. Drawing upon lifetimes of experience, Su Xiao swiftly drafted the regulation document. Rather than consulting squad leaders, he entrusted Wu Qian to disseminate it throughout the base, printing copies and posting them at key locations. Base fundamental duties and reward punishment regulations. Squad leaders and base members alike paused curiously before the bulletin board whenever passing by. Every base member's fundamental duty was to conscientiously fulfill their assigned role, strictly abide by base ordinances, and remain ever ready for deployment. The reward punishment framework included not only hierarchical positions, chief and squad leaders, but also a comprehensive point-based merit system. Combat personnel earned 1 point per common zombie slain, and its crystals submitted 50 points for a first-tier zombie, 200 for a second tier, 1,000 for a third tier. Currently, third-tier zombies represented the highest confirmed threat level. Meanwhile, non-combat support personnel, including logistics teams, received 1 point daily for completing scheduled duties. The rewards catalog, rich and diverse, ignited palpable excitement across the base. Xiao initially listed over a dozen items: cola cigarettes, canned beef and mutton, canned fish, candy chicken legs, lao gan, ma chili sauce, instant noodles, each priced according to scarcity and desirability. A single bottle of cola cost 5 points, a pack of Nanjing cigarettes 20. The rest ranged between 7 and 8 points apiece. These prices reflected deep deliberation. Though supplies were neither meager nor abundant, sustaining hundreds required rigorous economy. 5 points for cola meant logistical staff could enjoy 1 bottle weekly, a fair compromise given their limited opportunities to earn points compared to frontline fighters. Combat personnel's welfare remained paramount, a principle Xiao upheld unwaveringly. The system's purpose was twofold: to foster courage and ambition, and to enrich daily life within the base. The announcement electrified combat squads most, especially veteran smokers long deprived of tobacco. Now that cigarettes were redeemable, every fighter vowed their next sortie would leave zombies toppling like dominoes. Xiao, blushing slightly, interjected shyly while observing the crowd around Xiao. Chief, your merchandise list seems rather unfriendly toward women. Xiao blinked, momentarily baffled. What do you mean? Xiao twisted her fingers nervously. Well, you know, that time of the month. Xiao smacked his forehead, flustered. I'd completely forgotten. Those won't be sold. They're unnecessary for men, and any woman in need may claim them freely from logistics. Xiao burst into laughter. Then allow me to thank you on behalf of all the women in the base. With the commodity system now operational, Xiao summoned Wu Qian once more, tasking her with assigning a dedicated logistics officer to manage the warehouse and establish a small storefront for seamless point redemptions. These measures reinvigorated the base. 2 days later, Li Tianci rushed in reporting, Chief, several newcomers seek refuge at our base. Xiao asked their background. Local refugees. Word has spread of our base's strength and generous provisions. They wish to join us. Xiao regarded this as an auspicious sign, evidence that the base's influence was expanding outward. Many survivors likely remained scattered, absorbing them would significantly bolster base strength. Yet manpower was currently sufficient, and indiscriminate recruitment held risks. After reflection, he instructed, post a sign at the gate: all able-bodied adults willing to slay zombies may apply. Submit 3 spirit crystals as proof of commitment, and gain entry. Families may join proportionally. Each additional person requires 3 crystals. Li Tianci puzzled over the high threshold. 1 zombie was perilous enough, requiring 3 plus more for dependents seemed daunting. Xiao explained, indiscriminate acceptance would bloat our ranks without strengthening them. We seek only courageous, battle-ready warriors, trainable immediately for frontline duty. One who secures crystals for his entire family proves resourceful and capable. But those unable to protect their own kin, they expect shelter without sacrifice. No such indulgence exists in this world. A convoy of vehicles was rumbling down the road. A man gazed afar at the picturesque lake and the villa complex in the distance, where the sound of clanging and bustling echoed, and a sense of astonishment filled his heart. Boss, that base is rumored to be heavily armed with a large stockpile of military weapons. This area is their territory for several kilometers. My subordinates have often seen them driving numerous vehicles with dozens of people emerging at once. Are we really going to check it out? Someone spoke with trepidation. Zhou Ping looked at the distance with reverence and said, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Our base is not far from them, and sooner or later they will discover us. Instead of waiting for that, it would be better to visit them first and test their attitude. I believe we are all survivors in this apocalypse, and the leader of the other side should not be too harsh on us. Sai boss, you are too kind-hearted. Have you forgotten how Wang Wu's base was wiped out? That inhumane Blackheart guy, relying on their numbers, launched a surprise attack at midnight. As a result, not only was Wang Wu killed, but all their supplies were taken, and their people were all conscripted. With our small number, we are simply not enough under their guns. A man beside them spoke with a cold tone, clearly harboring deep mistrust towards the base in front of them. Zhou Ping was not foolish. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he immediately said, in that case, brothers, wait here for a moment. I, along with the Quan and Uncle Qian, will go ahead first. If things go wrong, Zhang Yang, you will be the new leader and immediately lead the others away from here. Zhou Ping cast a grave glance at the more than 30 people behind him. Many looked at Zhou Ping with reluctance. Leader, you must be careful. You have to come back alive. We cannot. Zhou Ping treated those around him exceptionally well, so despite their gaunt appearances, none bore him any grief. If it were not for Zhou Ping, all of them would have long been dead. Zhou Ping nodded reluctantly and resolutely led the 2 strong men forward. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the base. Seeing the people busily working around the walls and the men at the gate holding firearms vigilantly patrolling the surroundings, Zhou Ping was deeply struck by the strength of this base. While they were still struggling to survive in various abandoned residential buildings, this group had already established formidable strength and begun constructing defensive facilities. The leader of the other side must be an exceptionally talented person, Zhou Ping thought to himself, but was interrupted by a shout, "Stop! If you come any closer, we will shoot." Looking at the two men holding guns and coldly staring at him, Zhou Ping hurriedly said, "Brothers, I am the leader of a nearby gathering place and would like to visit the person in charge of your esteemed base. I wonder if I could get a message through." The guarding soldier looked at them suspiciously upon hearing this, but still nodded, saying, "Then wait here." He turned and entered the base to deliver the message. At this moment, Xiao was lying on his desk writing and drawing something, while Jiying sat on the sofa beside him folding paper cranes and occasionally glancing at Xiao with a lovesick smile. Her and Jihe's abilities were outstanding, and Jihe occasionally fluttered around him praising her sister. How could Xiao, understanding the feelings of the two sisters, not know Jiying's thoughts? Thus he allowed them to move into the villa, as there were still many unused rooms in it. Xiao found the little girl's feelings somewhat amusing, but was more curious about how the two would win him over. It would be false to say he had no interest in them, but he already had Tang Ying, and would not easily let other girls think they could gain favor with him through flattery, as that would bring considerable negative influence to the base. Therefore, even though he let them move in, Xiao had no other intentions towards them. "Leader, there's a person claiming to be Zhou Ping outside who wants to see you, saying he is the leader of a nearby small gathering place." Xiao was taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. "Zhou Ping? Is he the Zhou Ping I have in mind?" Xiao's thoughts quickly jumped. In his past life, not only did large bases dominate the world, but there were also various organizations born from the waves of the times. There were those advocating the restoration of world order calling themselves the Taiping Dao, and there were those claiming to establish new rights for supernatural beings known as the Supernatural Alliance. Moreover, there were ambitious individuals and various small forces manipulated by some rebel armies. They were not devoted to fighting against zombies, but instead formed numerous powerful organizations for various idealistic reasons, yet very few were aimed at maintaining stability in the human world, resulting in a chaotic state of affairs across the land. Zhou Ping in the past was one of the leaders of a highly renowned organization called the Heroic Alliance. This organization not only had supernatural beings, but also many ordinary humans with great aspirations. They possessed a heart to save the suffering, rescuing victims, and combating zombies and unjust bases wherever they went. It was a force composed of individuals with a romantic spirit of chivalry, and though not numerous, it was widely known. Xiao had heard of this name, because he had once been rescued by members of the Heroic Alliance when he was in distress. The members of the Heroic Alliance scattered far and wide, only coming together with the call of the leader. Xiao immediately stood up and said, "Bring him in here." "Yes." The soldier at the door, upon receiving the news, immediately addressed Zhou Ping, politely saying, "Mr. Zhou, the leader invites you to come inside for a chat." Zhou Ping was taken aback and said, "Thank you very much." He followed the two men behind him into the base under the soldier's guidance. Upon entering, seeing the luxurious buildings of the base and the bustling figures of hundreds of people, Zhou Ping felt as if his nerves had been greatly shocked. Under the large canvas tent, 7 or 8 pots were cooking something, and the fragrant smells of meat and rice wafted throughout the base. "It's beef and fish soup." The two men beside Zhou Ping swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the yolk. Moreover, Zhou Ping was further shocked to see hundreds of people in the distance on the square doing push-ups, exclaiming, "They are training combat personnel, just like training an army." The vast number of people excited Zhou Ping and filled him with envy. Furthermore, he also saw the resource point exchange notices posted around the base, and people squatting in the corners enjoying their cigarettes while curiously watching them. This series of scenes made a profound impact on Zhou Ping's psyche. After the apocalypse, he had never dared to hope to live such a life, yet someone had already led a group to achieve. They were orderly. They each performed their roles. They were passionately busy. Zhou Ping scanned the surroundings deeply, as if wanting to imprint this beautiful scene in his heart. Recalling the team he led compared to this base, it was like heaven and earth. Visionary, skillful, controlling hundreds of people with abundant resources. What kind of person was the leader of this base? When Xiao saw Zhou Ping, memories from the past seemed to resurface in his mind. He had seen this person before behind the legendary leader of the Hero Alliance. Zhou Ping stood awkwardly at the door and said, "Hello, I am Zhou Ping, passing by this place, and I came to visit your base." Xiao immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou Ping, I am the leader of the base, Xiao. Welcome to our base. Please have a seat." Zhou Ping sat down beside Xiao on the sofa, warmed by Xiao's enthusiastic. "Leader Zhou, how did you achieve all of this? We are still living in fear, barely getting by, while your base's development is simply unbelievable," Zhou Ping said with deep emotion. Xiao smiled lightly. "It's nothing special. I just have a bit more foresight than others. In the apocalypse, who doesn't want to live well? In the future, zombies will become stronger and humans may not even have the power to enter resource-rich urban areas. If we cannot be self-sufficient, we will eventually perish. Zhou Ping admired. You really think ahead. He then sighed deeply. The zombies are getting stronger, and we no longer dare to search for resources in other places. The resources nearby must have been scavenged by you. I came this time not only to visit you, but also to shamelessly ask to borrow some resources. I lead dozens of people, and we are really struggling to survive. I cannot just watch everyone starve. Rest assured, I will definitely return the resources to you. If you don't trust me, I can sign a loan note. If I fail to fulfill it, I believe with the strength of your base, you won't fear my breach of contract. Zhou Ping stood up and bowed deeply to Su Xiao, his attitude sincere. Su Xiao hurriedly said, "What is this for Zhou Ping? The issue of resources. Why don't you join our base? You must have seen the benefits of our base. Here, as long as you are willing to work, no one will go hungry." Su Xiao pondered for a moment, gazing at Zhou Ping as he spoke tentatively. Zhou Ping was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned complicated. "What's wrong? Is there something you cannot speak of?" Su Xiao said with a peculiar look. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and said to Su Xiao, "There is nothing I cannot say. Leader Su, I have actually promised someone that I would follow him. Your base is indeed great, but for now I cannot bring my people to join you." "Follow him?" Su Xiao said impassively. "Is that person so charismatic that you would do this?" "He is a very special person." Zhou Ping smiled, reminiscing. It turned out that Zhou Ping was originally just an ordinary office worker. After the disaster struck, he was trapped in a residential building living off the remaining food. Faced with terrifying zombies and the despair of the apocalypse, he had lost the will to live. His parents passed away early, and he only had a sister who was married. Zhou Ping had no regrets. Even when the food ran out, he did not go outside planning to starve to death at home. However, on that day, a young man broke into the community late at night. Armed with a fire axe, he slaughtered throughout the night, and by dawn, all the zombies had been killed. Zhou Ping watched that person all night. He rallied everyone, telling them they must strive to live. Zhou Ping remained confused among the crowd. That young man seemed to see through everything in Zhou Ping's heart, suddenly walking over and slapping him, cursing him fiercely for being a coward. While people struggled to survive, he only thought about dying. He said, "You are finished, but what about the others? Hundreds of thousands want to survive. They don't have the ability, too many weaklings. Living shouldn't be like a walking corpse. There should be aspirations and meaning. This is the only belief those who survive should uphold." Zhou Ping was awakened by his scolding, filled with shame. That person led Zhou Ping and others to hunt zombies. Zhou Ping was terrified, but in the face of life and death, he was scared to death and crazily smashed a zombie with a steel rod. At that moment, Zhou Ping realized he didn't truly want to die. He was merely escaping reality. He fiercely killed many zombies. Many companions suffered casualties, and in the end, only a few returned alive. That young man specifically wanted Zhou Ping to lead everyone forward. Zhou Ping asked if he could follow him, and the young man simply said, "If you have the heart to save others, we will meet again one day." So Zhou Ping told him that once he settled this group, he would go find him. He said he would travel west from Yunhai City to Kyoto to see if there is still hope for humanity. "I promised I would find him as long as I'm alive," Zhou Ping said with tears in his eyes. The sisters from the Ji family and Yu Jiao, who were listening, were all moved by this story. Su Xiao suddenly asked, "Do you know his name?" Zhou Ping shook his head and said, "I don't know, he never said. He let everyone call him Hero. He said he wanted to use his journey to complete his own reincarnation. He looked young, but he truly had a compelling gaze and strength. So Leader Su, I will take my people to rest for a while, before continuing to search for the army. Once this journey is completed, I will leave." Su Xiao sighed. He already knew who that young man was. The reincarnator Jiang Yang. The creator of the Hero Alliance, the supreme leader. He may not be the strongest among the awakened in the apocalypse, but he is definitely the wisest. His ability is spiritual reincarnation. This is a unique ability that has been debated whether it belongs to the superpower category or the mental category. He can read and replicate a person's memories, experiencing that person's life. If that person has any skills such as martial arts, flying a plane, or medical skills, he will perfectly inherit them. However, the drawback is that his ability only works on ordinary people who are close to death and willingly open their hearts to him. He cannot read or replicate powers from awakened beings. But that is already terrifying. Each time he reads and replicates a person inheriting everything about them, he refers to this process as experiencing a lifetime of reincarnation, as if he has lived another life through someone else's perspective. Each time he absorbs 12 individuals, he will feel weak for a while. During this period, his powers cannot be used. But when he recovers, he can absorb another 12 people. Although he is still a mere mortal, his experience, knowledge, and thinking continuously grow stronger, like a person who has lived for a long time. This person is extremely frightening. What is terrifying is not his strength, but his insight and intellect. Even Su Xiao, who was once a blood emperor, felt a sense of trembling when he merely glanced at Jiang Yang. At that time, he could have crushed the reincarnator with a single finger, but he only looked at Su Xiao with a gaze that felt like all things were equal. The flow of water was still making Su Xiao's heart involuntarily tremble. They greeted each other before parting ways. Unexpectedly, the reincarnator actually originated from Donghai City. When searching the machinery factory, the person who saved Li Yuanshan and others was also Jiang Yang. At that time, he had absorbed very few people still full of blood and vigor. When Zhou Ping met Jiang Yang, he had already realized that passion alone could not save people. Perhaps he inherited more thoughts and dimensions from others, thus allowing Zhou Ping and others to sharpen themselves in the slaughter. The speed of growth is terrifying. Su Xiao felt nothing but admiration for this person without a trace of envy. Such a character with knowledge and thoughts potentially more formidable than his own would never be someone Su Xiao could control. He would not even consider trying to control him. Jiang Yang's strength lay in his versatility and in his powerful mind and vast experience that surpassed countless others. In contrast, the strength of Su Xiao and other ability users lay in their extraordinary powers and formidable strength. Possessing wisdom alone does not guarantee the realization of one's desires, just as Su Xiao's strength does not ensure the achievement of his wishes. Thus, in his past life, one was a solitary emperor in a lofty position, while the other was a carefree swordsman wandering the world. There was no intersection between them. In this life, perhaps, Su Xiao could seize the opportunity to forge a good relationship with this person through Zhou Ping. Su Xiao collected his thoughts and said, "I will have someone take you to collect the supplies later. As fellow victims, we should support each other. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Thank you, Leader Su." Zhou Ping expressed his gratitude. "Whenever you need my help, I will do whatever it takes. There's no need to be so serious. I hope we can help each other. By the way, aren't there any ability users in your gathering?" Zhou Ping was taken aback. "Ability users?" He said with envy. "We saw someone using lightning to directly kill zombies while we were fleeing in the city. However, we don't know how such ability users appeared." Su Xiao smiled, as most ordinary people still did not know how to awaken their abilities. Seeing the confused look on Zhou Ping's face, Su Xiao said, "After you killed the zombies, didn't you find any crystals inside them?" Zhou Ping's expression instantly changed to one of realization as he exclaimed, "Are you saying that by consuming those crystals one can become an ability user?" "I can only say there is a very slim chance, 1 in 100. But this is the only method. You can go back and have your people give it a try. If you can produce a couple of ability users, your survival rate will be higher." Su Xiao instructed. Zhou Ping, excited, said, "Thank you for your guidance, Leader Su. Shall I head back now?" Su Xiao smiled and replied, "Why not have a meal first?" Zhou Ping thought of the delicious aroma he had just sensed and swallowed hard. However, remembering the anxious people waiting for him 2 miles away, he promptly declined, "Thank you for your kindness, but I must hurry back." Su Xiao nodded, not insisting, and picked up the communicator, saying, "Wu Qian, come here for a moment." Soon, the others in the base were also observing the leader's reception of these individuals, puzzled by the situation. Su Xiao expressed his intention to provide supplies, and Wu Qian understood immediately, leading Zhou Ping away. Jiying walked over and asked, "Leader, you seem to treat him quite differently." Su Xiao was usually very strict about resource distribution, let alone giving them to unrelated people. Su Xiao smiled and replied, "We have ample supplies. Using a small portion to cultivate a trustworthy friend, there are several small gathering places nearby that are aware of our base's existence, but they are observing us. With Zhou Ping as the vanguard, our influence will grow. To survive, well, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. If those small gathering places unite, they will form a considerable force. If they can align with us, we can receive immediate news of any disturbances in this area, allowing us to respond swiftly." Jiying grinned and said, as expected of the leader. Su Xiao teased her, saying, "Don't flatter me, or you'll get in. Leader, you have led us from the apocalypse step by step to today. You have the power to inflate." Jiying's Su Xiao smiled. He indeed had gained influence in this small region, but in the context of the entire nation and future trends, he was still but a trivial weed in the tide. There was still much he needed to accomplish. In the afternoon, Wang Feiyu hurriedly found Su Xiao. "Leader, the communications team has discovered traces of military personnel. Did you send someone to make contact?" Su Xiao immediately asked. "It's been notified, results should come soon." Su Xiao coldly instructed, "Notify the combat team to prepare. All team leaders gather." "Understood." Soon Su Xiao and many team leaders gathered in the courtyard. Everyone understood the situation upon learning that contact had been made with the military personnel, and Su Xiao's thoughts were being conveyed. There were essentially 2 possible outcomes. One, the military was willing to have a peaceful discussion with Su Xiao, the other, they looked down upon him. However, the latter seemed unlikely, as Su Xiao's base was the most powerful in the vicinity, sheltering hundreds of people, and they would not underestimate him. Not long after, Wang Feiyu said, "It is a search team of 30 people. After hearing about our base's existence, they are very willing to come and take a look to meet the leader." "Good, then let's wait at the entrance." This is a sign of respect towards the military. Su Xiao did not wish for any negative factors to arise during the initial contact with the Yunhai City military. Half an hour later, two imposing black transport vehicles drove from a distance and stopped outside the base gate. The doors opened and fully armed soldiers descended, all vigilant as they looked towards the gate, where armed personnel stood guard, gripping their weapons tightly. Until a leading man jumped down, glancing in surprise at the distant scene, and waved his hand at them. "Lower your weapon." Immediately a group of soldiers lowered their weapons and lined up neatly in 2 rows. Then 2 communication personnel from the base jumped down from the vehicle. "Captain Wang, ahead is our base. Look, that is our leader Su Xiao along with the leaders of each team." Wang Yin gazed intently at the few people standing at the forefront of the distant crowd, especially the young man in the center, who stood with his back to them, calmly observing. "Hello, I am Wang Yin, the captain of the 15th team of Yunhai City." Su Xiao extended his hand and shook with the man, smiling as he said, "Hello, Captain Wang. I am Su Xiao, the leader of this base. Let's go inside and talk." However, Wang Yin shook his head, saying, "We have military duties and cannot stay long." He looked with admiration at Su Xiao's various construction projects and the sharp-eyed soldiers holding guns, praising, "I admire you, leader Su. After the apocalypse, you still managed to lead so many people to survive. I represent the military in thanking such a heroic figure as you." As he spoke, he removed his hat in salute. Su Xiao replied solemnly, "Captain, you overstated. I am merely someone trying to survive in this apocalypse. I would like to ask, how is the situation in the Yunhai military district?" Wang Yin sighed, saying, "The situation is not very good. We have sheltered 70,000 civilians, but they constantly attract hordes of zombies, and the base faces zombie assaults every day. The organizing center has almost lost contact with us due to the distance, but if it's just about defending these tens of thousands of civilians, our military is fully capable of that. However, at present the military does not have the capability to enter the urban area for rescue operations, as there are too many zombies entrenched there." Su Xiao had a rough understanding of the military's predicament, aligning with what he had thought. "I would like to accompany you to the base to take a look, may I?" Wang Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying sure. Su Xiao ultimately only brought along Tang Ying and Li Tianxi for the journey. Firstly, he was merely going to assess the situation, and the military district would never allow too many people to enter freely. Secondly, having the 2 of them was sufficient. Tang Ying had already mastered her gravitational ability quite well, possessing the skills of gravitational attraction and manipulation, making her adept in both ranged and close combat. Moreover, Li Tianxi had recently advanced to a 2nd-tier ability user. Su Xiao had distributed the 2nd-tier crystal cores he didn't need to Tang Ying and him. As a result, Tang Ying's strength was enhanced, bringing her closer to the 3rd tier, while Li Tianxi successfully broke through to the 2nd tier, significantly increasing the power of his fire abilities. If any unexpected events occurred, Su Xiao was confident that with his strength, retreating with the 3 of them would be no problem at all. He was no longer very afraid of bullets, and due to the uniqueness of his blood control ability, he was more skilled at dealing with humans than with zombies. "Wu Qian, while I'm away, you will manage all the matters of the base." Su Xiao scanned the surroundings before finally focusing on Wu Qian. Wu Qian was quite excited and replied earnestly, "Leader, rest assured, I will ensure the stable operation of the base during your absence." Wu Qian was someone Su Xiao brought from school. She was calm, meticulous, and assertive, making her the perfect candidate to manage the household. Her role in logistics was initially a test from Su Xiao, and she performed excellently. Su Xiao admired this girl's ability to get things done, so he did not mind delegating authority to her. Tang Ying also had strong capabilities, but too many trivial matters would distract her, preventing her from focusing on cultivating her abilities, which Su Xiao was naturally reluctant to allow. Yu Jiaojiao could only assist Su Xiao with some minor tasks, but was not capable of managing the household. Su Xiao and the others boarded a military vehicle and headed to Yunhai military base. Yunhai base was established from the regular troops of the former Yunhai city. After the apocalypse struck, the regular army suffered numerous casualties and fell into internal chaos. Once order was restored, before losing contact with the core organization, the military was tasked with consolidating all combat supplies and rescuing civilians from the city. Thus, the Yunhai base project was initiated. This was a military preparation area quietly constructed before the apocalypse, which was promptly activated afterward. In a week's fierce battle, the military rescued a large number of survivors and housed them all here. Tall walls 5 meters high surrounded the entire vast base. Inside was a scene reminiscent of a giant factory with a massive open area filled with various tents. Tens of thousands of people were resting on the grounds. Many of them were students. They chatted and laughed, some playing cards, completely carefree and enjoying a relaxed life. However, there were also many who wore worried expressions. But regardless, after being brought to this base following the apocalypse, they hadn't had to worry about their livelihoods. The base had enough reserves to feed tens of thousands for decades, and it was equipped with complete living facilities. Power, water, everything was available. However, only the dense patrol soldiers standing on the walls could glimpse the hardships concealed beneath this comfortable existence. During their journey, Su Xiao and the group encountered no obstacles. The road to the city had already been cleared by the military. Only the hordes of zombies along the way posed a nuisance, but under the fierce firepower of this elite combat team, they were swiftly exterminated. The captain who received Su Xiao, Wang Yan, initially engaged in a lively discussion with him, inquiring about the condition of Su Xiao's base, while Su Xiao asked about the various recent events the military district encountered. However, both were quite aware of when to stop. When faced with unmentionable issues, they fell silent in unison. This brief interaction gave Su Xiao a general understanding of the situation at Yanhai Base. Yanhai Base should have around 20,000 troops with an abundance of weaponry and equipment, and they were not particularly lacking in supplies, only habitually hoarding more, which led them to continuously search warehouses in the city. So far, the pressure from zombies had not been significant. Ordinary zombies could not withstand their overwhelming firepower, while first and second-tier zombies were currently unable to contend with their heavy artillery. Thus, the base was very secure, and many survivors had arrived daily after hearing the news. After identity verification, quarantine, and other protective measures, they joined the base. Although he did not disclose who the highest leader of the current base was, Su Xiao was already aware. This person was Zhou Yu's father, a senior military commander with the authority to manage the movements of the Yanhai army. Su Xiao's goal was precisely this individual. He wanted to establish a good relationship with the military. Engaging with lower-ranking officers was of little significance and could not influence the military situation. Su Xiao needed to leverage the military's power to improve the development of his base, while also attempting to alter the future fate of this army. Soon, about 100 meters away from the base, a checkpoint signaled the vehicle convoy to stop. Dozens of armed soldiers scanned their convoy with indifferent gazes, even though they recognized this as a Wang Yan leaned out and presented his officer's ID. Team 11 Wang Yan, returning from a mission. Additionally, I have something to report to the higher-ups. We encountered a base composed of victims during our search. Their organizer is traveling with me and wishes to meet the commander of our base. The checkpoint officer glanced at his certificate and returned it, then saluted sternly, saying, "Welcome back. I will immediately report your request to the superiors. In the meantime, please have Commander Wang Yan's vehicle wait here." Thus, the convoy passed by Su Xiao's vehicle first. The imposing city ahead immediately opened its heavy metal gates and lowered the drawbridge to allow the convoy to pass. Su Xiao and the others patiently waited. It was only then that he noticed there was a deep artificial ditch surrounding the base outside the city walls. Su Xiao immediately thought of the purpose of this ditch: to drain the base's wastewater and to serve as an obstacle to prevent zombies from approaching the city walls during an attack. Such a large base would surely have a disastrous fate if tens of thousands of zombies arrived. However, in his previous life, nearly 500,000 zombies had besieged this base. Not to mention that by that time numerous third and fourth tier zombies, such as toxic explosion zombies, strength zombies, and speed zombies had emerged. Under the leadership of a powerful zombie king, even the strongest defenses would not withstand the attacks from such high-tier zombies. With a nod from the officer signaling for them to proceed, Su Xiao and the others slowly approached the magnificent. This is just the south gate of the base, specifically for military vehicles. I will take you directly to meet my superiors shortly, Wang Yan said. Thank you, Captain Wang. As Su Xiao and the others entered the gate, a strong gust of air shot out from both sides, sweeping past each of them. Li Tianxi, startled, almost unleashed a fireball, but was held back by Su Xiao, who said, "Don't be nervous, it's just a kind of disinfectant mist." Afterward, instead of entering the interior, they found themselves in a long corridor where the soldiers guarding both sides naturally instructed Su Xiao, saying, "First register your information, then enter the quarantine room to wait." Wang Yan nodded at Su Xiao and then left first. After Su Xiao and the others registered their information, they were taken to a sealed room. This was not a prison cell, but a warmly lit room with sofas, a television, and a table. The soldiers instructed them to wait comfortably, and the three of them sat on the sofa. Li Tianxi was already deeply shocked by the tight security of this base, and he exclaimed, "Chief, a military is indeed a military. With their level of defense and combat capability, let alone zombies, not even a mosquito could fly in here." There were some things Li Tianxi dared not tease in front of Su Xiao. Although he felt that the current defense level of the villa base was quite good compared to the military, it was like the difference between a flimsy shed and a skyscraper. Su Xiao was also observing the room. With his precise perception, he immediately noticed that various organ instruments were embedded in the walls of the room. With just a slight sense, he realized that those instruments emitted a kind of light that had already enveloped the entire room without the others noticing. However, Su Xiao could feel that this light was harmless to him, similar to X-ray detection light. Only then did he understand that this isolation room was actually for detecting whether the entrants carried the zombie virus. The zombie virus is difficult to detect, but once infected, the normal organs in the body would inevitably deteriorate at a certain speed, making it easy to detect. About 10 minutes later, the door was opened by a soldier. A man dressed in military uniform with a peculiar badge on his shoulder walked in. His sharp gaze swept over and then locked onto Su Xiao, saying, Hello, I am the inspection officer, Xiao Kuan Yu from the base. Which one of you is Su Xiao? I am Chief. It is a great honor to meet you. Su Xiao immediately stepped forward saying with a bright smile, I've heard about you. You are able to lead survivors to establish a stable place to live, truly an impressive young man. Chief Xiao Kuan Yu looked at Su Xiao with admiration, giving him a heartfelt thumbs up, his eyes filled with appreciation. What do you want to discuss with me? Are you looking to transfer your people to the military base? No need for the transfer. I am confident that I can lead everyone to live well, so I won't add trouble to the military. I came to see how the military is handling the refugee situation. Su Xiao did not mention his real purpose in front. He was unclear about the internal situation of this military base, and the information he brought might lead to some changes within the military. Xiao Kuan Yu did not think much of it, assuming Su Xiao was worried about the living conditions at the base and wanted to come to seek refuge, so he said with a smile, How about this? I will have someone take you around the base. If you need anything, just find me. How does that sound? Thank you, Chief Xiao. Su Xiao readily agreed since he was already there, and he was curious to see what the situation of the refugees in the military was. Xiao Wang, take care of Su Xiao and the others. I have other matters, so I want to accompany you. Chief Xiao Kuan Yu indeed seemed very busy, and it was quite a generous gesture for him to spare time to meet Su Xiao before hurriedly leaving. Su Xiao then followed the soldier out of the room, walking deeper into the base. Soon they arrived at a platform on the second floor, and what lay before Su Xiao was an incredibly vast activity area. In the open square, countless tents were set up with a dense crowd of people sitting in the square. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands. So many people. Li Tianxi was also stunned. After the apocalypse, they had not seen such a large gathering. Looking at their clothing, some were students, some were white-collar workers, and others were ordinary residents, with both young and old gathered here chatting and bustling about. The appearance of Su Xiao and the others attracted the attention of some people, but most just glanced at them and continued with their own business. However, among a group of students, a loud exclamation erupted. Oh my God, look over there. That person is the one who killed zombies at the school that day, isn't he? The girls who had seen Su Xiao were all excited. At that time, when Su Xiao killed the zombies, the survivors from the girls' dormitory at Yunhai University witnessed it all. Although Su Xiao did not take them with him, if it weren't for Su Xiao clearing out so many zombies, the military would have had to work much harder to rescue them. Mu Yi watched that figure excitedly. That day when Su Xiao asked them who wanted to follow him, she hesitated and missed the opportunity. Even after being rescued by the military, she regretted that decision countless times. It was indeed comfortable here, but it was not what she wanted. She had dreamt countless times of that imposing figure killing hundreds of zombies, and of him asking her if she wanted to follow him. Mu Yi was not afraid of death, but being confined here, living a life of eating and sleeping, was unbearable for her. Benefactor, look here. It's us. A group of girls from Yunhai University stood up excitedly, shouting at Su Xiao. Immediately, everyone in the square turned their gazes towards Su Xiao and the others. Su Xiao was also taken aback, looking at the group of girls, calling out to him, momentarily at a loss. Boss, you're quite popular. Why do those girls look at you as if they've seen an idol? Li Tianxi said enviously while laughing. Tang Ying pondered, could it be that you saved them? I remember you went to the school area once. With Tang Ying's reminder, Su Xiao also recalled many familiar faces in the crowd. Many of those girls were trying hard to push through the crowd to talk to Su Xiao up close, Mu Yi being one of them. This commotion, however, drew the attention of the soldiers. Quiet down, crowd. Please do not move around, casually stay in your designated area. The girls had no choice but to stop in their tracks, gazing longingly at Su Xiao. Su Xiao from a distance nodded at them and then turned to leave. He's leaving. Is he also a refugee here? Will we be able to see him again? A group of girls discussed in disappointment. Mu Yi felt extremely sad. She wanted to chase after that figure to tell him she was willing to go with him, that she did not want to stay here anymore. She could only watch Su Xiao and the others leave, tears welling up in her eyes. Naturally, while some admired Su Xiao, others despised him. In the crowd, a few boys with a mix of fear and malice were glaring at Su Xiao's figure, namely Wu Fan and others who had been beaten by Su Xiao. However, the anger of the ants was ultimately just anger. They posed no threat to Su Xiao at all. Not to mention, Su Xiao didn't even notice them, and even if he did, he wouldn't care in the slightest. But after such a small incident, soon the disappeared chief, Xiao Kuan Yu, appeared in front of Su Xiao again. He looked at Su Xiao with surprise and said, Su Xiao, did you go to Yunhai University and rescue a group of people? Had you already become an ability user by then? It seemed the military had been paying attention to Su Xiao for quite some time, or rather they had been monitoring the unknown powerhouse who had rampaged at Yunhai University that day. Su Xiao nodded and said yes. Could we step aside to discuss how you became an ability user? Xiao Kuan Yu's gaze was sincere. Su Xiao was taken aback and said, doesn't the military still not know how to awaken abilities? Xiao Kuan Yu frowned and said, the research has indeed yielded results, but is it the crystal that devours the zombies? Su Xiao nodded, that's correct. We organized a group of people for experiments, yet none succeeded, so we have not dared to popularize the crystal. Just in time you arrived. You are the earliest awakened ability user we know of with outstanding performance. Could you move to the conference room for a detailed discussion? Xiao Kuan-Yu asked with an excited gaze. Su Xiao felt a bit speechless. He didn't expect that the military had yet to produce a single ability user until now. Logically, given the population base at Yunhai Base, there should have been at least dozens of ability users by now. No problem, but I hope to meet the highest-ranking official at the base. In fact, I have information I would like to discuss in detail with him. I wonder if Director Xiao could relay that. Since the other party was currently seeking his help, Su Xiao prepared to drop his plan to use Zhou Yu as an excuse to meet Zhou Kong. Although that would allow him to meet Zhou Kong immediately once the father and daughter met, it would lead to negative thoughts about. For instance, since Su Xiao already knew about the relationship between Zhou Yu and Zhou Kong, why did he hide it and not inform the military personnel? While this would enable Su Xiao to converse face-to-face with Zhou Kong, who cherished his daughter, it would significantly diminish the military's trust in him. Since Xiao Kuan-Yu was conveniently presenting the opportunity, Su Xiao discreetly put forth this reasonable request. No problem, I will report it right away, but whether Director Zhou has time is not something I can ascertain. Xiao Kuan-Yu thought for a moment and replied to Su Xiao, then we will wait for you in the conference room. Su Xiao was not in a hurry. Zhou Kong would definitely meet him. The military must be well aware of the significance of ability users in the apocalypse. Perhaps in the whole world he might not be the earliest awakened ability user, but he was undoubtedly the first in Yunhai City to learn how to use his abilities and expose himself to the military's view. The military would not miss this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of ability users. Su Xiao and the others were brought by Xiao Kuan-Yu to a grand conference room. This was a 3-story building at the base, and along the way the elevators they took and the rooms they entered required fingerprint access, indicating a high level of security. Xiao Kuan-Yu made a phone call outside the door, and then returned to tell Su Xiao, the commander is willing to meet you. Please wait a moment. Okay. Su Xiao was not anxious at all. He was merely curious about the commander, as he had never seen someone like Zhou Kong in his past life. He had become the Blood Emperor, commanding respect wherever he went, including among the leaders of various bases, even during that time of fragmentation among different military zones. However, Zhou Kong had died early. Not long after, Xiao Kuan-Yu pushed the door open, followed by 4 or 5 armed soldiers, who quickly positioned themselves behind Su Xiao and the others. Xiao Kuan-Yu smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Su Xiao, I apologize, you are an ability user, and this is for safety considerations. Just as Su Xiao was about to respond, a middle-aged man, dressed in black, slowly walked in. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with a face as sharp as a chiseled sculpture, yet his eyes were filled with calmness. It was an aura belonging to someone in a position of power. Even if he did not intentionally display it, that aura was incomparable to ordinary people. Xiao Kuan-Yu said, Su Xiao, this is our commander at Yunhai Base, Commander Zhou Kong. Su Xiao stood up solemnly with Tang Ying and said, Hello, Commander Zhou Kong. I am Su Xiao. Zhou Kong fixed his gaze on Su Xiao, revealing a kind demeanor as he waved his hand, and said, So you are Su Xiao? I have already heard Xiao Kuan-Yu speak of you. You are truly a courageous, insightful, and capable hero. You flatter me. Su Xiao smiled modestly. Please let's sit down and discuss slowly. Zhou Kong smiled as he took his seat at the main position, and Su Xiao and the others also took their seats. Su Xiao, to be honest, you are the first ability user we have learned about. We hope to find a breakthrough regarding the awakening of human abilities from you. Zhou Kong spoke straightforwardly, his gaze sincere, yet revealing no hint of urgency. Under such scrutiny, it was difficult for an ordinary person to hide any secrets. Su Xiao asked, Commander Zhou, how much do you know about abilities? Zhou Kong pondered and said, It is a marvelous power that has naturally emerged in this apocalyptic era of rampant zombies. Our researchers have likened it to a form of advanced evolution of human genes driven by the energy that transforms humans into zombies. Zombies may be the failed products of evolution, while ability users are the outstanding genetic exemplars from among humans. This is our rudimentary understanding of this power. Su Xiao was very surprised. The military was indeed the military. Even if they could not unravel the mysteries of abilities, they could quickly sort out the connections between zombies and ability users. Su Xiao smiled and said, Indeed, abilities are diverse, and they are merely a branch of individual genetic evolution expressed through each person's capabilities. It is like marine life adapting to water, humans adapting to land, and birds adapting to the sky. As a member of humanity, I am very willing to help the military establish a knowledge framework on abilities. After saying that, Su Xiao paused, and immediately a soldier beside him took out a pen ready to take notes. Su Xiao then slowly stated, Using the power of crystal cores to awaken human abilities is indeed correct. This power serves as a catalyst to unlock the genetic shackles of humanity. Your experimental failures were merely coincidental, as the probability for humans to truly adapt to this energy and awaken is very low, less than 0.1. With multiple trials, you will naturally find successful candidates. Zhou Kong and the others' eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. Zhou Kong said excitedly, please continue. Abilities are highly diverse, yet they follow certain patterns and can be categorized into many types. Here I will only mention my personal classification of abilities. Although there are many types of abilities, they can be broadly divided into 4 categories: the physical system, based on bodily changes; the elemental system, based on the mastery of natural elements; the mental system, based on the transformation of mental intent and cognitive thinking; and the superpower system, which transcends normal cognition and encompasses extraordinary abilities. Su Xiao earnestly detailed his classification of abilities based on what he knew from his past life. Zhou Kang's face was filled with enlightenment, while Zhao Kuanyu looked shocked. He did not expect Su Xiao to possess such extensive and detailed insights. How many ability users had he encountered to arrive at such conclusions? As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Zhou Kong immediately stood up and sincerely said, "Remarkable. You have managed to summarize such detailed information. This will greatly aid our future research on ability users. Thank you so much for your generous enlightenment. If we can uncover the methods of awakening abilities through your knowledge, all the people in the military district will remember the contributions you Su Xiao have made." Zhou Kong stepped forward, shook hands with Su Xiao, and looked deeply into his eyes. "There's nothing much. I hope the army can cultivate more supernatural beings quickly. In the apocalypse, supernatural beings are the backbone against zombies." Su Xiao shook hands with Zhou Kong amicably. Zhou Kong said seriously, "The army will definitely strengthen the cultivation of supernatural beings to cope with future changes." Su Xiao assured, "Your contributions will not go unnoticed." After finishing their serious business, Su Xiao and Zhou Kong began to chat casually. Zhou Kong inquired about the situation at the base, and Su Xiao only mentioned the current state of infrastructure and planning. Hearing that Su Xiao had formed his own combat team armed with firepower and many supernatural beings like himself, Zhou Kang's face could not hide his joy. He paused and sincerely said, "Su Xiao, have you ever considered joining our Yunhai base? If your group of supernatural beings can come over, the army will treat you with the highest standards, and the base is currently in great need of supernatural beings like you." Su Xiao feigned hesitation and said, "To be honest, Commander, I have another purpose for coming this time, which is to discuss a cooperation with your army." "Cooperation? Why not elaborate?" "It is actually quite ridiculous for a small base to discuss cooperation with the army. Zhou Kang's courtesy towards Su Xiao is solely due to his status as a supernatural being and his unique insights that the army does not understand." But Zhou Kong was still very interested and listened attentively. Su Xiao asked, "Commander, has the army conducted any statistics on the number of zombies currently existing in Yunhai City?" "Of course we have. Based on estimates, at least 70% of humans have already been infected and turned into zombies. The number of zombies in the urban area is at least between 2,700,000 and 3 million. As Zhou Kong spoke, a hint of sorrow inevitably crossed his eyes. "This is a calamity for humanity, an unprecedented disaster. Does the army currently have the strength to deal with so many zombies?" Su Xiao asked directly. "No." At the same time, he looked at Su Xiao in confusion, not understanding the meaning behind his questions. Su Xiao sighed. "Commander Zhou seems to have not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Do you really think the strength of the Yunhai military district can someday clear the entire city and restore order? No, if this continues, you will eventually be wiped out by the zombies." Su Xiao said coldly. His words shocked everyone present. "Su Xiao, don't speak nonsense in front of the—" Zhao Kuanyu sternly admonished Su Xiao. Su Xiao's words were disruptive to the morale of the army, which is a serious offense. Su Xiao said nothing, only looking at Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong seemed to come to his senses at this moment, and waved his hand to Zhao Chuanyo, saying, "Chuanyo, it's fine, let Su Xiao continue." He stared intently at Su Xiao and asked, "Have you discerned something? I believe that a young talent like you who possesses such courage and ability wouldn't be playing tricks on me." Su Xiao smiled and said, "Commander, you know too little about zombies and you underestimate their power. Ordinary zombies naturally do not pose a significant threat to you. Their sheer numbers make it difficult for you to encircle them. However, over time, they can be cleared. But you should also know that among them there are exceptionally powerful individuals that have evolved, such as strength-type zombies and speed-type zombies." Su Xiao briefly introduced these 2 types of zombies, and everyone fell silent. The army naturally knows the terror of these 2 types of zombies. One possesses immense strength capable of overturning military vehicles, while the other is extremely fast with high attack power and stealth, easily killing large numbers of ordinary people. The army has also suffered heavy losses in dealing with them. Besides them, there are many other types of zombies that are evolving in different directions: strength, speed, defense. But what I want to say is, what if zombies possess intelligence? Intelligence comparable to humans, with the ability to control hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies. Does the army still have confidence against that? Su Xiao unreservedly described the terror of zombies. Intelligent zombies. Zombies can have intelligence. Zhou Kong and the others immediately realized the severity of the situation. Su Xiao's words did not sound like a lie. Regardless of how he knew such detailed information, if all of this is true, then the current strength of the Yunhai base, facing intelligent zombies capable of controlling hundreds of thousands of them, would face exponentially greater difficulties. The recorder hurriedly picked up his pen to take detailed notes. Xiao said earnestly, "I can assure you that intelligent zombies have certainly emerged in the urban area, and it's not just one or two. With a base of millions of zombies, even if there is only a 0.1 chance, think about how many zombies with human intelligence are awakening in the city right now. Moreover, the various mutated types of zombies are not ones that ordinary city defenses can withstand. The venom of poison exploding zombies can corrode steel. High-tier strength-type zombies can withstand bullets, and even the blasts of bombs, while speed-type zombies can scale high city walls." As Xiao spoke, Zhou Kong and the others' expressions grew more grim. "The reason zombies appear around your base every day is that their instincts drive them to seek out humans. When the day comes that the zombie king is born, do you think his primary target for devouring a large number of humans to evolve will be Yunhai base?" Xiao paused here and did not continue. "If that's the case, then our base cannot withstand the siege of tens of thousands of zombies, especially under such combinations." Zhao Kuanyu said wearily. "Xiao, are you sure what you're saying is true? How do you know so much?" Zhou Kong asked seriously once more. "How do I know? I cannot disclose that. As for the truth of the matter, Commander, you can also send someone to verify it. I am just here to give you a warning. In the face of zombies, many of humanity's past weapons have become outdated. For the sake of tens of thousands of survivors and the soldiers of the base, Commander, Zhou should make plans early." Tang Ying was shocked by Xiao's words, feeling a rising panic. She didn't understand how he knew all this, nor why he had never mentioned it to anyone at the base. If even the army cannot resist, then their small base is as fragile as a small boat in a storm destined to be destroyed. Zhou Kang's capacity for acceptance was strong. He soon sighed and said, "It seems that young friend came prepared." Xiao revealed such a shocking secret, which naturally couldn't be just out of enthusiasm. There must be some ulterior motive. This brings us back to the cooperation issue I wanted to discuss with you. As a citizen, I naturally do not want to see the base facing the danger of collapse, and additionally, I hope to leverage the army's strength to strengthen my own small base. Xiao said sternly, "If I am not mistaken, within a month at most you will face a massive wave of zombies led by the Zombie King. He will not allow you to develop, and when the time comes you will see whether my words are right or wrong." Zhou Kong said seriously, "I will remember your words, Xiao. Thank you again for coming to inform us of this information. As for cooperation and other issues, we still need to verify them in detail. Before that, on behalf of the base, I warmly welcome your friendship and hope we can stay in touch." Zhou Kong tightly shook hands with Xiao, bringing the conversation to a conclusive end. "I understand, Commander. If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead." Zhou Kong nodded and smiled, saying, "Xiao, if there's no hurry, you can stay at our base for a few days. I will soon give you a response. We might need your help at any moment. From now on, you are our special guest at the base, and I will arrange for your food, clothing, and accommodation." Zhou Kang's words were full of persuasion, and Xiao naturally would not be ungrateful at such a moment. The things he mentioned required Zhou Kong time to verify, and if it were true, he would be the one more anxious than Xiao. Since that's the case, let's follow the commander's arrangements and stay overnight. Zhou Kong laughed heartily. "Serving the people and safeguarding the lives of our compatriots is the duty of our military. Moreover, this base has been established for many years. Everything is well equipped, and I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Comrade Xiao is in your hands now. Make sure to take good care of their needs." Zhou Kong instructed Zhao Chuanyo, who was beside him. The group then parted ways. After Zhou Kong left the conference room, he hurriedly departed amidst the crowd of soldiers, presumably anxious to deploy matters. Every suggestion Xiao made today was extremely useful, the first being the military's ability user awakening project. Since there are no issues with caution, they could increase the number of experimental subjects to try it out. Xiao's warning about the crisis of intelligent zombies also required someone to investigate and verify in the city. Zhao Kuanyu led Xiao and the others to the third floor of the base, a very quiet level. This was different from the tents inhabited by survivors outside. Each room was independent and equipped with strict password locks. Xiao, you may choose 3 rooms. If you need anything, you can press the alert button by the door and staff will promptly assist you. The living environment may not be as free as your own, but as long as you stay within the base, you can roam as you wish. Zhao Kuanyu said with a smiling face, but the implication was clearer than Zhou Kang's words. He did not want Xiao to leave the base at this time. "No problem, Commander Xiao. I await your news." "All right." Zhao Kuanyu nodded and turned to leave. Xiao noticed that Tang Ying and Li Tianxi beside him seemed to have something to say, but hesitated. He immediately said, "Let's choose our rooms first. They'll stay in this one. Come to my room later to talk." The two temporarily suppressed their thoughts as there were still 2 soldiers standing guard in the corridor behind them. Soon Tang Ying and Li Tianxi both arrived at Xiao's room. Tang Ying was the first to eagerly ask, "Xiao, are the things you mentioned true?" Even the Yunhai base can't withstand the zombies of Yunhai City. Xiao shook his head and said, if they are unprepared when the zombies attack, what will they use to resist? Once a significant number of third-stage mutated beings like me appear among the zombies, it won't take many, just 10, and the Yunhai military region will surely collapse. The power of third-stage zombies cannot be resisted by ordinary modern weapons. If the destructive power of an ordinary person is 1, then that of a first-stage ability user is roughly 5. For a second-stage ability user, it's about 20 or more, while a third-stage ability user's destructive power exceeds 100. Such a terrifying gap, after breaking through to the third-stage, bullets could no longer harm Xiao, making it as easy as killing a chicken when facing ordinary soldiers. Xiao considered his evolution speed to be among the fastest in humanity, but the zombies evolved, especially with the emergence of intelligent zombies. They can consciously control other zombies, encircle survivors, kill them, and consume human flesh to hasten their evolution. If the first blood rain was the awakening of humanity, then the second blood rain could help both humanity and zombies break through to a new level. Xiao was just one person, but once the Zombie King was born, it could naturally control hundreds of thousands of zombies. While the Yunhai military region only had 20,000 soldiers, yet would face hundreds of thousands, even millions of fearless zombies in the future. How could they withstand that? Leader, you already knew the military was unreliable, so you had been avoiding contact with them all along, right? Li Tianxi looked at Xiao in realization. Seeing Xiao nod, he revealed an incredulous expression. At this moment, he felt even more respect for Xiao. While they were still thinking about their immediate needs, the leader's gaze had already surveyed the entire situation of Yunhai City. Tang Ying said uncertainly, then what is your intention in choosing the military? If we can be self-sufficient, we can completely. Completely what? Xiao interrupted Tang Ying calmly. Tang Ying looked at Xiao, trying to see through this man's thoughts, but his gaze was always so profound and inscrutable. Xiao sighed, saying, we can't go anywhere, as zombies are everywhere, and other cities may be worse. At least Yunhai still has the military stationed here. Our base is few people, so we can migrate if things go wrong, but with so many people, where is home? We must have a place to settle and sustain our lives. Xiao looked at Tang Ying and said, I promise to help everyone survive well in the apocalypse, and I will fulfill that promise. He then turned to Li Tianxi and asked, Tianxi, look at me. Do you regret it? I do not regret it. Following the leader is the greatest fortune of my life. Without the leader, I would just be a useless person hiding in the market, and I might have died long ago. Li Tianxi said loudly and firmly. He sincerely told Xiao, you will always be the person I admire the most. No matter what happens, I will follow in your footsteps. Good job, Tianxi. Everything said today stays between the three of us. No one is allowed to divulge it in the... Xiao said with a serious expression. The military is a pillar in the hearts of many, and if the disasters that the military cannot withstand are spread within the base, it will inevitably cause some to live in fear and create negative impacts. Of course, the military is not invincible. That is also the purpose of my visit. In my view, the military is strong and has enough personnel, and they can completely lay out a plan to counterattack before the powerful zombie lord attacks the city. We cannot merge with the base. Firstly, that would leave us without autonomy and subject to relationships within the military. Secondly, I will not be subordinate to anyone. Our base, regardless of how long it lasts, will always be an independent entity. The hope of survival must be grasped in our own hands, not in the hands of others. After returning this time, you must strengthen the training of those ability users at the base. You also need to break through to the third stage as soon as possible. Do you understand? The two expressed their understanding. Xiao did not stay in the room for long. He stepped out and waved to a guard, saying, can you show me around? No problem, Mr. Xiao began wandering aimlessly from this floor, observing the Yunhai base. This building seemed to be specifically for individuals of notable status. Xiao saw many officers in formal attire coming and going down the stairs. As he continued to wander, he also discovered some individuals with special identities. In a luxurious room, 4 young people were idly playing cards. Next to them sat a slender young girl, some with flirtatious gazes leaning on the men's backs, while 2 others, timid and cautious, were gently kneading their shoulders. One of the rough-looking youths tossed down several cards, 4 kings of bomb. I only have 2 cards left. After playing, he smugly reached into the neckline of the girl beside him, spinning playfully. The girl shivered slightly, but kept her head down, not daring to move, allowing the youth's hands to roam freely. Lin Hu, you're so rude. Do you have no gentlemanly demeanor? She's about to cry. The other 3 laughed at this. Lin Hu, however, shot a sidelong glance at the girl, increasing his grip and murmuring, sit on my lap. The girl slowly sat on his lap, held in his arms, and smiled proudly, saying, the new little beauty I found might still be a bit shy. A bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses and smirked. Lin Hu, that's not how you play cards. Everyone still has cards. How can you know the king is with you? Lin Hu shrugged and said, it doesn't matter. I don't have a king anyway. Guessing around is annoying, so let's just gamble. Who knows, I might just go all in. Song-wei, it seems the king is with you, huh? The youth across from him said with a peculiar expression. Gao Song-wei smiled. I won't reveal my cards and don't expect anything useful from me. Hey Song-wei, that's not fair. We've been friends for so many years, counting our father's ties, which span decades. Are you still playing coy with us? Your father just returned from the provincial military a few days ago, and you two have started acting mysteriously. Are we no longer on the same side? The youth pressed on relentlessly, yet he still wore a broad smile focused on his cards. Chang'e, shouldn't you have guessed? Our families have worked together, how could you not know? Gao Song-wei mocked. Su Chang shook his head saying, hey, I'm not like you. My dad has been your dad's deputy for a lifetime, and he's developed a cautious approach. If there's something to say, don't tell me. I'm just here to ask you and feel the waters. Lin, who became impatient, and said directly, all right, we all know our relationship, you guys like to beat around the bush. He stared at Gao Song-wei and asked Song-wei, what's the situation with the provincial military? Since we've lost contact with the organization, the information from various places is still in a muddle. Do they have any intentions? Wang Song-wei sighed and said disinterestedly, Ahu, you're still so impatient, how boring. He tossed down his cards a king bomb wanted. No one responded, but everyone was staring at him. Against an ace. I win. Chang'e shuffle the cards. Su Chang said nothing more, but gave a glance to the girl behind him, who was massaging him. She immediately stepped forward to bend over and shuffle the cards, revealing her delicate and fair skin. But none of them had the heart to look. Wang Song-wei said seriously, all right, I'll speak plainly to avoid your wild There have indeed been changes with the provincial military. The expressions of the few changed, each pondering. According to reports, it was quite brutal. A half of the core forces of the two battle zones have been depleted. And now with communication, means failing, each place is in charge of itself. Given their circumstances, it's inevitable that some may harbor ulterior motives. I've heard that the Gao Yuan army has already shown signs of movement, and many of my father's acquaintances have vanished. They suffered the least damage with fewer people in their jurisdiction, so naturally there are fewer zombies. They've quickly cleared their area, but the Northern Town Army and the Shindu Army are in distress. They haven't made any significant moves yet, and no one knows what that means. Wang Song-wei's eyes flickered. Su Chang remained silent, saying, do they have such courage? Don't they fear the organization's reckoning? Reckoning? Who can reckon with them? Communication devices are almost dysfunctional. They're in a remote area plagued by zombies. Everyone's yard is a mess. Who has the ability to reckon with them? Moreover, I've heard there have also been changes with the provincial army, possibly leading to faction splits. Everyone now wants a bit of their own power to survive in the apocalypse. Sooner or later they'll need to take sides. And what about us in the Yunhai army? It's not much better. We can't break out. Who knows when it will end? Every day is just a loose end. No one knows when the organization can make a move. The only one speaking here is Zhou Kong. The Zhou family definitely doesn't care about us. Who doesn't know they're staunch loyalists? But our families have not been well regarded in the capital for a long time. They might throw us a line. As for who catches it, that's unknown. But a reckoning is inevitable. Our families cannot compete with the Zhou family. Wang Song-wei played with the cards in his hand, stopping just short of revealing more. The others were deep in their silent thoughts. But since their fathers were involved, when the day comes, it might be hard to wash away the suspicion. What does your family mean? Do you want to continue keeping up with the Zhou family, or do you want to explore some options on that side? Lin, who suddenly interjected. Song-wei, our families have shared meals with yours. We are definitely in the same boat. It's up to you. Once you decide, we cannot play separately with the Zhou family. Su Chang spoke seriously. Then I'll wait for your news. It won't be long, probably just a few days. Wang Song-wei. The group fell silent. Deal the cards, deal the cards. They didn't know that walls have ears. Su Xiao stood quietly in the hallway, peering out from the window at the distance. Behind him stood a soldier, staring intently at him, seemingly puzzled as to what was so interesting outside the window that kept Su Xiao standing there for over 10 minutes. Although Su Xiao was looking at the scenery, his abilities had already unfolded, and his blood perception extended into the nearby room, capturing every movement of the group in his mind. Though he couldn't hear their voices due to strong soundproofing, he managed to decipher their lip movements, allowing him to make educated guesses about their conversation. A strange smile flickered in his eyes. No wonder the Yunhai base collapsed so quickly in my past life. It wasn't just due to inadequate preparation. In times of great disaster, it's the lords who rise to power. These people are indeed taking advantage of the chaos. I didn't expect that just by hanging around I would gain such significant insights. These individuals must be second-generation heirs, with their fathers being prominent figures in the Yunhai base, and even within the province. In the apocalypse, when the elders of a family are incapacitated, there will always be someone wanting to take charge. After all, continuing the old rules leaves the young girls with little opportunity for benefits, but by reorganizing the family, they can still assert their authority and monopolize everything. The fragmented situation of the past life is about to unfold again. Su Xiao sighed inwardly and silently drifted away. Su Xiao quickly returned to the second-floor platform, gazing at the crowd in the square. At this moment, as night fell, many people had retreated into their barracks, yet a considerable number still sat in the square. The lights illuminated the area below where the bustling crowd sat, reminiscent of a school playground. Xiao silently observed, then turned to ask the soldier beside him, "How many people have you gathered?" "So far, over 27,000. The soldier, aware of Xiao's unique status, responded respectfully. Xiao nodded, his gaze still fixed on the crowd, scanning one face after another. These ordinary people brought a substantial burden to the Yunhai base. The daily provisions and living arrangements for such a multitude represented a colossal undertaking for the base. Yet they contributed little to the Yunhai base. How many large bases could afford to consume resources without providing anything in return? At Xiao's base, labor was the only way to earn food and drink. This not only promoted a positive cycle within the base, but also provided these people with tasks. Idleness could lead to trouble, just like the scheming of those second-generation individuals earlier. When people are free from immediate worries, they will surely have distant concerns, which is most detrimental for a base during the apocalypse. Everyone was searching for their own way out. How far was the base from losing the people's trust? In just this one visit, Xiao had already noticed several fatal flaws within the base. If Zhou Kong and the others could not improve things rapidly, even without an attack from the zombie king, the base would eventually descend into chaos. As Xiao prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed a commotion in the distant crowd. "Wake up! Quickly wake up!" A group of people formed a circle, preventing Xiao from seeing what was happening. The guard behind Xiao immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention, duty room. There's a situation in the crowd, go check it out." Received. A small team of soldiers rushed into the crowd, and soon after they emerged carrying a person. Xiao could vaguely see that it was a boy about 15 or 16 years old, very thin, with a face as pale as paper, and his nostrils were bleeding. The crowd grew tense, fearing that someone had been infected with the zombie virus. "Someone is infected. What a disaster, are we going to be infected too?" A panicked voice shouted from the crowd, immediately igniting fear and chaos among the densely packed people. An officer rushed out holding a megaphone and shouted, "Silence. Everyone be quiet. Anyone causing a disturbance will be dealt with according to military law. Stay in place. Please rest assured, every person who enters has been tested and carries no zombie virus. Trust us, military district." The crowd gradually quieted down, yet the lingering fear spread among them, with whispers merging into a cacophony. Despite the crowd's panic, the sight of the boy was too tragic to ignore. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, while his arms bore bruises resembling a human on the brink of becoming a zombie. Watching the boy being carried away, Xiao felt a twinge of curiosity. "Can I go take a look?" he asked the soldier beside him. Of course. The two followed the soldiers into a tall medical building within the military district. Doctors and nurses in white coats hurried to and fro, while some officers moved about. This was the base's exclusive military hospital, equipped with the best medical facilities in Donghai City. If it weren't for the apocalypse, how could ordinary people have the opportunity to be treated in a military hospital? Xiao and the others watched as the boy was taken into the emergency room. Throughout this time, Xiao kept his skin was not decaying as a zombie would, rather it was the kind of rot resulting from organ failure. His blood appeared normal and his life was not in danger. It was just that his arms and the areas around his eyes, mouth, and nose had abnormal blood congestion. Xiao could not determine his condition, but one thing was certain, he was definitely not infected with the zombie virus. Not infected with the zombie virus. How could he display such symptoms? Wait. Xiao suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the boy newly awakened. A supernatural fluctuation. Could it be that this boy was actually an ability user? But which ability user awakens and doesn't evolve positively, becoming stronger? Why was he in such a state of decay with a weak life force? Xiao stood still, momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't until half an hour later, when the boy was transferred to a regular ward, that Xiao stepped forward to grab a doctor, asking, "Hello, is he ill? Or is he infected with a virus?" The doctor initially intended to question Xiao's identity, but upon seeing the guard behind him, he immediately replied no pathogens were found on him. It's still unclear what illness he has, but it seems to be a cellular level issue leading to organ failure. The cause is currently unknown. A cellular level mutation. After awakening abilities, cellular mutations, weakness, being in their teens. Xiao repeatedly pondered these terms in his mind, his eyes narrowing slightly, as a flash of astonishing insight sparked. He suddenly understood what was happening. He vaguely recalled a special ability from his past life. The possessor of this ability endured immense suffering, but was the most precious human tool during the apocalypse. This ability was known as bestowal. It allowed the user to consume their own cellular energy, continuously accumulating energy within their body. This energy was neutral and suitable for any ability user. He was more like a medium, able to simply transfer energy to another ability user, allowing them to experience a rapid increase in power by 1 or 2 realms. It could also serve as a neutral substance to absorb others' abilities. Of course, others' abilities could not exist within him for long, but the key point was that he could return this ability, or bestow it upon another. This was a special ability that resembled a human-shaped medium or vessel. A powerful ability user could utilize such a person to absorb others' abilities, grafting them onto themselves, thereby possessing multiple abilities. However, the price for such actions was steep, as this person would immediately die. In Xiao's time, such individuals were treasures sought after by all powerful ability users. Once one appeared, it would be snatched up by various major bases and factions. Because the strong are always greedy, everyone wishes to become even more powerful. Having one ability versus having two is an immeasurable enhancement to strength. Xiao was currently filled with immense excitement. In his past life, after becoming powerful, he had searched for such individuals, but found none, as they gradually realized that their existence was a form of suffering, merely tools for others. Due to this ability, they could not connect with anyone, living in profound loneliness, for once others discovered their capability, they would inevitably seek to deceive, coerce, or even threaten them, trading their lives for a second ability. Moreover, even if they were not used as mediums, they could not survive long. Every minute and every second they endured the torment of organ failure, ultimately dying in excruciating agony as their bodies completely decayed. Thus most chose to end their own lives, leading to a scarcity of such ability users in existence. Otherwise they would be seized by some fortunate ones who acted first and obtained a second ability. In summary, such individuals were nearly impossible to find later on. Even someone as powerful as Xiao had never possessed a second ability in his past life, although his own special ability was already powerful enough. However, among the 4 imperial-level powerhouses of the Eastern lands, only one possessed dual abilities, and that person was the strongest among the 4 emperors. Xiao had to admit that he was no match for that guy in an unknown fight from the start. Yet the opponent couldn't kill Xiao either, because Xiao's ability, though not particularly strong, excelled at survival. This was also the reason he became the last one to fall among the 4 emperors. And now the opportunity to possess a second ability which he didn't have in his past life was right in front of him. Xiao's heart raced with excitement. He was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his ability. If he could have a second ability of his choice again, what would he have to fear from this base or that base? He might even have the chance to slay the 8 great corpse emperors who once roamed the land of the Xiao kingdom in his past life. How could he end up in a shattered state? No matter what, Xiao was determined to obtain that person. Even if it meant terminating cooperation with the army, or even becoming enemies, he would spare no effort. A thought suddenly emerged in Xiao's mind. But soon rationality took over. He knew someone was watching him from behind, so he feigned nonchalance and strolled around, his mind racing with thoughts. Using force was certainly not the first option. What excuse could he use to take this person away from the Yunhai military? It didn't seem difficult. After all, apart from Xiao, no one else could discern his identity as an ability user. They only knew he was a patient with a rotting body. However, even so, if Xiao took the initiative to ask to take this person away, the suspicious Yunhai military district would surely wonder why he wanted this person so badly. Perhaps they would refuse and secretly transfer him for research. Then, what if he made a breakthrough from the patient? A plan suddenly appeared in Xiao's mind. He did not avoid the little tail behind him, but actively walked toward that ward. With 2 abilities, the boy was hooked up to a respirator, while a needle was inserted into his arm to deliver fluids, indicating that his condition was already quite dire. Yet the boy was not unconscious. He stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly accustomed to the doctors examining him. Xiao asked the nearby doctor, "Hello, has this phenomenon occurred for the first time?" The doctor also assumed Xiao was some sort of leader, and replied, "Honestly, no, this is his 3rd visit here. His body is so frail that even a slight cold could trigger another episode. In this apocalypse, it's very hard for him to survive like this." The doctor sighed, his tone filled with regret. A healer's heart is compassionate, but in this apocalypse, who has the time to take care of a child full-time? Especially a sickly child who could die at any moment. Looking at the boy, who was alone without any companions, he seemed to be completely isolated with no relatives in this base. If Xiao hadn't seen him today, he might soon have succumbed to pain and died. Xiao intentionally asked the doctor again, "Is there really no hope for him?" The doctor pondered for a moment, glanced at Xiao, and said, "Let's talk outside." Xiao nodded understanding and walked with the doctor toward the door, deliberately closing it. He knew the boy must have understood everything upon seeing his actions. "Sir, his illness is at the cellular level and irreversible. He really doesn't have much time left. Such cases are quite rare, but all we can do now is to try to prolong his life as much as possible." The doctor spoke with sadness. "Thank you," Xiao murmured in gratitude. After the doctor left, Xiao suddenly remembered something and walked back into the ward. The boy continued to stare blankly at the ceiling, but compared to before, there seemed to be a hint of lifelessness in his eyes. Xiao approached the bedside and asked, "What's your name?" The boy came to his senses and turned to look at Xiao. The gaze of this unfamiliar young man carried a glimmer of concern. The boy felt a warmth in his heart and replied, "Yang Xixian." Where are your parents? Su Xiao slowly crouched down beside his bed. They're dead, turned into zombies, the boy said without any sadness on his face. Su Xiao took a deep breath, feeling a pang of guilt. He was about to deceive a boy with such a tragic background. He felt somewhat uneasy. Although he considered himself neither a good person nor a kind-hearted one, he recognized that even calling himself a bad person would be an understatement, as he would resort to any means for his purposes. But he was still human. Su Xiao looked into his eyes and said, "You should understand that your illness won't be supported by the hospital for long. You will eventually die." The boy remained expressionless, not surprised at all. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "You resemble my younger brother who is 2 years older than you, but he died earlier than you." As Su Xiao spoke, he involuntarily reached out and grasped the boy's hand, which was covered in sores, tightly in his palm. Feeling the warmth of his palm, the boy's eyes shone with a hint of light, staring intently at Su Xiao. "I don't know if I can cure you. Perhaps your illness is incurable forever. But I have an ability user who specializes in healing. Maybe she can heal you. If you stay here, you will head towards death. Maybe following me won't change much, but it might offer a glimmer of hope." Su Xiao looked at him seriously. "Are you willing to come with me?" At that moment, the boy's eyes widened as he stared at Su Xiao. His hand struggled slightly, showing a hint of resistance, but quickly stopped, moving silently, gazing at Su Xiao. Su Xiao remained silent, looking at him with a hint of sincerity. The boy took the initiative to grasp Su Xiao's hand. "Can I call you brother?" It was the boy's first time speaking. His voice was hoarse, but his gaze at Su Xiao was filled with yearning. Su Xiao replied solemnly, "Yes, if you wish, from now on you will be my Su Xiao's family." "Brother." The boy tightly held Su Xiao's hand. His lifeless eyes now silently shed tears. When extreme joy arrives, people cannot make a sound. The boy clutched Su Xiao's hand tightly, as if holding onto the last straw of hope. Su Xiao suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He knew that at this moment the boy was placing all his hope for survival on him. He didn't want to die alone. Su Xiao said to the soldier behind him in a deep voice, "Please inform Commander Zhou Kong that I hope to take this boy." The soldier, seeing this scene, was also deeply moved and immediately said, "Rest assured, I'll notify him right away." After saying that, he strode out of the ward. Su Xiao looked at his rotting skin and cracked lips and asked, "What do you eat in the base?" "Rice, thin porridge, some vegetables, and occasionally there's meat." "Do you like snacks?" The boy nodded and then shook his head. Su Xiao rummaged through his work pants pocket and pulled out a few pieces of chocolate. He unwrapped one and held it to the boy's mouth, saying, "Have a piece of candy. It won't be so bitter in the future." Su Xiao intends to take away a young boy. What is this boy's background? Upon hearing the guard's report, Zhao Kuan-yu instantly grew wary. Yang Xixian, male, 16 years old, a survivor from the base. His parents were infected and turned into zombies while searching for food outside. He was nearly starved to death when rescued. He suffers from a severe and bizarre illness. His body is covered in open sores, and he frequently lapses into unconsciousness from unbearable pain. This is already his 3rd hospitalization. The doctors say he may not survive past the end of this month. The guard reported in detail. Zhao Kuan-yu fell silent in deep contemplation. Then why does Su Xiao wish to take him? Perhaps out of compassion. It is said that Su Xiao happened upon the boy during one of his walks through the base, just as the boy collapsed from his illness and was rushed to the hospital, so Su Xiao followed. Later the boy, starved of affection and trembling with fear, clung to him. Moved by pity, Su Xiao formally adopted him as his younger brother, claiming there was a mutant with healing abilities at his own base who might yet save the boy. Zhao Chuanyo's brow furrowed tightly. Adopted him as a brother, a mutant with healing abilities. From what little Zhao Kuan-yu had gleaned, Su Xiao was an exceptionally strategic and courageous youth, so precociously insightful that even men of Zhao's age found him inscrutable. Could it truly be so simple that he acted solely on a sudden surge of sympathy upon seeing a gravely ill boy in their base, determined to bring him home for treatment? Zhao Kuan-yu sank deeper into thought. Su Xiao was far too important and far too enigmatic. The fragments of information he had revealed, if genuine, defied imagination. What extraordinary trials could he possibly have endured in such a short span? His mutation remained unknown, the nature and strength of his base equally obscure. To build within mere days of the apocalypse a fully operational settlement of hundreds, complete with integrated logistics, combat units, and infrastructure, demonstrated a level of foresight and preparation that struck even seasoned military commanders as terrifyingly masterful. Every gesture, every decision made by such a person carried deliberate weight. Zhao Kuan-yu refused to believe the truth was so superficial. Well then, if he has formally requested it, we cannot rashly refuse. Please consult the Commandant and dispatch Operative 1 to observe and assess whether this youth possesses any unusual traits. Su Xiao gently withdrew his hand and smiled. Do you feel somewhat better? The boy widened his eyes in awe. It's miraculous. I used to suffer agony in so many places, but now the pain has greatly subsided. Su Xiao offered a gentle smile and said, I've only managed to suppress your symptoms, for now. You've likely already sensed it, brother, and you are of the same kind. The The boy paused stunned, then nodded slowly. I can feel a power emanating from you, and somehow I can contain it. Su Xiao recoiled in alarm. Never attempt to absorb it recklessly. Promise me, you'll tell no one about this ability. Only you and I must know. Agreed. Perhaps your mutation truly holds value for me. But more than that, I hope regardless of whether you live or die, your days ahead will be filled with joy. You are my brother. I am your elder brother. Su Xiao spoke softly, his gaze steady and solemn as he held the boy's eyes. After a few silent seconds, the boy broke into a radiant smile. Yes, brother. No sooner had their conversation ended. Within just 2 minutes, the door behind Su Xiao swung open. A guard entered. The guard smiled warmly. Mr. Su Xiao, the commanding officer, has expressed that if you possessed genuine confidence in curing this child, then accompanying you would be his greatest fortune. After tonight's medical examination and pharmacological stabilization, he'll depart with you tomorrow morning. Far safer that way. Su Xiao nodded gratefully. Thank you. It's much appreciated. Xian, rest well tonight. I'll come for you first thing tomorrow morning. Yes. Goodbye, brother. Yang Xian waved cheerfully at Su Xiao. Su Xiao paused thoughtfully, then pulled a smartphone from his pocket and handed it to the boy. Yang Xian's eyes lit up instantly. A smartphone. Though there's no network, I've preloaded it with countless films, TV series, and casual games, just for distraction. But don't stay up too late. If I find the battery drained tomorrow, you won't get to use it again. Su Xiao admonished firmly. Thank you, brother. Yang Xian immediately sprang to life, clutching the phone with exhilarated energy, clearly once a devoted digital native. Su Xiao shook his head wryly and departed. Less than 10 minutes after Su Xiao left, a doctor entered the ward, trailed by a nurse. Finding Yang Xian utterly absorbed in a mobile game, they quietly checked his foreline and examined the condition of his skin. The doctor frowned slightly, only to meet Yang Xian's irritated glance when he lifted the boy's arm, interrupting his play. To a youth who hadn't touched a phone in how long, such intrusion was deeply unwelcome. The doctor promptly released his arm and exited the room. Outside the hospital, Su Xiao stretched languidly beneath the sky, his eyes glinting with quiet amusement. He'd known full well Zhao Chuanyo's faction would subject anyone he claimed to intense scrutiny. Indeed, how could a base as vast as Yunhai possibly lack even a single mutant? Even if they remained uncertain whether crystal cores could awaken mutations among such a massive refugee population, surely at least one had ingested a core. After all, crystal cores exerted an undeniable allure upon human physiology. Even assuming a mere 1% ingestion rate across 30,000 souls, that still amounted to over 1,000 individuals. Could it truly be possible that not a single mutant had emerged among them? That observer, of course, had not escaped Su Xiao's perception. Himself a third-tier mutant. A first-tier mutant. Exact ability unknown. Sending only a first-tier operative to test me suggests Yunhai base currently lacks second-tier awakened individuals, and perhaps even possesses few first-tier mutants. Su Xiao mused inwardly as he returned to his residence. That night, while Su Xiao meticulously observed Yunhai base, the base itself mobilized large numbers of people to ingest crystal cores, then confined them to separate rooms for close monitoring of physiological reactions. They had adopted Su Xiao's insight. Should a zombie sovereign truly arise, they must urgently cultivate a cohort of formidable mutants, or face imminent collapse. Thus, in an emergency leadership council, Zhou Kong decisively authorized a secret experiment, enlisting over 1,000 volunteers from the ranks of elite soldiers for awakening trials. Many senior officers remained awake all night, stationed inside the experimental complex awaiting results. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Su Xiao had just finished a lavish breakfast, preserved gamperji stir-fried pork and sour cabbage buns, when a knock sounded at his door. Opening it, Su Xiao broke into a warm smile. Good morning, Commissar Xiao. Have you eaten breakfast? Yes, I have. Su Xiao, I've come on behalf of the Commandant to express our deepest gratitude. Zhao Kuan Yu extended his hand, eagerly gripping Su Xiao's firmly. Su Xiao looked genuinely puzzled. We implemented your guidance on mutation awakening, and last night conducted trials on a selected group of soldiers, perhaps successfully awakened. This breakthrough carries incalculable significance for our base. We thank you profoundly for your invaluable contribution. Zhao Kuan Yu removed his cap and rendered Su Xiao a formal, respectful salute. There's no need to be so polite, Comrade Xiao. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhao Kuan Yu conveyed that the commander wanted to meet Su Xiao and was interested in hearing about his collaboration plan. Su Xiao readily agreed. He hadn't expected Zhou Kong to be willing to meet him so soon. He then called upon Tang Ying and Li Tianxi to accompany him as they returned to the meeting room from yesterday. In stark contrast to the sparsely populated meeting room from yesterday, Su Xiao and the others entered to find the room filled to capacity. Various dignified officers were seated on either side of the conference table. To Su Xiao's surprise, the commander had already arrived, sitting silently in the main seat. Commander Su Xiao is here, Zhao Kuan Yu reported to the commander, gesturing to Su Xiao and the other two behind him. Zhou Kong immediately stood up and smiled, saying, Su Xiao, we've been waiting for you, please take a seat. As the commander rose, the officers had no choice but to stand and greet him, although they each scrutinized Su Xiao with varying thoughts. The information Su Xiao provided to the base had reached them last night, but they were still unwilling to believe that such a young lad could stand on equal footing with them, especially with the commander placing such importance on him. Su Xiao said little, calmly taking a seat in the specially reserved position beside the commander. As for Tang Ying and Li Tianxi, they were not met with coldness. Instead, they joined Zhao Kuanyu and the commander at the seats to Su Xiao's right. Su Xiao observed the expressions of those present. Some were surprised, others contemplative, some disdainful, some indifferent, and some curious. A smile crept onto Su Xiao's lips, yet he remained unaffected by the officer's gazes, steady as a mountain. The commander stated, now that Su Xiao has arrived, I will announce a few matters before everyone, and I will need Su Xiao to provide some input in between. The commander smiled at Su Xiao. Feel free to share your thoughts. Su Xiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The commander then spoke solemnly, let's start with the first matter. Last night we took Su Xiao's suggestion and reselect the second batch of ability testers, achieving success. These ability users will be trained with the highest resources of the base, and in the future, they will become the backbone of the base's defense forces. Therefore, I have decided to establish a separate team of ability users. What does everyone think? The commander's gaze swept across all present. The many officers instantly displayed varied expressions and began to discuss among themselves. Commander, this is certainly not an issue. If the number of ability users increases, it is necessary to form but the power of ability users is also extremely important. I'm curious, who does the commander plan to appoint for this matter? An officer asked candidly. Everyone fell silent, each calculating in their own minds. A separate team of ability users. Everyone knew what that represented. And whoever controlled the ability users would possess immense power. Oh well, this requires collective discussion. The commander smiled, glancing at everyone. This position is very important. It must be someone capable of managing these ability users. All of you present are excellent officers of our base, and I can't make a decision right now, so I hope everyone can brainstorm and recommend someone. It seems everyone may not know how to choose, so to ensure fairness, let's each write down a name we recommend on it. The commander maintained a calm demeanor, signaling to his assistant, who immediately stepped forward with a stack of small slips of paper. He distributed a blank slip and a pen to each officer. Su Xiao silently observed Zhou Kang's actions, quietly pondering his intentions behind doing this. As the highest-ranking officer of the base, Zhou Kang had the authority to make decisions effortlessly regarding appointments regardless of the position. Even during peacetime, while these individuals might have complex influences behind them, the Zhou family was a formidable red giant that could not be influenced by ordinary factions. However, at this moment, Su Xiao clearly noticed a hint of moderation in Zhou Kang's behavior. He was intentionally considering everyone's feelings. What did this indicate? It suggested that Zhou Kang had also sensed the officers at the base had begun to have divided loyalties after losing contact with the core of the organization. He was no longer as bold as before in commanding the base. Perhaps the small maneuvers Su Xiao had observed at the base had long been noted by the commander, who was fully aware of the situation. Everyone quickly scribbled down names, and about 2 minutes later the assistant collected all the slips. Let's tally the votes for the names on the slips. The commander said flatly. The gazes of everyone subtly turned towards the assistant soldier. Soon the report to the commander, tally completed. Read them. The commander said expressionlessly. Zhou Qi 2 votes. Wang Qingbing 3 votes. Zhao Lintong 5 votes. Gao Yao 7 votes. Su Mengfeng 5 votes. Report completed. The expressions of the crowd displayed a clear divide. Some were calm, while others showed slight joy. Su Xiao observed this clearly. It indicated that this group had subtly split into two factions. One faction centered around Gao Yao, while the other leaned towards the base and obeyed commands, which could be considered Zhou Kang's faction. Who exactly was this Gao Yao to hold such a high status among the officers and manage to rally a third of the... The commander nodded, looking at Gao Yao with a smile, saying it seems Gao Yao is indeed quite favored by everyone. The crowd smiled, and those who had chosen Gao Yao also wore smiles. Commander Gao Yao truly has the qualifications. In past wars against surrounding smaller nations, Gao Yao participated, and as a result one of his arms is still not functioning well to this day. Since the apocalypse, Gao Yao has also worked tirelessly, leading his troops tirelessly on the battlefield to rescue citizens, making significant contributions. It is well deserved for him to lead the ability users team. Someone spoke. Gao Yao, on the other hand, replied seriously, you guys, this is merely what I should do as an officer. For the safety and life of our citizens, I am willing to dedicate myself completely. Please don't praise me. Moreover, my 3rd Legion has always been the most disciplined, and it represents my blood, sweat, and tears. How could I bear to leave the Legion to lead the ability users? Gao Yao's eyes revealed a hint of regret as he sighed slightly. Oh dear old Gao, please don't be modest. Everyone knows your 3rd Legion is the most battle-hardened. Besides, leading a team of ability users is nothing much, right? No matter how powerful the ability users are, they are still human. Can it be more exhausting than training thousands of soldiers? At this moment, another officer spoke up, complimenting him. I find this very inappropriate. The officer with a prominent national character face replied sternly, having control over a military corps is already an immense power, not to mention that the ability users are the future of our base. How can such two powers be held in one person's hands? Doesn't that mean the military power surpasses the generals? Sudayo, what do you mean? We are friends on the same front and have been comrades with Lao Gao for many years. Not to mention you once worked under Lao Gao. Are you saying that Lao Gao's command over the military should suppress the commanding officer? Do you realize how much impact such words would have if they got out? Slandering him could lead to a military tribunal. Commander Wang Chung stood up with a grim expression. I still feel it is quite inappropriate. Su Dayo coldly snorted and sat down. Although Gao Yao's face was striving for calmness, Su Xiao knew that beneath that calm facade was likely a fierce expression. He wished he could swallow Su Dayo alive for saying such things at this moment. How interesting. Su Xiao, like an observer enjoying the spectacle, rested his head on one hand, watching their performance with great interest. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have even wanted to cross his legs. Enough. Seeing two parties continuously interrupting each other, the discussion was turning into a debate, and Zhou Kong finally slammed the table hard. Everyone immediately shut their mouths and straightened their postures, no longer speaking. Zhou Kong said, since Gao Yao has the highest vote count, the choice of commander for this team should rightly be led by Gao Yao. Otherwise, wouldn't our meeting become a joke? Hearing this, some people's eyes flickered with worry, but no one questioned Zhou Kang's words. However, considering that Gao Yao still needs to strengthen the third corps and that ability users are not his area of expertise, while discipline can be managed, the knowledge of application of abilities is something he cannot guide. Therefore, I need to recommend another candidate. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up again. Gao Yao's expression remained calm. Zhou Kong then looked at Su Xiao with a beaming smile and said, this is Su Xiao, an outstanding young talent. He established his own base during the apocalypse and reportedly formed his own team of ability users, making him quite experienced. Su Xiao himself is also an ability user, so I believe he is a suitable candidate. I plan to appoint Su Xiao as a special consultant instructor for this team of ability users. After the military discipline training is completed, Su Xiao will teach them the specific knowledge of abilities. Zhou Kong smiled at Su Xiao, saying, I wonder if you would be willing to accept this position. This would be a matter entrusted to you by our base, so I hope you won't refuse. Upon seeing Zhou Kang's serious and sincere gaze, Su Xiao immediately felt troubled. He wondered how Zhou Kang's allocation of power could bypass Gao Yao, preventing this army from falling under Gao Yao's command. It turned out he was just waiting for him here. The plan fell on Su Xiao's shoulders. Su Xiao's expression trembled for a moment, but he quickly revealed a hesitant look and said, Commander Zhou, as an outsider, isn't it inappropriate for me to lead this team? Indeed, Su Xiao may be a pioneer in abilities, but he is not one of us. An officer said coldly. Zhou Kong looked at Su Xiao's troubled expression and smiled. Who said Su Xiao isn't one of us? Although Su Xiao is not from our base and has no intention of joining, we are all countrymen. I believe in Su Xiao. Moreover, the contributions Su Xiao made yesterday are enough for us to grant him a title. In that case, I announce that Su Xiao will be awarded the rank of major during wartime. The specific benefits will be granted once Su Xiao finishes training the troops. How does that sound? Zhou Kong asked the room. Su Xiao remained silent. From the look Zhou Kong gave him, he understood that this commander was much more astute than he initially thought. If he did not agree, he wasn't sure if Zhou Kong could handle Gao Yao on this matter, but his future cooperation with the base would likely become quite challenging. Moreover, it would lead Zhou Kong to exclude Su Xiao from his circle, using him only temporarily. Hence, weighing the pros and cons, Su Xiao decisively agreed. Of course, he also made a small request. At the very least, he wanted an official military rank, right? That would set his identity in Yunhai base apart from that of a small base leader nearby. The old fox and the young fox silently reached an agreement in just a few seconds. What objections could the numerous officers have? In terms of status, Zhou Kong was the highest commander of the base and had the direct authority to confer titles. Moreover, a major is not a high-ranking official. It is several levels below them. Additionally, Su Xiao had contributed his knowledge of ability users and insights into the zombie groups, leaving them with no reason to obstruct his advancement. Thus, Su Xiao naturally became an officer of Yunhai base. Of course, in an unofficial capacity. Now, the second matter is about the types of zombies Su Xiao mentioned in the news regarding the potential emergence of a zombie king in the city. Last night, our side dispatched soldiers to fly helicopters to the city for verification. The zombie king has not shown up for now, but the various zombies Su Xiao spoke of have indeed appeared. The situation in the city has developed to a point where we can no longer control it. Zhou Kong said with a grim expression, we have discovered many different types of zombies, and some even attacked our helicopter from afar. They spewed fire. Although their attacks couldn't reach the height of the airplane, what Xiao said about the evolution and diversification of zombies had already appeared. As time progresses, they will form powerful zombies with various special abilities. Just like a combination of the military's demolition expert scouts and rocket soldiers, the power they will unleash will be beyond estimation. Let alone if a highly intelligent zombie truly emerges leading a million-strong zombie horde against our base with our current strength, it would be utterly impossible to withstand. Our goal is not to confront them, but to protect the tens of thousands of residents and maintain our line at Yunhai. Therefore, I have decided that in the coming days we must deploy an advanced combat plan against the zombies. Even if we cannot eliminate that zombie king beforehand, we must find a way to separate the zombies in the city and never allow a million-strong horde to converge and launch an all-out attack. Zhou Kang's gaze was fierce as he coldly scanned all the officers. Yes, Commander. Faced with the current life-and-death pressure, no one dared to express any other thoughts. If the tide of zombies isn't resolved, no one will come out well. Xiao, what is your proposed cooperation plan? Xiao nodded and addressed everyone. The military is a spiritual pillar for Yunhai City and must not falter, but the military cannot deeply engage with survivor bases, and you cannot understand zombies like I do. Xiao smiled confidently. No one in attendance could match this kid in that regard. My cooperation proposal is very simple. I can help the base train a large number of ability users and assist you in gathering all information from the city. First, we need to achieve information sharing. At least regarding the movements of the zombies, we must be open with each other. Xiao's gaze was serious. No problem, that's what we should do. Only through information sharing can we respond more accurately to the changes in the situation in Yunhai City. Zhou Kang nodded. Xiao calmly continued. Second, I need the military district to provide me with some weapon assistance. The weapons at my base are insufficient for me to extend my reach deeper into the city. My people also need to survive and resist the zombies. Provide arms. Many officers frowned. Are you asking us to supply you with weapons for your own independence? An officer said coldly. Xiao calmly replied. How many people can you protect? 20 to 30,000. That's your limit. But how many survivors are alive now? At least there are several tens of thousands left, right? You have enough weapons to last for over a decade. You also have your own arms factory, and you want us survivors to poke zombies to death with wooden sticks, all while serving the military in return. Is that fair to the country? If I fall one by one, the small bases will fall. Will you face this massive tide of millions of zombies alone? Xiao's tone was equally cold. The officer was instantly at a loss for words. No need to say anything more, no problem, Xiao. I will have someone take you to the warehouse shortly to prepare a batch of weapons. Zhou Kang decisively confirmed. Then Commander Zhou, may we have a pleasant cooperation. Xiao deeply shook hands with Zhou Kang. After delivering a fervent and impassioned address, Xiao secured a consignment of weapons from the Yunhai military region, far more abundant and sophisticated than those available at his own base. Thus concluded Xiao's visit to the Yunhai base. He then retrieved the ailing Yang Xixian from the hospital ward, and the entire party returned to their base under military convoy escort. In truth, the Yunhai base possessed an extensive arsenal, much of it coveted by Xiao. Yet after several probing attempts, Colonel Zhou Kang firmly declined to release those assets, for now. Recognizing the unspoken boundary, Xiao wisely refrained from pressing further. He was already deeply satisfied with the armaments granted. The convoy at last rolled into the villa compound. Lieutenant Xiao, we take our leave. The escorting soldiers saluted respectfully before departing. Xiao watched the vehicles pull away with a gentle smile. Beside him, the young Yang Xixian gazed in wide-eyed wonder at the opulent villa complex and the armed sentries standing guard. The sentries had spotted Xiao from afar and broke into eager jogs as they rushed forward. Chief, you've returned at last. Their faces lit with genuine warmth and relief. What? Has something momentous transpired in just one day? Xiao asked, amused. Not quite. Though yesterday a delegation arrived bearing an invitation for you. As for the details, I'm afraid I'm unaware. A sergeant will handle the matter. Oh, Xiao's curiosity stirred. Who would send him an invitation? Brother, is this your base? It looks incredibly luxurious. Yang Xixian blurted out, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, it affords you far greater freedom than the military compound ever could. Xiao replied with a grin. Come on, let's go inside. As they walked toward the compound, Xiao's gaze swept across the grounds. The villa's perimeter wall now rose tall and imposing, reinforced and heightened beyond its original structure, exuding formidable solidity. Beyond the main compound, over a dozen modest dwellings were taking shape, each walled and interconnected to form orderly grid-like Sihiyuan courtyards. Construction crews labored with vigorous energy, earning Xiao's silent nod of approval. Back inside the villa, Yu Jiao idled away time playing video games. To date, the sole functional computer in the entire base belonged to Xiao. Though Xiao had salvaged numerous computers before the apocalypse, intending to assemble them into a dedicated entertainment room, The project remained shelved. All available labor was fully committed to erecting the outer defensive walls and excavating the subterranean cold storage facility. Ah, you're back. Yu Jiao dropped her mouse and bounded over with a beaming smile. Her eyes instantly locked onto the youth behind Su Xiao. Su Xiao, who's this? Yang Xixian, my newly adopted younger brother. Jiao, he's in your care now. Please show him around and help him settle in. By the way, Xixian's health remains fragile. Anomalies may arise without warning. Please ask Jiying to examine him first. Su Xiao added, glancing meaningfully at Yang Xixian. Understood. Upon learning the boy was Su Xiao's adopted brother, Yu Jiao's expression brightened perceptibly. She turned to Yang Xixian with a warm smile. Xixian, come along with sister. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Yang Xixian swelled with quiet pride and heartfelt warmth. He stepped toward Yu Jiao, yet paused, casting one lingering affectionate glance back at Su Xiao. Chief's just returned. He'll be busy. Here, play some games. This one's baffling me. I've been at it for hours and still can't grasp it. Yang Xixian peered at the screen and burst into delighted recognition. Sekiro. I know this one. Let me teach you, sister. Watching the two, youth and elder, huddle intently over the glowing monitor, Su Xiao allowed himself a soft, tender smile. Then, a knock sounded at the door. He rose to answer. It was Wu Qian. Chief, you're back. Wu Qian's eyes shimmered with warmth and quiet reverence. Yes, Wu Qian, what's this invitation? Su Xiao cut straight to the matter at hand. Wu Qian grew solemn. It's jointly organized by several nearby settlements. According to the envoy dispatched by Zhou Ping after receiving both our supplies and the method for awakening latent abilities, his settlement, originally numbering only dozens, saw 3 new awakened individuals emerge overnight. Zhou Ping's settlement has since flourished. They hunt zombies, amass resources, and have earned modest renown among neighboring enclaves. Moreover, they've openly disseminated the technique for awakening abilities, sparking a wave of awakenings across multiple settlements. Yesterday, they jointly dispatched envoys to deliver you an official invitation to convene leaders of all suburban settlements and deliberate upon collective strategy and future development. As the strongest enclave in the region, they earnestly hope you will attend. Wu Qian spoke with evident delight, her pride as chief steward swelling at the growing prestige of their base. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. How many settlements lie nearby? Roughly 8, perhaps 10 or 11 in total, including those who haven't yet sent representatives. Within a 5-mile radius of our base, every habitable zone is claimed by one enclave or another. Yet they understand our strength well. If our scouts venture outward for supplies, rival groups instinctively detour to avoid confrontation. Su Xiao nodded, genuinely impressed. Their numbers are substantial indeed. Even assuming a conservative estimate of several dozen per enclave, the aggregate population exceeds several hundred. I must attend, not merely to honor their gesture, but because this gathering presents the optimal opportunity to consolidate influence over the surrounding settlements. 1,000 capable zombie slayers unified under his banner, transforming the entire suburban landscape into a cohesive domain anchored by his base, would render his stronghold impregnable, freeing him to expand confidently into the urban core. Which settlement is hosting the summit? A faction calling themselves the Overlord Base. Though they sent no delegate yesterday, other envoys described them as formidable and notably aloof toward us. They reportedly command 400 to 500 fighters. Wu Qian scoffed lightly. Most likely believe themselves our equals, or even superiors, and thus see no need to initiate relations. Su Xiao smiled faintly. Ambition never starves in the apocalypse. Very well, I'll attend tomorrow, accompanied by a small delegation. After dismissing Wu Qian, Lu Zhonghua appeared at the door. Captain Lu, you were stationed at the factory? Su Xiao asked, mildly surprised. Lu Zhonghua grinned. Our first batch of weapons has been completed and delivered to the base yesterday. I rode back with the transport detail. Chief, the weapon you commissioned is ready. Hearing of your return, I brought it personally. So saying, he unbuckled a wrapped bundle from his back and unfurled it, revealing an exquisite long blade. It was a Tang-style straight sword, evoking the silhouette of Su Zhao's former Longquan saber, yet refined into a bolder, more commanding form. Its hilt bore raised black dragon motifs. Its blade gleamed with a cold, predatory luster, strikingly elegant and lethal. Lu Zhonghua beamed. Chief, this blade is peerlessly sharp. Knowing you possess awakened abilities and extraordinary physical power, and that you specifically required a weapon capable of cleaving hardened materials, even high-tier zombies, I inlaid and honed the edge with salvaged industrial-grade diamond grit. With sufficient force behind your strike, it will shear through steel as though it were parchment. Su Xiao accepted the sword, running reverent fingers along its length. Gently brushing the tip with his thumb, he felt, even with his enhanced physiology, a subtle stinging bite against his skin. His delight surged, unmistakable and profound. What a fine blade. Lu Zhonghua replied with a smile. This is a composite sword. It doesn't have a mainstream name, just a Tang sword. If the leader likes it, feel free to give it a name. Let's call it Baijian then, and see if it can last through beheading 100 zombies without dulling. Su Xiao laughed. Baijian, the leader is quite cultured. Lu Zhonghua flattered him in return. After breaking through to the third tier, Su Xiao could harness the power of the blood pool to manifest a protective blood shield, or even a blood blade. Thus the urgency for weaponry was not as pressing. However, the energy from his abilities would eventually deplete. Against ordinary zombies, Su Xiao couldn't afford to waste his blood pool energy, making the Baijian sword a perfect choice for a sidearm. In the afternoon, the military convoy arrived again. What's going on? Why is the military here again? Many ordinary people murmured. However, those at the captain level already knew that Su Xiao had successfully established cooperation with the Yunhai military district, and they were effectively on the same front as the military with official recognition. This batch consisted of aid supplies. Xiao Yang watched as the fully armed soldiers from the military brought tears to his eyes. Yet he did not step forward. Once he might have had delusions of returning to the military, which was the environment he was familiar and comfortable with. But after staying at Su Xiao's base for a long time, seeing the members of various ages he had trained enduring grueling training and plunging into the battlefield, he understood the weight of his own responsibilities. And as for the military, they wouldn't notice if he were one more or one less, but his base needed people like him to shine and contribute. He was willing to strive together with these resilient survivors of the apocalypse. Su Xiao immediately stepped forward to greet them. The one delivering the weapons was no stranger. It was Wang Yin, who had escorted Su Xiao to the military last time. This time, however, upon seeing Su Xiao, Wang Yin saluted respectfully, saying, "Commander Su, the weapons are secured and ready for you to accept." "Thank you, Captain Wang." Su Xiao responded cheerfully, not putting on any airs. "Tianzi, bring the people to unload everything." "All right." Li Tianzi immediately shouted to the crowd of onlookers, "Everyone come over and help with the unload." A group of men who had been eagerly eyeing the military supplies rushed over. There were 3 trucks of military aid, mainly ammunition, and some heavy weapons, as Su Xiao was not short on ordinary handguns. There were as many as 200,000 rounds of ammunition. Following that were 200 sets of standard bomb-proof suits and shields. This was what Su Xiao wanted the most. Ordinary people could easily get scratched by zombies, and currently, to cope with this situation, Su Xiao could only have them wrap their exposed arms with newspapers or plastic boards secured with tape. But this severely affected their agility and movements. With the gear, their safety while moving would be greatly enhanced. Additionally, there were some urgently needed detection and reconnaissance equipment for the base, such as binoculars, thermal imaging detector silencers, and sniper rifles. Because Su Xiao's main objective now was to expand and secure the resources in the entire urban area, information and reconnaissance were his top priorities. The previous sniper had cast a significant shadow over the third team. They had no idea where the enemy was and had already lost 2 members. Thus, Su Xiao also needed to train his own snipers. Lastly, there were 5 individual rocket launchers, combined with the 6 he already had at his base, that made 11. The importance of these was no less than that of mortars. They were easy to carry and had higher accuracy, while mortars were more suited for holding a position and were heavy, making them inconvenient to transport. Wang Yin smiled, saying, "The commander also asked me to convey a message to you." He leaned in close to Su Xiao and whispered, "Internal and external troubles, mutual assistance for a win-win situation." Su Xiao immediately understood, though he did not show any expression. "I've received the message. Tell the commander that as long as we maintain the principle of cooperation, everything on my side is negotiable." Su Xiao nodded at Wang Yin. Wang Yin pondered this message, smiling as he saluted. "Then we'll head back to the base first, Commander. Safe travels." Su Xiao waved his hand, saying, "Captains of teams 1 and 2 come over." Tang Ing, Li Tianzi, Kai Tu, and Ji he immediately gathered in front of Su Xiao. "I want all the weapons and equipment, and you all need to step up your training. Every combat team member should have a set of bomb-proof suits. Those without rifles should be equipped with rifles, maintaining the configuration of 1 rifle, 1 handgun, and 2 grenades per ordinary team member. Each assault team should have 10 individuals equipped with submachine guns, forming the most powerful assault squad. Additionally, each team should at least train 2 snipers. Course arrangements will be handled by Instructor Xiao." Su Xiao nodded at Xiao Yang. "No problem. Rest assured, leader, we will definitely make good use of this batch of equipment. Now we are not inferior to the regular army, haha." The numerous captains expressed genuine joy. Despite their efforts to train and align themselves with the military, they had only been a ragtag army. However, with the leader's actions, they now had military weapons and recognized status, and even if they weren't overly fond of the military, being acknowledged by them was a source of pride. Su Xiao mockingly said, "Don't get too proud. I've provided you with resources, but if any issues arise during combat, I won't spare anyone." Consequently, the combat team's strength significantly improved. In teams 1, 2, and 3, nearly every team was equipped with rifles, submachine guns, and snipers, giving them a substantial advantage in reconnaissance and combat. Not to mention, all 3 teams had ability users. With such strength, Su Xiao confidently believed he was the strongest among all bases in Yunhai City. This had all been meticulously planned and strategized by him since the onset of the apocalypse. Now Su Xiao began to arrange his own third team. Chao Xin, Zhou Tong, Wei Ziqing stepped forward. The three immediately marched up to Su Xiao with heads held. You three will also have 3 members drawn from each team to form a 9-member assault team, and each team will also designate 1 individual to be trained as a sniper. Next time I take you into battle, if I see you still being surrounded and beaten by other teams, don't blame me for swapping you out. Su Xiao spoke in a cold tone. Yes, leader. The 3 felt the weight of responsibility on their shoulders before beginning to select members from their teams. By the end of the afternoon, all teams were fully arranged. Su Xiao had truly armed them to the teeth. Each member's equipment included 1 set of bomb-proof suits, 1 bomb-proof shield, 1 standard composite steel crossbow, 1 handgun, 1 rifle, and 2 grenades. They were truly armed to the teeth. Su Xiao felt a surge of excitement within himself, determined to lead everyone in a major operation soon. He had a faint thought of a few acquaintances in the urban area. Li Yilong, I wonder if you were still alive and how you were doing. And Zhao Hongwei. With me, Su Xiao, will you be able to dominate Yunhai City once again in this lifetime? The next day? Today is the day of that gathering meeting. Su Xiao didn't plan to bring many people. He only took 10 members from his 3 teams along with the Ji sisters Ji Ying and Ji He plus 1 Yu Jiao Jiao. Originally, he didn't intend to bring Yu Jiao Jiao, thinking she could stay with Yang Xixian. However, Yu Jiao Jiao pouted and said she had stayed at home long enough and wanted to go out for a while. She also mentioned that Yang Xixian was so engrossed in his games that he didn't need her company at all, which led Su Xiao to take her along. Her mind control ability might come in handy in such a situation. That place was an old chemical factory on the outskirts of the city, also known as the Dominator's base. It was about 9 kilometers away from Su Xiao's base. Su Xiao and the others drove there in a transport vehicle with Yu Jiao Jiao at the wheel, while Su Xiao relaxed in the passenger seat and the Ji sisters sat in the back. Yu Jiao Jiao pouted, saying, "Why do I have to drive? Who told you to be so idle every day? This is just to give you something to do." Su Xiao lay comfortably with his hands behind his head, smiling. Yu Jiao Jiao retorted, "I'm a female driver. Aren't you afraid I'll drive you off a cliff?" "Not afraid, I won't die from a fall. But if you really did that, I'd smack your behind until it turns red." Su Xiao snorted, threatening. Yu Jiao Jiao felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed, yet she still wilted. Su Xiao was serious about it, as she didn't want to be publicly spanked by him. This rascal actually used such a despicable method of punishment on this little fairy. Dressed in a tight black outfit, the cool and sexy Ji, he suddenly asked, "Leader, other bases have various names. What should our base be called? We can't just let people call us the Villa Area Base, can we?" Ji Ying agreed with her sister, saying, "Yeah, that name sounds awful like we're a bunch of nouveau riche." Su Xiao frowned a bit, but started to think earnestly. Speaking of which, his base still didn't have a proper name. He had always been too lazy to name it. But now it was time to give it a name. After some thought, Su Xiao said, "In that case, let's call it the Dawn Base." Dawn Base. Good name. Ji He was momentarily stunned, then her eyes lit up in admiration. "Leader, you're quite cultured. This name is very meaningful. Does it symbolize that our base has a bright future?" Ji He stared at Su Xiao, speaking with admiration. "Yes, and not entirely." Su Xiao's gaze was firm as he declared, "It signifies hope for this era. As long as our base exists, there will eventually come a day when the light of this era will shine again." Su Xiao spoke to himself. Ji He stared at him blankly. She sensed the grand ambitions contained in his world. Dawn Base, a future that brings light back to this world. Was his goal so grand from the very beginning? Ji He hadn't thought much, as she was just being led by Su Xiao through despair, striving to survive for the sake of her sister, hoping to have a stable place to live. At that time, she held deep respect for Su Xiao, believing he was a hero in the apocalypse, strong and with a clear goal, yet burdened with the responsibility to save many survivors. However, the more she got to know him, the less she could see through Su Xiao. Sometimes he was incredibly kind, even being tolerant towards a mother with a child, allowing her not to work for a while. Yet at times he was colder than a beast, more cunning than a venomous snake. For example, the scene where he publicly used mutated dogs to torture those survivors who disobeyed orders. He exuded a sense of coldness and ruthlessness. Yet everything he did was methodical. Even if it wasn't apparent at the time, people would eventually understand his deep foresight. For instance, the cold storage seizure battle and the mechanical factory seizure battle. Without the purging at that time, there wouldn't be the current abundance of food and sustainable weapons. Moreover, he provided supplies to Zhouping. Without his generous assistance, there wouldn't be various factions now coming to seek refuge. Now Su Xiao's words made her realize that this person's vision had never been limited to just the survivors. He had long been contemplating how to stir up the tides in this era, and all of this was merely working towards that direction. The more Ji He thought about it, the more unsettled she felt, her gaze fixed on Su Xiao. Ji Ying quietly, "Hey, what are you doing?" Ji He glared at Ji Ying. Unexpectedly, Ji Ying whispered, "Sister isn't the leader." Ji He. She finally understood that her younger sister was a love-struck fool, having fallen for the leader after he saved her life, treating him like a flower. She felt both speechless and helpless, but deep down she also felt her sister wasn't wrong. How many men like Su Xiao existed in the apocalypse? Yet Su Xiao had never had any further intentions toward Jiying. He could only hope that living together would subtly influence the leader. As for Yu Jiao, she was completely uninterested in their conversation, her eyes wide open staring at the road ahead. She wasn't leaning back in her seat, her back was straight, practically pressing her upper body against the steering wheel. Su Xiao had been watching her for a long time, feeling a bit anxious. This driving posture made him unable to relax and sleep. I say, oh what? Yu Jiao quickly glanced at Su Xiao and then focused back on the road. Su Xiao helplessly said, how can you steer without leaning back? What are you trying to do, feed the steering wheel? Yu Jiao was completely stunned, feeling both embarrassed and angry. You're the one feeding the steering wheel. If you have the skills, drive yourself. Su Xiao ultimately didn't dare to let her drive any longer. He parked and took over the driver's seat. Partly because her driving posture was too terrifying and partly because the road was already congested with vehicles. Although they had cleared some along the way, it was still difficult to navigate, occasionally needing to weave through obstacles which tested driving skills. It was still more reassuring for him, Su the car god, to drive himself. He stepped on the accelerator, speeding out swiftly and steadily. At that moment, the location of the rock base, the Qingtian processing plant, was already bustling with activity, gathering many people. The rock base had over 120 people. While not many, they were all sharp and capable. The leader Zhang Pancher was originally a small manager of this processing plant. Later, when the zombie outbreak occurred, chaos ensued, and the factory manager was killed. Zhang Pancher relied on his bravery and ruthlessness to lead a group of people to kill all the zombies, occupy the processing plant, clear out useless things, and establish his own small base. Later, he gathered people from all around, amassing hundreds, and his smooth talking and ruthless nature quickly allowed him to integrate into the situation.